Chapter 1 Sentoflu Family. Area you are well aware of for familiar circumstances, your father is the pillar of our household. If anything were to happen to him, it would be devastating. Listen to your mother go ahead and marry Jiachun Warged. Ivert that field is Sanafla family in the mountains as well educate Dan has event studied as a child scholar, he must bury a zona but encultured man in 2 months, you will turn 14 widely or maybe beyond, once you are there, you can have a meaningful conversations with him, spending a couple of years nurturing that relationship before consummation would be perfectly acceptable. Moreover, your mother-in-law is to win per health, likely not long for this world once she's gone, you will no longer have ein loss to serve and a better life awaits ya. Jiachun Yue gazetted their daughter, holy and thieved, and spoke earnestly. Since Chu Yue had awakened from her stupor, her mother had been incessantly cattering, making her want to reach out and slap her. However, considering that she was the biological mother of this body, she restrained herself. The most crucial point was that she couldn't twine in a confrontation. If she did out, Ike would ultimately bear who suffered. Just like at the original owner, Ho had merely attempted to escape an unwanted marriage, only to be struck down by her father before she could even leave the courtyard. Yet because the office she had been granted the opportunity to traverse into another life, the original owner shared her name and way intelligent, mild-mannered individual. The reason for her refusal of marriage was primarily due to her childhood friend Woyong from the boring Yu family. They had grown up together, and while their bond had not reached the level of a secret engagement, Woyong had indeed treated the original owner with great care. However, her father had list money gambling and resorted to stealing pigs from the family to repay his debts. Consequently, Thiel dests enough the family to that back to Hyman threatened to have him arrested. In desperation, he pleaded for mercy and offered Chu Yue sobriety in exchange for his freedom. After sifting through her memories, Chu Yue turned her gaze toward the incessant light of King Jiachun. Enough, I will marry. Upon hearing Chu Yue's agreement, Jiachun Yue immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a beaming smile. She patted Chu Yue, saying, "That settled then, you're just a bit more widely go gather your things." Chu Yue had not expected Jiachun Yue to prepare much for her, but she was taken aback by how outrageous her mother's actions were. Apart from her usual patched-up clothing, Jiachun Yue even with healthy and tattered winter coat that belonged to Chu Yue. That coat had been fashioned from Jiachun Yue's old cotton clothing, perhaps in theories, she was worthless than epic. Jiachun Yue handed the bundle to Chu Yue, feigning tears. Area, Ivert that'd take a squiddy I let it travel from Ornyoto village to Lu family, crossing several mountain ridges, Ike will take at least half a day once or other, it won't be Zatoradern, but diligent at Yaurin Lashomian don't tarnish our family's reputation. Zioto is still young and will need to marry in the future where cannot afford to hinder her perspects. Chu Yue was the second child in her family, with an 18-year-old brother who was laziand accustomed to alifofis, due to their poverty, he had done Lyris and lay started the kingdom match. Below her ways a 5-year-old sister whom Chu Yue had mostly raised, and they shared every close bond. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the bundle. You understand. After a moment Jiachun wadded, and don't think about running back home all the time. Just come visit on the holiday so I can see you, and that will be enough. Chu Yue neither agreed nor disagreed, her expression wascled, seemingly mourning the fatoft the original owner. In the past she had to led tirelessly, only to be met with her father's violent blows and her parents' oppression, evening her beloved sister resolved to force her obedience. Jiachun Hua, noticing Chu Yue's excellence, assumed her daughter was unwilling and paid nomen. She hurriedly took Chu Yue Thirman Lederatofti house. Dadak dashin you twas hold sender ye ofi to the mountains as soon as possibly otherwise y'all be walking back at night. With 12 strong men watching over her, this little girl wouldn't dare to run away. Coming. Chu Yukian and Chu Dasain emerged from their respective rooms upon hearing Thekal. From another direction a small head peeked out from behind the door curtain, looking pitifully at Chu Yue with tears streaming down her face. Sensing something, Chu Yublin said towards Chu Xiaodao, then sighed inwardly. Once she left, Zioto's life would likely become even harder, but she herself was able to secure her own safety. She had heart that family was impoverished, she had no idea how dire their situation truly was. Let's go Hatterio stealing her in for, can't bar apart? Chu das hand paqueteth his teeth, his for showing impatience. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the bundle and stepped outside. Asha walked, she didn't attempt to escape with watch few soft at women behind her, this year Sharvis Twasper, and attend train for near like 2 months, leaving many fields cracked and dry. If this weather continued, it would likely lead to famine Thysensian setting where families depended on just if walkers of land to survive. Once famine struck, chaos would ensue. As a 30-year-old girl, walking alone in such conditions offered no guarantee of safety. It might be better to first see what the family was like. If they were genuine she could stay, if they were a her own family she would reconsider her options. As they walked, Chu Das Hang glanced at Chu Yue. If I find yourself in a comfortable position at your in-laws, remember to help your brother out, after all, you're still part of our family, you can't be ungrateful. Chu Yuki Anchimden, das Hannes right, if you come across an good, think if your maternal family, if you face an mistreatment in your new home, y'all need the support of your family. Chu Yue walked ahead, her expression growing colder. Really on you for support, Aria Jirayora not just going to heat me with a stick instead? Chu Yukin was momentarily taken aback, his temper flaring as she almost raised a chant to slap her. However, her remembered te were soon arriving gath lo family shom I've mered herfus, what would lo family think? Has certain lidden twanto enjapinjal. Thinking this, has suppressed a danger, letting a shan drop, and duffed assured jed theothers to quicken their pace. Fadlo family lived in the mountains, they were Renathian Lifamilian theory. Thesmal village where Edlo family resided was surrounded by mountains. Get a janan dutof heroes more a troublesome ethanino places, but dueto their poverty very few familias managed to leave. Father-in-law, if brought my daughter to you. Chu Yue led Thetwolf Tem to a house at the foot of the mountain at Higi of the village, stretching his neck to shout into the courtyard. Upon hearing the voice, Yunsua, how was beside preparing Link in the kitchen, came out with her twosens. Ah, it's me father-in-law, Fafer Fesuasomi Wat Pele, her Joey Ways unmistakable, she turned to Harry Unjusson, Xingping, hurry and open the door. Lu Xingping nodded, scampering to the door to open it. His bright eye started between Chu Yuki and Chuda's hand before landing on the shrinking figure of Chu Yue, revealing a bright smile. Sister-in-law, come in quickly. Chapter 2. The eldest son of Lu family, Lu Xinghe. Chu Yue felt twin of shyness but managed to smile at him, tightening her grip on the dense lung over her shoulders. He at the courtyard alongside Chu Yuki and Chudashin. Yunkui quick lighter net to Harotherson, Xingan, go fetch some water for our father-in-law, your uncle and our sister-in-law. Thesom Wat reserved responded with a softum before aiding toward the kitchen. Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe were fraternal twins, both hate-your-soul. What struck Chu Yue was peculiar was showed a similar they were in appearance and temperament. Yunkui approached Chu Yue, observing the slender girl before her. Despite her slight frame, her features were striking, with bright, round eyes that clearly reflected her intelligence. Taking the light burden from Chu Yue's shoulder, Yunkui grasped her hand, her smile warmed. You must be weary after such a long journey, dear. Before Chu Yue could reply, Chudas Han interjected, we farmers are a simple folk, it's merely a half-day streak in the mountains, what's there to read about? Yunkui has a live faltered at his words. Ike was no under when she inquired about Chu family yesterday. She was informed that the daughter of Chu family endured a difficult life, burdened by a gambling father, a selfish and a said mother, and a brother who disregarded his younger sister. Ike washed life surprising that they struggled. Chu Yue, however, wasn't perturbed by Chudashan's comments. She offered a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, auntie, I am quite well. Yunkui's affection for the kin-hearted girl deepened. Silly from no one, you shall losing his wife. You shall call mother no. Lowering her head, Chu Yue whispered softly, mother. Ah, Yunkui exclaimed, affectionately pulling Harolon to the rooms. Thisis room I will be living here with him from now on. Take a moment to arrange our belongings, as I must go greet our guests. Having said this, she returned the burden to Chu Yue and stepped out. Chu Yue surveyed Hatchet cottage. Thuffit for his it was clean entity. Inside, there was sack and gandidable, with a few pieces of clothing neatly folded the foot off the bed. Unfittable with the window laying canned brushes, alongside a stack of small booklets. Curious, Chu Yue approached and flipped through one of the booklets. The characters were bold and vigorous, beautifully rendered as if printed. However, the content of the booklets was uniform, suggesting the wary only of losing guess means of making a living. Previously she had learned from Ermother Jiachuanhua about a basic circumstance of Lu family. Losing his father was the enlay scholar in Banpo village, who had to Thisatito take the imperial examination 9 years prior, only to vanish without a trace. Many speculated that they had often to die official and met with misfortune. Not long after her departure, Yunkui discovered she was pregnant. Shortly thereafter, losing guess results from the child scholar examination were released, and at the tender age of 9, had become the just successful candidate in the entire Nanping town. Yunkui had been expecting twins, and the delivery was perilous. It was said that after giving birth, she suffered lasting health issues, requiring constant medication, which incurred significant expenses. Supporting the familia forming there were now 4 months to fade and exorbitant medical bills to pay, leading to Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe being separated from the family while still infants. Fortunately, they were left with this thatched cottage as their own. At just 11 years old, Lu Xinghe naturally took on the heavy burden of supporting the family. This was also at 18, her remained unmarried despite his admirable qualities. The harsh realities of poverty and the prospect of supporting an entire household made a potential bride chassitant. After all, practicality dictates human behavior. Due to the fact that the only head of Lo household was Yunsueha, Chu Yue felt some watuni jashin to red flu family courtyard. I twice say to imagine how arduous life had been for a woman raising 3 children alone. Whereas Lu Xinghe, Chuda's son inquired. Yunkui emerged from the house carrying twackers, inviting that womentisit. Given that the family consisted of men, she felt it inappropriate to invite the theman sid without a mala head of the household present, as it wouldn't lie invite a gossip. Upon hearing Chudasan ask about the Destin, Yunkui's expression clouded with concern. Xinghe went to fetch water late this morning to irrigatethophiles, if this trained in ear late 1 month's field serparshed, and the river is nearly. I wonder if we'll have any harvest this year. She glanced toward the entrance, where Lu Xingping was standing. Xingping, your brother should be on his way back. You're quick on your feet, go and fetch him so he can return home sooner. All right. No sooner had Lu Xingping spoken than he dashed off. Upon hearing that Lu Xinghe was nearing home, Chu Yue felt a flutter of anxiety. All Toplo family was poor, their eldest son was no easy task to deal with, not only was she remarkably intelligent, but he also possessed extraordinary strength. What if he met the girl to and refused to accept her? What would he then take her back with him? With this thought, he gulped down his tea and inigo and hastily pulled Chudashan away. Yunkui hekala do ta few words soft protest, bu seeing their determination to leave, she retreated to Thekachin to resume hair work. After organizing her meager belongings, Chu Yue joined her in Thekachin. Mother, let me help you, she offered. Yunkui waved her hand dismissively. None, there are in la 12 flatbreads left. If I have a moment, you can help Miss Ethitable. Of course, Chu Yue readily agreed. At that moment, Lu Xingping's excited voice echoed from a distance. Mother, elder brother is back. As soon as spoke, 2 figures, on it a landon short, entered the courtyard. Lu Xinghe had just set down the okian water buckets when Yunkui emerged from the kitchen, pulling Chu Yue along. Xinghe's back. Mother. Lu Xinghe lifted his down and immediately spotted Chu Yue standing beside Yun Sui. The young girl appeared somewhat bashful, clad in tattered clothing, her frame slight, and her large eyes blinked innocently, giving her a pitiable appearance. "Ariel, the daughter of Chu Yue?" His voice was melodious, and disappearance a striking head or red over Chu Yue be at least 2 heads. Chu Yue nodded, responding softly, yes. After a brief pause, Lu Xinghe continued, "The reason I agreed to your father's proposal to exchange for it was not for an ulterior motive primarily some care for my mother, as her health is fragile, yo will be with her from now on." Ash spoke, Hecknell to Washishans. "With Somiana to look after my mother, I can work out Sid with greater peace of mind." Yun Sueha, overhearing, raised her voice, "Xinghe, what are you saying? Will the choose a recler that you is coming to her home as a breed, not a servim? How can you expect her to manage in the future? Either you accept the Regier wife or you should have an agreed to your father-in-law's request from Festart." Perhaps too agitated, Yun Kue's complexion paled further, and she began to cough painfully. With each cough, her head began to spin. Seeing his mother sway unsteadily, Lu Xinghe was alarmed. "Mother, are you all right?" Chapter 3. Do you understand medicine? As she teetered on the brink of collapse, the closest person, Chu Yue, hurriedly supported Yun Sueha. "Quickly bring that chair over here." Chu Yue glanced toward the chair not far away. Lu Xinghe swiftly carried the chair, while Lu Xinghe stepped forward to assist Chu Yue in seating Yun Sueha. Chu Yue released her grip, deftly unfastening Yun Sueha's belt to ease her breathing, and then pressed on the Bai Hui and Sishinkong acupuncture points atop her head. While applying pressure, she offered words of comfort. "Mother, truly, it would be no trouble for me to care for you. After all, I am still quite young. You could think of me as your daughter. I am capable of many tasks and will endeavor to earn some money to contribute to the household. I assure you, I will not be a burden." In this world, her only option was to rely on the Lu family for sustenance, for returning to the Chu family might result in her father selling her off again. At least from her interactions thus far, the Yun mother and son did not seem ill-natured. After a moment, Yun Sueha's emotions gradually stabilized, and her breathing returned to a regular rhythm. She glanced back at Chu Yue and gently patted her hand. "Good child." With a sigh, she added, "Alas, these daughters are indeed more considerate. They surpass the few rascals in our family by far." Lu Xinghe observed the series of actions performed by Chu Yue with astonishment. "Do you understand medicine?" Chu Yue raised an eyebrow. Although she could hardly recall much of her previous life nor how she had met her demise, she vaguely remembered being a student on the verge of graduating from medical school. While her clinical experience was lacking and her major was not traditional Chinese medicine, she could still manage simple symptoms. However, she could not divulge such information in front of Lu Xinghe, lest he regard her as a curiosity. Chu Yue shook her head. "I have not studied it intentionally. Uncle Wu, who lives next door, is the village's itinerant doctor. After observing him for a while, I picked up a bit of knowledge." Indeed, Wu Yong's father was the only itinerant doctor in Nyoto village. Although his medical skills were mediocre, he could handle common ailments like headaches and fevers. Yet, he was excessively kind-hearted, often adjusting his consultation fees based on the patient's circumstances, which frequently left his family struggling to make ends meet. Wu Yong, having experienced hunger in his youth, was convinced that being a doctor was not lucrative and stubbornly refused to learn medicine from his father. Instead, he apprenticed with a carpenter to learn furniture making. Upon hearing Chu Yue's response, Lu Xinghe appeared convinced. "In that case, quite splendid." Lu Xinghe looked at Chu Yue with admiration, giving her a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you are amazing." Chu Yue smiled softly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Hearing the commotion coming from the kitchen, Lu Xinghe emerged and, upon seeing that Yun Sueha was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, let us eat first." "All right," Yun Sueha replied, rising with the support of Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe as they made their way toward the kitchen. "We are all hungry. Let us eat first and discuss the rest afterward." Regardless, as the sole elder in the family, her words still held weight for Lu Xinghe. The meal was simple. Each person received a bowl of brown rice porridge, a flatbread, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Chu Yue, feeling famished, relished her meal. After finishing, Yun Sueha turned to Chu Yue. Yeah, you should return to your room and rest. It's quite sunny outside, so don't wander about." Chu Yue nodded obediently and left the kitchen. It was uncertain what Yun Sueha discussed with Lu Xinghe in the kitchen, but shortly thereafter, he returned to his room, refraining from mentioning the earlier request for her to care for his mother. Instead, he sat at the window, diligently copying from the stack of blank notebooks on the table. Chu Yue decided not to disturb him and sat quietly for a while until she heard some commotion outside, prompting her to step out. Xinghen, are you heading to the mountains?" The 2 brothers nodded. "We're going to dig for wild vegetables." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue hurriedly searched the kitchen for a basket. "I'll join you. Gathering some wild vegetables might yield good fortune, and perhaps she could even find some medicinal herbs." As the 3 of them opened the courtyard gate, Lu Xinghe emerged from the house. He gazed up at the sky. The sun had dipped slightly, and the family had not had fresh greens for several days. It would indeed be beneficial to gather some wild vegetables to improve their situation. "The mountains are unsafe. I will accompany you," he stated, retrieving a spade from the kitchen. "Xinghen will stay home to care for mother, while Xingping can come with us." With that, he took the lead with the spade in hand, followed closely by Chu Yue and Lu Xingping. As Lu Xingping mentioned, the nearby area had been stripped of wild vegetables, and even the grass was nearly gone. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. "Brother, fortunately, our pig was stolen. Otherwise, we would have had to worry about its feed." Lu Xinghe glanced at him. What is there to worry about? If we can raise it, we will, if not, we sell it. But that was money mother saved for a long time. She even said she would sell it to help you find a wife, Lu Xinghe murmured, chuckling afterward. But now it's unnecessary, you already have a sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt her cheeks flush and quickened her pace. The three of them proceeded deep into the mountains. After walking for about a mile, Lu Xinghe suddenly halted. We cannot venture any further, it's unsafe here, let us search for what we can. Lu Xinghe looked around, frowning. Brother, there are no wild vegetables here. Chu Yue remained silent, her gaze sweeping over a patch of dense weeds as she stepped forward. Lu Xinghe, curious, followed closely behind her. Sister-in-law, have you found something? Chu Yue reached the patch of weeds, crouched down, and began to pluck the tender leaves while explaining, this is buplurum, the tender leaves can be blanched in boiling water and eaten in a salad. The roots can be dug up, dried, and sold at the apothecary. Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister-in-law, you are amazing, you know so much. He quickly knelt down to help Chu Yue smile gently. However, I have heard that buplurum leaves are slightly bitter and may not taste very good. Lu Xinghe responded, as long as there is something to eat, that is enough. Since he learned that the itinerant doctor lived next door to her maternal family, Lu Xinghe did not find it strange that she possessed this knowledge. Xinghe, stay close to your sister-in-law and don't wander off. I'll check over there. Lu Xinghe readily agreed, alright, brother. As Chu Yue watched Lu Xinghe's tall figure depart, she reflected on his earlier slip of the tongue referring to her as sister-in-law, momentarily taken aback. Was this an acknowledgement of her identity? Lu Xinghe returned shortly, carrying a large bundle of dried firewood on his back, secured with a makeshift rope made from yellowing bulrushes. The two younger brothers were too small, and it was unwise to let them venture into the deep mountains. Yunsueha appeared too frail to do heavy work, thus, only Lu Xinghe could handle tasks like chopping wood and fetching water. It is only by venturing further into the mountains that we can find dry wood. The trees outside have nearly had their bark stripped clean, Lu Xinghe lamented. Lu Xinghe set the firewood on the ground. If this drought continues, you may not even find bark to strip come winter. Chapter 4. Foraging for medicinal herbs and hunting wild boars. Lu Xinghe opened his mouth but remained silent. Although he was small in stature and not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, he trusted his elder brother's judgment, believing there must be sound reasoning behind his words. Thus, during the ensuing days, he resolved to assist Xinghe in gathering firewood for storage. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Chu Yue pondered to herself that if the situation remained unchanged after autumn, the coming years would surely be arduous for the common folk, and it might be prudent to stockpile some provisions in advance. After all, in the event of a famine, the consequences could be dire, even leading to cannibalism. Having plucked the last tender leaf into her basket, Chu Yue rose to her feet. We've finished gathering the tender leaves. Now we must dig up the roots. Lu Xinghe promptly seized the spade. Allow me to do it. With his considerable strength and the relatively loose soil where the burdock grew, it took him little time to loosen the earth around the cluster of burdock roots. Chu Yue quickly crouched down to remove the stem of the burdock near the roots, neatly stacking them in one corner of the basket. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe did not remain idle either. They mimicked Chu Yue's method and set to work. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xinghe concealed the firewood in a hollow along their route home and led the two onward. The trio ambled along, pausing intermittently to gather whatever edible items they could find, whether leaves, roots, or fruits. Under Chu Yue's diligent guidance, before long, they arrived at a mountain spring nestled at the base of a low cliff. Although the drought had nearly dried it up, a fine stream of water still trickled down, crystal clear to the bottom. Upon seeing the water, Lu Xinghe's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily set down his basket to wash his face in the spring. Sister-in-law, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. Otherwise, we would not have gathered such an abundance of wild vegetables. Chu Yue smiled, stepping forward with her basket to wash the freshly gathered wild vegetables in the spring. However, just as she set the basket down, she heard a faint splash. Peering closer, she was astonished to find a fish wedged within the crevices of the stones. In her excitement, she exclaimed, "Husband, come quickly, there's a fish over there." At the sound of her address, Lu Xinghe momentarily froze, but his actions were swift as he rushed forward to rescue the fish trapped in the stones. He then grabbed a bulrush nearby and strung the fish's gills and mouth together. Lu Xinghe clapped his hands in delight at the sight of the fish, which was about the length of his forearm. Elder brother, does this mean we will have fish for dinner tonight? Lu Xinghe stole a glance in Chu Yue's direction, cleared his throat awkwardly, and a rare smile broke across his face. Indeed, we shall have fish for dinner. After the trio had washed the wild vegetables by the mountain spring, they slung their baskets over their shoulders and began their journey home. The sun was nearing the horizon, and if they did not return soon, the encroaching darkness would render their path increasingly perilous. As Chu Yue gazed at the full basket of wild vegetables, her face still glowing with excitement, Lu Xinghe stepped forward, reaching for her basket. Let me carry that. Noticing Lu Xinghe's striking profile, Chu Yue softly protested, but you still have firewood to carry, it is of no concern. Stay close to me, do not wander off, he replied with an air of finality. Lu Xinghe looked at the basket effortlessly held in Lu Xinghe's hand, his expression one of feigned innocence. Elder brother, could you spare a moment to consider me as well? Lu Xinghe shot him a fleeting glance. Your basket is small enough for you to carry it yourself. Lu Xinghe pouted, elder brother has changed. They were now able to see the hollow where the firewood was hidden, but the rustling sounds coming from the depths of the mountains compelled the three to halt in their tracks. Lu Xinghe, vigilant, positioned himself protectively behind Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe. Feeling a surge of fear, Lu Xinghe recalled hearing tales of the wild beasts in the mountains that could indeed consume a person. Elder brother, what should we do now? Chu Yue, too, felt a twinge of anxiety as the lurking danger sent her heart racing. Lu Xinghe remained silent, placing the basket aside, gripping the spade firmly in one hand while holding the fish in the other. You too, back away slowly, as far as you can. If he was not mistaken, the creature lurking in the shadows had been lured by the scent of the fish. Suddenly, with a grunt, a medium-sized wild boar burst forth, charging straight for the fish in Lu Xinghe's hand just as he expected. Lu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with determination as he sprinted to the side, attempting to divert the wild boar's attention. The boar relentlessly pursued him, fixated on the fish leading the boar away. Lu Xinghe dashed toward a sturdy tree, deliberately slowing his pace as he approached the tree. The boar was closing in on him. In a split second, Lu Xinghe accelerated, and the boar, sensing the urgency, did the same. He raced towards the tree, and as he neared it, he leaped onto the uneven trunk, displaying remarkable agility. However, the wild boar could not climb trees. Its momentum carried it forward, resulting in a collision against the trunk that left it dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xinghe swiftly turned around, aiming the spade at the boar's most vulnerable spot, just above its eyes. With a decisive blow, a wound opened on the boar's head, and it staggered before collapsing to the ground. Lu Xinghe landed beside it and delivered 2 kicks, ensuring it was no longer moving. Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, watching from a distance, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they saw Lu Xinghe had successfully slain the boar. Elder brother, are you unharmed? Lu Xinghe turned to look at them. I am fine. He handed the spade and fish toward them. But you two will need to help me carry these. I must bear the wild boar. Chu Yue hurried forward, accepting the spade and fish from Lu Xinghe. I'll take these, let us leave quickly. The smell of blood is too strong, it may attract other predators. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement, and with Chu Yue's assistance, he hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder and guided the two back down the mountain. As they emerged from the forest, they found Yun Suehe waiting for them in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe bearing the enormous creature, she quickly instructed Lu Xinghe, who was busy in the kitchen. Xinghe, come quickly and help your elder brother. With that, she pressed her hand to her chest and hurried towards the courtyard gate, flinging it open. What a massive wild boar! Lu Xinghe chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, mother. This wild boar was personally dispatched by elder brother. After opening the gate, Yun Suehe stepped aside to allow them entry. Hurry inside, did you not go for wild vegetables? How did you end up in the depths of the mountains? What if something happened to you? Just as Lu Xinghe finished boiling rice, he heard the commotion and rushed outside. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe carrying the wild boar, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he hurried to help him unload the boar. Lu Xinghe placed his hands on his hips and let out a deep breath. I will head to the town early tomorrow morning. Is there anything we need at home? I shall bring it all back. Chapter 5. The old womanly desiring wild boar trotters. Our rice supply is running low, Lu Xinghe remarked after a moment of contemplation. If possible, could you bring back some salt, elder brother? While we can still forage for wild vegetables, I would like to prepare some pickled dishes to store for the winter. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Certainly. Yun Suehe then pulled Chu Yue before Lu Xinghe. If you are going to the town tomorrow, please take Ye with you. Her clothes are in tatters, pick out a couple of pieces of fabric she likes, and I will sew her a few changes when you return. Due to her frail health, Yun Suehe was unable to perform heavy labor and had been focusing on embroidery at home. Occasionally, she would stitch a couple of handkerchiefs for Lu Xinghe to sell in town or craft a set of clothes for villagers, earning a little silver to help with household expenses. Upon hearing Yun Suehe's words, Chu Yue quickly waved her hands. No, my clothes are still wearable given our current hardships. It would be better to buy more grain to last through the winter. Seeing such a sensible girl, Yun Suehe felt a pang of sympathy. If she were her daughter, she would surely cherish her dearly, yet now that she had become her daughter-in-law, she was no different from a daughter. She took Chu Yue's hand. Do not concern yourself with such matters. We have both your mother and Xinghe to support us. If necessary, I can simply embroider a few more handkerchiefs. It is not a great burden. Lu Xinghe examined Chu Yue and recalled the tattered garments piled at the foot of his bed, speaking softly. Grain can be purchased, and clothes must be made. However, your mother's health is not robust. You will need to assist her when the time comes. If it weren't for your keen eyes today, we would not have discovered that fish. Without that fish, we would not have attracted such a large wild boar. Chu Yue pressed her lips together, ultimately conceding with a reluctant agreement. As a scholar, Lu Xinghe held no belief in supernatural beings. However, the speaker's casual words resonated with the listener. Upon learning that the wild boar had been brought back due to Chu Yue, Yun Suehe felt even more pleased with her, smiling at Chu Yue. It seems our Yeye is indeed fortunate. At that moment, an elderly woman with graying hair peeked in from outside the courtyard. Oh! Xinghe has brought back such a large wild boar, it must weigh over 150 pounds. This woman was Li, the mother of Sun Daju from next door, renowned for her sharp tongue in Banpo village. Li had caused Daju's wife to propose a separation from her in-laws due to her intolerable nature. After Daju's father passed away a few years ago, Li, feeling disillusioned with life, chose to live leisurely between her two sons' homes, enjoying a relaxed retirement. Upon seeing Li, Yun Suehe instinctively shielded the wild boar behind her. Oh, it is just you, auntie. It is not such a large pig. Given the current market, it may not fetch much at all. Noticing Yun Sueha's protective demeanor, Li snorted inwardly. It was no wonder she had lost her husband, displaying such stinginess. Out of pity for her long absence from meat, Li refrained from voicing her disdain. We are all neighbors here, my son Daju lives nearby. We may need to support each other in the future, so do remember him if any benefits arise. Yun Sueha forced a smile. You speak wisely, auntie. When Xinghe was away, Daju's wife, Luo, had been quite considerate towards them. While she did not mind extending favors to Daju's family, she disliked the overt demands, especially from someone like Li. Previously, whenever Luo lent a hand, this old woman would scold her openly and even take her grievances to Xinghe's grandparents, causing the entire village to mock them. This situation improved slightly after Luo bore 2 daughters and then a son. However, even though Luo had helped her somewhat, with 3 children to mend and care for, she was no less busy, and it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Li pointed toward the wild boar. I can see that the trotters look quite plump, they must be delicious. The atmosphere instantly froze. They intended to sell the wild boar in town for money and had never considered consuming it. Moreover, the trotters were substantial, weighing at least 10 pounds. How brazen of Li to suggest such a thing. At that moment, Chu Yue, who had been silent, tugged at Yun Sueha's sleeve with a look of grievance. Mother, did you not say the money from selling the wild boar would be used to buy me fabric for clothes? If it is divided now, will I not be left without garments to wear? You promised me. Her final words carried a palpable indignation that resonated with everyone present. Although Yun Sueha and Chu Yue had not known each other long, she understood her character. She silently praised Chu Yue for her perceptiveness and gently patted her hand. Very well, I will not divide the wild boar, I will sell it to make you clothes. Li raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yun Sueha. Is this the daughter-in-law the Chu family sent you? Yun Sueha and Chu Yue exchanged glances, managing a slight smile. Indeed. Li's expression shifted, her disdain for Chu Yue evident. If I may say, this girl is utterly clueless. In this household, besides you, there is Xinghe. How can she presume to make decisions? Not to mention her father's disgraceful actions, she should learn to keep a low profile, yet she dares to ask you for clothes to wear. How audacious. Hearing this, Yun Sueha grew indignant. Aunt Li, you are an elder, and I shall not stoop to your level. My daughter-in-law neither scolded you nor laid a hand on you. Why must you speak so ill of her? The wrongdoing lies with her father, and she is merely an unfortunate child caught in the fray. At your age, can you not maintain a shred of dignity? Her agitation grew, nearly causing her to faint again. Seeing this, Chu Yue quickly reached out to soothe Yun Sueha's back. Mother, why stoop to the level of such a shrew? Do not let your anger affect your health. Yet, Yun Sueha's defense touched Chu Yue deeply. At least during her time in Nyoto village, her own parents had never cared for her well-being. Chu Yue glared coldly at Li. Allow me to give you a warning. If my mother suffers any distress due to your words today, do not expect to escape unscathed. Li was not one to shy away from confrontation. What nonsense are you spouting? How have I upset her? I haven't even touched a finger to her. If she feels unwell, it is her own doing, and it has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, the others in the courtyard were incensed, and Lu Xinghe's face darkened ominously. He exchanged glances with his younger brothers, conveying a silent agreement. Some matters were unsuitable for him to address directly, but his younger brothers could act without consequence. Lu Xinghe silently filled a basin with water used for washing rice, while Lu Xinghe grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. The brothers, as if choreographed, splashed the contents in Li's direction, drenching her in muddy water. Get out, never come to my home again. Chapter 6. A silence. You old witch. Old Li, drenched to the skin, was so furious she could hardly contain herself. Damn it, you heartless swindlers, it serves you right that your men are gone and your father's dead. Have you forgotten how my Daju and daughter-in-law have taken care of you all this time? You can't even spare a morsel from the wild boar you caught. It truly belittles their kindness towards you. Li's incessant tirade left Yun Sueha trembling with rage, rendering her speechless. Chu Yue, fearing for her well-being, supported her with one hand while sternly admonishing Old Li, be quiet. That thunderous shout indeed silenced Old Li, redirecting the attention of the onlookers to the new daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Few could boast the audacity to quiet such a shrew, which was quite impressive. However, despite her brashness, the fact that she had brought home a wild boar upon her arrival suggested she was indeed fortunate. Perhaps the Lu family's fortunes were about to turn. The 3 brothers, Lu Xinghe, Lu Xingping, and Lu Xinghen, exchanged surprised glances at the girl before them. Though she remained petite and slender, their perception of her suddenly grew larger than life. Several women began to speak in support of Yun's family. Old hag, if you want meat, then buy it yourself. Why should we share the wild boar that Xinghe brought home? Are you charming, or did you contribute money? Moreover, while the Zhu and Luo have assisted the Yun family, hasn't he everything they have ever had been used by Yun's daughter for mending? Indeed, how utterly shameless. The head of the household has passed, and it's not as if they wished for it. Why must you tear open old wounds? If my mother-in-law had your temperament, I can only imagine the havoc that would ensue. These women, who often sought assistance from Yun, naturally rallied to her side. Hearing their discussions, Old Li's fury intensified, and she plopped down on the ground, wailing, "Oh, why is my life so bitter? In my youth, I toiled like a beast, and now, after my husband's death, I'm bullied by so many. Where is the justice in this?" Yet, the crowd looked on without pity, their expressions reflecting amusement rather than sympathy. By heaven's truth, no one is bullying you, you are merely seeking trouble for yourself, mother. At that moment, a man and a woman approached with grim expressions, none other than Sun Daju and Luosher, who had come upon hearing the commotion. They had initially hesitated to show their faces out of embarrassment, but their mother's outrageous behavior compelled them to intervene. "What are you making a scene about?" Oldly, upon seeing her son, felt as if she had found a stronghold. "Deshu, your mother suffers terribly, they are all picking on me." She pointed toward Chu Yue's direction, especially the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. "I didn't even touch the hem of Yun's clothing, yet she claims any misfortune that befalls Yun is my fault. Look at me, drenched in their filth. Just because your father is dead, does that mean your mother is an easy target?" Sun Daju and Lu Xinghe, witnessing their mother's lament, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They stepped forward, each taking an arm to lead her home. However, Oldly stubbornly resisted, berating her son and daughter-in-law for their perceived ingratitude, insisting they were turning their backs on her. Sun Daju sighed in resignation. "Mother, let us discuss this at home. There is no need to embarrass yourself out here." Oldly erupted in a torrent of curses. "What do you mean, embarrass myself? After such grievances, you won't even seek justice for your mother. I've raised a bunch of ungrateful wretches." Yun Sueha watched the raucous trio depart, releasing a breath of relief, then turned to the women who had previously spoken in her favor. "Thank you all for your support earlier." The women waved their hands dismissively. "It was nothing much." They then turned to Chu Yue. "But your daughter-in-law is quite something. Sueha, after enduring so much, it seems your hardships are finally coming to an end." Yun Sueha readily agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the women departed to prepare their evening meals. As dinner time approached, once the crowd dispersed, Yun Sueha appeared utterly exhausted, her face pale. Chu Yue noticed and felt a pang of worry. "Mother, why don't you rest for a bit? We can handle dinner. I often prepare meals at my own family's home, so I'm quite capable." Yun Sueha nodded in agreement. "All right." Assisting her mother to sit down, Chu Yue swiftly retrieved the wild vegetables and herbs from the two baskets. She washed a portion of the vegetables, while the rest was loosely packed back into the basket, sprinkled with water, and stacked in a corner of the kitchen. She then took a bamboo tray to spread the herbs out to dry in the yard. Given the prolonged dry spell, she had no fear of rain ruining them. As the argument subsided, Lu Xinghe returned to the kitchen to start a fire for cooking, while Lu Xinghe busied himself. Unable to participate in the earlier shouting match due to his stature, he nonetheless made himself useful, cleaning and preparing the fish while Chu Yue organized the vegetables. He then moved a wooden board to lay the wild boar upon it before heading to the kitchen for a knife. With the wild boar freshly killed, he gathered a large bowl of blood. Throughout this process, Lu Xinghe lent a helping hand. Once Chu Yue finished drying the herbs, she entered the kitchen. By then, Lu Xinghe's brown rice porridge was nearly ready. The kitchen had only one pot. Chu Yue ladled out the porridge into a large bowl, rinsed the pot with water, and began frying the fish. To simplify matters, she didn't salt the vegetables separately. Instead, she added them directly to the fish broth, creating a hearty soup of fresh fish and wild greens. The creamy broth wafted an enticing aroma, with the vibrant green vegetable leaves floating atop the fish soup, stimulating appetites. To add a touch of saltiness, she poured in the leftover pickled vegetables from lunch. The village was small, and many families had not tasted meat in quite some time. The savory scent of Lua's fish soup wafting through the air caused mouths to water, prompting some women to urge their husbands to fish in the nearby river, which was nearly dried up. If the Lu family could enjoy fish, surely there was more to be found in the river. At the very least, they could unearth a couple of small crushing carp from the mud. Next door, Oldly, upon catching wind of the delicious aroma, glanced at her own meager broth with dismay, losing her appetite entirely. In a huff, she threw down her chopsticks and retreated to her room to lie down. Lu Xinghe frowned slightly, contemplating whether to call her back, but Sun Daju stopped her. "A missed meal isn't a great loss. If she doesn't eat, we will." He then divided the porridge from Oldly's bowl among the three children at the table. Chu Yue carefully ladled the fish soup from the pot and brought it to the table. Lu Xinghe had already set the bowls and chopsticks out. "Mother, brother, Xingping, dinner is served." Before long, the three entered the room, with Yun Sueha's face lit with a smile. "Even in the house, I could smell the fish soup. I didn't expect Ye's cooking to be so fragrant." "We are indeed in for a treat." Chapter 7. Grandmother Wang Xuelan. Lu Xingping busily served a bowl of soup to Yun Sueha and added a piece of fish for her. "Mother, do indulge in some more fish soup to nourish your health." He mimicked his actions for Chu Yue, filling another bowl. "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard today." His face, which appeared somewhat serious, bore a hint of nervousness, as though fearing Chu Yue might express disdain. His eyes dared not meet hers. Chu Yue graciously accepted the soup handed to her by Lu Xinghe. "Thank you, Xinghe." Lu Xinghe glanced at his two younger brothers, said nothing, and lowered his head to eat his bowl of brown rice porridge. Thanks to the large pot of fish soup, the family managed to fill their stomachs to a satisfactory degree. Yun Sueha looked outside. Although the sun had disappeared, the sky remained bright. "Xinghe, have you taken care of the wild boar?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "It has been slaughtered." Yun Sueha turned to him. "While the light still lingers, chop some of the pork into small pieces to distribute to our neighbors, those uncles and aunts who have looked after us. We owe them our gratitude. Also, cut 2 larger pieces, about 2 to 3 pounds each, one for the village chief's family and one for your grandparents. And be sure to bring a bowl of pig's blood to your grandparents. They relish it. We shall keep the rest for ourselves." Originally, living at the foot of the mountain, no one would have known about the wild boar they brought back, and they could have borrowed a cart to sell it in town at dawn. However, with the commotion caused by Granny Li, everyone was now aware, and it would be remiss not to share some. Lu Xinghe nodded repeatedly at Yun Sueha's directives. "Understood." After saying this, he headed out to distribute the meat, while Lu Xingping hurried to assist him. Lu Xinghe, on the other hand, took it upon himself to start cleaning the bowls and chopsticks, placing them in a basin to wash outside. As Chu Yue exited the kitchen, she immediately spotted the pig's intestines discarded in a corner, tossed carelessly alongside the pig's bristles as if they were mere rubbish. These were valuable. Did they intend to throw them away? Chu Yue swiftly knelt before the unsightly heap, reaching out to retrieve the intestines, only to hear Lu Xinghe's voice behind her, "Do not touch. It's filthy." Turning around, puzzled, she replied, "Are we not keeping these?" Lu Xinghe affirmed with a curt nod. "They are all unclean, do not handle them, but I will clean them up later." Chu Yue bit her lip, her voice tinged with tentative curiosity. "Can we keep the pigs offal?" Beside her, Lu Xinghe had already packed the pork destined for several uncles and aunts into a basket. He looked at her with confusion upon hearing her question. "Those dirty, foul-smelling things, even though our Banpo village is impoverished, no one can stomach such refuse, why would sister-in-law want to keep them?" With a hint of regret, Chu Yue responded, "It would be a shame to discard them. Perhaps I could make something delicious out of them." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xinghe acquiesced. "Very well, let us keep them. After all, it was merely a matter of using a bit of oil and salt. If they truly could not eat it, they could always feed it to the chickens at their grandparents' house." As Lu Xinghe prepared to thread the larger pieces of meat with some twisted rice straw, he was about to retrieve the pig's intestines when a familiar voice called from outside. "Xinghe, I heard that Granny Li has been bullying you all today?" Lu Xinghe turned to see his grandmother, Wang Xuelan. "Grandmother, what brings you here?" Wang Xuelan furrowed her brow. "I came to check after hearing about Granny Li. With 3 of you boys, your mother's gentle nature, I hope you have not suffered at that shrew's hands?" Recalling how Chu Yue had defended his mother, Lu Xinghe pressed his lips together. "Do not worry, grandmother. My mother is fine." "Mother has arrived?" Hearing the commotion, Yun Sueha emerged from the house and hurried to welcome Wang Xuelan, pouring her a cup of water. "I was just about to send some meat to you 2 elders through Xinghe. Now that you are here, we can save him the trip." After speaking, she turned to Lu Xinghe, instructing him to bring the prepared meat and a bowl of pig's blood. Wang Xuelan sighed. "I did not come for your meat, I merely wanted to see how things were since I heard about Granny Li's misdeeds. If it weren't for your elder brothers insisting on splitting the family, you wouldn't have had to endure bullying from that scoundrel." She turned to Yun Sueha, "If such matters arise again, simply send Xingping to find me. Your family lives far, and there are many things I cannot oversee." Even though her third son was no longer present, the 3 grandsons were still of the Lu family stock. It was unacceptable to allow an outsider to walk all over them. Yun Sueha nodded, acknowledging her words. "I will remember, but let us not dwell on the past. It might upset the feelings of sister-in-law and the younger siblings. Besides, our family has not truly suffered. Granny Li left covered in mud today." Wang Xuelan spat in disdain. "Serves her right." Then she turned her gaze to the silent Chu Yue standing nearby. "Is this your daughter-in-law?" "Indeed." Yun Sueha beckoned Chu Yue over, introducing her to Wang Xuelan. "Yeah, is the second daughter of the Chu family from Nyoto village. Life has not been easy for her at home, yet she is quite fortunate. Ever since she arrived, Xinghe has brought back wild boars." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Yue. Understanding the cue, Chu Yue approached Wang Xuelan and cheerfully greeted, "Grandmother." Though this was their first meeting, Wang Xuelan, looking upon the young girl with striking features, felt a mild fondness blooming within her. Reaching into her sleeve, she produced a small silver ingot and placed it in Chu Yue's palm, estimating it weighed about a yen. "Take this to help with household expenses. Your grandparents are aging, and with so many mouths to feed, they have not amassed many valuable possessions over the years. From now on, live harmoniously with Xinghe. A united family is essential for a prosperous life." A yen of silver could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Chu Yue, having never held such a sum before, felt somewhat flustered as she glanced toward Yun Sueha for guidance. Yun Sueha appeared to share her sentiment, sensing the amount was rather generous. "Mother, your life is not easy either." Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively. "This is also your father's intention. Let the girl keep it." Rising to her feet, she added, "Since you are all well, I shall take my leave. There are still many matters awaiting my attention at home." Seeing Wang Xuelan preparing to depart, Yun Sueha quickly called out, "Xinghe, cut 2 more pounds of meat for your grandmother to take with her." Ultimately, Wang Xuelan, unable to refuse, returned home with 4 to 5 pounds of wild boar meat and a bowl of pig's blood, cheerfully scolding Granny Li as she passed by Sundaju's house. At that moment, Granny Li contemplated confronting her, but having not eaten dinner, she found herself lacking the energy, opting instead to lie in bed, sulking. Chapter 8, The trip to town. After Wang Xuelan departed, Chu Yue glanced at the silver ingot in her hand and extended it towards Yun Sueha. "Mother, please take this." Yun Sueha pushed Chu Yue's hand back. "This is a gift from your grandmother. Just keep it for now. Tomorrow we shall venture into the town, where there will be ample opportunities to spend." Chu Yue then retrieved her hand, treating the fragmented silver as if it were a precious treasure, tucking it into the pouch at her bosom. To her, this represented a substantial sum. At this moment, Lu Xingping, who had been delivering pork to several neighbors, returned, his basket now containing a few eggs and a small bunch of wild vegetables gifted back by the neighbors. He emptied the contents of the basket and placed a larger piece of pork inside before heading out again towards the Li family. Lu Xinghe had already cleaned the pig's intestines. Chu Yue placed the intestines into a basin and fetched some clean wood ash from the stove. The wood ash not only mitigates odors but also absorbs impurities, making it a cost-effective and practical choice for cleaning the pig's intestines. As she hung the washed intestines from the kitchen beam, the sky had begun to darken. To avoid stumbling in the dark, the family had washed up early and retreated to their respective rooms. Strictly speaking, this was the wedding night of Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe. However, due to Chu Yue's tender age and Lu Xinghe's lack of inclination in that regard, they settled into their room, one curled up in a corner of the Kong, the other seated by the window, diligently transcribing a small book under the faint light. After a considerable time had elapsed, long enough for Chu Yue to nearly drift into slumber, she suppressed her inner apprehension and softly called out, "Husband?" Lu Xinghe, engrossed in his transcription, responded naturally. Summoning her courage, Chu Yue asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He turned his head, gazing at the girl huddled in the Kong, who appeared remarkably vulnerable. Suddenly, he realized that this was her first night here, and his heart softened. "We are headed to town tomorrow, so rather than making a second trip in a few days, I will finish transcribing these books first." "You should sleep." Chu Yue yawned. "Then don't stay up too late." Noticing her concern for him, Lu Xinghe's lips curled slightly. "All right." Chu Yue was utterly exhausted and fell asleep at once, unaware of when Lu Xinghe had joined her on the Kong. She only realized the following morning that he had already risen. Glancing at the dim light filtering through the window, Chu Yue hurriedly donned her shoes, freshened up a bit, and busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of coarse rice porridge, a stir-fry of wild vegetables, and each had a steamed bun. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe loaded the wild boar meat and the medicinal herbs they had gathered the previous day onto the borrowed cart, neatly covering the meat with straw, and then set off with Chu Yue in tow. The nearest town to Banpo village was Nanyuan town. Due to the village's poverty and the poor condition of the roads, they could not even afford a bullock cart. It took them a full hour to reach Nanyuan town on foot. As they walked, Chu Yue wiped the sweat from her brow, remaining silent throughout the journey. Just a short distance from the village entrance, Lu Xinghe halted the cart. "Would you like to ride? I can push you." Chu Yue quickly shook her head. "No, thank you, the cart is already quite heavy, I will walk." Lu Xinghe made no further insistence, merely allowing her to place the basket she was carrying onto the cart. Inside the basket were the handkerchiefs that Yun Sui had instructed Chu Yue to sell in town, which were not heavy at all. They did not pause along the way, arriving at Nanyuan town in one go. Nanyuan town was the most developed among the nearby towns, marked by two towering stone pillars at its entrance, upon which a beam bore the grand inscription Nanyuan town. Although soldiers guarded the entrance, their role was primarily to maintain order rather than to trouble the common folk, so on this sweltering day, many sat beneath the shade of a large tree not far from the pillars. Upon entering the town with Lu Xinghe, Chu Yue headed straight for the largest tavern in Nanyuan, the Huayu Tower. Lu Xinghe typically delivered his game here, as Huayu Tower had a thriving business and welcomed wild game with open arms. They entered through the back door and approached the manager, who recognized Lu Xinghe and readily accepted their wild boar meat at the price of 25 won per jin. After accounting for what they had sent out and reserving a small piece for themselves, they sold a total of 130 jin of wild boar meat for 3,150 won. Chu Yue requested the manager to exchange 3,000 won for 3 taels of silver, while the remaining 150 won was tied together with hemp twine and placed in the basket. After selling the boar meat, they first visited a cloth shop, where they sold the 13 handkerchiefs that Yun Sui had painstakingly embroidered over the past 2 months for 8 won each, before spending 80 won on 2 pieces of fabric for Chu Yue to make summer garments. Given Yun Sui's exceptional craftsmanship, the shopkeeper would likely have only offered 3 or 5 won for handkerchiefs made by an ordinary person. With the fabric purchased, they proceeded to Wang Qing's bookstore. The books Lu Xinghe had copied were priced at 30 won each, and he had transcribed a total of 10, totaling 300 won. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Xinghe's gaze fell upon one particular book on the shelf. "How much is that book?" The young shop assistant replied promptly, "That book, Chronicles of Various Nations, is 3 taels of silver." Chu Yue was taken aback. The books here were indeed expensive. Hearing the price, Lu Xinghe immediately averted his gaze. "Are there no transcription jobs available recently?" The assistant shook his head. "It seems not for the time being. The batch you submitted today was ordered in bulk by a scholar from the academy. Given this year's poor harvest, it is likely that even fewer students will enroll in the second half of the year. Were it not for Lu Xinghe's beautiful handwriting, he would likely not have secured any transcription work at this bookstore." Nodding, Lu Xinghe thanked the assistant and led Chu Yue to Chen's medicine shop, where he regularly procured medicine for Yun Sui. Chen's medicine shop was known for its integrity in Nanyuan town. Upon entering, they found the shopkeeper tallying accounts behind the counter, who looked up. "Are you two here for medicine or a consultation?" "Shopkeeper, do you buy medicinal herbs? We have fresh herbs we gathered from the mountains yesterday," Chu Yue inquired. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately responded, "May I take a look?" Chu Yue nodded and produced the herbs from the basket. In addition to the chai hu root, there were 2 heads of sanchi and several common herbs. Although the quantity was modest, the method of gathering and processing was commendable. An expert could discern quality, and upon examining the herbs, shopkeeper Chen recognized that they had encountered knowledgeable gatherers. "What is your name, little girl?" "Chu Yue." He then turned his gaze to Lu Xinghe beside her. "And who might this be?" Chu Yue's face flushed slightly. "He is my husband, surnamed Lu." Shopkeeper Chen was taken aback. He had initially assumed they were siblings, only to discover they were married. "You are quite young to be married, young lady." Chu Yue replied somewhat vaguely, "Our family is poor, we had no choice." The shopkeeper nodded, recognizing the sensitivity of the matter, and refrained from pressing further. "Did you process these herbs yourself?" Chu Yue affirmed, "Yes, is there a problem?" "None at all." "Young lady, do you have knowledge of medicine?" The shopkeeper asked directly. The The thing is, a lady has recently been seeking a female doctor. If you understand medicine, I might be able to recommend you to try your luck. From my observation, her ailment should not be too difficult to manage. Chapter 9 My lord, will you continue with the imperial examinations in the future? When seeking medical help, women typically prefer female physicians, often due to personal concerns. However, Chu Yue had previously made it clear to Lu Xinghe that her knowledge was superficial at best. Moreover, her primary focus in her past life was Western medicine, with traditional Chinese medicine merely serving as a supplementary field. She was, in truth, not particularly skilled in pulse diagnosis or herbal prescriptions. Thank you for your kind offer, but I only know a few medicinal herbs because a neighbor from my maternal family is a traveling doctor. I am not capable of making serious diagnoses, she replied. The shopkeeper expressed his regret. What a pity. Pointing to several herbs on the counter, Chu Yue asked, if you are purchasing herbs, could you calculate the value for me first? I will buy them, he replied. After a moment's consideration, the shopkeeper looked at Chu Yue and said, young lady, since you are knowledgeable about herbs, I shall speak plainly. The quantity of this chai is substantial and of good quality. I will offer you 800 won for it. The 2 heads of sanchi will be valued at 600 won, and the remaining herbs are quite common, so I will round it up to 100 won for you. As he spoke, the shopkeeper deftly manipulated the abacus. In total, that amounts to 1 tael and 500 won. What do you think? If that seems fair, I will purchase all your herbs. What objection could Chu Yue possibly have? She nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall sell, she affirmed. Lu Xinghe was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that such a basket of herbs could fetch such a sum. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that perhaps marrying her was indeed a wise decision. After the shopkeeper settled the accounts, Lu Xinghe spent an additional 261 to procure some medicine for Yun Sui, and the two left the apothecary together. Thanks to the sale of the wild boar and the herbs, they had managed to cover their expenses. Otherwise, the few hundred won earned from the handkerchiefs and copying books would hardly suffice, with most of it already spent on medicinal herbs. It was no wonder that, despite Lu Xinghe's admirable attributes, few young women were willing to marry him. In these times, being able to fill one's belly was of utmost importance. Chu Yue mused that since she already had a foundation in medicine, it would be splendid if she could find a formidable master to help her delve deeper into traditional Chinese medicine. The practitioners in most apothecaries were predominantly male. If she were to gain expertise, she would likely be well received by the ladies of the community. Having meandered around the town until noon, the two found themselves nearly blinded by the sharp sunlight. Lu Xinghe guided the cart to a small stall where they spent 13 won on 2 bowls of noodles and a pot of tea. After a morning without water, Chu Yue felt as though her throat might crack, so she quickly downed 3 large cups as soon as the tea was served. Are you tired? Lu Xinghe inquired suddenly. Despite being just a child, she had accompanied him around all morning without a single complaint. He wondered what kind of life she had led in Yodo village. Chu Yue paused for a moment before shaking her head. I'm fine. In truth, her legs were already sore, but she refrained from voicing it, feeling it inappropriate to complain given their limited acquaintance. Lu Xinghe recognized her bravado. A resolute expression crossed his handsome face. After we finish the noodles, we shall go buy some things. You can ride in the cart on the way home. Chu Yue pressed her lips together, initially wishing to refuse, but before she could articulate her thoughts, the noodle vendor brought out their order. After enjoying their meal and finishing the tea, they left 13 won as payment and headed toward the grain store. It was midday, and the heat was intense, leaving the grain store devoid of customers. As Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue pushed the cart to the entrance, the young attendant guarding the door brightened up and hurried over to greet them. Welcome, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with today? We would like 30 pounds of brown rice, Lu Xinghe stated. The price for brown rice was 5 won per pound, making it a total of 150 won. Were it not for the earnings of the day, he would not have dared to make such a purchase, as he usually only bought 10 pounds at a time. Chu Yue stepped forward and tugged at Lu Xinghe's sleeve, pointing to the discounted aged rice at the entrance. My lord, let us buy some of the aged rice as well. Although the flavor of aged rice was somewhat lacking, it was easier to digest than brown rice, and new rice was priced at 8 won per pound. The cost of aged rice should not differ significantly. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it would be wise to stockpile more food. The attendant, overhearing their conversation, eagerly chimed in. This young lady has a keen eye. This rice is from last year's harvest, produced 2 years ago. Due to the relatively dry weather these past 2 years, it has been preserved well and has minimal moldy odor. We consume this rice ourselves. It's only 5 won per pound, the same price as brown rice, making it quite a bargain. Chu Yue had already taken a handful of rice to smell, and it indeed matched the attendant's description. Moreover, at just 5 won per pound, such an opportunity was not to be missed. Her face lit up with excitement. Having brought the cart, they could afford to buy more. She gently pinched Lu Xinghe's sleeve and whispered in his ear, My lord, shall we purchase more of the aged rice? With the current drought, if there is a poor harvest, we will surely face famine, and the price of grain is bound to rise. The soft, melodic voice sent a shiver down Lu Xinghe's spine, and he swallowed nervously as he gazed into Chu Yue's sparkling eyes. Very well. With so many mouths to feed at home and a bit of extra money on hand, purchasing additional grain would be prudent. He turned to the attendant. How much aged rice do you have left? The attendant held up 2 fingers. Approximately 200 pounds. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinghe spoke again, then I shall take it all. Certainly. Please wait a moment while I fetch the remaining aged rice from the warehouse. The attendant was visibly excited, as he had not anticipated encountering such a significant customer at midday. If this transaction went through, he could earn several copper coins in commission. Ultimately, they purchased 200 pounds of aged rice and 30 pounds of brown rice, spending a total of 1 tael and 151. Chu Yue skillfully negotiated with the grain store to receive an additional 5 pounds of white flour as a bonus. After all this commotion, the grain they bought should suffice to sustain their family until the following spring. The once light cart creaked under the weight of the 200 pounds of aged rice. Fortunately, the grain store was adjacent to a shop selling oil, salt, and vinegar. Due to the exorbitant price of salt, Chu Yue could only afford 5 taels. It is said that 3 sacks of rice cost a pound of salt. While that may be an exaggeration, the price was indeed staggering, 15 won per tael. Thus, the 5 taels of salt cost a hefty 75 won, enough to buy 15 pounds of aged rice. In addition to the salt, she spent 15 won on some peppercorns, fresh ginger, and garlic cloves, as well as 30 won on a small jar of brown sugar. After securing the seasonings, the two set off for home. As they exited Nanping town, Lu Xinghe had turned to Chu Yue, who was pushing the cart beside him. "You should ride in the cart, I can manage." Chu Yue shook her head. "No, it's too heavy." Lu Xinghe glanced ahead. "The next stretch is downhill. When we encounter an uphill section, you can help me push." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue agreed and climbed into the cart. Sitting atop it, she gazed at Lu Xinghe, who appeared remarkably at ease. "My lord, will you continue with the imperial examinations in the future?" Lu Xinghe's movements faltered momentarily before he returned to his usual demeanor. "It seems unlikely." Chapter 10. The rice field was disturbed this time. It was merely good fortune that earned him a few taels of silver. Usually, the earnings are barely sufficient to cover his mother's medicine, let alone the considerable expenses associated with the imperial examinations. When his father took the examinations to become a scholar, he nearly exhausted the family's resources, leaving them in dire straits. Just as they were beginning to see the fruits of their labor, he vanished without a trace. The once tax-exempt fields now resumed their taxation due to his disappearance. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart that he must have sacrificed his dream of the examinations for the sake of his mother and 2 younger brothers. As the eldest son and brother, this was an inescapable responsibility he bore. If only he could devise a way to earn a little more money. Lost in thought, Chu Yue was suddenly drawn from her reverie when Lu Xinghe looked up at her and asked, "How did you come to realize that this prolonged drought could lead to famine?" While many were preoccupied with their immediate hunger, this 13 or 14-year-old girl displayed remarkable foresight. Piquing his curiosity, Chu Yue replied with poise, "Isn't it quite evident, it has been 2 months of drought. Over in Yono village, not only the fields but even the ponds have dried up and the rice husks are flat. This year, we might have to draw from our savings just to pay taxes, and next year will be even more challenging." Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. As Chu Yue noticed the cart slowing down, she realized they were beginning to ascend a slope. She quickly jumped down to assist Lu Xinghe in pushing the cart home. The two engaged in casual conversation as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the village entrance. Chu Yue hurriedly pulled the rice straw that had been pressed underneath to cover the grain, and Lu Xinghe, understanding her intent, helped her conceal it. Once they had secured the grain, they took a longer route home to avoid the prying eyes of the villagers. Yue, seeing the two through the window, called out, "Xingping, hurry and help. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are back." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Xingping quickly opened the courtyard gate and assisted Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue in bringing the cart inside. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, what have you bought that is so heavy?" "Grain," Lu Xinghe replied, as he unloaded 2 large bags of aged rice and a small bag of brown rice covered with straw. "Xingping, take the cart back to Aunt Lin's house first." "All right," he said cheerfully, pleased to see so much grain, which meant their family would not go hungry for a considerable time. As soon as Lu Xingping left, Yue frowned and quietly asked, "Xinghe, why did you buy so much grain? Did you spend all the silver you earned today?" Lu Xinghe continued moving the grain into the house. "Mother, don't worry so much. I have a plan in mind. These grains won't spoil immediately. We can store them and consume them gradually." Since Lu Xinghe had assured her of his calculations, Yue refrained from pressing further, only cautioning him to keep their grain supply a secret to avoid drawing envy. Chu Yue organized the seasonings, medicines, and 2 pieces of cloth she had purchased before placing the remaining 3 taels of silver into Yue hands. "Mother, please keep the remaining silver." Yue looked down in surprise. "So much?" Chu Yue smiled. "Today we earned over 5 taels in total. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to buy so much grain." Yue nodded, counting out 200 copper coins from a larger stash and stringing them together into a tael to hand to Chu Yue. "Take this for your pocket money. I will keep the rest for now. If it runs out, just ask me again. In the future, we will have many expenses as a family." "All right," Chu Yue accepted without hesitation, securing the 200 coins in a discreet spot before leaving the room. She retrieved the pig intestines that Lu Xinghe had washed with wood ash the day before, cutting off a third to place in the large pot, covering it with water and adding a few slices of ginger to boil, intending to make spicy stir-fried intestines for dinner. The remaining intestines were salted and hung from the beam to be made into smoked sausage for later consumption. "Sister-in-law, let me start the fire," Lu Xinghe said, noticing Chu Yue busy in the kitchen and rushing to help. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe placed the aged rice down and took a water bucket to the fields. The weather was too dry, and the water he had poured yesterday had likely evaporated, so he needed to fetch more to irrigate the crops. However, when he returned home later that evening, his expression was rather grim. Chu Yue sensed something was amiss but dared not ask, focusing instead on her own tasks. Yet Yue, puzzled, inquired, "Xinghe, what troubles you?" A flicker of anger flashed in Lu Xinghe's eyes as he replied, I carried over 20 loads of water to irrigate the fields yesterday, and the water should have sufficed for today. I don't know who has tampered with it, but all the water has flowed into someone else's fields. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe was furious. Who could be so shameless? They have no right to take the water that was painstakingly carried. It's clear they intend to cut off our supply, they will face retribution for this. Lu Xinghe glanced at Lu Xinghe, attempting to soothe her. Mother, try not to worry. Fortunately, we have been watering the fields regularly, so the soil remains moist. I carried a few loads of water just now, and tomorrow morning, I will fetch more. Lu Xinghe sighed heavily, placing a hand over her heart. It's not just about that. I worry for you, since the water from above has dried up. You have been laboring to carry water for over a month, while you toil tirelessly. Those heartless, lazy folks simply reap the benefits. It frustrates me. Chu Yue, who had been slicing ginger and garlic, set down her knife. Mother, please don't be upset. If you let your anger get the better of you, it will only harm your health, and we will all worry. Besides, getting angry at those thieves won't yield any results. It's not worth it. She turned to Lu Xinghe, how about I accompany you to the fields tomorrow? She wished to see the condition of the grain. If they had put in so much effort but the yield was disappointingly low, it would be better to use their time for other pursuits. If about half of the grain was full, with just over 20 days until harvest, they could manage with some effort then. Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yue, initially inclined to refuse, but inexplicably nodded in agreement. All right. After finishing the ginger and garlic, Chu Yue went inside to prepare the stir-fried intestines. The intestines had a distinctive flavor, and with the addition of ginger, garlic, and Sichuan pepper, the aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. This scent reached the home of Sun Daju next door, drawing the attention of his mother. Li Posey had hoped to receive a piece of meat the day before, but Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingping had not delivered any to their home, leaving her in a foul mood all day. Now, catching the delicious scent of stir-fried intestines wafting from Lu Xinghe's home, she swallowed hard while grumbling at Sun Daju and Luo Shi. I say, that Jun family is filled with ungrateful wretches. With such a large pig, they distributed meat to every neighbor, yet they couldn't spare even a piece for us. Haven't we helped them enough in the past? Chapter 11. Finally enlightened Sun Daju furrowed his brow, saying, Mother, please refrain from speaking. Our family has been neighbors with the Yun family for many years. They are simply not the sort of people you describe. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind this statement. In truth, it was his mother who had acted inappropriately, and had it been anyone else treating him in such a manner, he would not have offered them any meat. Old Lady Li rolled her eyes. If they are not that kind of people, then why didn't they even spare you a piece of pork? Do they look down on us or what? Luo Shi harbored some grievances as well, but her ire was directed not at the Yun family, but at Old Lady Li. If you hadn't caused such a ruckus yesterday, they might have shared some with us. Old Lady Li raised an eyebrow, her voice sharpening. Oh. Are you blaming me now? She glanced at Sun Daju. Daju, look at your wife, so disrespectful in front of her mother -law. Is she trying to revolt? Luo Shi refused to back down. It was your mistake to begin with. How does that make me disrespectful? You had the audacity to go and ask for a pig trotter. Your face truly is quite large. As the two women prepared to clash, Sun Daju swiftly intervened. Enough. Can't you both just settle down? It's merely a piece of meat. Tomorrow, if I have time, I can go to town and buy some. Upon hearing her son's words, Old Lady Li's face broke into a smile, the wrinkles deepening. Ah, my son truly cares for his mother. I shall await your meat. With that, she returned to her room, dreaming of feasting. Luo Shi cast a reproachful glance at Sun Daju. Buying meat, you just say it without a thought. Do we have spare money for such things? We have 3 children to feed, we cannot spend all our money on your mother? Sun Daju sighed. What can we do? It's just that I fear her constant unrest at home. Our children haven tea had meat in a long while. I won tea by much, just enough for everyone to have a piece. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi let out a resigned sigh. Ever since her father-in-law passed away, life had become increasingly trying with that old woman stirring up trouble. Chu Yue served up the stir-fried pig intestines and blanched some wild vegetables. The family savored their coarse rice porridge with expressions of contentment. Lu Xingping wiped his mouth and gazed at Chu Yue with bright eyes. Sister-in-law, how did you make the pig intestines taste so delicious? Chu Yue smiled, her eyes crinkling. It's quite simple, really. As long as you eliminate the inherent taste of the intestines, they're easy to stir-fry. Lu Xingping gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills surely surpass those of the chefs in the grand taverns of town. Thinking of the grand taverns, Chu Yue reflected that while the locals regarded pig intestines as refuse, they were indeed a delicacy. She wondered if selling her recipes to the taverns would be a viable venture. At that moment, Lu Xinghe set down his chopsticks and, for once, offered a rare compliment. Truly remarkable. Typically reserved, he seldom praised anyone, so hearing him commend Chu Yue brought a smile to Lu Xinghe. In the past, Xingping and Xing'an would try hard to impress you, yet you never praised them. It certainly rings true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lu Xinghe slightly curved his lips, not refuting her words. To those observing, this was an implicit acknowledgement of Chu Yue's worth. Chu Yue, feeling her cheeks heat from Lu Xinghe's comments, quickly stood to clear the bowls. I'll wash the dishes now. Before she could leave, Lu Xinghe rose and gently took the bowl from her hands. Allow me to wash them. You've traveled with me all day, you should rest. Yun Sueha looked on with satisfaction at her eldest son's back. Finally, he has come to his senses and knows to care for his wife. Previously reluctant to marry and indifferent to the matter, she had worried that her son might remain single forever. However, with a daughter-in-law like Yaya who was kind, intelligent, and beautiful, how could one not be fond of her? Chu Yue felt a twinge of awkwardness in the kitchen. After filling a basin with water, she retreated to her room. Having spent the day outside and then cooking, she felt sticky all over and longed to clean herself and change into fresh clothes. A bath would have been delightful, but alas, there was no decent bathroom here. The outhouse was a nightmare for her. Each visit filled her with dread of accidentally falling in. Clearly, once conditions improved, the house needed renovations, especially the seemingly unstable roof that might not withstand winter snows. She would have to discuss it with Lu Xinghe later. As Chu Yue pondered these matters, the door suddenly swung open, and Lu Xinghe entered, his gaze instantly landing on her as she stripped off her outer garments, clad only in her undergarments while cleansing herself. Their eyes met, and both were enveloped in embarrassment. Chu Yue, however, did not panic. She merely hugged her arms around herself, shyly biting her lower lip and remaining silent. Lu Xinghe quickly turned and shut the door behind him. I apologize. I had no idea you were washing. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yue finally spoke, hastily putting on her clothes. All right. They were, after all, husband and wife. Overreacting would only heighten the awkwardness. It was better to adopt a nonchalant demeanor, as she was not entirely unclothed. Moreover, she trusted that Lu Xinghe was a gentleman who would not overstep boundaries. Upon hearing movement, Lu Xinghe turned back, finding Chu Yue, now fully dressed, soaking her soiled clothes in the basin. Sensing his gaze upon her, she looked up. I'm going to wash the clothes outside now, could you please step aside? Lu Xinghe snapped back to reality and moved aside from the doorway. Chu Yue, carrying the basin, lowered her head slightly as she passed him. Lu Xinghe sat down at the desk by the window, originally intending to practice calligraphy, yet his mind was ensnared by the earlier encounter. After a while, he shook his head, striving to regain his composure. She was still a girl, not yet 14. What was he thinking? After cleaning her garments and hanging them outside, Yun Sueha called Chu Yue into the house to take her measurements while there was still light. Chu Yue was at the age of growth, and Yun Sueha intended to make her clothes slightly larger than necessary, allowing her to wear them for a couple of years. I haven't asked yet. When exactly is your birthday, Yayet? Yun Sueha inquired as she measured her. August 15th, Chu Yue replied. Yun Sueha smiled. No wonder your parents named you. You were born on the moon festival, with only a month until your birthday. I believe we can finish making 2 new outfits in time. Chu Yue shook her head. Mother, there's no hurry. I still have clothes to wear. Your health is what matters most. Hearing her words warmed Yun Sueha's heart. You are such a kind child. Our Xinghe is fortunate to have found you. Rest assured, making 2 outfits is a small task. I still have the strength for that. Chapter 12. What did the sister-in-law cook that was unappetizing? After taking measurements, Yun Sueha sent Chu Yue back to her own room. Given that the young couple's relationship had recently begun to flourish, as a mother, she certainly did not wish to hinder their progress. As Chu Yue entered her room, she found Lu Xinghe practicing calligraphy at the table, dipping his brush in water. A pang of bittersweet emotion struck her, yet she marveled at his perseverance. His handwriting was truly exquisite. After sitting on the Kong for a while, Chu Yue suddenly spoke up. Husband, if we manage to earn some money, you won't have to worry about the household anymore. Will you still continue your studies for the imperial examinations? Lu Xinghe paused, his hand still gripping the brush, and turned to look at Chu Yue. Do you wish for me to continue my studies? This question caught Chu Yue off guard. She had not anticipated that Lu Xinghe would reflect the question back at her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, if the imperial examinations are your aspiration, I sincerely hope you will pursue your dreams. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe smiled. This silly girl, but nevertheless, considering the current state of their household, the likelihood of taking the examination seemed quite slim. Hence, he resolved to cherish their life together. With this thought, Lu Xinghe set down his brush, washed up, and made his way back to the Kong. Chu Yue, feeling a bit anxious, scooted inward. Noticing her discomfort, Lu Xinghe quickly reassured her, fear not, you are still young, and I will not impose anything upon you. Chu Yue stammered, I did not think that way, it's just my first time sharing a bed with you, and I feel a bit nervous. Lu Xinghe's handsome lips curled into a slight smile as he lay down on the outer side of the Kong, turning his back to her. It is not the first time. I slept here last night but did not wake you this morning as you were sound asleep. Chu Yue gazed at Lu Xinghe's back, her heart stirred. She nestled against the wall, turning away from him. Husband, do you know who has been tampering with our fields? Lu Xinghe, with his eyes shut, replied with a grunt, I can probably guess. Then what do you plan to do about it? Chu Yue inquired further. Typically, in such situations, who wouldn't resort to cursing and swearing, the other party likely felt emboldened by the absence of assertive women in their household. After a moment, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. Before I returned today, I dismantled the entire embankment of their field. I believe they will appreciate this little gift in return. Chu Yue was taken aback and turned to look at him. You dismantled their embankment? Lu Xinghe met her gaze, and in the dim moonlight, her eyes sparkled. Indeed, since their grain is shriveled and worthless, whether the embankment remains or not will not affect their harvest. However, I must at least assert ourselves, lest they think us easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes crinkled with laughter. They will likely be furious. Then her expression shifted to one of concern. If we have vented our frustrations, won't that family come to our door tomorrow looking for trouble? Observing the worried expression on the young girl's face, Lu Xinghe initially wanted to ruffle her hair but withdrew his hand at the last moment. Do not fear. They are in the wrong. If the sky were to fall, I, being the tall one, will bear the brunt of it. Just don't sleep too close to the wall. The earthen wall is dusty and may soil your clothes. With that, he turned his back to Chu Yue and settled down to sleep. Chu Yue, upon hearing this, shifted a bit further inward. Husband, once we earn some money, let us repair the house. I feel the roof is quite unstable. Very well. The following morning, Chu Yue was awakened by the sound of shouting. Lu Xinghe, come out. Did you dismantle our embankment? You dare to sever our livelihood. You must give me an explanation today. Upon waking, Chu Yue noticed that Lu Xinghe had already put on his shoes, and she hurriedly got out of bed, slipping on her shoes to join him outside. As they stepped out, they saw Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe emerging from another room. The brothers were likely roused from sleep as well. Lu Xinghe opened the yard gate, and the man tried to rush in, only to be forcibly pulled back by Lu Xinghe. Let us speak outside. Do not disturb my family. The man, unable to match Lu Xinghe's strength, followed him to a slightly more distant spot at the foot of the mountain. Chu Yue glanced at Lu Xingping and his brother, softly asking, do you know who that is? He is the village chief's nephew, named Lu Xinghe. He is both lazy and opportunistic, having just married and been separated from his parents. Lu Xingping cast a disdainful glance in Lu Xinghe's direction. For the past 2 months of drought, his field has been dry for over a month, yet he has not once fetched water. Dismantling the embankment to let water flow is not new to him. Chu Yue nodded, observing Lu Xinghe in front of Lu Xinghe, realizing he was no match for him, and her worries began to dissipate. How could such a good-for-nothing ever compete with Lu Xinghe? After washing her hands and face, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Chu Yue took 3 pounds of white flour from the 5 pounds the grain shopkeeper had sold her at half price and set about making noodles for the family. After kneading the dough, she let it rest, heated the pot, and added some lard to render the fat. Then she cracked an egg from the neighbors into the pot, frying it before adding water to make a broth. Once the noodles were cooked, Chu Yue ladled the broth into 5 bowls containing minced garlic, then quickly blanched a handful of wild greens in the broth before serving. Xinghen, you can put out the fire now. Go call mother and your older brother for breakfast. The noodles won't taste good if left too long. All right. Lu Xinghe hurriedly pulled the damp firewood from the stove and went to call the others. Shortly after, they all entered the kitchen together, and Chu Yue pushed the only bowl with the fried egg in front of Yue. Mother, you should have this. Your health needs some nourishment. At my age, whether I supplement or not makes little difference. You are all still growing, you should eat instead. Yue lifted her chopsticks, unsure where to place the egg, only to see everyone covering their bowls tightly. Mother, we will have many opportunities to eat later. It's just 1 egg, please have it. Lu Xingping urged. Lu Xinghe swallowed his noodles and added, Mother, you eat the egg, we will have the noodles. The sister-in-law's noodles are delicious. Lu Xingping chuckled, indeed, what can the sister-in-law cook that isn't delectable? After speaking, he scooped a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, his eyes lighting up instantly. Although their mother's cooking was not bad, the sister-in-law's was truly exceptional. Lu Xinghe remained silent as he ate his noodles, while Yue shook her head helplessly at her twin sons. You two are truly becoming spoiled by your sister-in-law. She then turned her gaze to Chu Yue. If you plan to accompany Xinghe to the fields this morning, there is no need to rush back. I will prepare lunch. You shouldn't have to be so busy running around, I can still manage some work. Chu Yue glanced at Lu Xinghe and nodded, alright. Yue looked at the egg in her bowl, realizing she could not eat it all by herself. Ultimately, she divided the already small fried egg into 5 pieces, placing 1 in each bowl. Let us share. Everyone exchanged glances, smiling, although these days were humble, being together as a family brought a warmth to their hearts. Chapter 13 Catching turtles in the fields. After finishing their meal, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe ventured into the fields. Meanwhile, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe, after washing the dishes, took a basket and wandered around the outskirts of the forest in search of wild vegetables, while also looking for medicinal herbs. Yue, on the other hand, remained at home, cutting fabric to make clothes, eager to finish 2 sets for Chu Yue as soon as possible. Upon arriving at their own fields, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe were surprised to find Lu Xinghe diligently patching up the gaps in the lower field, a rare display of industriousness for him. Chu Yue, seeing this, leaned closer to Lu Xinghe and whispered, My dear, how did you manage to handle him this morning? Lu Xinghe fears his uncle. Before I returned home yesterday, I had already consulted the village head about this matter, Lu Xinghe replied. The village head had previously benefited from some wild boar meat given by Lu Xinghe's family, making him more inclined to side with Lu Xinghe in this situation since it was indeed Lu Xinghe's fault. From a distance, Lu Xinghe spotted the two of them. After being scolded by the village head earlier that morning, he was still brimming with indignation. Lu Xinghe, you truly have some nerve. You've ruined my family's rice field and still have the audacity to play the victim. You are truly insidious. Lu Xinghe merely chuckled, unfazed, not wishing to stoop to his level. However, Chu Yue was unwilling to see Lu Xinghe bullied. It's quite ironic for you to say that had you not first violated my family's rice field to steal water, who would have bothered to dig up your field's embankment? If you ask me, you deserve it. Furious, Lu Xinghe hurled his hoe aside. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? Is your father's conduct any more honorable? Lu Xinghe frowned, clearly displeased, and pulled Chu Yue behind him. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. What kind of skill is it to bicker with a woman? Chu Yue was acutely aware that her father's theft of the pig would earn her scorn from the villagers of Banpo. After being chastised by Granny Li and now being insulted by Lu Xinghe, she felt a deep sense of frustration. It wasn't her fault that her father had stolen the pig. Why should she be subjected to repeated reminders of it? The most infuriating part was that her father's misdeeds were indeed true, leaving her with no grounds to defend herself. Gazing at the tall figure standing protectively in front of her, Chu Yue suddenly felt her anger dissipate. She tugged at Lu Xinghe's sleeve. My dear, let us not squander our time with such a person. You go fetch water to irrigate the fields, and I shall pull weeds. Their family owned only a small plot of land, just these adjoining 2 acres and 3/10, which Jinseng had saved for 6 or 7 years from her meager earnings to purchase before Lu Xinghe's father went missing. Fortunately, this small piece of land had brought some income to the family over the years. Be careful, and call for me if you need anything. At the pond is not far from here, Lu Xinghe cautioned Chu Yue before heading off with his water buckets towards the pond. Chu Yue removed her shoes at the embankment and trudged into the muddy rice field. Having spent the past few days working diligently at home and in the fields, Lu Xinghe had not noticed any weeds around. As she ventured deeper, she occasionally spotted a few clusters of water bamboo leaves, which had taken her by surprise. Water bamboo leaves are remarkably resilient and grow at an astonishing rate. If not promptly removed, they would severely hinder the growth of rice, yet, they also serve as a wild vegetable, highly nutritious with certain medicinal properties. Had she not studied medicine and familiarized herself with some herbs, she would not have known this so well. To her astonishment, accompanying Lu Xinghe to the fields had yielded unexpected rewards. Her spirits soared as she became increasingly engrossed in searching for water bamboo leaves, failing to notice that Lu Xinghe had carelessly trampled her only pair of shoes into the mud before leaving. When Lu Xinghe arrived at the other side of the embankment, he noticed that Chu Yue had ventured into the center of the rice field. He frowned slightly. Yeah, there's no need to search so meticulously. Be cautious, there might be snakes in the field. Chu Yue waved her hand dismissively, her eyes still scanning the ground. It's alright, the snakes in the fields are generally not very venomous. I will be careful. The snakes typically found in the fields are water snakes, which are either mildly venomous or non-venomous. If bitten, one only needs to squeeze out the blood and keep the wound dry to avoid infection. It is usually not serious. Although she felt a twinge of apprehension about snakes, her priority was to gather as many wild vegetables as possible. Lu Xinghe shook his head in exasperation, inwardly lamenting the girl's audacity. He emptied the bucket of water into the field and continued fetching more. After searching for about 15 minutes, Chu Yue had already collected half of the water bamboo leaves, but her arms were nearly overflowing with the haul. As she waded back toward where she had left her shoes, she suddenly felt something hard beneath her foot. The unexpected hardness made her freeze in place. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, she lowered her gaze. To her astonishment, it was a turtle, an impressively sized one at that. Seemingly aware of being stepped upon, the turtle poked its head out and attempted to bite. Chu Yue, alarmed, she quickly thrust a handful of watergrass into its mouth to distract it. Momentarily stunned by the sudden intrusion, the turtle paused its movements. Spotting Lu Xinghe approaching from the pond, Chu Yue hurriedly called out, "My dear, come quickly, I've stepped on a turtle." Fearing that the turtle might bite her, Lu Xinghe hastily set down the water bucket, kicked off his shoes, and rushed toward her. Keep your distance from that creature. Don't let it bite you. Though apprehensive about the turtle escaping, Chu Yue remained in place. When Lu Xinghe reached her side, he found the turtle still gnawing on a large clump of grass while maintaining its defensive posture. He let out a sigh of relief, bent down, and picked up the turtle, weighing it in his hand approximately 3 pounds. He then scrutinized Chu Yue. Are you all right? Gazing at the turtle in Lu Xinghe's hands, a glimmer of excitement danced in Chu Yue's eyes. I'm fine. To prevent the turtle from escaping, Lu Xinghe emptied the bucket, leaving just a small amount of water at the bottom, and placed the turtle inside before joining Chu Yue in the field to pull weeds. The water bamboo leaves were set aside in another bucket. With Lu Xinghe's assistance, the remaining section of the field was cleared of weeds in no time. However, as Chu Yue finished her task and made her way back to the embankment, a similar sensation underfoot ignited her excitement once more. To avoid being bitten by the turtle, she pressed it into the mud and called out, "My dear, come quickly, there's another turtle here." Chapter 14. The sister-in-law must be a celestial fairy. Lu Xinghe was taken aback. This was not his first time cultivating the fields. Over the years, he had seldom encountered anything, let alone turtles or loaches, yet, this little girl had somehow managed to step on two. While he was skeptical of supernatural beliefs, this incident was indeed uncanny. He hurried towards Chu Yue, extracting the turtle she had stepped on from the mud. It was slightly smaller than the first, weighing approximately 2 pounds. Chu Yue beamed, her round, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Next time we go to town, let us sell these 2 turtles at Huayu Building. We can make a tidy profit. Turtles were a sought-after delicacy in large restaurants, prized as a nourishing dish for affluent families, and thus quite valuable. Lu Xinghe gazed at her. The innocent and carefree smile of the young girl left a profound impression on him. Chu Yue, oblivious to the look on Lu Xinghe's face, urged, "It's getting late. Let us head back." With that, she turned to walk towards where they had left their shoes. Lu Xinghe cast a lingering glance at her retreating figure before turning towards the direction of the water bucket. As he approached Chu Yue with the water bucket, he noticed her delicate, fair feet bare on the ground as she searched for something. "What's the matter?" Upon seeing Lu Xinghe, Chu Yue quickly crouched down, covering her feet. "I remember leaving my shoes right here, but I can't find them anywhere." A hint of frustration flickered in her eyes. Seeing the small, helpless girl before him, Lu Xinghe's heart softened, and he removed his own shoes, placing them beside her. Your shoes are nearly worn out. If they're lost, it's no great loss. Just ask your mother to make you a new pair later. For now, wear mine. Chu Yue glanced in Lu Xinghe's direction. But what about you? I'm tough-skinned, walking barefoot won't harm me. Your delicate skin is not suited for the rugged mountain paths, Lu Xinghe replied, lifting the water bucket once more and stepping past her. Come on, keep up, otherwise, a wolf might snatch you away in the mountains. Chu Yue watched Lu Xinghe's retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips as she hurriedly slipped her feet into his oversized shoes and followed him. When they returned home, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were in the yard drying the herbs they had gathered that day. Due to the depletion of wild vegetables around the mountain, the brothers had only managed to collect a few herbs that the villagers were unfamiliar with. Nonetheless, it was still a modest harvest. Spotting Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue approaching from a distance, Lu Xinghe called out, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're back." Lu Xinghe responded with a simple hum, and asked, "Where's mother?" "Mother is inside making shoe soles," Lu Xinghe replied without thinking. Lu Xinghe shot him a disapproving glance and muttered, "Mother said to keep it a secret, you have such a big mouth." Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows, closing his mouth tightly. That was close. He almost let it slip. Making shoe soles? Lu Xinghe set down the water bucket just as Yun Sueha emerged from the house. "Are you back so early because you're hungry? I'll get dinner started." Lu Xinghe quickly interjected, "No rush, mother. Yaya lost her shoes while weeding in the fields this morning. Could you help her make a new pair?" Yun Sueha replied with a sigh. "I thought it was something serious. I was planning to make her new clothes, and I was just starting on the shoe soles." Seeing the oversized shoes on Chu Yue's feet, Yun Sueha smiled and went inside to retrieve a pair of shoes she had made for herself earlier. "These are new shoes that I finished making but haven't worn yet. They might not fit perfectly, but Yaya can make do with them for now. In a few days, I will have your shoes ready." Chu Yue hesitated to accept. "Mother, I can't take this. Just find me any old pair to wear for a few days." Yun Sueha insisted, "Tomorrow marks your third day here, you must return home, but if your mother sees you wearing worn-out shoes, she'll surely be heartbroken." Chu Yue lowered her head and murmured, "They wouldn't care about me." Yun Sueha felt a pang in her heart but didn't know how to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chu Yue, as if unaffected, looked up and asked, "Mother, can we not go back?" Observing the stubbornness in the young girl's expression, Yun Sueha patiently explained, "That is not permissible. Returning home is a matter of etiquette. No matter how they treat you, they are still your parents. Didn't you mention having a little sister? It would be nice to see her too." Thinking of her sister, Xiaotao, Chu Yue raised her eyebrows, feeling an unsettling sense of reluctance. Yun Sueha pressed the shoes into Chu Yue's hands, urging, "Go change your shoes, Xinghe's are too big and you might trip." Unable to refuse her mother, Chu Yue reluctantly changed her shoes. Although Yun Sueha's shoes were a bit large, the soles were quite comfortable, and walking in them felt as though she was gliding on clouds. "Mother, your shoes are truly comfortable," Chu Yue said with a smile. Yun Sueha, busy washing rice, replied, "As long as they're comfortable, that's all that matters." Lu Xinghe placed the 2 turtles into the slop bucket. "Mother, let us keep these 2 turtles in the bucket for now. When the rice water cools, we'll pour it in, we don't want to scald them." Yun Sueha peered into the bucket. "Those are quite large turtles, aren't they?" Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe also came over to take a look. "Elder brother, did you catch these turtles?" Lu Xinghe replied calmly, "Your sister-in-law stepped on them while weeding." Yun Sueha raised an eyebrow. "I've heard that turtles bite and won't let go until you chop off their heads." Yaya must have quite the courage. Thankfully, they didn't bite her. Recalling the first turtle covered in grass and the second deeply embedded in the mud, Lu Xinghe stifled a laugh and rubbed his nose. Indeed, she is rather brave. Lu Xinghe leaned over the slop bucket, clicking his tongue in admiration. "I say, sister-in-law must be a fairy sent from the heavens to save our family. Every time she goes out, her luck is so good that it makes me envious. Our family has spent time in the fields, yet we've never stumbled upon such fortune." Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes at him. "With your thick-skinned nature, it's likely the turtles would step on you instead." Stung by Lu Xinghe's words, Lu Xinghe puffed up his cheeks, sulking as he glanced at another bucket. "Oh? Elder brother, our pigs are gone, so why did you bring back the grass?" Lu Xinghe replied nonchalantly, "Your sister-in-law asked me to bring it back." Lu Xinghe elongated his tone, "Oh, and didn't he press further?" Just then, Chu Yue, who had just stepped out of the house, chimed in, "This is called water bamboo leaves. They're edible. I thought since our family is large, bringing it back would make for an extra dish. This bucket can easily serve 2 or 3 meals." Yun Sueha smiled at her. "Yaya is quite resourceful nowadays. Many people can't even fill their stomachs. We shouldn't be picky. As long as it's edible, we'll eat it. It won't harm anyone." Chu Yue nodded, saying, "What mother says is true." Chapter 15 of The Clever Chu Yue. It was noon when Yun Sueha wielded her spatula while Chu Yue assisted her by preparing a pot of pig's blood and wild vegetable soup, which wafted an enticing aroma. The family dined in quietude, and as the sun blazed overhead, each retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Noticing that Yun Sueha spent her time indoors sewing, Chu Yue knocked on her door and entered. Yun Sueha glanced at Chu Yue and inquired, "What brings you to my room, Yaya?" After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yue finally spoke up. "Mother, I see you seated here daily, which may not be good for your health. How about I teach you a set of exercises to practice? I've heard they can strengthen the body." Her intention stemmed from genuine concern for Yun Sueha's well-being, as she had always treated her kindly. Yet, she wondered if her words might provoke anger. Yun Sueha did not appear upset. She set down her needlework. "Is this exercise something your uncle next door taught you?" Chu Yue shook her head, her expression revealing no sign of deception. "Not quite. It was that aunt who instructed me. As for whether she learned it from your uncle, I cannot say." Yun Sueha was not averse to practicing, but her condition did not permit it. Leaning closer to Chu Yue's ear, she shyly whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Chu Yue raised her brows. What her mother mentioned clearly indicated a postnatal issue of urinary incontinence, suggesting she had endured considerable suffering during her pregnancies with Xingping and Xing'an, leaving her yet to recover fully. It seemed this symptom was common among many women after childbirth. This matter is relatively easy to address, Chu Yue thought. "Mother, is this symptom severe?" she inquired softly. Yun Sueha shook her head. "It's manageable, but I must avoid strenuous activities and lifting heavy objects, especially sneezing." She lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Look at me, sharing such things with you. I must be making you laugh." Chu Yue took her mother's hand, showing no hint of disdain regarding the issue. "Mother, there is nothing to be ashamed of. That aunt mentioned that childbirth can take a toll on the body, and many women go through this. However, with proper postnatal rehabilitation exercises, one can alleviate or even recover from it." Hearing this, Yun Sueha's spirits lifted. "Is what you say true, yeah? Chu Yue playfully blinked her eyes. "If it's true or not, you can try it and see. I would never lead you astray." Resolving the issue of incontinence first, they could then focus on conditioning her body, strengthening it step by step, and Chu Yue believed improvements were certainly possible. Yun Sueha smiled with a hint of resignation. "Very well, since I have little to do at home, I shall heed your advice and give it a try." After being subjected to bitter remedies for so many years, she was indeed weary of it. "Mother, please lie flat on the bed." Chu Yue assisted Yun Sueha onto the bed and began to guide her through the exercises. The first exercise is quite simple. Take a deep breath. Observing that Yun Sueha followed her instructions, Chu Yue continued, "Now perform the Kegel exercise, which feels similar to holding back urine when one is in urgent need. Just focus on tightening and holding it in." Initially, Yun Sueha felt a bit shy, executing the movements with great restraint. Feeling embarrassed, however, as she gradually found her rhythm, the process became much smoother. Chu Yue kept her hand on Yun Sueha's lower abdomen, carefully feeling her contractions, able to discern through the tightening whether her mother was performing correctly. "Good, exhale and relax." After repeating the process several times, Chu Yue looked at her mother and asked, "Have you found the feeling, mother?" Yun Sueha responded with a shy affirmative. Chu Yue encouraged her, "Since you've grasped this exercise, let me teach you the next one, which can also be done while lying on the bed." After demonstrating 3 sets of exercises, Yun Sueha was already sweating profusely. "Mother, continue practicing these exercises. Aim for twice a day, each session lasting at least 15 minutes. After a month, you should see significant improvement." Yun Sueha's eyes widened. "Just these few exercises, no need for medication?" Chu Yue smiled. "Such issues cannot be resolved with medication. Trust me this once, these exercises are sufficient." Since Chu Yue was so confident, Yun Sueha decided to set her worries aside. "Alright, I shall follow your advice and practice diligently every day." Chu Yue responded affirmatively, "Then I shall leave you to it. I'll return to my room now." As Yun Sueha continued to practice the movements taught by Chu Yue, she said, "Go on, just remember to close the door when you leave." These exercises were not something she wished to be seen doing. Upon returning to her room, Chu Yue approached Lu Xinghe, who was seated by the window practicing calligraphy. His lips parted as if to ask something, but he ultimately refrained. Instead, Chu Yue moved closer to him, gazing at the still wet ink on the paper, and expressed with admiration, "Husband, could you teach me to recognize some characters?" Although she could recognize a few, she hailed from a humble farming family where literacy was scarce. Being able to identify some medicinal herbs was already quite astonishing. If she were to learn to read, others might indeed consider her a curiosity. Lu Xinghe nodded. "Very well." While he was uncertain how much she could learn, acquiring additional characters would certainly be beneficial, especially since he had the time to spare. He then dipped the brush in water and wrote several simple characters for Chu Yue to recognize. Finally, he vacated his position at the table for her, holding her hand to teach her how to dip the brush in water and how to write the characters she had just learned. Fortunately, Chu Yue was quite clever, and within half a day, she could recognize and write down 20 to 30 characters, which genuinely astonished Lu Xinghe. He lamented, wishing she had been born a boy. Such a sharp mind could have undoubtedly earned a scholarly title. Chu Yue merely smiled, her lips pursed, remaining silent. The following day, in preparation for her visit home, Yun Sueha rose early and gathered 20 pounds of aged rice for Chu Yue. She also retrieved a larger piece of wild boar meat from the beams of the house, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds, and added 100 copper coins into the basket alongside the meat, covering it with a cloth. After Chu Yue had eaten breakfast, Yun Sueha began to urge them to set off. "It's time to depart. It will take half a day to reach Nyodo village. The earlier we leave, the sooner we return." Chu Yue lifted the basket and found it quite heavy. Upon uncovering the cloth, she was taken aback. "Mother, why so much?" Yun Sueha waved her hand dismissively. "It's not too much, take it, let your father and mother know that their daughter is cherished at home." Chu Yue shook her head and extracted the 100 copper coins. Mother, I can manage the rice and meat. After all, my little sister needs to eat too, but this money is unnecessary. You know how my father is with gambling. This money will surely be squandered, so it's better we keep it for ourselves to use gradually. Chapter 16. Can sister take Xiao Tao along? In a moment of indecision, Yun Sui had turned her gaze towards Lu Xinghe. Upon seeing him nod, she did not insist further, instead reaching out to take the copper coin that Chu Yue had handed back. Very well, if you do not wish to bring her, then we shall manage on our own. She then urged, you two should hurry along. If you dawdle too long, there may be no food left. The two nodded and set off. As soon as they stepped out of Banpo village, Lu Xinghe reached for Chu Yue's basket. Let me carry that. Chu Yue intended to protest, claiming it was not heavy, but the man's strength was undeniable. Before she could voice her objection, he had already lifted the basket, casually adding the bag of rice he was holding into it as well. A warmth spread through Chu Yue's heart. She bit her lip and softly asked, Husband, why are you so good to me? At her question, Lu Xinghe felt a twinge of discomfort. He turned his face away, stating, You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, should I extend my kindness to others? Due to his averted gaze, Chu Yue did not catch the fleeting expression that crossed his face. Upon hearing his answer, an inexplicable twinge of disappointment washed over her. She pondered whether, if he were married to someone else, he might still treat her with such kindness. Although she recognized the absurdity of her thoughts and found no fault in his response, a sense of awkwardness lingered, rendering her silent for the remainder of their journey. Lu Xinghe, unfamiliar with interactions among young women, was oblivious to the discomfort his words had caused Chu Yue. He simply assumed her silence was due to fatigue from walking, and in his mind, he contemplated how, once the basket was emptied, she might accompany him a certain distance. At last, as the sun hung high in the sky, they arrived at Nyoto village. Many families, upon seeing Chu Yue alongside a tall man, greeted her warmly. Arya, is this your husband? Upon hearing the term your husband, Chu Yue's heart raced, and her already flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She lowered her head slightly and replied in a voice so soft it was barely audible, yes. Following this acknowledgement, the villagers exclaimed, Your husband is truly handsome. As Chu Yue observed the way the villagers gazed at Lu Xinghe, an unfamiliar pang of jealousy surged within her, prompting her to pull him along hurriedly towards home. Finally arriving at her doorstep, she let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xinghe smiled gently, wiping the sweat from her brow with his sleeve. Why are you rushing? They won't bite. They may not bite, but they would certainly devour you, Chu Yue refrained from voicing. The courtyard of the Chu family was modest in size as Zhao Chunhua, busy in the kitchen, heard their arrival and rushed out, exclaiming, Head of the family, Deshan, Arya has brought her husband home. Come out and greet the guests. Hearing the commotion, the family members quickly emerged from their respective rooms. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe, Chu Yuqian instinctively averted his gaze, wishing to avoid any interaction with the man. When Chu Dashan stepped out and noticed the heavy basket in Lu Xinghe's hands, he hurried forward to take it, chuckling, Why bring so much? No need to be so polite. As he spoke, he began to unpack the contents, and upon seeing the piece of meat nestled among the rice, he swallowed audibly, the sound clear even to Chu Yue, standing a meter away. Truly, how embarrassing! Zhao Chunhua exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Yuqian, quickly attempting to dispel the awkwardness. Ha, look at me, standing around idly, come inside, it's hot out here, let us chat indoors. She then turned to Chu Yuqian, saying, Please treat our guest well. ILL returned to the kitchen. We don't have much food, so Arya and her husband will have to make do with what we have. Of course, Chu Yuqian responded, gesturing for Lu Xinghe to enter. Hurry in, son-in-law. Just then, Xiao Tao emerged from the room where she had been staying with Chu Yue, standing at the doorway and calling out softly. Her eyes were filled with excitement and fear, her gaze slightly red, and her small hands fidgeting anxiously suppressing her emotions. Chu Yue glanced at Lu Xinghe, then back at Chu Yuqian. I'll go spend some time with Xiao Tao. Chu Yuqian waved his hand. Go on, go on. Taking Xiao Tao's hand, Chu Yue led her inside, smiling as she ruffled the girl's hair. Did you miss your sister? Xiao Tao nodded vigorously. Chu Yue squatted down to meet her gaze and softly asked, Have you been well these past few days? She observed closely, while Xiao Tao initially seemed inclined to shake her head, she paused and then nodded twice instead. Xiao Tao is well, but I really miss my sister. Will you have to leave again after coming back this time? Seeing the look of distress on Xiao Tao's face, Chu Yue felt a pang of sympathy, yet she spoke the truth. Yes, I will have to leave. Sister is getting married and cannot return to see you often. Though she knew the answer deep down, Xiao Tao's face fell, a flicker of panic crossing her features. She clutched Chu Yue's hand, her voice trembling as she asked, Can sister take Xiao Tao with her? From a young age, Xiao Tao had been cared for by Chu Yue through diaper changes, lullabies, learning to crawl, walk, and speak, never having spent a day apart from her. Now, with Chu Yue leaving, a wave of fear and insecurity washed over her. With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Yue gently embraced Xiao Tao. Dear Xiao Tao, I wish I could take you with me, but I cannot. You are your parents' child, and they would not allow me to take you away. I promise to visit you as often as I can. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Xiao Tao's cheeks, her suppressed sobs causing her frail little shoulders to shake uncontrollably. The sight only deepened Chu Yue's heartache, and she instinctively reached out to soothe her back, offering comfort. Alas, if only the little girl were a few years older, she would not have to worry so. Now, leaving her alone in the Chu household, uncertain of what her days would bring, once Xiao Tao's emotions settled somewhat, Chu Yue, as if performing a magic trick, produced a small paper package. She opened it to reveal 2 delicate pieces of cake. The treats were something she had bought during her recent trip to town, having set aside 2 pieces for Xiao Tao upon learning she would be visiting. Chu Yue took 1 piece from the package and placed it in Xiao Tao's hand. Here, try this, it's a special treat I brought back just for you. Chapter 17. These shoes cannot be given to you. Chu Xiao Tao had never tasted pastries before, except for that one occasion when her elder sister secretly took a small jar of brown sugar hidden in the rafters while their mother was out. She dipped a pair of chopsticks into the jar and allowed Chu Xiao Tao to savor a tiny taste. That was the only time she had ever experienced sweetness. Fearing their mother's discovery, her sister had only dared to let her lick the sugar from the chopsticks. The exquisite flavor was so delightful that it lingered in her memory now. Gazing at the delicately patterned pastry in her hand, the still sniffling Chu Xiao Tao gently reached out to touch it. "It's so beautiful," she murmured. Then, she brought the pastry to her mouth, gingerly biting off a piece the size of a mung bean. Savoring its flavor, the pastry was exquisitely delicate, melting in her mouth, and its sweet taste soothed the little girl's anxious heart. She smiled at Chu Yue. "Sister, it's delicious." Chu Yue affectionately patted her head. "I'm glad you like it. Hurry and eat up, there's another piece." Chu Xiao Tao shook her head. "Sister should have some too. Such a delightful treat could not be enjoyed solely by her." A warmth spread through Chu Yue's heart as she chuckled. "Silly Xiao Tao, I can always bring more for you. I've already had my share. These 2 pieces are all yours." Then, Chu Xiao Tao looked at Chu Yue uncertainly. "May I save the other piece for when I feel hungry later?" Upon hearing this, an inexplicable pang of sadness gripped Chu Yue. However, she quickly suppressed the emotion. "Does Xiao Tao not know our mother? After chatting for so long, she will surely suspect that I gave you something good. When she finds out about the pastries, not only will you lose them, but you might also get a beating for eating alone." It is often said that children should not speak ill of their fathers, and daughters should not accuse their mothers, but both sisters had endured such experiences in the Chu family. It was not her intention to sow discord between Xiao Tao and their parents. She merely wished to shield Xiao Tao from harm. The joy of tasting the pastry faded from Xiao Tao's face as Chu Yue spoke. She nodded, lowering her head, tears falling softly as she consumed the first piece. She did not understand why, despite her desire not to worry her sister, she could not hold back her tears. Was it because she felt so helpless that her sister wanted to leave her? With one hand holding the pastry and the other wiping her tears, Chu Yue said, "If Xiao Tao keeps crying, even if I leave, I will still worry." The 5-year-old girl took a deep breath, raised her sleeve to dry her eyes, and revealed what she believed to be a radiant smile. "Xiao Tao won't cry anymore. Sister, don't worry about me, I will be fine." Suppressing her own heartache, Chu Yue extended the remaining piece of pastry toward Xiao Tao. "You are the best, Xiao Tao, eat this one too. Soon, mother will call us for dinner." Chu Xiao Tao nodded, accepting the pastry from Chu Yue and taking small bites. Previously, while crying, she had not truly tasted the pastry, but now its fragrant sweetness enveloped her senses, allowing her emotions to settle. "Head of the household, bring the children to eat," Zhao Chuanhua's voice called out at just the right moment. Chu Yue glanced at Chu Xiao Tao, wiping the crumbs from her lips and slipping 2 copper coins into her hand. "After I leave, give these to mother, and tell her they are from me. She will surely understand that I wouldn't give you too much." Chu Xiao Tao pressed her lips together and nodded. When she looked up again, her large, watery eyes held a newfound determination. Chu Yue smiled knowingly and took her hand, leading her toward the kitchen. Lunch consisted of a thin porridge with barely a few grains of brown rice visible. Perhaps unwilling to part with the little rice they had, Zhao Chunhua had merely added more water to the original porridge meant for the 4 of them. Remarkably, she had also brought out some pickled vegetables, which were prepared by the original owner herself. Zhao Chunhua looked at Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe. "Our family's circumstances are not affluent, and we don't have much to eat. Since you arrived in such haste, there isn't much to offer you. Ye and Xinghe, please don't stand on ceremony." This was the best Zhao Chunhua could manage, so Chu Yue said nothing. She glanced at Lu Xinghe, who showed no signs of dissatisfaction in his eyes, which relieved her. After the meal, Zhao Chunhua pulled Chu Yue into the room. Chu Yue was unsure of Zhao Chunhua's intentions but sensed it was unlikely to be anything pleasant. Zhao Chunhua chuckled, a somewhat obsequious expression on her face. "Arya, I heard that on your first day in Hanpa village, your husband brought back a wild boar?" "Mother, your news travels fast," Chu Yue thought to herself, suppressing her irritation. It was merely a young wild boar. After sharing it with the neighbors, there wasn't much left. Since she had already learned the details, there was no point in hiding the truth, which would only lead Zhao Chunhua to believe they had profited greatly. Zhao Chunhua was both resentful and sympathetic, as if they were sacrificing their own flesh. "After all the effort to catch a wild boar, why did you share it? With those benefits, couldn't you have brought back more for the family? Even a 20 or 30-pound piece would allow us to eat well for a while." Chu Yue clenched her fists. She wanted to scold her but held back. "Mother knows that the wild boar was brought back by my husband. I have only just arrived at the Lu family, how could I have any say?" Her tone carried a clear displeasure. "Moreover, how can you not know about father's disgraceful deeds? If others are not aware, surely you are. I am pointed at and scolded by people every day in the Lu family. They are more concerned with guarding against me than anything else." She muttered under her breath, "Even if I wanted to profit, the Lu family must have something to offer." The wild boar was sold for money, and the next moment, the money was handed to my mother-in-law for medicine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunhua froze for a moment, nearly forgetting that Lu Xinghe had a mother who was perpetually immersed in the world of medicine. It was only natural for the Lu family to be wary of her. After all, the head of the household had committed an unsavory act. To be fair, if her daughter-in-law's father were such a person, she would also be cautious. With this realization, she suddenly believed Chu Yue. Although her daughter was no longer the submissive girl she once was, she still had a soft heart and remained loyal to her maternal family. Zhao Chunhua's eyes darted, and she asked, "You spent so much time with Xiaotao earlier, did you bring her something nice?" Having gained little from today, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Chu Yue's gaze flickered. "I don't have anything special, I just hadn't seen Xiaotao in a long time and wanted to spend some time with her." Chu Yue's feigned innocence was clear to Zhao Chunhua. She bit her lip but ultimately refrained from scolding her as she had in the past. After all, Chu Yue was now married, and they would still need to rely on her to bring good things back to the family. If Xiaotao received something, she could always inquire later. Then Zhao Chunhua noticed the brand new shoes on Chu Yue's feet. "Oh, you're wearing new shoes, they look quite comfortable, but they seem a bit large. They re about the same size as mine. We have an old pair of your shoes at home, why not let me try these on?" As she spoke, she reached to take off Chu Yue's shoes. "I haven't worn new shoes in ages." "You re such a fortunate girl." Chu Yue felt a wave of suffocation and instinctively pulled her foot back. "Mother, these shoes cannot be given to you." Chapter 18. My dear husband, are you jealous? Zhao Chunhua's hand stiffened, her voice instantly sharp. "You little wretch, it's just a pair of shoes, why can't you give them up? After all, you are my flesh and blood." "What's wrong with bringing something for your mother?" "This pair of shoes does not belong to me, they belong to my mother-in-law," Chu Yue replied. "Yesterday, while working in the fields, my shoes were taken from the ridge. My mother-in-law lent me a pair of hers to wear, as I cannot return home barefoot, otherwise, people will say that the Lu family mistreats their daughter-in-law." Noticing Zhao Chunhua still fixating on her shoes, Chu Yue continued, "I must return these shoes to her. If I give them to you, how shall I repay her? Life in the Lu household is already challenging enough, please do not make it harder for me." Seeing that she could derive no benefit from Chu Yue, Zhao Chunhua waved her hand in annoyance. All right, the son-in-law should be done resting by now. You two should head back early to avoid traveling at night." Chu Yue nodded and left Zhao Chunhua's room. As she stepped out, Lu Xinghe was waiting for her beneath the eaves of the main hall. The commotion from earlier had not been intentional eavesdropping, but their voices had been unguarded, and with his keen hearing, he had overheard their conversation. He understood that Chu Yue's desperate pleas were merely to dissuade Zhao Chunhua from further entanglement. His heart ached for her. Her previous circumstances in the Chu family had evidently been quite dire. Upon seeing her emerge, he lifted the basket at his side and said, "Let us return home." Chu Yue murmured in agreement, glancing towards the door of Xiaotao's room, where the little girl stood biting her lip, her face full of reluctance. Chu Yue said nothing, merely smiled at her before quickly following Lu Xinghe out of the courtyard. Yeah. As Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe exited side by side, a familiar voice called out. She turned to see Wu Yong, the boy who had grown up alongside her in the neighboring house. Although not striking in appearance, he was clean and refreshing. "Wu Yong, aren't you apprenticing as a carpenter in Willow Tree Village? What brings you back?" The youth did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at the tall and handsome man beside Chu Yue before returning his gaze to her. Wu Yong was 2 years her senior, now 16, originally hoping to master carpentry while still young, so that when he turned 18, he could formally propose to the Chu family and build a life with Chu Yue. However, upon receiving news, he learned she had already been sent to Banpo village by the Chu family. He had intended to go there and fetch her back, but his mother had stopped him, saying that since Chu Yue had been at the Lu family for a day, the rice was already cooked, and his actions would only tarnish her reputation, so he had reluctantly held back. Today, upon hearing she was returning home, he had skipped lunch and waited outside, just to see her. "I heard you got married?" The youth's expression was somber and repressed, a stark contrast to his usual sunny demeanor around her. This expression was unfamiliar to Chu Yue, leaving her somewhat at a loss, as if she were the heartless villain in this scenario. Yet she was now married, and some matters could not be left open to interpretation. Gathering her courage, she took Lu Xinghe's somewhat rough hand and nodded. "Yes, I am married, allow me to introduce you, this is my husband, Lu Xinghe." Lu Xinghe, feeling the softness of her hand, tightened his grip around hers. Observing their intertwined hands, Wu Yong's expression flickered with a hint of hurt. After a moment, he forced a smile. "Congratulations." Chu Yue nodded. "Thank you," she replied, a trace of regret on her face. "However, I fear I cannot chat for long, or I shall return home in the dark." Wu Yong smiled. "Do hurry back, and be careful on your way." Chu Yue nodded and quickly pulled Lu Xinghe to turn away. Yet, they had scarcely taken 10 steps when Wu Yong called out, "Lu Xinghe." Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow and turned to face Wu Yong. "What is it?" "Take good care of my sister. Otherwise, I might just come to take her back," he said, raising his fist in a mock display of ferocity. Seeing the young man's exaggerated bravado, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but find it amusing. He tightened his grip on Chu Yue's hand. "Rest assured, you won't have that opportunity." With that, he led Chu Yue away. Wu Yong watched their figures fade from sight before turning back towards his own home, occasionally raising his sleeve to wipe his face. In the courtyard, watching the two figures depart into the distance, Chu Xiaotao approached Zhao Chunhua, extending her hand to offer a coin. "Mother, this is the money my sister gave me. I am afraid I won't be able to keep it safe, so you should take it." Zhao Chunhua smiled, taking the copper coin from the palm of her daughter. Xiaotao is so thoughtful. She crouched down to look at her daughter. "Did your sister only give you 1 coin?" Xiaotao nodded obediently. Sister said her life isn't easy right now, and my brother-in-law only gave her 1 coin. Since it's so little, she thought it would be embarrassing to give it to you, so she asked me to keep it to buy some snacks. A 5-year-old child would not lie. Upon hearing Xiaotao's words, a twinge of guilt welled up in Zhao Chuanhua's heart. It seemed that Chu Yue's life in the Lu family was indeed not easy. Perhaps she had wronged her daughter all along. Once out of Wu Yong's sight, Chu Yue felt a bit embarrassed and attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find that Lu Xinghe held it tightly. Resigned, she allowed him to keep holding it. Hand in hand, they walked past many homes in Nyoto village, where numerous eyes cast lingering glances at them, some whispering amongst themselves. I originally thought that with what Chu Yuchen did, Arya would have a hard time after marrying over. Look how tightly her husband is holding her. Indeed, they're holding hands while walking, such a loving couple. How enviable. Lu Xinghe, catching wind of their chatter, couldn't help but smile slightly. Chu Yue, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, wished to leave the area as soon as possible, quickening her pace a bit. Once they had exited the bounds of Nyoto village and were heading towards the mountains, Lu Xinghe finally released Chu Yue's hand, noticing the faint blush on her cheeks, as if she felt quite shy. I heard you mention that Uncle Wu next door is a traveling doctor. Is that Wu Yong his son? Lu Xinghe inquired as they walked, casting sidelong glances at Chu Yue's expression. Chu Yue nodded. Yes, he is 2 years older than me and has always been quite caring towards me. There was nothing inappropriate between her and Wu Yong, and thus no need for concealment. Although Lu Xinghe had not spent much time with Chu Yue, he had come to understand her character well enough not to think too much of it. Perhaps you should maintain some distance from him in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue tilted her head to look at Lu Xinghe. Husband, are you jealous? Chapter 19. The fond official's silver Lu Xinghe's gaze flickered momentarily, and he cleared his throat, touching the tip of his nose. No. Chu Yue responded with a soft "oh," clearly unconvinced. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Why? With a smile, Chu Yue replied, if my husband is not jealous, then why would he want me to keep my distance from him? Unable to suppress himself, Lu Xinghe reached out and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. You are my wife. I wouldn't let you maintain distance from him. Would I allow you to grow closer to another man? Chu Yue pondered for a moment, acknowledging the logic in his words, yet, it was precisely because of this reasoning that she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had initially thought he would be jealous for her sake, but now he might believe she was being overly sentimental. Lost in such thoughts, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Lu Xinghe, taken aback by her sudden haste, hurried to keep up with her, occasionally reminding her to slow down to avoid twisting her ankle. As they walked, Chu Yue unexpectedly stumbled over something beneath her feet, nearly twisting her ankle. Lu Xinghe quickly stepped forward to steady her arm. Are you all right? Chu Yue shook her head and looked down, assuming it was just a stone. As she prepared to kick it away, she caught sight of a glimmering silver ingot shining in the sunlight, which prompted her to gaze up in surprise at Lu Xinghe. Their eyes met, and Chu Yue hurriedly bent down to pick up the silver ingot, examining it closely. Weighing approximately 10 taels, it was caked with some dirt in its crevices, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Clearly abandoned, the only notable feature was the inscription Nanyuan Kingdom on its base, which caused her brows to furrow slightly. Though she did not fully understand the implications of those 4 characters, she was aware that such recorded silver should not be used recklessly, as it could bring trouble. She handed the ingot to Lu Xinghe. Husband, take a look. Lu Xinghe scrutinized the silver ingot, his brow furrowing. This ingot appears to have come from the national treasury. Finding silver ingots along the mountain path indicated that the girl had extraordinary luck. Chu Yue looked puzzled. From the national treasury? Lu Xinghe nodded. Only silver ingots from the treasury bear the inscription Nanyuan Kingdom. The silver is primarily allocated for military salaries, official wages, palace expenses, local construction, and disaster relief, and it rarely falls into the hands of common folk. A look of regret crossed Chu Yue's face. So, according to you, we cannot use this ingot? Official silver cannot be used, whether by commoners or officials. Misusing it could lead to severe consequences. However, if we melt it down into smaller pieces, that would not pose a problem. Lu Xinghe returned the silver ingot to Chu Yue. Since it is abandoned property, you should keep it safe. When the weather turns colder and we go to the kiln, we can melt it down then. Let us keep this from your mother to spare her worries, and don't tell anyone else to avoid drawing attention. Chu Yue nodded, carefully concealing the 10-tael ingot within her sleeve. 10 taels was no small sum. While returning lost property is a virtue, the ingot would likely never reach its rightful owner, and given their family's financial struggles, it was best to keep it for their own use. After a brief delay, they continued on their journey. As they walked, Chu Yue scanned the surroundings, eager to gather some herbs. About halfway through their trek, the foot that had stepped on the silver ingot began to ache slightly, making walking somewhat cumbersome. Observing her limping gait, Lu Xinghe quickly offered her the basket he was carrying. Take this. Chu Yue, puzzled, accepted the basket, only to see Lu Xinghe crouch in front of her. Get on my back. I'll carry you. She hurriedly waved her hands. No need, I can walk. Lu Xinghe glanced back at her. Your foot isn't suited for long walks. Do you really want me to carry you? Chu Yue paused, then obediently climbed onto his back. Alright, then I'll be carried. At least this way, she wouldn't have to see his face and could avoid some embarrassment. Lu Xinghe smirked slightly, effortlessly carrying Chu Yue through the mountains, moving with a swiftness that surpassed their earlier pace. Chu Yue nestled against his broad back, feeling the defined muscles beneath her, enveloped in a sense of security. It was difficult for a woman not to be fond of a handsome, considerate man. Though their family was poor, living a simple and harmonious life together was not so bad after all. She suddenly felt grateful to be marrying into such a family. In a world where women held a lower status, it was truly a blessing. There was no need to dwell on romantic dilemmas. That would only seem petty. With this thought, Chu Yue tightened her arms around Lu Xinghe's neck, resting her head on his sturdy shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Noticing the girl gradually relaxing in his embrace, Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowed his pace, walking steadily and swiftly through the mountains. Eventually, after some delays, they returned to Banpo village just before sunset. Fearing the attention of the villagers, Chu Yue softly murmured, "Husband, could you put me down? It wouldn't be proper for others to see." However, Lu Xinghe had no intention of releasing her. It is only natural for a husband to carry his wife. Why should I care what others say? Upon hearing Lu Xinghe's reply, Chu Yue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. At that moment, a voice rang out ahead. "Oh, what is this?" Lu Xinghe had reached the village entrance, where Wang Xuelan, who was washing wild vegetables, looked up. Chu Yue called out, "Grandmother." Lu Xinghe continued, "Today, we went to visit Ye's family, and she twisted her ankle on the way back, so I carried her for a bit." Wang Xuelan immediately set down the basin. "Is it serious?" "If it is, make sure to see a doctor tomorrow." Chu Yue quickly shook her head. "It's not serious, I just twisted it slightly and walked too far, so it's a bit sore. A day or two of rest should suffice." Just then, hearing the commotion outside, the rest of the family emerged from the house. There were Lu Xinghe's grandfather, his uncles, aunts, and a host of children, all eyes fixated on Chu Yue, who was being carried on Lu Xinghe's back. Chu Yue, not one to enjoy being the center of attention, felt a wave of shyness wash over her under their scrutiny. She leaned closer to Lu Xinghe and whispered, "Husband, please put me down." This was just the village entrance. They still had a long way to go, and she certainly did not wish to be paraded like a spectacle. Chapter 20 The separation of the old Lu family. Lu Xinghe's attractive lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. "Rest assured, we shall take the same route back as last time." He then turned his gaze towards the yard not far away, addressing the elders, "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, Ye's foot is uncomfortable, so we shall take our leave for now. We will bring her to see you once her foot has healed." Lu Taisheng, Lu Xinghe's grandfather, hastily waved his hand. "Go on, you should return and rest well." Lu Xinghe nodded and departed with Chu Yue on his back. Once the two had left, the courtyard where Lu Taisheng and Wang Xuelan resided buzzed with activity. Fourth uncle Lu Shoucheng gazed at Lu Xinghe's receding figure in astonishment. "I initially thought that with Xinghe's temperament, finding a wife would be quite the challenge. Unexpectedly, after the Chu girl entered the household, her transformation has been quite significant." Uncle Lu Laifu expressed his disapproval. "What does a significant transformation matter? Now there is another mouth to feed, life is bound to become even more arduous." Second uncle Lu Laikai nodded in agreement. "Eldest brother has a point." Aunt Jiang Xiuqin whispered, "How much can a girl possibly eat?" Perhaps with someone watching over the household, Xinghe can focus on his endeavors outside and find some peace of mind, making life a bit easier. Second Aunt Zhao Guiqin scoffed, "The Chu girl doesn't appear to be industrious. She can barely walk a few steps without needing to be carried. She has nothing more than a decorative pillow. How much help can she truly provide?" Indeed, it's just sheer luck that on her first day here, Xinghe happened to bring back a wild boar, and now he thinks he has struck gold. Just wait, if this continues, the hardships of the Yun family are still to come. Aunt Tian Chunyan remarked with a look of schadenfreude. Lu Taisheng surveyed his three sons and their wives, growing somewhat impatient as he waved his hand. "Enough, enough. Each of you is now a parent and grandparent. Cease your incessant gossiping about others. Since Xinghe's family has already separated, you need not worry about feeding another mouth, just take care of your own affairs." The eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, rolled her eyes and quickly inquired, "Father, what have you and mother decided regarding the separation of the family? You two are at such an age now, it is not right for you to continue bearing the burden of the entire clan. With so many people crowded together, it truly is inappropriate." Lu Taisheng took a puff from his pipe and exchanged a glance with his wife, nodding in agreement. Separation. In the past 2 years, great-grandchildren had come one after another, and the household had indeed grown too large. Sons and daughters-in-law, even the grandchildren, began clamoring for a division of the family, with some already eyeing plots of land, just waiting for the separation to claim their share and build their own homes. Lu Taisheng understood that if the family were to become divided in spirit, it would be impossible to reunite. It would be better to let them go, allowing him and his wife to enjoy their tranquil life. Upon hearing Lu Taisheng's response, the crowd felt a surge of joy, their faces lighting up with delight, especially the daughters-in-law. Entering a household of such size was indeed uncomfortable for them, making it difficult to do anything at all. Lu Taisheng rapped his pipe against the table and turned to his youngest son. "Shoucheng, go to your third sister-in-law's house and ask her to bring the children over tomorrow." Lu Shoucheng nodded and left for Lu Xinghe's home. The remaining family members exchanged glances, and the eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, hastily asked, "Father, why are we inviting the Yun family for our division?" Lu Taisheng took another puff from his pipe. "When the third brother's family separated, they received nothing but the house you helped build. This time, they too deserve their share." At this statement, the expressions on several daughters-in-law's faces shifted to displeasure. "Father, you must act with integrity. The third family has been separated for so many years and has not contributed to the household. The third brother has been gone for years, why should they receive a share? The eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, argued. The second daughter-in-law, Zhao Guiqin, quickly chimed in. Indeed, father, you cannot be so biased. When the third brother was around, we supported him so he could succeed, hoping he would bring glory to our family. Who could have foreseen that it would end in ruin, leaving us with such a burden? We have already shown them enough kindness. The others murmured in agreement, unwilling to part with their hard-earned wealth and land. Noticing that his sons wished to speak, Lu Taisheng raised his hand. Let me say a few words first. The crowd quieted down. A hint of sorrow crossed Lu Tiesheng's face. First, the third brother was indeed capable. He became a scholar at a young age, and his accomplishments saved us 12 years of tax. That is no small fortune, and our entire family has benefited from his merits. Furthermore, when the third brother was alive, did he ever shirk his responsibilities during the busy farming season? As for the Yun family, they took on the household chores without complaint, especially since the third brother needed to study, and now, not only has she given birth to the third brother's 3 children, but she has also raised them single-handedly to adulthood, making her a great contributor to our family. Even if the third brother is gone, I still recognize her as my daughter-in-law. As he spoke, he patted his chest. You ask me why, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. They are all my and your mother's descendants, why should some of you enjoy what they cannot? The sons and daughters-in-law lowered their heads in silence, yet, people tend to prioritize their own concerns. No matter how difficult life was for the Yun family, it had little bearing on their own lives, as they had their own households to manage. The eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, cast frequent glances at her husband. Lu Laifu, caught in his wife's gaze, had no choice but to bravely ask, Father, the third family has been separated for so long, surely they cannot receive as much as us? At that moment, Wang Xuelan, who had just finished washing vegetables, approached Lu Taisheng. She waved her wet hands in front of her waist, looking at her sons and daughters-in-law. I have discussed this matter with your father and understand your concerns. Tomorrow, the 3 families can select their plots of land first. That should settle the matter, right? Upon hearing this, the dissenting voices subsided. As Lu Xinghe carried Chu Yue home, he startled Yun Sueya. What has happened? Why is she being carried back? Xingping, quickly, go and open the gate. Lu Xingping hurriedly stepped forward to open the gate, taking the basket from Chu Yue's hands and ushering them inside. Once in the yard, Lu Xinghe set Chu Yue down. After she got to her feet, she limped a few steps to a chair, rolled up her pant leg, and sighed upon seeing her slightly swollen ankle. The it seemed that painful at the time. How had it swollen? After a brief glance, she quickly lowered her pant leg again. Chapter 21. If you can't walk, let your brother carry you. However, the swollen area was quite evident to Yun Sueya and Lu Xinghe. Furrowing her brow with genuine concern, Yun Sueya gazed at Chu Yue and asked, how did your foot become swollen? We must find a doctor to take a look at it. Chu Yue shook her head. Mother, it's nothing serious. I will apply a cold cloth on it for a while, and it should be better by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe hurriedly fetched a cloth, dampened it with water, twisted it until it was semi-dry, and handed it to Chu Yue. You should apply it for now. Realizing it was inconvenient to treat her foot outside, Lu Xinghe stepped forward, scooped Chu Yue into his arms, and carried her inside. This sudden action caused Chu Yue to gasp in surprise. Yun Sueya watched their retreating figures, covering her mouth as she chuckled, feeling significantly less worried in her heart. Lu Xingping's gaze followed Lu Xinghe until he entered the room, his eyes lingering on the closed door, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Yun Sueya. What is with this childish curiosity? Hurry and get to work, dry the medicinal herbs and help your brother Xing'an in the kitchen. Your sister-in-law might have injured herself because her shoes don't fit properly, so your mother should continue making her shoes. Lu Xingping chuckled, scratching the back of his head. All right, mother. As Chu Yue was cradled in Lu Xinghe's arms, she felt utterly stiff, her face aflame with embarrassment. Lu Xinghe gently set her down on the Kong and reached for her foot, but she instinctively pulled it back. She took the cloth from Lu Xinghe's hand. I can manage by myself. Understanding the girl's shyness, Lu Xinghe did not insist. Then you can start applying it. I will see if there is anything else I can help with outside. I'll bring you your dinner later. For now, just stay off your feet. Chu Yue lowered her head and nodded. Okay. Lu Xinghe cast her one last glance before stepping out. Just then, Lu Shoucheng had arrived outside the courtyard. Xinghe. Lu Xinghe looked up. Fourth uncle? He quickly approached and opened the courtyard door. Is there something you need? Where's your mother? He called out, tilting his head towards the house. Is Sansa at home? Yun Sueya, who had been sewing the soles of shoes, heard his voice and set her work aside to step outside. Shoucheng has come. Lu Shoucheng sighed. Sansa, father asked me to tell you that you should take Xinghe and the other brothers to the old house tomorrow. Yun Sueya frowned in confusion. Is there a reason? Lu Shoucheng sighed again. Alas, it's about the division of the family. Recently, De Saw and Air Saw have been persistently bringing it up in front of father and mother. Yun Sueya was taken aback. Has father agreed to the division? Previously, when they had insisted on separating from the in-laws, he had vehemently opposed, asserting that as long as the parents were alive, they should not separate. Only after the matter had escalated did he relent, and now, with both elders still alive, it seemed he was finally worn down by the insistence of the 2 sisters-in-law. Lu Shoucheng nodded. Yes, today when Desaw mentioned it, father agreed. However, even if we do separate, we will likely still live together with them. They are getting old, and I worry about them living alone. Yun Sueha quickly replied, that is certainly the case. Father and mother are nearing 60, and it is only proper for someone to look after them. After conveying the message, Lu Xinghe turned to leave. I've relayed the message, just remember to bring Xinghe and the others tomorrow. Yun Sueha took a few steps toward the courtyard gate. Ah, Shoucheng, please have a meal before you go. Lu Shoucheng waved his hand as he walked away. No need, we have food at home and wouldn't want to impose. Lu Xinghe rushed out from the kitchen and stood beside Yun Sueha, watching his uncle's retreating figure, and quietly asked, Mother, why are we being called to the division? Haven't we already been separated? Yun Sueha gently patted Lu Xinghe's head. It doesn't matter why we are called. If they ask us to go, we shall go. You are all your grandparents' grandchildren, and whatever they offer us, we will accept. If they don't, we won fight for it to I in the end, we will benefit, and you must honor your grandparents well. With a sigh, she continued, life is but a fleeting journey. Rather than fussing over trivial matters, it is better to live comfortably and find joy within. With that, she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Lu Xinghe, somewhat perplexed, replied with a vague "oh" and turned to head back inside. Chu Yue, having removed her shoes and applying the cold cloth while sitting on the kong, listened to the conversation outside and couldn't help but reflect on the complexities of family life. Before long, Lu Xinghe returned with a basin of cold water. He took the cloth that Chu Yue had used and soaked it in the cold water, wringing it out before placing it back on her ankle. Are you hungry? Mother is already cooking, I will bring you your meal shortly. Having only consumed a bowl of rice soup at noon, and after walking such a long distance, it was certain that whatever was in her stomach had long been expended. Chu Yue accepted the cloth and softly replied, it's nothing serious, I'm not that hungry. What about you? You only had a little for lunch and carried me all the way, you must be exhausted and hungry. Lu Xinghe knelt beside her and playfully pinched her cheek. You still have time to worry about me. Is your foot feeling better? Gazing at his handsome face, Chu Yue felt her cheeks burn even more, and she nervously swallowed. And no. With a smile, Lu Xinghe stood up. I'll go fetch you something to eat. After he left, Chu Yue covered her face, her heart racing wildly. Before long, Lu Xinghe returned with food. He brought a bowl of thick rice porridge, a small dish of fresh green vegetables, and a fried egg. Chu Yue stared at the egg in the bowl, utterly astonished. I only need the porridge and vegetables. You can give the egg to mother, she is weak and needs the nourishment. Lu Xinghe placed the porridge and vegetables on the table, then moved the table closer to Chu Yue's bed. This egg was specially fried for you by mother. Just eat it. She anticipated that you would refuse, so she even made a bowl of egg drop soup. Everyone will enjoy eggs tonight. Hearing this, Chu Yue felt a warmth in her heart. Please thank mother for me. After resting for a night, Chu Yue woke up the next morning to find that the slight swelling around her ankle had diminished, though there was still a faint soreness. However, she could walk without difficulty, as long as she avoided any abrupt movements. After breakfast, the family prepared to head to the old house. Yun Sueha looked at Chu Yue's foot with concern. Yeah, do you think you can walk that far? Before Chu Yue could respond, Lu Xinghe interjected with carefree audacity, well, since Big Brother is strong, if you can't walk, just let him carry you. Why worry, mother? Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes, finding Lu Xinghe utterly clueless. To his surprise, rather than chastising him, their mother merely nodded and agreed, then led the way towards the courtyard gate. Lu Xinghe, Chapter 22. The division of the family. A quarter of an hour later, the family arrived at the ancestral home, greeted at the door by Lu Shoucheng's daughter-in-law, Jiang Xiuqin. Sister-in-law San's family has arrived, Yun Sueha said with a smile as she stepped inside. How have you been, sister-in-law Si? Jiang Xiuqin chuckled lightly, what is there to speak of? Life goes on as it always does. At this moment, all members of the first, second, and fourth households, including children and grandchildren, were neatly standing in the yard. Upon seeing the tardy Yun Sueha, Jiang Xiuqin rolled her eyes and began with her sharp tongue. Sister-in-law San truly is a person of great importance, making our parents wait for quite some time. We almost thought you wouldn't show up. Knowing her temperament and aware that today's division of the family would surely displease her, Yun Sueha chose not to engage in her banter. Sister-in-law Air speaks too highly of me. My health has not been well, and I could not hurry, which indeed made our parents wait. After speaking, she turned her apologetic gaze towards Lu Taisheng and Wang Xuelan. Chu Yue bit her lip. They weren't actually this slow, but had deliberately slowed down for her sake, which had inadvertently led to her mother being chastised by her second aunt. She wanted to speak up but was restrained by Lu Xinghe, who gently grasped her arm and whispered in her ear, grandfather will handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Taisheng waved his hand. It's no trouble. You unwell, so take your time. He then turned to Zhao Guiqin, sister-in-law Air, if we wish for a smooth division today, it would be wise for you to hold your tongue. Zhao Guiqin, stifled by her father-in-law's words, inwardly cursed the old man for his bias, yet knowing that for the sake of a successful division, she had to suppress her resentment. On the other side, Lu Likai had been glared at several times by her. With an innocent expression, Lu Likai rubbed the back of his head, pondering how his wife's own complaints had drawn their father's ire. Why was he being glowered at? Wang Xuelan turned to Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, go inside and fetch a chair for your mother. All right. Lu Xinghe nodded and went inside, soon returning with two chairs, one for Yun Sueha and the other for Chu Yue. The little girl's foot had not yet healed, and having walked so far, she stubbornly refused to let anyone carry her, leaving one to wonder if her foot would ache upon returning home. Due to this gesture, among all the grandchildren present, only Chu Yue took a seat, while the others, even those holding children, stood obediently. The young wives cast glances at their husbands and then at Lu Xinghe not far away, suddenly feeling dissatisfied with their own men. Just look at Lu Xinghe, handsome, well-educated, and considerate of his wife. Why was there such a stark contrast among the grandsons of the Lu family? Some hot-tempered young wives even thrust their children into their husbands' arms, seeking a moment of ease for themselves. Initially, the aunts intended to tease Chu Yue, but in pursuit of a smooth division, they bit their tongues. However, upon hearing the grandchildren wailing in the arms of their sons, their brows furrowed in frustration. Tian Chunyan looked back and exclaimed, "Can we quiet down a bit? Do you still wish to divide the family?" Her call only startled the little ones more, causing them to cry even louder. Zhao Guiqing shot Tian Chunyan a glare. "Sister-in-law, why are you making such a racket? My dear grandson is crying because of you. Do you have any idea how loud your voice is?" She had tolerated Tian Chunyan for many years, but now with the division imminent, she could bear it no longer. Tian Chunyan, not to be outdone, retorted, hands on her hips, "What has got you shouting at me, you old hag? This is just how I speak. You've known this for ages. If you're worried about your precious grandson being scared, just have your son and daughter-in-law hold him further away." Lu Xinghe furrowed his brows and forcefully tapped his smoking pipe against a stone. "Every day it's shouting and bickering. Haven't you had enough? Can we have a moment of peace?" He gestured towards Zhang Xiuqin and Yunsuea. "Look at them, both are mothers. Why can't you learn something from your sisters-in-law?" Tian Chunyan bristled at this, leaning back in her chair with a defiant attitude. Father favors them, so naturally he sees the Yun and Zhang families in a good light. Unlike us, who can never please him, regardless of what we do, it's always wrong, whether we learn or not, it makes no difference. On this point, Zhao Guiqing agreed with Tian Chunyan. Exactly, Father's favoritism is practically written on his face. "You too," Lu Xinghe began, but sighed deeply. "Very well, each of you has your own scale in your hearts. If you say I am biased, then so be it. Since we are dividing the family, once it's done, you can all move out quickly, so you won't have to see me and feel annoyed." Throughout the exchange, Zhang Xiuqin and Yunsuea remained silent, as did the younger generation. Chu Yue sat in the corner, observing as Lu Xinghe exchanged glances with Wang Xuelan, who then retrieved a purse from inside the house. Upon seeing the purse, everyone straightened in their seats. "Here are 60 taels of silver. Your mother and I are getting older and can no longer earn much, so we've kept a little for ourselves, and the remainder is to be divided among your families, each receiving 15 taels. Do you have any objections?" Equally divided among the households, the daughters-in-law had no objections, and naturally, neither did the sons. "Father, we have no objections." Lu Xinghe nodded, indicating for Wang Xuelan to distribute the silver. Before everyone, the silver was divided clearly, with each household receiving 15 taels. Holding the heavy 15 taels in her hand, Yunsuea felt a surge of excitement. With this money, life for the family could improve. "Next comes the land and the mountain," Lu Xinghe continued, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. "Our family possesses 6 mu of superior farmland, 12 mu of medium-quality land, and a mountain spanning over 20 mu. In recent years, our family has worked diligently to cultivate the medium-quality land to a standard nearly equal to that of the superior land. Your mother and I have decided to keep 2 mu of the superior land close to the village entrance for ourselves, just enough for us to make a living, while the remaining 4 mu of superior land will be divided among the families, with the 12 mu of medium paddy fields split between 2 families, and the mountain allocated to 1 family." At this moment, the voice of the eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, chimed in. "Father, there are quite a few trees growing on that mountain, which we all planted together. How do you plan to handle those?" Lu Xinghe took a puff from his pipe, his gaze momentarily distant. "I counted the trees the other day, there are approximately 150. In another 2 or 3 years, they will be ready for harvest, and whoever claims that forest will have the trees." Chapter 23 Poison, when used wisely, can be a good medicine. Zhao Guiqing, the wife of the second son, felt a sudden shock in her heart. "How can this be?" Lu Xinghe cast her a glance. "Why can't it be? How much is an acre of rice field worth, and how much for an acre of forest? You can do the math yourselves. The forest cannot yield food, it must be supplemented from other sources, mustn't it?" Wang Xuelan also chimed in. "What your father says is correct. That forest will take at least 2 or 3 years to nurture, it cannot be sold immediately, and it isn't even valuable timber. If you are envious, you may as well take that forest for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. They had never considered taking that forest. It couldn't produce food, and cultivating trees would require years before any returns could be realized. What good would it do them? If the harvest turned out well, their own rice fields would likely yield as much in a year or 2 as the income from selling trees. Tian Chunyan eagerly inquired, "Father, Mother, you mentioned yesterday that we 3 families could choose first, is that still the case?" "Since I said it, it naturally stands," Lu Xinghe replied, turning to Yunsuea. "Yun, your family has been separated for quite some time, and you haven't been around your parents. Today, we are allowing the 3 families to choose the land first. Do you have any objections?" Yunsuea smiled and shook her head. "Whatever father arranges is fine by me." The fact that they could obtain 15 taels of silver was already a pleasant surprise. She had no further complaints. Even if she ended up with over 20 acres of mountain, she would accept it. Seeing Yun Sui's thoughtfulness, Lu Xinghe felt a wave of comfort and quickly turned to Wang Xuelan. When we divide the chickens later, make sure to give an extra one to the family of the third daughter-in-law. Since the head of the family had spoken, Wang Xuelan naturally nodded in agreement. All right. Subsequently, the eldest and second families each took 6 acres of medium-quality rice fields, while the fourth family claimed 4 acres of superior rice fields, leaving the over 20 acres of mountain to Yun Sui's family. Gaining a mountain out of the blue, though not vast in size, still brought them joy after all. They were now a family with both fields and mountains. Once the land division was complete, Wang Xuelan went to catch chickens. Before leaving, Yun Sui's family took 2 hens and 1 rooster, which led to much chattering among the 2 elder sisters-in-law. However, Chu Yue was overjoyed last night. While eating eggs, she had been thinking about raising a few chickens at home. She never expected her wish to come true so quickly. Upon returning home, Lu Xinghe hastily set up an activity space for the chickens in a corner of the yard to prevent them from leaving droppings everywhere, which would create an unpleasant odor. After enclosing the area for the chickens, he mixed mud and, using wooden boards and stones collected by Lu Xinghe and his brother, constructed a sturdy chicken coop. By the time they finished this endeavor, it was already afternoon. In the evening, after the walls of the coop had dried sufficiently, Lu Xinghe laid a thick layer of rice husks inside to prevent moisture. Due to her foot injury, Chu Yue rested at home for the day, with her family insisting she do nothing, which left her feeling restless. She could only seek out Yun Sui to learn needlework. However, embroidery requires both talent and patience. After sitting for a day, she found herself unwilling to endure a second. Fortunately, by the third day, her foot had nearly healed. After breakfast, she took a basket and joined Lu Xinghe and his 3 brothers to venture into the mountains. Older sister-in-law, be careful, please don't twist your ankle again, Lu Xinghe reminded as they walked. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Can't you wish her well? Realizing his words were inappropriate, Lu Xinghe stuck out his tongue. I was just worried about her foot. Observing the 2 boys, Chu Yue smiled. It's all right. I appreciate Xingping's concern. I will be careful. After walking for a while, they arrived at a somewhat sparse thicket, where Lu Xingping suddenly pointed to a cluster of green plants not far away and asked, older sister-in-law, are those wild vegetables? Chu Yue turned her gaze toward the sound, approached the cluster of green leaves, and after observing for a moment, shook her head. This is Pinellia ternata, a medicinal herb, and the entire plant is toxic, with the greatest toxicity in the rhizome. It cannot be consumed as a wild vegetable. Lu Xingping was taken aback. How can something poisonous also be medicinal? Isn't that how the saying goes? All medicine carries some poison. Medicine and poison have always been intertwined. When used wisely, poison can be a good medicine, Chu Yue explained as she used her small hoe to dig up the rhizomes of the Pinellia and placed them in her basket. Lu Xinghe looked at Chu Yue, assuming she had been influenced by the traveling doctor next door since childhood to understand such principles. This implied that she had spent considerable time in the Wu family during her youth and had interacted frequently with Wu Yong. Moreover, her familiarity with medicinal herbs and their properties suggested that the Wu family had ulterior motives. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. That Lu Xingping waved to Lu Xinghe, elder brother, there are many more over here. Could you help me dig some? Once the soil is loosened, I can extract the rhizomes? Sure. Lu Xinghe loosened the soil while Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe worked diligently to extract the small rhizomes one by one. Before long, the area was cleared of Pinellia. Elder brother, why don't we take a look at our own mountain? We haven't been there yet, and it would be good to familiarize ourselves with the path, Lu Xingping suggested. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. He took the lead, guiding the 3 brothers toward the mountain that had been allocated to their family by their grandparents. The mountain was not far from the village entrance, and standing on the slope, they could still faintly see their grandparents' old homestead. As they approached, Chu Yue's attention was drawn to a plant nearby. It grew not far from a large tree, standing about calf height, adorned with 5 whorls of palmate leaves, and crowned with a cluster of bright red, flattened round fruits. Seeing the expression on Chu Yue's face, Lu Xinghe immediately asked, did you discover something again, older sister-in-law? This was his first time accompanying Chu Yue to forage for medicinal herbs, and he found her quite remarkable, as if there were no plants in the mountains that she did not know. Chu Yue's face radiated excitement as she tried to swallow her anticipation. If my eyes do not deceive me, I believe I have found something valuable. With that, she made her way toward the plant. The 3 brothers followed closely behind her, watching as she meticulously dug with her small hoe. Older sister-in-law, what treasure is this? Lu Xingping asked, his face filled with curiosity. Lu Xinghe crouched down and took the small hoe from Chu Yue's hands. Let me help you. Chu Yue did not object but cautioned, be careful. Do not damage its roots. Once ginseng is harmed, it cannot fetch a good price. Upon hearing that it was ginseng, Lu Xinghe proceeded with even greater caution. Is this ginseng? Lu Xingping exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Lu Xinghe was equally astonished. Xingping had always remarked on his older sister-in-law's good fortune, yet he had not understood how fortunate it truly was until today. Encountering ginseng by mere chance was not something everyone experienced. Shoo! He held up a finger to Lu Xingping, lowering his voice, keep it down. Do not let anyone else know, lest someone get wind of it. Chapter 24 Nancy seeks assistance. Lu Xingping cast him a sidelong glance. I am not foolish. You are not particularly clever either, Lu Xinghe retorted as he crouched down to observe Lu Xinghe digging ginseng. Once Lu Xinghe had unearthed the ginseng in its entirety, fearing damage to its roots if placed directly in the basket, Chu Yue hastily retrieved a clean cloth from her bosom and carefully wrapped the ginseng before placing it at the side of the basket. Subsequently, the group foraged for a few wild vegetables in a nearby hollow before returning home. Upon their arrival, before they could set the basket down, a voice rang out from behind them. Sansa, you are home. Yun Suiha looked up to see Jiang Xiuqin standing at the door with a basket in tow. What brings you here, sister-in-law? Please, come in and sit. Due to the presence of guests, Chu Yue temporarily placed the basket in the kitchen, and upon returning, she poured a glass of water and offered it to Jiang Xiuqin. Aunt Si, have some water. Thank you, Jiang Xiuqin replied, taking the cup and draining it in a few gulps before handing it back to her, much appreciated. As she spoke, she retrieved a light pink pouch embroidered with orchids from her basket and handed it to Chu Yue. I have seen Ye twice before but never had the chance to exchange a word. Please accept this as a token of our first meeting. Uncertain, Chu Yue glanced towards Yun Suiha for guidance. Since it is your aunt's kind gesture, you should accept it, Yun Suiha encouraged. With her approval, Chu Yue accepted the pouch. Thank you, Aunt Si. Jiang Xiuqin had not previously known Chu Yue well, but after this encounter, her impression improved significantly. She did not seem as unsatisfactory as the elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law had described. No need to be courteous. It's enough that you do not despise it. Yun Suiha interjected with a smile. Look at what Si Dime is saying. Your embroidery skills are commendable, and the pouch is exquisite. Any young girl would be delighted to receive it. How could you possibly dislike it? Chu Yue smiled and went to place the cup in the kitchen. When she returned, she had already fastened the pouch to her waist. Jiang Xiuqin approached Yun Suiha with a smile and inquired, Sansa, I heard from my little way that Xingping and Xinghen have been gathering medicinal herbs recently. Is that true? This was not a secret, as medicinal herbs had been drying in front of their house daily, so Yun Suiha could not deny it. Indeed, when Ye was at her mother's house, the next door doctor taught Xingping and Xinghen to recognize some herbs, so they have been gathering medicinal herbs alongside wild vegetables to exchange for some money in town. Jiang Xiuqin, surprised, turned her gaze towards Chu Yue. I did not realize Ye possessed such skills. Chu Yue quickly waved her hand. Aunt Si, please do not say that. It is nothing remarkable. Jiang Xiuqin chuckled, earning money is indeed a skill. She then turned her attention back to Yun Suiha. Sansa, I will not beat around the bush, my little Wei and Yufeng have also found some herbs following Xingping and Xinghen's lead. My husband and I know nothing about medicinal herbs, so we were hoping you could help us identify them. Would it be possible for you to take them to town for us to sell? Now it was Yun Suiha who was uncertain. She was not knowledgeable about medicinal herbs either, and given that Jiang Xiuqin had just gifted Chu Yue the pouch, refusing would seem rather ungracious. Thus, she turned to Chu Yue for her opinion. Yeah, what do you think? Chu Yue stepped forward. Could Aunt Si show me the herbs? Jiang Xiuqin quickly set down her basket and lifted the blue floral cloth covering it, revealing neatly arranged herbs within. Chu Yue carried the herbs to a shaded area under a tree, carefully extracting them from the basket. Except for a few plants that were not medicinal, the rest were indeed herbs. We will be visiting town tomorrow. Of the herbs in this basket, only the 3-7 variety holds any value. This entire basket should fetch around 300 to 400 copper coins. If Aunt Si trusts us, we can help you sell them. Upon hearing that they could earn such a sum, Jiang Xiuqin's heart soared with joy, and she nodded eagerly. I trust you. It is certainly better than relying on our ignorance. Rising to her feet, she added, I entrust the sale of the herbs to you both. I have many matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. Yun Suiha accompanied Jiang Xiuqin to the door before returning to where Chu Yue was sorting through the herbs. Yeah, if this is for your Uncle Si and Aunt Si's family, there is no need for you to make a special trip to town. Your foot has only just healed, it is unwise to walk such a distance. Chu Yue collected the herbs into the basket and pulled Yun Suiha into the kitchen, retrieving the ginseng wrapped in cloth, her voice low yet laced with excitement. Mother, we found ginseng on the mountain today. Yun Suiha was equally thrilled. That explains why you mentioned a trip to town tomorrow, but your foot. At that moment, Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen. I will borrow Aunt Lin's cart later. We can use it to take Ye to town tomorrow. Yun Suiha nodded in approval. That works, we need to take the herbs and turtles to sell, and using the cart will make it easier. You both should set off early and don't rush back in the afternoon, the sun has been quite fierce these past few days. The two nodded in unison. Understood, mother. The following morning, Yun Suiha called Chu Yue into the house and presented her with the shoes she had made. Come, try them on. Chu Yue slipped her feet into them. The soles were thick and soft, fitting perfectly, while the pale purple upper was adorned with delicate flowers, truly exquisite. Wearing them, Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with joy. Mother, these shoes are so beautiful. I have never worn such lovely shoes before, thank you. If you like them, that is enough. Yun Suiha glanced at Chu Yue. Since her arrival, their household had been flourishing day by day. Perhaps she truly was their lucky star. Chu Yue approached Yun Suiha and whispered, Mother, have you been practicing those exercises these past few days? Yun Suiha cautiously glanced outside, lowering her voice. I have been, not a single day missed. It seems to be having some effect. I find I am not as weighed down when I move about. Hearing that progress was being made brought Chu Yue great joy. That is wonderful. Since you are gradually recovering, Mother, make sure to move around in the yard whenever it is cool. After some time, I will teach you a few more challenging exercises. When the opportunity arises, it would be best to find a skilled doctor to help her recuperate. Though her body had suffered for many years, it was chiefly due to a lack of timely treatment and prolonged malnutrition that it had come to this state. Fortunately, she was still only in her early 30s, and with proper care, she should be able to recover gradually. Seeing the results, Yun Sueha readily agreed to whatever Chu Yue suggested. Alright, I will do as you say. Chapter 25. A planning for the future. After having breakfast, Lu Xinghe retrieved 2 turtles from the slop tank and placed them into a bucket. He then loaded the bucket along with a basket of medicinal herbs onto the cart and, accompanied by Chu Yue, pushed the cart towards the village entrance. As they passed by, they noticed Aunt Jiang Xiuqin standing in her yard, waving at them. On the way, Chu Yue, seated atop the cart, gazed at Lu Xinghe and remarked, "Husband, our family's circumstances have improved somewhat. Have you considered resuming your studies for the imperial examinations?" Lu Xinghe appeared momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. How could he not wish to pursue that path? He yearned for the day when he would possess the ability to search for his father's whereabouts, yet, given the current state of affairs at home, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, unable to leave without a man to support the family. Seemingly aware of Lu Xinghe's concerns, Chu Yue continued, "You truly need not fret about the household. I will gradually attend to Mother's health, and Xingping and Xing'an have reached the age for education. If it proves difficult, we could rent a place in town, allowing us to split our time between the village and the town without being separated. You could still manage the household while studying." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe found it to be a reasonable plan. They say one should rely on the mountains for sustenance. Wouldn't this mean we would sever our source of income? Chu Yue, however, harbored a different perspective. What do you think of this year's harvest? Not good. The fields around Banpo village were lush with trees, and the ponds still held water, but elsewhere, the land was parched and barren. Chu Yue continued, with a poor harvest, the fields yield no produce, yet taxes must still be paid. The peasantry, relying on their fields for sustenance, will find themselves short of funds. Once the cold sets in, those struggling to make ends meet will undoubtedly sell their land. In times of famine, the prices for land would diminish significantly. By acquiring these plots, they could rent them out the following year, generating a considerable income from the rent alone. Chu Yue did not voice the next part of her thoughts, but Lu Xinghe had already surmised it. He looked at her in astonishment. Your little mind is truly smart, right? Chu Yue interjected, a hint of pride gracing her features. Having shared meals and a living space, the two had grown increasingly familiar, often exchanging playful banter. Observing her radiant smile, Lu Xinghe shook his head in resignation. You certainly have a plethora of ideas. And that's not all, Chu Yue continued. Yesterday, Aunt Four came to ask us to sell her medicinal herbs. I was thinking, we need not rely solely on ourselves to gather herbs, we could also collect them from the village. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Collect herbs? Yes. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the basket atop the cart. Consider the valuable herbs like ginseng. Finding them relies heavily on luck. The majority are common herbs, which fetch low prices at the apothecary. If we gather them and sell them to the apothecary, wouldn't it be significantly easier to make a profit? Villagers who lack knowledge of herbs may not be able to secure a good price on their own. With this thought, Lu Xinghe smiled. Indeed, we could return to the village every fortnight or month to gather herbs and then sell them in town. He then turned to Chu Yue. However, if we accumulate a large quantity, relying solely on our own 2 legs may not suffice. We needn't rush into this matter. Moving to town may be a plan for next year. Given this year's poor harvest, let us first endure through it, Chu Yue replied. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Husband, since we aren't in a hurry to return today, shall we visit the dentist if we have the time? Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. As they chatted and laughed, Chu Yue would occasionally jump down from the cart to assist Lu Xinghe with pushing it. After an hour, they finally arrived in town. Upon reaching Nanping town, due to the presence of ginseng, they made their way directly to Chen's apothecary. The shop was unusually busy today, as a doctor was consulting patients. 2 assistants behind the counter were busily preparing prescriptions. Flustered by the rush, the shopkeeper, Chen, was sweating profusely as he calculated with an abacus. When he glanced up and spotted Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, he initially paused in recognition, before seemingly recalling something, and set the abacus aside. Are you 2 here to sell medicinal herbs today as well? Lu Xinghe carried the basket into the shop, while Chu Yue observed the bustling atmosphere and approached the counter. Shopkeeper Chen, do you have a moment for a private conversation? As she spoke, she carefully opened a gap in the basket she was holding. Upon seeing the ginseng, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. Just moments ago, someone had hurriedly sought him out to purchase ginseng at a high price, yet such rare herbs were seldom available. Now, by a stroke of luck, someone had come to him with a supply. Chen's face broke into a smile as he hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter, gesturing for them to follow him to the back courtyard. Please, right this way. Following Chen, Chu Yue cautiously presented the ginseng from her basket. Shopkeeper Chen, this is not my first visit. Could you take a look and see how this ginseng fares? Chen examined the ginseng closely for a moment before stating, this ginseng has 7 rootlets and appears to be approximately 10 years old. Chu Yue nodded, finding his assessment accurate. Shopkeeper Chen, please provide a fair price. With a smile, Chen replied, certainly. Ginseng is hard to come by these days, especially one that's whole and intact. For a 10-year-old ginseng, I can offer you this amount. He raised a hand. 50 taels. A rush of joy surged through Chu Yue as she exchanged a glance with Lu Xinghe and nodded in agreement. All right, shopkeeper, please take a look at the other herbs as well. Having received the ginseng, Chen, feeling pressed for time, hastily added, "Your visit is quite timely. I am quite busy at the moment. I assume the other herbs are rather ordinary, so let us bundle them together for 2 taels of silver, shall we?" Fearing Chu Yue might object, he quickly explained, "You both know that if we were to calculate it precisely, it might not even amount to 2 taels." Chu Yue retrieved the sanchi that Aunt Four had given her the previous day. "Shopkeeper, it's not that I am being stingy. It's just that this basket contains a sanchi as well. Selling for 2 taels would indeed be somewhat unfair." Chen was momentarily taken aback. "I hadn't considered that. In that case, how about 2.5 taels? Anything more, and I would incur a loss." Chu Yue smiled and nodded. "All right, then 2.5 it is." After settling the transaction at Chen's apothecary, they placed the 52 taels of silver into Chu Yue's pouch, which Lu Xinghe carried in front of him, while the remaining 501 were tucked into the basket that Chu Yue carried. Chapter 26, a matter of life and death. As soon as Chu Yue emerged from the backyard, she spotted a young woman dressed as a maid rushing into the apothecary. "Is Dr. Zhu here? I beseech you, doctor, please save my mistress." Dr. Zhu, who was attending to a number of patients, wore a troubled expression. "My dear lady, did I not make myself clear earlier? I am not a midwife. Even if I were to go, I would be powerless to help, and I have a multitude of patients awaiting treatment before me. In the kingdom of Nanyuan, it is traditionally frowned upon for male physicians to attend to childbirth, rendering the expertise of an experienced midwife especially vital." The maid knelt before Dr. Zhu, weeping as she implored, "Doctor, I beg you, my mistress has already lost consciousness. They say that a healer possesses a compassionate heart. Please, take a look at her." With a heavy sigh, Dr. Zhu replied, "What can I possibly change about your mistress's condition?" At that moment, the long line of patients began to chime in. "Dr. Zhu, we too are suffering from ailments that we can scarcely endure. It would not be a burden to wait. Why not attend to this young lady's request first?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu glanced over at the shopkeeper, Chen, who had just emerged from the backyard. "Old Chen, what do you think?" Chen adjusted the ginseng he had just received from Chu Yue and replied, "In that case, Dr. Zhu, you should go. Do not feel overly pressured, just do your best. I doubt Master Huang will hold it against you." Dr. Zhu sighed again, reluctantly gathering his medical kit. Driven by curiosity, Chu Yue approached the maid and inquired, "Dear sister, has your mistress encountered difficulties in childbirth?" Although the maid appeared younger than Chu Yue, she did not exhibit any disdain and wiped her tears away. "My mistress is experiencing a difficult labor. She has been in labor for 3 days without the child being born, and just now, she has fainted from exhaustion. The midwife says that if the child does not arrive soon, both mother and child may be in grave danger." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. It was indeed a case of obstructed labor. In such circumstances, without immediate intervention, there was little hope for survival. Dr. Zhu's visit would merely be a formality. Having encountered such a dire situation, Chu Yue felt compelled to follow along. She turned to Lu Xinghe. "My dear husband, are you familiar with Master Huang? He is a man of great benevolence. He was once a classmate of my father. I suppose he is now blessed with a late-born child, which is truly unfortunate," Lu Xinghe replied, a hint of lamentation in his tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue made up her mind. "Darling, would it be acceptable for you to go to Huayu Tower alone? I wish to accompany Dr. Zhu to Master Huang's residence." Lu Xinghe expressed concern over Chu Yue venturing out alone. "If you wish to go, I can accompany you. We can visit Huayu Tower later." However, he regarded her with confusion. "What can you, a young maiden, possibly do there?" Chu Yue whispered, "My fortune has been exceptionally good of late. What if my presence helps ensure a smooth delivery for Lady Huang?" While she may lack confidence in traditional medicine, she possessed some practical experience in surgery. If successful, not only could she save 2 lives, but she might also gain Master Huang's protection in the future. Upon hearing her reasoning, Lu Xinghe found merit in her words. "Very well, let us go." After all, he had met Master Huang on 2 occasions in the past, during which he had done considerable good for the people when times were tough. If this young girl could bring them good fortune, it would indeed be a fortuitous connection. Filled with joy, Chu Yue grasped Lu Xinghe's hand as they exited the Chen's apothecary, pushing a cart in the direction where the maid and Dr. Zhu had departed. Given the urgency of the situation and considering Dr. Zhu's advanced age, the maid had brought along a sedan chair. The bearers moved swiftly, and within a short span, they arrived at the residence of Master Huang, located in Qiyan Alley, a street lined with several prominent households, all reputable figures in Nanping town. The sedan chair carrying Dr. Zhu came to a halt before the first residence on the left. The maid, perhaps anxious, hastily lifted the curtain of the sedan, assisting Dr. Zhu out. Just then, the inhabitants of the Huang residence seemed to have heard the commotion and quickly opened the doors. "Dr. Zhu, you have finally arrived." Still reeling from the bumpy ride, Dr. Zhu was hurriedly pulled out of the sedan by the maid. Just as he was about to follow several servants into the Huang residence, he heard a voice calling from the alley, "Dr. Zhu, wait a moment." Turning towards the entrance, he saw a young man and a girl pushing a cart towards them. Dr. Zhu, puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" Chu Yue quickly replied, "Dr. Zhu, do you not remember us? We were just delivering medicinal herbs to shopkeeper Chen. He was concerned that you might find it difficult to proceed alone, and since I have some rudimentary knowledge, he specifically asked me to assist you." Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu waved his hands. "Why are you still standing there? Lives are at stake. Come quickly inside with me." "Of course." Chu Yue exclaimed, hastily lifting her skirts to ascend the steps. As she entered, she did not forget to address the steward by the door, saying, "Good sir, the gentleman pushing the cart is my husband. It is quite sunny outside, might you allow him to enter the estate and wait for me?" The steward nodded promptly. "Of course, young lady, please, go ahead with Dr. Zhu." Though her attire was tattered, it was nonetheless neat and presentable, and the residents of the Huang household did not look down upon her for her appearance. Observing Chu Yue's hurried demeanor, Lu Xinghe could not help but chuckle softly. Even at such a critical moment, she still considered his well-being, yet it was precisely this earnestness in Chu Yue that warmed Lu Xinghe's heart. After watching Chu Yue's figure disappear from view, Lu Xinghe positioned the cart against the wall and followed the steward into the Huang residence. Chu Yue accompanied Dr. Zhu and the maid, Xiao Lian, to the backyard, entering a courtyard known as Ime Garden. It was evident that those of wealth in ancient times placed great emphasis on aesthetics. Chu Yue felt that the flora and fauna in Ime Garden were far more exquisite than those of common folk. A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, rose from a stone bench upon the doctor's arrival. "Dr. Zhu, you have finally come. I implore you to save my wife and child." Dr. Zhu performed a respectful bow. "Master Huang, let me first examine your wife's condition." "This way, please." Master Huang gestured towards the interior of the house. Xiao Lian, quickly lead Dr. Zhu inside. "Yes, sir." Xiao Lian curtsied and hurriedly assisted Dr. Zhu towards the birthing chamber. Chu Yue followed silently behind, contemplating the situations and urgent measures that might arise. Upon entering the room, they found a woman lying on the bed, her complexion ashen and her breath shallow, appearing as though she could slip away at any moment. Her abdomen was distended, tightly wrapped in thin blankets due to the presence of a male physician. Chapter 27. The cesarean section. With a slight furrow of her brow, Chu Yue pondered the oppressive heat of the day. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure being wrapped in blankets, let alone a mother who was so frail that her life could slip away at any moment. She hurriedly approached and loosened the covers around Madame Huang, ensuring at the very least that she could breathe freely. The midwife and maidservants attempted to intervene, but they were halted by Dr. Zhu's raised hand. "What she is doing is correct. Madame Huang is already struggling for breath, and wrapping her up so tightly is more harmful than beneficial, Doctor." Zhu remarked. Observing Chu Yue's adept movements, he began to understand why Master Chen had summoned her for assistance. Though young, she appeared astute and possessed potential. Xiao Lian quickly brought a stool to place beside the bed and gently laid Madame Huang's hand on a cloth, allowing Dr. Zhu to take her pulse. After a moment, he shook his head. "It is difficult. I can only administer acupuncture to awaken her, but she has already been in labor for 3 days and is severely depleted. Even if she regains consciousness, it is unlikely she will endure until the delivery is complete." With a heavy sigh, he added that he knew this would be futile. The prospect of childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, and the consequences of a 3-day labor without resolution were grim. Outside, Mr. Huang, having overheard Dr. Zhu's words, urgently implored, "Please, Dr. Zhu, do everything in your power to save my wife. I can no longer bear to think of the child. I only wish for my wife's safety, and I shall offer generous rewards afterward." Dr. Zhu's expression was one of distress. "It is not that I do not wish to save her." Before he could finish, Chu Yue, having just assessed Madame Huang's abdomen, lifted her head and inquired, "Dr. Zhu, have you ever heard of a cesarean section?" Dr. Zhu's pupils narrowed. "A cesarean section?" he asked cautiously. "I have heard my master mention it, but due to its extreme peril, I have never practiced it. It may not be wise. I just examined Madame Huang's abdomen, and the child within is sizable. It will be exceedingly difficult for her to deliver naturally. The best course of action would be a cesarean section, which might provide a glimmer of hope." After a pause, Chu Yue continued, "However, as you mentioned, Dr. Zhu, this method is fraught with danger. With fortune on our side, both mother and child may survive. If not." She gazed toward the door. "Madame Huang's condition is critical. Would Mr. Huang be willing to take this risk?" The midwife had previously informed him that the child was too large for a safe delivery. Now, this young woman appeared to understand the gravity of the situation, revealing herself to be quite capable. Mr. Huang pondered briefly before resolutely deciding, "Very well, I entrust everything to you and Dr. Zhu. Whatever is needed, please do not hesitate to ask." Chu Yue recited the necessary instruments she had mentally prepared for the journey. A small, sharp dagger, a clean pair of scissors, wine and thread, boiled and cooled clean water, and clean cotton cloth. If there is any hemostatic powder, that would be even better. The ancient hemostatic powder served to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, making it ideal for use on incisions. Outside, Mr. Huang nodded vigorously. "We have everything. Steward, quickly gather the items the young lady requires and fetch the treasured vial of hemostatic powder from the storeroom." Inside, Dr. Zhu, filled with trepidation, turned to Chu Yue. "Child, a cesarean section is no trivial matter. 2 lives hang in the balance." Chu Yue spoke softly. "I am afraid as well, but do we possess a better alternative? Since we have a chance, we should attempt it. What if we succeed?" Dr. Zhu regarded her with disbelief. "You, child, how can you be so audacious?" he then inquired. "Did you plan for those materials I requested from Mr. Huang earlier?" Chu Yue nodded. "Madame Huang has been in labor for 3 days. She must have lost much strength. We must prepare for the worst." Although Dr. Zhu felt her boldness was reckless, he could not deny that her suggestion of a cesarean section was undoubtedly the best option available at present. Even if they could not save the mother, at least the child might be rescued. Yet Dr. Zhu apparently overestimated his fortitude. As he grasped the dagger, he nearly fainted before reaching Madame Huang. Chu Yue and Xiao Lian rushed to support him, preventing him from collapsing. Trembling, Dr. Zhu stammered, "I cannot do this. I truly cannot." Seeing this, Chu Yue bit her lip. "There is no other way. I shall take charge." She then turned to Xiao Lian. "Sister Xiao Lian, can you assist me?" Though unsure of Chu Yue's capabilities, Xiao Lian was impressed by her earlier commands. "Very well. There was no better option at present. Madame Huang's bed had been elevated as per Chu Yue's instructions, facilitating the impending cesarean section. Chu Yue washed her hands, then rubbed them with white wine for disinfection before approaching the bedside with the dagger. Madame Huang was now unconscious, having endured 3 days of labor. It was likely that she would not experience strong pain. With a swift motion, Chu Yue made the incision in Madame Huang's abdomen, her technique remarkably deft. She quickly instructed Xiao Lian to help wipe away the blood with clean cotton cloths. During the procedure, Madame Huang seemed to sense some discomfort. Her eyes fluttered open briefly but closed again upon hearing Xiao Lian's soothing words. After a quarter of an hour, the child was successfully extracted, though it emerged with a bluish hue, not yet crying, a consequence of having been confined for so long within the womb. The midwife skillfully positioned the child slightly downward and patted its back. As amniotic fluid flowed out, the infant began to wail, signaling its arrival. The midwife exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, the child is safe. Once the baby was delivered, Chu Yue remained focused. She extracted the placenta, absorbed the blood and fluid from the abdominal cavity with clean cotton cloths, and then disinfected everything with wine before taking the needle and thread offered by Xiao Lian to meticulously suture the wound layer by layer. Fearing the stitches might be difficult to remove, she refrained from sewing too tightly, opting instead for 1 or 2 stitches per layer, leaving the ends exposed for easy removal. Furthermore, after each layer of suturing, she applied the hemostatic powder to the incision. The entire process was conducted with utmost care, as she was acutely aware of the consequences of even the slightest mistake. Once Dr. Zhu regained his composure, he did not dare to stand too close, respecting the delicacy of the situation. Yet, witnessing Chu Yue's calm demeanor, he felt a flicker of confusion. Her expression suggested familiarity with the procedure, but upon recalling her youth, he swiftly dismissed the thought. It was improbable. In any ordinary household, no one would dare allow such a young girl to undertake such a perilous task. Nevertheless, she exhibited remarkable skill, perhaps destined for this calling. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Chu Yue finally completed the suturing of Madame Huang's abdomen. After disinfecting the wound with white wine and applying the hemostatic powder, she bandaged it carefully. As she stood up, she released a long breath. Both mother and child are safe. As long as we endure through the coming night and allow the wound to heal, there should be no major issues. Xiao Lian gazed at Chu Yue with admiration. What shall we do next? Chapter 28. Great grace. This evening, Lady Huang must not be left unattended. It is essential to monitor her body temperature closely. Should she develop a fever, use a cloth dampened with water to help reduce it. The wound must be treated with medication both morning and night. If Lady Huang awakens successfully tomorrow, it should indicate that she is out of danger. However, she may experience pain upon waking, so advise her to be cautious and not to strain the wound. If all goes well, after 3 days, she may be assisted to rise and walk a little, which will benefit her recovery. I shall return in 7 days to remove her stitches. After relaying a series of important instructions to Xiao Lian, Chu Yue turned her gaze towards Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I must trouble you to prepare a detoxifying concoction for Lady Huang to prevent any infection of the wound. She should take it in small doses before expelling gas, and then according to the normal dosage thereafter. While she could not recall the specific recipe, she was aware of the existence of such a medicinal brew, primarily used for alleviating inflammation and fever, which was indeed suitable for Lady Huang. With no Western medicine available, they could only rely on traditional Chinese remedies. After all, it was better than having none at all. As for whether Lady Huang would endure in the days to come, that rested upon her own resilience. Dr. Zhu nodded vigorously. Understood. He was not surprised that Chu Yue was familiar with the Huanglian detoxification soup. Her ability to procure medicinal herbs for the Chen pharmacy suggested that she possessed knowledge of medicine, which was hardly astonishing. Having arranged these matters, Chu Yue placed a hand on her now empty stomach. Since everything regarding Lady Huang has been addressed, I shall take my leave. My husband is still waiting outside. It felt as though a short separation had stretched into an eternity. Xiao Lian hurriedly escorted Chu Yue out of the room and then recounted her actions to Master Huang. Master Huang gazed at Chu Yue with immense gratitude, bowing slightly. Today, I express my heartfelt thanks, young lady, for saving the lives of my wife and child. Chu Yue turned slightly, hastily waving her hand. Master Huang, there is no need for such courtesy. I merely stumbled upon the situation. It is your benevolent deeds that have allowed your wife and young master to escape this calamity. However, tonight is crucial for Lady Huang. If she survives the night, she will be safe. I suggest you find a physician to stay by her side throughout. Although Master Huang was well off, he had no concubines, cherishing only Lady Huang as his sole wife. Their relationship had remained strong over the years, and even after many years of marriage, he had never taken a second wife. He was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. Just then, Dr. Zhu emerged from the room with the prescription in hand. Master Huang waved, signaling for the steward to bring forward a tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he revealed 4 gleaming silver ingots. Addressing the 2 before him, he continued, You are both great benefactors of the Huang family. I have nothing to offer in return, so please accept this 200 taels of silver. Should you encounter any difficulties in Nanping Town in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I may not be a high official, I still hold some sway here. Doctor. Shu quickly waved his hand. I must admit, it is rather embarrassing. The successful delivery of the young master today is entirely due to this young lady's efforts. I truly did not contribute much, and I cannot accept the silver. Master Huang, you only need to settle the consultation fee with the Chen pharmacy. Master Huang clasped his hands together in gratitude. In that case, I must trouble Dr. Zhu to make this trip. Master Huang, you are too kind. Farewell. Dr. Zhu nodded slightly towards Chu Yue before taking his leave with his medicine box. Master Huang personally accepted the tray from the steward and presented it to Chu Yue. I implore you, young lady, to accept this. Chu Yue did not decline. After all, it was unwise to turn away from money, especially since this was her due. She took the tray graciously, bowing slightly. Thank you, Master Huang. Master Huang waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. It is but a trifle compared to the lives of my wife and child. From now on, you shall be a valued person in the Huang family. May I inquire your surname and place of residence? Noticing her hesitation, he quickly added, please do not worry. It is primarily because my wife has yet to awaken. Knowing your whereabouts would allow us to reach you promptly should anything arise. Furthermore, I merely wish to know the name of my benefactor. I harbor no ill intentions. Understanding his reasoning, Chu Yue replied, my surname is Chu, and my husband's surname is Lu. We reside in Banpo village, which is quite distant from the town. Should anything occur with your wife, it would be more convenient for you to seek Dr. Zhu. I am merely bold. Dr. Zhu is the true physician of merit. Master Huang found the young lady both intriguing and sincere. You are remarkably humble. Chu Yue smiled bashfully. I speak only the truth. My husband is still waiting outside, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. Master Huang nodded and turned to the steward. Please escort Miss Chu. Yes, my lord. The steward led Chu Yue away from Yimei courtyard. Miss, how about we send a carriage to Banpo village to fetch you in 7 days? Chu Yue felt a bit embarrassed. Would that not be too much trouble? After all, she had accepted payment for her services. The steward quickly shook his head. There is no need for such formality. Mississippi traveling by carriage from Nanping town is quite swift. It is no trouble at all. After contemplating, Chu Yue agreed. Then in 7 days, you may come to the village entrance. I will be waiting there before dawn. She wished to avoid drawing too much attention. The steward had not anticipated the young lady's modesty, but it only enhanced his favorable impression of her. Indeed, those who possess true skill never boast in front of others. On the way, Chu Yue tucked the 200 taels of silver into her pocket and returned the tray to the steward. Spotting her husband, Lu Xinghe, waiting for her in the pavilion ahead, she smiled and hurried towards him. Husband. In her haste, she nearly tripped over a small protruding pebble but was saved by Lu Xinghe's quick reflexes. How could you be so careless? His tone held more concern than reproach. Chu Yue stuck out her tongue, lowering her head as she murmured, I was just excited to see you. Lu Xinghe felt a mix of exasperation and affection as he guided her out of the Huang residence. Are you hungry? Let us go eat something first. Chu Yue nodded with a smile. All right. The steward saw them off from the Huang residence, closing the door only after they had left Qian Alley. After the commotion, it was already afternoon, and the noodle shop was not crowded. They found a table tucked away in a corner, where Chu Yue handed Lu Xinghe the several heavy silver ingots wrapped in a cloth. Husband, it would be safer for you to keep this. Surprised by the weight of the silver ingots in his hands, Lu Xinghe inquired, did Master Huang give you this? Chu Yue nodded and whispered, to express his gratitude for Lady Huang's successful delivery, Master Huang presented me with this sum. As she spoke, she discreetly raised 2 fingers. Observing her cautious demeanor, Lu Xinghe smiled and ruffled her hair before placing the silver ingots in the basket beside him. Chapter 29, Purchasing Books. After enjoying a meal of noodles, the two took a brief respite in the noodle shop before setting off towards Huaiyulu. As they passed by Wangchen bookstore, Chu Yue reminded Lu Xinghe to wait a moment. She retrieved some loose silver from her basket and hurried into the bookstore to purchase the book, Chronicles of the Nations, which she had inquired about last time for 3 taels of silver. She also acquired some rice paper and ink, totaling 5 taels of silver. Now that she had earned some money, she felt generous enough to buy these items. When Chu Yue eagerly handed these goods to Lu Xinghe, his heart was not filled with exhilaration or excitement, but rather with a profound sense of gratitude. This girl, earning money, chose to spend it not on herself but on remembering his previous inquiry about Chronicles of the Nations. Clutching the book and paper tightly, Lu Xinghe gazed at her and uttered, thank you. Chu Yue looked at him, her expression a mix of surprise and bittersweet emotion. We are family. There is no need for such formalities, my dear husband. With that, she walked towards the cart, preparing to push it. Lu Xinghe placed the items back into the basket and turned to lift the handles of the cart. Allow me, he said. The roads in town are smooth. I can manage alone while you accompany me. As before, they made their way directly to the back courtyard of Huaiyulu. Since mealtime had passed, the establishment was not busy, and the steward soon emerged. Ah! Have you caught another prize? Lu Xinghe set down the water bucket he was carrying. I stumbled upon 2 soft-shelled turtles in the fields. I wonder if Huaiyulu would be interested in purchasing them. The steward glanced at the turtles and nodded eagerly. Of course. These turtles are a rare delicacy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, since you two are regular patrons, I shall not beat around the bush. For the 2 turtles, I can offer you 801. How does that sound? Chu Yue, not fully understanding, looked towards Lu Xinghe for guidance. He nodded in agreement. That works. 801 for the 2 turtles was a fair price. Other inns would likely struggle to sell them for 601. After settling the transaction, and since the hour was late, Chu Yue did not rush to sell the menu. Concerned for her sore feet, Lu Xinghe encouraged her to ride in the cart as he pushed it homeward. It is getting late. Let us return for now, but we can visit the dental office next time when we have more time, shall we? Chu Yue readily agreed. After all, there was no urgency to purchase a means of transportation, as her family was still keeping a close watch on her. It would not do to give them any leverage to come demanding favors. My dear husband, let us first repair our home. Upon our return. Once the rice is harvested, the weather will turn colder, and if it rains or snows, our current dwelling may not withstand it. As Lu Xinghe jogged alongside the cart, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had the same thought. Tomorrow, I shall consult with my uncles, they are more adept at such matters. Chu Yue rested her chin on her hand, inquiring, my dear husband, is it expensive to repair a brick and tile house? Lu Xinghe replied, not at all inexpensive. Constructing a suitable dwelling for our family would likely cost around 50 taels. And what of a house in town? She pressed further. After a moment's reflection, Lu Xinghe responded, in town, we would need at least a courtyard of that type to accommodate our family. The more remote locations would start at 80 taels, while better positions could range from 150 to 300 taels. Chu Yue sighed, it seems we can only prioritize repairing our current dwelling for the time being. A courtyard with 3 rooms would suffice for their family now, but as Xinping and Xing'an grew older, it would become less convenient. Moreover, there was currently no profitable venture awaiting them in town high in the mountains. However, she could still earn a little by foraging for herbs. After all, she possessed no other skills. Lu Xinghe nodded, let us focus on repairs for now. Tomorrow, I will have my uncles visit our home to assess the situation and ensure it is sturdy enough. After this winter, we shall see what the future holds. Indeed, if a famine were to strike at the year's end, the town may not be any safer than our home. As they conversed, they arrived at the village entrance just as the sun began to set. Jiang Xiuqin was busy at home, occasionally glancing towards the village entrance. Upon spotting Lu Xinghe pushing the cart, she quickly opened the gate and rushed towards them. Xinghe, yeah, you're back. Fourth aunt, Chu Yue exclaimed as she jumped down from the cart and handed her the 400 won earned from selling herbs. This is the 400 won from selling the herbs. Please count it. Seeing the substantial amount of money, Jiang Xiuqin beamed with delight. Having never expected such a bounty from a basket of herbs, she quickly tucked the money into her sleeve and whispered, no need to count. Fourth aunt trusts you. Chu Yue smiled. The basket belonging to fourth aunt is still at our home, do remember to retrieve it later. We shall be going now, mother is surely waiting for us to return for dinner. Indeed, you've been gone all day. Sansa must be waiting anxiously at home, Jiang Xiuqin remarked, glancing back at the old house. Yufang, go inside and fetch 2 eggs. Accompany your brother and sister-in-law to retrieve our basket from San Bomu's house. The girl inside responded, and shortly after, she caught up with Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. Brother Xinghe, sister-in-law. Chu Yue turned to see a girl slightly taller than herself approaching, dressed in simple attire and holding 2 eggs in her hands as she hurried towards them. Lu Xinghe acknowledged her with a brief nod before returning his focus to pushing the cart. Seizing the rare opportunity to speak with someone her age, Chu Yue linked arms with her. How old are you this year, Yufang? I'm nearly 15. How about you, sister-in-law? She asked, looking at Chu Yue with curiosity. With a smile revealing 2 charming dimples, Chu Yue replied, I'm almost 14. Lu Yufang expressed surprise, you're still so young, and your parents have already married you off. She was approaching 15, yet her parents had yet to arrange a match for her, insisting they would wait until she turned 15 before discussing suitors, and even then, she would need to wait an additional 2 years before marrying. Chu Yue displayed a nonchalant expression, showing no signs of concealing her feelings. Well, I see no harm in it. That is true, Lu Yufang giggled, leaning closer to Chu Yue and whispering, Brother Xinghe is quite handsome and so considerate towards you. The wives of my uncles are all envious. Chu Yue shot her a playful glare. You're just talking nonsense. Lu Yufang stuck out her tongue. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm speaking the truth. These days, when the other wives argue with their husbands, they bring up Brother Xinghe. I've heard it myself. She suddenly sighed, in 2 or 3 months, my parents will also start discussing matches for me. I wonder where I will end up. If my future husband possesses even half of Brother Xinghe's virtues, I will be content. Chu Yue chuckled softly, I'm sure you will. Chapter 30 Your happiness is enough. A glimmer of yearning graced Lu Yufang's face as she remarked, then I shall borrow my sister-in-law's auspicious words. Chu Yue gently shook her arm, responding, oh dear, you are older than I am. Let's refrain from calling each other sister-in-law, for it sounds rather awkward. How about we simply address each other by our names? Lu Yufang paused for a moment and lowered her voice, then may I call you Yaya, just like my mother does? Chu Yue eagerly nodded, Yaya, Arya, Chu Yue feel free to choose any of these names. Lu Yufang beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth, then I shall alternate. Today I will call you Yaya, tomorrow Arya, and the day after, Chu Yue each day shall bear a different name. Ha! Chu Yue couldn't suppress her laughter, you mustn't be so ridiculous. Lu Yufang joined in the merriment, I have made up my mind. That is how I shall address you. Not allowed, you must choose just one. The mouth is mine, I shall not choose any, and I will call you whatever I fancy, Lu Yufang declared, before darting away. Seizing the moment, Chu Yue playfully began to tickle her. The sounds of their laughter reached Lu Xinghe's ears, causing an involuntary smile to tug at his lips. Though Chu Yue often appeared serious, she was still a young girl who should spend time with her peers. Lu Yufang, with her innocent heart, was the perfect companion for her. Before long, the trio arrived home. Out of concern, Yun Sui had set a chair beneath the eaves to sew clothes for Chu Yue, periodically glancing outside to see if the two had returned. Upon spotting Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue approaching from afar, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xingping, swiftly go open the door, and while you're at it, help your elder brother return the cart to your aunt's home. She then turned her gaze towards the kitchen. Xinghe, we've borrowed your aunt's cart twice now. Take 3 eggs with you and accompany Xingping. I don't trust that young lad to carry them alone. Lu Xingping muttered a few words under his breath before rushing to open the courtyard gate. Hearing Yun Suihe's instructions, Lu Xinghe hurriedly retrieved 3 eggs from the kitchen. The 2 hens had laid a total of 4 eggs in 3 days, and Lu Xinghe, tasked with collecting them, felt a pang of regret at the thought of giving away 3. After Lu Xinghe parked the cart at the entrance and removed the water bucket and backpack, Lu Xingping pushed the cart away. Lu Yufang was the first to enter, slipping 2 eggs into Yun Suihe's hands. Aunt, I came to fetch my family's basket. These eggs are from my mother. Yun Suihe replied hastily, just take the basket. Why bring eggs? It's not easy for your parents to support you and your siblings. However, Lu Yufang insisted, I must thank Brother Xinghe and Yeye for helping my family sell medicinal herbs. These 2 eggs are a small token from my mother, please accept them, Aunt. With that, she took the basket Chu Yue had handed her and returned to the old residence. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law had returned, Yun Suihe's worries eased considerably. She quickly set aside her needlework and took the 2 eggs to the kitchen. Xinghe, Yeye, rest for now, I'll prepare dinner. Chu Yue gathered the silver from the backpack and placed it in the basket before heading to the kitchen. Mother, this is for you. As she cracked the eggs, Yun Suihe's eyes widened in astonishment at the pile of silver and silver ingots in the basket. How could there be so much? Is ginseng truly that valuable? Chu Yue recounted the day's sales to Yun Suihe. Today, the ginseng fetched 50 taels. After deducting the herbs sold to 4th aunt's family, I made over 200 won. The soft-shelled turtle sold for 800 won, totaling 52 taels and 900 won. However, I spent 5 taels on books and ink for my husband. Yun Suihe nodded, her curiosity piqued as she pointed to the 4 largest silver ingots. And where did these come from? Chu Yue tactfully sidestepped the question, saying, by chance, I assisted Dr. Zhu from Chen's medicine shop with a difficult delivery at the Huang family. The 200 taels were a reward from Mr. Huang. Yun Suihe gasped in shock. Just for lending a hand, Mr. Huang had bestowed 200 taels. What a generous gesture. One couldn't help but marvel at Yeye's extraordinary fortune. She took the 4 largest silver ingots from the basket and placed them in Chu Yue's hands. The money from selling goods should be kept for the family. This 200 taels is Mr. Huang's reward to you. You bought books for Xinghe, surely intending to support his studies. Future expenses will be considerable. Chu Yue bit her lip, feeling a swell of emotion as she lowered her gaze and murmured, I thought mother might scold me for spending so much silver on books for my husband. Yun Suihe chuckled, affectionately patting her head. My dear child, you earn money and your first thought is not to indulge yourself but to buy books for Xinghe. I am grateful to you, not angry. Besides, if Xinghe weren't burdened by us 3 women, he wouldn't still be a mere student. I feel guilty about that. Quickly, put the silver away. We must be careful not to let others see. Chu Yue sighed and retreated to her and Lu Xinghe's room. Upon entering, she found Lu Xinghe engrossed in a book, seated by the window. She quietly wrapped the silver in old cloth strips, stashing it in 4 small bamboo tubes, hiding them in various places around the room. Although Lu Xinghe did not turn to her, he couldn't help but smile at the commotion she was making behind him. If there are mice in the house, those treasures you hide may not be safe, he quipped, glancing at the seemingly precarious earthen wall. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chu Yue replied, what should we do then? Lu Xinghe closed his book, a hint of fondness crossing his face. Let it be for now. When we repair the house, I will ensure to create more secure hiding spots for your money. Chu Yue quickly replied, if I do not earn more money, won't I be letting you down for your thoughtful gesture? Lu Xinghe shook his head, his eyes shimmering with hope. That is unnecessary. Your happiness is what truly matters. Your happiness is what truly matters. Although these words may not seem overly sweet, they filled her heart with a sweetness akin to honey. Having returned from delivering the cart and eggs to Aunt Lin, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe were back, just as Yun Suihe finished cooking. Tonight, they enjoyed a dish of wild vegetables and a light egg drop soup. As the family gathered, sipping rice porridge and savoring the vegetables, their faces radiated satisfaction. Thanks to the improved meals over the past few days, the family's spirits appeared markedly brighter than before. Yun Suihe turned to her sons, when you delivered the cart to Aunt Lin, did she say anything? Not a word. Lu Xingping exclaimed. Aunt Lin was all smiles when she saw Xinghe with the eggs, saying we should come back for more carts. Yun Suihe nodded, that's good to hear. Chapter 31 Discussing the house renovation. Lu Xinghe set down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, gazing at Yun Suihe. Mother, I wish to repair our house. Yun Suihe was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in silence for a while, before lifting her gaze to survey their home. It is indeed time for repairs. The roof has become moldy and is no longer sturdy, and the walls are perpetually covered in dust. The trials and tribulations of the past 8 years have worn them down considerably. With the arrival of cooler weather, we may once again suffer as we have in previous years. Hearing about the repairs, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. Mother, if we renovate the house, where shall we reside in the meantime? At grandfather and grandmother's old residence? Yun Suihe shook her head, glancing upward at their house once more. Our thatched cottage may not even be salvageable. Let us summon your uncles tomorrow to assess the situation. If repairs are deemed unnecessary, we shall seek a more convenient location to establish a new home. Lu Xinghe turned his gaze to Yun Suihe. Has mother already considered a location? The others also looked toward her, eagerly awaiting her pronouncement. Xinghe had gazed at her children, her face breaking into a tender smile. The hill that your grandfather and grandmother allocated to us, yes, it is conveniently close to the village road and not far from their home. Just a short distance away lies a large pond, and beyond that is our farmland. Would you not agree that it is quite convenient? Lu Xinghe's eyes brightened. The location you have in mind aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Xinghe hurriedly replied, I had previously suggested to your grandfather and grandmother that they set aside a small portion of the hill for us to build our house. However, due to the differing opinions of your uncles, fearing that we might claim the entire hill, a house was constructed in the location where we currently reside. Little did we know, that hill still belongs to our family. Lu Xingping's face lit up with excitement. Mother, does this mean we shall soon have a new house to live in? Xinghe reached out to stroke his head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have all endured hardships alongside me. Lu Xingping quickly shook his head. We have not suffered. As long as you are with us, even if we subsist on coarse food, life remains sweet. Xinghe, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, found herself both laughing and crying at Lu Xingping's words. You little rascal, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Mother, although Xingping may often be a bit wayward, he speaks the truth today. As long as we are together as a family, life is not burdensome. Lu Xingping shot him a glare. What do you mean by wayward, Lu Xinghe? Clarify that for me. Lu Xinghe sprang to his feet and dashed outside. You are wayward by nature. I have nothing more to say. Seeing this, Lu Xingping stood up to give chase. If you have the ability, then don't run. Why am I considered wayward? I have helped out around the house plenty. Xinghe watched her two sons frolicking outside, shaking her head in exasperation. Be careful, you two. Don't bump into anything, or you'll end up hurting. At that moment, the remnants of her earlier sadness dissipated entirely. Chu Yue smiled as she observed the raucous brothers outside rising. She gathered the dishes to wash, but Lu Xinghe had gently restrained her hand. Allow me to handle it. Chu Yue, however, did not release her grip. You have pushed the cart all day. You must be tired. Rest for a moment. I can wash a few bowls quickly. Seeing Chu Yue's insistence, Lu Xinghe did not press the matter further. Xinghe glanced at the industrious Chu Yue outside before turning her gaze to Lu Xinghe. What did I tell you before? I mentioned that Yeye is a good child, did I not? Lu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance in Chu Yue's direction, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. Though his tone was cool, a closer inspection would reveal that his exposed ears had turned a shade of pink. Xinghe, aware of the unspoken sentiment, smiled as she retreated to her own room. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe invited his uncle Lu Lifeng and second uncle Lu Likai over, accompanied by his fourth uncle Lu Shoucheng. As the three entered the courtyard, Chu Yue brought them tea. Once they had finished their tea, she promptly took the cups to wash by the water barrel before returning to the kitchen, her actions efficient and purposeful, leaving Lu Lifeng and Lu Likai with a slightly altered impression of her. The three men toured the various rooms and then returned to the courtyard to sit down. Lu Lifeng shook his head and remarked, this thatched cottage was never particularly sturdy when it was built 8 years ago. Although the roof has been replaced once, it is now beyond salvage. The walls are crumbling severely. In my opinion, it would be more practical to tear it down and rebuild. Lu Likai held a differing view. You speak so readily of tearing it down. Rebuilding is labor-intensive and costly. It is not easy for Xinghe to earn a little money. We cannot afford such upheaval. Lu Shoucheng then turned to Lu Xinghe and Xinghe. What do you both think? Since the elders were speaking, Lu Xinghe naturally deferred to his mother for the decision. Xinghe, feeling the weight of their gazes, spoke softly. I discussed this with Xinghe yesterday. If it truly comes to it, we will rebuild. Given the thinness of our earthen walls, repairs would be time-consuming and unsightly. Moreover, a repaired structure would not last more than a year or two, necessitating further repairs. It is far more sensible to construct anew. The three brothers were somewhat taken aback. Sister-in-law, do you have the budget for this? For now, it should suffice. Fearing his wife's formidable nature, Lu Likai chose to voice his concerns early. You must consider this carefully, sister-in-law. We have only recently divided our households, and none of us have surplus silver to lend you. If you decide to build anew, you must have the funds at hand. It is not something that can be obtained by mere words. Lu Lifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, while I also hope you can rebuild, we must act within our means. Meanwhile, Lu Shoucheng casually remarked, building an earthen house should not cost much. The key concern is the labor involved. If you are short on funds, you could ask Shouji for a bit. However, my family has many children, so there isn't much we can lend, perhaps only 1 or 2 taels. In these times, it was a tremendous favor to borrow even a couple of taels of silver. Xinghe smiled gently. Thank you, elder brother and second brother, for your reminders, and I also appreciate the generosity of the fourth brother. As for the matter of building the house, Xinghe and I have already made our calculations, so there is no need for you brothers to worry about finances. However, when the time comes to build, upon hearing this, the three brothers breathed a sigh of relief, each patting their chests in reassurance. Leave the house construction to us, sister-in-law. Your elder brother and second brother will ensure everything is handled properly. They were, however, somewhat surprised to learn that sister-in-law's family had some extra funds for construction. Surely, she hadn't sold off the hill given by their parents? Yet, they had not heard any rumors in the village. Xinghe beamed with delight. Very well, thank you, elder brother and second brother. Lu Lifeng and Lu Likai hastily waved their hands. No need for such formalities. Chapter 32 The painted face Yun Suiha hurriedly turned to Lu Xinghe, saying, Xinghe, lead your uncles, your first, second, and fourth, to the site we discussed last night for building our house. Once we find a suitable spot, we shall return home for dinner. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. All right. Lu Shoucheng was the first to exit the courtyard, exclaiming, I will go fetch a hoe, so I can mark the spot when we arrive. As the four of them left the courtyard, Chu Yue turned her gaze towards Yun Suiha. Mother, are we building a house of blue bricks or earthen walls? Yun Suiha looked at her. What are your thoughts, yeah? Increasingly, she felt that Chu Yue was the family's lucky star, and she instinctively believed that her opinions held considerable weight. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue replied earnestly, I think, considering our current financial situation, a blue brick house would be the best option. Our village is situated in the mountains. Although this year has been dry, in the past, the humidity has been quite significant. Earthen houses are not durable, they require repairs every couple of years. A blue brick house would be more convenient and comfortable. Yun Suiha nodded, recalling the anxious moments over the past 8 years when rainstorms made the family worry about the stability of their home. She found Chu Yue's reasoning quite sound. However, constructing a blue brick house would indeed require a substantial amount of money. Sensing her mother's concerns, Chu Yue stepped closer and took her hand. You need not worry about finances, mother, she said in a lowered voice. I still have some savings. We are family, after all, and it is wise to invest our money where it truly matters. We will earn it back in time. Her words steeled Yun Suiha's resolve, and she grasped Chu Yue's hand in return. Very well, we shall build a blue brick house. However, for the moment, you should keep your savings. I will seek you out if I find myself in need later. With the profits from their 2 trips to the town, combined with the 15 taels from their division of assets and the 1 tael they had saved, they had approximately 67 to 70 taels of silver, enough to manage building a blue brick house, albeit with some financial restraint to follow. Ultimately, having a solid home would bring them peace of mind. Chu Yue nodded. I will heed your wishes, mother. Yun Suiha glanced at the pig intestines hanging in the kitchen and said, for lunch, let us stir-fry those pig intestines. They have been hanging for a few days now. Chu Yue hurried to the kitchen. I will fetch them and clean them right away. After instructing Chu Yue, Yun Suiha turned her attention to her 2 sons, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, go fetch 2 jars of wine. Bring one to your grandfather and save the other for your uncles this afternoon. Lu Xinghe acknowledged her and took 10 from Yun Suiha before running off. Xingping, assist your sister-in-law in the kitchen. Today's lunch is your responsibility. After giving her instructions, Yun Suiha returned indoors to continue sewing clothes for Chu Yue. Lu Xingping entered the kitchen and saw Chu Yue taking down the pig intestines from the beam. He swallowed hard. Sister-in-law, are we having pig intestines for lunch? Do you need my help? Chu Yue glanced at the pot. You can start the fire, I will blanch the intestines first. All right. Lu Xingping quickly moved behind the stove, and soon the kitchen was filled with smoke, making it nearly impossible for Chu Yue to keep her eyes open. She began to understand why Lu Xinghe was usually the one bustling about in the kitchen. While Lu Xingping was reliable in many tasks, he tended to struggle with delicate ones. Yun Suiha, seemingly choked by the smoke, craned her neck and shouted, Xingping, do you intend to set the kitchen ablaze? Lu Xingping shrank back. Mother, don't worry, it will be ready shortly. Chu Yue, her eyes watery from the smoke, suggested, Xingping, why don't you go gather some grass to feed the chickens? I can manage in the kitchen. Seeing Chu Yue's tear-streaked face, Lu Xingping felt a pang of guilt. Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry, I'll have it under control very soon. Chu Yue waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Everyone has their strengths, just focus on what you excel at. Please trust me, sister-in-law, I will get the fire going immediately. Lu Xingping seemed eager to prove himself, taking the bellows and blowing forcefully, inadvertently covering himself in soot, but to his delight, the fire ignited. Observing Lu Xingping, now covered in ash, Chu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Is this how you typically start a fire, Xingping? Lu Xingping scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I may be a bit rough around the edges, but I can start a fire, right? You won't think less of me, will you? Chu Yue laughed lightly, of course not. She found it rather amusing to have such a lively character in the family. Just then, Lu Xinghe returned with the wine and, seeing the kitchen enveloped in smoke, shook his head in resignation. Lu Xingping, how have you managed to cause chaos in the kitchen again? Lu Xingping stuck out his tongue and dashed out of the kitchen. It's not my fault. Mother asked me to help sister-in-law. Since you're back, I'll leave the kitchen to you and sister-in-law. I'm off to gather grass for the chickens. With that, he grabbed a basket and hurried away. Lu Xinghe quickly entered the kitchen, cleared some of the wood Lu Xingping had stuffed into the stove, dampened it, and arranged the firewood anew, reducing the smoke. Meanwhile, Chu Yue placed the pig intestines into the pot and added a few slices of ginger, stepping outside to catch her breath before returning inside. After simmering the pig intestines for a short while, she fished them out, rinsed them in clean water, and cut them into small pieces. By this time, Lu Xinghe had officially washed the rice and set it to cook. When Lu Xinghe returned home with Lu Lifu, Lu Likai, and Lu Shoucheng, the porridge was already ready, and Chu Yue was busy stir-frying the pig intestines. In the humble homes of Banpo village, where meat was a rare treat, the aroma of stir-fried pig intestines made the eyes of the 3 brothers light up with delight. How fragrant! Lu Likai craned his neck to peek into the kitchen and, spotting Chu Yue, exclaimed, I never expected my niece-in-law to be such a skilled cook. Indeed. Lu Laifu chimed in, I thought it was the third brother's wife cooking. I had no idea it was my niece-in-law, your skills surpass those of your aunt tremendously. Lu Xiaoqing chuckled, it seems we are in for a treat this noon. Lu Xinghe pressed his lips together, allowing the three uncles to take a moment's rest before heading into the kitchen. Do you need my assistance? Chu Yue looked in his direction and smiled, no need, it's quite simple. The pig intestines will be ready to serve shortly, and I just need to stir-fry some wild greens. As Lu Xinghe gazed at Chu Yue's face, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why do you have such a painted face while cooking? Chu Yue blinked in surprise. What is wrong with my face? Lu Xinghe did not respond. Instead, he turned to fetch a cloth, dampened it with water, wrung it out slightly, and stepped into the kitchen. Chapter 33 Inviting spirits is easy, sending them away is hard. Chu Yue extended her hand to take the cloth, but upon seeing the dirt-stained hands of hers, Lu Xinghe gently offered, allow me. He took the cloth and, with delicate strokes, meticulously wiped away the soot from her face. Afterward, he extended his hand to take the spatula from her grasp. Let me handle the rest, you should go wash your hands and set the table. Chu Yue responded with a soft "oh" and accepted the cloth from Lu Xinghe, slightly bowing her head as she exited the kitchen. Behind the stove, Lu Xinghe, striving to remain inconspicuous, observed with astonishment, his elder brother had never displayed such tenderness towards anyone before. In their childhood, when he and Xingping played in the dirt, their brother would merely toss them a cloth, expecting them to clean themselves. Compared to their sister-in-law, the two brothers were akin to neglected, pitiful children. The pig intestines in the pot had already been seasoned. After a few quick stir-fries, Lu Xinghe lifted the pot, rinsed it with clean water, and prepared the wild vegetables for a meal. Due to the cramped kitchen, the table was moved outside beneath a large tree in the courtyard. Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Xiaoqing sat together as Lu Xinghe poured each of them a cup of the wine he had brewed. The three men exchanged surprised glances, their joy at finally being able to enjoy a drink tempered by silent grievances about their third sister-in-law's extravagant spending. Lu Xinghe's hard-earned money was not easily come by, and after finally receiving a share of silver from the family division, such careless spending would surely lead to ruin. Saving money was like pulling needles from the earth, whereas spending was as effortless as sand washed away by the waves. They were all men of practicality, well aware of the difficulties in earning a living. Young Sueha, oblivious to the thoughts of the three brothers, pointed to the large bowl of stir-fried pig intestines on the table and declared, this dish is a specialty of Ye's, and it tastes quite good. Elder brother, second brother, and fourth brother should all have a taste. Initially, the three were captivated by the aroma of the dish, but upon learning it was pig intestines, they hesitated mid-motion, instead opting to take a portion of wild vegetables to accompany their rice porridge. Lu Xingping, noticing their reluctance, quickly scooped some into his bowl, exclaiming, this pig intestine is truly a delicacy. Lu Xiaoqing chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately. What do you know of delicacies, little one? You've barely tasted a few bites. Yet, hearing Lu Xingping's comments stirred a pang of sadness within him. Though their family often struggled to make ends meet, they at least managed to have meat a couple of times a year. In contrast, their third sister-in-law's household lived in such poverty that they likely went an entire year without tasting meat, which explained the child's delight at the pig intestines. Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai exchanged glances, their expressions softening at the words of their kin. Lu Laifu took a sip of his wine and addressed Lu Xingping, when the house at Uncle's is completed, we should go to town and buy some good meat for you to taste what true delicacies are. With his cheeks stuffed, Lu Xingping reached into the bowl, placing a piece of pig intestine into Lu Xiaoqing's bowl, which was closest to him. But this pig intestine is genuinely delicious. Uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle will see for themselves. Seeing the children enjoying it, Lu Xiaoqing thought it best not to refuse. He skeptically lifted a piece of the pig intestine to his mouth. There was no foul odor upon entry, and after a few chews, his eyes brightened. This is tasty. Witnessing his reaction, Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai also took a piece, their faces transforming into expressions of sheer delight. No wonder the dish was so fragrant, the pig intestine indeed had a delightful flavor. At that moment, Mrs. Sun Daju's mother unexpectedly appeared from next door. Oh, what are you eating? Share a chopstick with this old woman. The three brothers, previously enraptured, suddenly wore expressions of dismay. We thought it would taste good given the lovely aroma, but it turns out to be quite foul, Lu Laifu grumbled, gulping down a large mouthful of wine. With the state of things at the third sister-in-law's home, let us not be picky, big brother, Lu Laikai added, pouring himself another drink. Lu Xiaoqing, catching on, turned to the old lady standing by the courtyard, staring longingly at the bowl of pig intestines. Aunt Li, do you care for pig intestines? Shall I offer you a chopstick? Upon witnessing the brothers' unappealing expressions and hearing that the dish was pig intestines, Aunt Li nearly spewed the porridge she had just put in her mouth, hastily waving her hands. No, I can't eat such strong-flavored food at my age. With that, she hurried back home. At Sun Daju's house, Luoshi observed Aunt Li's embarrassing attempt to beg for food, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Look at your mother, making a fool of herself again, with that precious mouth of hers. She just ate meat a few days ago and now she's off begging for food. One would think we mistreat her. Sun Daju felt a twinge of embarrassment but could only comfort his wife. What can we do? She's my mother, and she won't listen to us. We can't just kick her out. This only fueled Luoshi's anger. With a huff, she slammed her bowl and chopsticks onto the table before retreating to their room. You keep living with your mother, let's see how much longer this household can endure her antics. Sun Dazhu watched his wife storm off, wishing to offer more comfort, but found himself at a loss for words, knowing his mother was the root of all their troubles. As Aunt Li returned home, she continued to mutter and curse under her breath. I should have known that the Yun family's offerings would be of such poor quality. To serve pig intestines to guests, how utterly disgraceful, simply revolting. After a couple of dry heaves, Sun Dazhu set down his bowl and turned to his mother. Mother, now that you can move about, perhaps you should return to the old house. From now on, I can buy you a piece of meat every month. How does that sound? Leaving her in the house would eventually lead to its downfall. Upon hearing Sun Dazhu's initial words, Aunt Li intended to scold him, but when she heard about the promise of monthly meat, her eyes lit up immediately. Is that true? Meat every month? Sun Dazhu nodded. Of course it is. Excellent. Aunt Li slammed her bowl onto the table and readily agreed. She had no desire to endure Lu Xinghe's scorn any longer. Living at the old house with the promise of meat sounded splendid. Being alone would be comfortable and serene, akin to living a life of a deity. It is often said that inviting spirits is easy, but sending them away is hard. Seeing his mother consent, Sun Dazhu hurriedly urged Aunt Li to pack her belongings, fearing there might be no provisions left at the old house. He even took some grain from his own rice barrel to share with her. Subsequently, he took it upon himself to carry her bags, escorting his mother back to the old house. Lu Xinghe was aware of the commotion outside. Rather than allowing that old woman to wreak havoc in their home daily, it was better to send her back to the old house. Although it would increase household expenses, at least there would be peace. Chapter 34. New garments. In the residence of Lu Xinghe, the three brothers of the Lu family, having seen old Li walk away, continued to relish the pig intestines from their bowl, their faces radiant with satisfaction. Lu Lifu took a sip of wine, his expression blissful. Sister-in-law, do not fear if that old woman bullies you in the future. If it becomes unbearable, go to the old house and summon mother, along with your elder and second sisters-in-law. They are quite adept at handling such disputes and will surely make that old woman submit. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and chuckled. Ultimately, we seldom provoke her. Once we move into the new house, we shall enjoy tranquility. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we lead our own lives well, there is no need to expend effort on her. It is best to avoid unnecessary troubles. Once the meal was finished, the three brothers returned home. Yun Sueha beckoned Lu Xinghe aside and broached the subject of building a brick-tiled house, a discussion she had held with Chu Yue at home. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe nodded thoughtfully. I, too, believe a brick-tiled house would be preferable. However, after hearing Chu Yue's inquiries about purchasing a house in town yesterday, he had hesitated regarding the construction of a brick-tiled house. Now, since Chu Yue had proposed the same idea, it was settled that they would indeed build a brick-tiled house, for the family would be residing there for quite some time. The three of them were in perfect accord, and thus, they made their decision. However, the crops in the fields were nearing harvest. With a little more watering for 10 days, they could commence work on the new house as soon as the rice was gathered. Lu Xinghe waited until the sun had tilted slightly before fetching water from the fields. For an hour later, Lu Taixing arrived at their home. Upon hearing his voice, Yun Sueha promptly set aside her needlework and stepped outside. Father, what brings you here? Lu Taixing furrowed his brows slightly. I heard from Shouqing that you are planning to build a new house? Yun Sueha nodded eagerly. Yes, once the houses of my elder and second brothers are completed, we can start on ours as well. Lu Taixing grunted in acknowledgement, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. Is there enough money? If not, go ask your mother for some. Once you earn some, you can repay us. Upon hearing this, Yun Sueha felt a surge of emotion and quickly replied, there is enough. We have planned this well, otherwise we wouldn't dare to initiate such a project. But thank you, father. Hearing that the funds for the house were sufficient, Lu Taixing nodded. As long as you live your lives well, that is all that matters. Just let me know when you start working. I will come to lend a hand. Alright, I will have Xinghe inform you when the time comes. Lu Taixing nodded and turned to leave the courtyard. I shall return now. There is no need to buy me any wine. It is far better for you to enjoy your own lives. Watching Lu Taixing depart, Yun Sueha felt a wave of emotion and wiped her eyes before closing the courtyard gate and returning indoors. In the following days, Lu Xinghe would fetch water for the fields in the morning, read and practice calligraphy at home during noon, and occasionally write small essays. During this time, in order to avoid disturbing him, Chu Yue would minimize her presence and often spend her time in Yun Sueha's room learning needlework alongside her. In the afternoon, as the sun began to descend, Lu Xinghe would take his younger brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen, to the designated piece of hilly land to dig up soil and level the foundation. He even had Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen collect plenty of stones to fill the foundation. The thought of the new house being built invigorated the two children, driving them to work with great enthusiasm. Aside from learning needlework each day, Chu Yue would assist Yun Sueha with cooking or go to the mountains to gather herbs and wild vegetables, managing the household affairs. In these few days, Chu Yue's 2 sets of new garments had been completed. Having gained some weight during this time, she looked even more charming in her brand new pale pink cotton top and navy blue skirt. Yun Sueha had examined Chu Yue from head to toe, her smile widening. If you ask me, it's still Ya who looks splendid. It's the attire that brings out such an effect, Xinghe, don't you agree? She turned her gaze towards Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, who had been admiring Chu Yue, was momentarily taken aback at Yun Sueha's words, but then nodded slightly. Beautiful. Noticing the blush on his ears and his awkward demeanor, Yun Sueha couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yue lowered her head, feeling her cheeks grow warm. Before long, the appointed day to visit the Huang residence arrived. For the removal of the stitches from Madame Huang, concerned for Chu Yue's safety, Lu Xinghe insisted on accompanying her. Chu Yue had originally intended to bring Yun Suihe along, so that Dr. Zhu could check her pulse upon their return. However, Yun Suihe was reluctant to spend the money and insisted she would wait until the house was completed and finances were more comfortable. Due to her steadfastness, Chu Yue did not press the matter further. After all, they would have a carriage for the journey there, but it would be inappropriate to ask for a ride back. Although Yun Suihe's health appeared somewhat improved lately, traversing long distances would still be taxing. How wonderful it would be if a physician were willing to visit the village. Before the time of Chen, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe exited Half-Slope village. However, they had barely walked for a short while when they spotted a carriage parked by the roadside, waiting for them. In this village, the sight of a carriage was indeed a rarity. Once someone noticed, a crowd would surely gather. The steward, knowing that Chu Yue did not wish to draw attention, had parked the carriage in a relatively secluded spot. As soon as Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe appeared, the steward of the Huang residence jumped down from the carriage and bowed to them. "Miss Chu has arrived." Chu Yue smiled and greeted the steward before climbing into the carriage with Lu Xinghe. The steward promptly turned the carriage around, heading towards Nanping Town. The carriage moved significantly faster than walking, and within half an hour, they arrived at Nanping Town. Due to the prominent Huang residence insignia on the carriage, pedestrians on the street hastily made way for them. The carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Huang residence. Lu Xinghe was the first to jump down, then turned to lift Chu Yue down as well. After Chu Yue alighted from the carriage and adjusted her clothing, she and Lu Xinghe followed the steward into the Huang residence. Being a man, Lu Xinghe could not enter the inner courtyard and had to wait in the front yard as he did previously, while Chu Yue was led by a maid to the Yimei courtyard. "Madam, Miss Chu has arrived," the maid, Xiao Lian, announced upon receiving Madame Huang's instruction. "Quickly, let her in." As Chu Yue entered the room, she saw Xiao Lian and an elderly woman assisting Madame Huang as she walked about the room. Upon noticing Chu Yue's arrival, they hurriedly helped Madame Huang to the bed. Madame Huang reclined to the left on the bed, gazing towards Chu Yue. The young girl appeared to be around 14 years old, her figure still youthful and delicate, with bright, round apricot-shaped eyes that were exceptionally lovely. This girl seemed familiar, undoubtedly possessing a kind heart. Madame Huang nodded slightly at Chu Yue. "Thank you, my dear, for saving me and my child the other day." Chu Yue hurriedly waved her hands. "Madam, please do not be so formal. The situation was urgent, and I was merely doing what I could. Fortunately, heaven was kind, and both you and the young master were blessed with good fortune. Otherwise, this incident would have left a shadow on my heart for a lifetime." Seeing the apprehensive look on Chu Yue's face, Madame Huang couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth with her hand. "You, child, are both brave and clever. I heard from Xiao Lian that even Dr. Zhu was at a loss, and it was you who devised the solution. After I regained consciousness, Xiao Lian nearly sang your praises to the heavens." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Lian, standing beside her. Chapter 35 of the Golden Bangles. Xiao Lian lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. "How could Madame exaggerate so? I merely admired Miss Chu's remarkable abilities at such a young age. It is often said that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue, yet a capable woman is no less than a man." On that day, Dr. Zhu was nearly rendered unconscious by shock. It was quite astonishing how the young lady executed her task with such finesse, leaving a lasting impression on her. Chu Yue smiled shyly. "It was merely good fortune. I hardly deserve such praise from Sister Xiao Lian." She then turned to Madame Huang. "To be candid, my family resides in the mountains, relying on herbal gathering for our livelihood. These past few days, I've been accompanying my husband at the pharmacy, and I happened to overhear this method. Seeing the urgency of your situation, I thought it worth a try and mentioned it to Dr. Zhu." Madame Huang nodded in understanding. "No wonder. It seems you have a solid foundation." Chu Yue smiled gently. "Shall I first show you the wound, madam?" "Very well," Madame Huang replied, as Xiao Lian and the old maid assisted her in lying down, lifting the fabric over her abdomen. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yue noted that the wound had already healed, with the scab completely fallen away. She couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the golden wound medicine. Without it, the injury would likely not have reached this state. She gently pressed on Madame Huang's abdomen twice. "Madam, does it still hurt as it did before?" Madame Huang shook her head slightly. "It is much better than it was a few days ago." At that moment, Xiao Lian returned with a tray holding a clean pair of scissors that had been sterilized with alcohol. Chu Yue took the scissors and meticulously removed the stitches from Madame Huang's abdomen. After standing up, she remarked, "Your wound has healed remarkably well. It is essential to keep it clean in the coming days, and for 3 months, you should avoid heavy labor to prevent the stitches from coming undone." Madame Huang listened attentively to Chu Yue's advice. Afterwards, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Lian, who promptly brought forth a jewelry box that had been prepared earlier. As she opened the box, Madame Huang said, "Inside are a pair of golden bangles, part of my dowry from my family when I married. Since Miss Chu has recently wed, please accept this small token of my goodwill." Chu Yue hurriedly shook her head. "Madam, I cannot accept these bangles. A few days ago, Mr. Huang generously gifted me a substantial amount of silver. To take your bangles would seem greedy." Seeing Chu Yue's modesty only endeared her further to Madame Huang. Everyone loves wealth, yet this young lady understands moderation. She is not like those who are blinded by greed, which makes her all the more trustworthy. Madame Huang took hold of Chu Yue's hand. "Silly girl, only you would refuse such a generous gift. If you do not mind, you may call me Aunt Jiang from now on." Chu Yue was taken aback. "But madam, you appear so youthful. Is it truly appropriate to address you in such a manner?" Madame Huang smiled warmly. My birth name is Jiang Qingwan, I am merely 14 years your senior, calling me Aunt Jiang seems quite fitting, does it not? Chu Yue's face lit up, and she performed a slight bow before Aunt Jiang. Chu Yue pays her respects to Aunt Jiang. Ah, Aunt Jiang chuckled, accepting the jewelry box from Xiao Lian and placing it into Chu Yue's hands. Now that you have called me Aunt Jiang, consider me your family. Accept this as a gift from me to you, as part of your dowry, hold it without hesitation. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, just inform Aunt Jiang, and I shall not let them go unpunished. While her affection for Chu Yue was one reason, the young lady's extraordinary skills and experiences, coupled with her ability to resist temptation, made it inevitable that she would leave Nanping town. It would be wise to forge a bond with her. With Aunt Jiang's insistence, Chu Yue could not refuse any longer. Then I sincerely thank Aunt Jiang. At that moment, the wet nurse entered from the side room, cradling Aunt Jiang's child. Madam, the young master has awakened. Upon hearing her son was awake, Aunt Jiang requested Xiao Lian to assist her in sitting upright. Chu Yue glanced at the child, who appeared quite large, though his complexion bore a slight yellowish tint. Aunt Jiang, has the child not seen sunlight these past few days? Aunt Jiang's expression turned anxious. Indeed he has not. Is there a problem? Earlier, when the wet nurse entered, Chu Yue had observed that the side room was rather dim, likely to avoid disturbing the child's sleep, as the windows were covered. It is not a grave issue. However, he does appear to have a mild case of jaundice each day. During the hours when the sun is not too harsh, it would be beneficial for him to bask in the sunlight, and ensure he eats and excretes regularly. In no time, he should return to normal. Mild jaundice is relatively easy to resolve, but it requires attention to prevent it from worsening, which could complicate matters later. Aunt Jiang, upon hearing this, took it seriously. Xiao Lian, quickly uncover the windows in the side room. Wet nurse, once the sun has lessened, move the cradle outside so that Howard can enjoy some sunlight. Seeing everyone busy, and knowing that a new mother needs her rest, Chu Yue decided to take her leave. Aunt Jiang, my husband is still waiting in the front courtyard. I must take my leave now, please take care of yourself, and when time permits, I shall visit you again at the Huang residence. Aunt Jiang nodded, a hint of fatigue on her face. Be cautious on your way. She then turned to Xiao Lian, see Yeye to the front courtyard, and let the steward know to prepare a carriage to take Yeye and her husband home. As Chu Yue exited Yimei Garden, she quickly spotted her husband, Lu Xinghe, waiting for her in the pavilion. Husband. The moment Chu Yue appeared, Lu Xinghe noticed her. To prevent her from tripping again in her haste, he stepped out of the pavilion and approached her with purposeful strides. Was everything smooth? As he asked, he naturally took her hand. For a while, Chu Yue's attention was transfixed on the warmth of his hand enveloping hers. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. It went smoothly. Though Xiao Lian was slightly older than Chu Yue, she had yet to marry. Seeing Chu Yue's husband, who was not only handsome but also treated her exceptionally well, filled her with envy. She covered her mouth and smiled, glancing toward the steward at the entrance. Steward Lu, Madam has requested you to escort Miss Chu and her husband home. Chu Yue quickly waved her hand. No need. My husband and I wish to explore the town a little longer, so we won't trouble the Huang residence's carriage. Ultimately, after bidding farewell to Xiao Lian and Steward Lu, the couple left the Huang residence. They first visited Chen's pharmacy, intending to inquire whether Dr. Zhu would be willing to make house calls, but as today was not his consulting day, Chu Yue asked manager Chen to relay her question before heading with Lu Xinghe to Wangcheng bookstore. From a distance, as they approached the bookstore, Chu Yue tilted her head and asked, Husband, if you intend to continue with the imperial examinations, you will need to purchase some books, won't you? Chapter 36 Encountering a bully. Lu Xinghe murmured, there are several books that I have yet to copy and need to purchase. It may cost quite a bit. As for the books he had already transcribed, he had memorized their contents, and could simply buy some blank volumes later to transcribe them again. Chu Yue gently touched the pale pink pouch gifted to her by her fourth aunt. Fortunately, I have brought some money, these necessities must be procured. However, Lu Xinghe chuckled and shook his head. When we set out, Mother gave me some silver and mentioned that we should inquire about the price of blue bricks at the kiln not far from the town's entrance. Chu Yue bit her lip and abruptly halted her steps. Lu Xinghe, noticing her sudden stillness, was somewhat puzzled. What is it? Chu Yue sniffed, a hint of grievance evident on her face. Husband, I earn money to improve our family's life, yet you and Mother always seem wary of spending my money, as if you resent my youth and wish to distance yourselves from me, perhaps to remarry someone else in the future? Memories from her past life were scarce, save for her medical skills. Having acquired Chu Yue's memories in this life, she considered herself as the Chu Yue of this world. She had never received familial affection, but since marrying Lu Xinghe, his family treated her with kindness, and she sincerely regarded him as her husband. The thought of investing her heart only to be abandoned left her heart heavy with sorrow. Seeing the redness around Chu Yue's eyes, Lu Xinghe felt a sudden sense of disarray. After a moment, he reached out to gently pat the girl's head. If I were truly concerned about spending your money, you would not be pleased. Reflecting on Chu Yue's previous circumstances within the Chu family, a flicker of pity crossed his gaze. You are still young. Why bear such heavy thoughts? If I truly thought you were a child, I would never have taken you as my wife in the first place, for raising a child comes with its own set of troubles. Chu Yue cast her eyes downward, her voice barely above a whisper. I am not a child. Yet, you are hardly older than Xingping and Xing'an. How could you claim not to be a child? Lu Xinghe tousled her hair again before firmly grasping her hand. Since you wish to buy books for me, let us use our own money today, not Mother's. With his hand clasping hers, Chu Yue smiled brightly. All right. Over the years, Lu Xinghe had copied numerous texts for the Wangchun bookstore, and the young clerks there recognized him, immediately greeting him upon his arrival. Lu Xinghe, you've come. Lu Xinghe? A gentleman perusing the shop lifted his gaze toward the entrance, his face registering surprise. Is that truly you, Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe did not recognize the man and furrowed his brow. And you are? The man hurriedly introduced himself. I am Su Hong, your classmate from 2 years past, who later went to study in the county. Do you not remember me? As Lu Xinghe racked his memory, he recalled a Su Hong from 9 years ago in the academy he attended, though he had been so focused on his studies that he had little impression of those around him. Encountering an old classmate, Su Hong's face lit up with excitement. Lu, you became the youngest scholar in Nanping Town at just 9 years old. Everyone looked up to you as a role model. Have you already passed the scholar's examination? Before Lu Xinghe could respond, a sudden voice intruded upon their conversation. Humph, what scholar? The fellow still relies on copying books to make ends meet. A pauper likely has no spare coin to sit for any examinations. Chu Yue frowned at the sound. Turning to look, she saw 3 or 4 young men, around 18 or 19, dressed in long gowns. Approaching them, the speaker, dressed in a deep green brocade robe, wore an expression of arrogance. For no particular reason, she found him instantly disagreeable. Chu Yue had intended to speak up for Lu Xinghe, but before she could utter a word, he quietly pulled her behind him. Su Hong, upon noticing the newcomers, slightly cupped his fists in greeting. Brother Jiang, it has been a long time, you remain as sharp as ever. The Su and Jiang families were close friends, and Su Hong saw Jiang Gaoi almost every year. He neither disliked nor particularly liked Jiang, he simply wished to avoid any conflict. Flattery, I see, you are as magnanimous as ever, Su. Jiang Gaoi's tone was slow and exaggerated when he spoke the words magnanimous, revealing his disdain for Su Hong to anyone who cared to listen. Su Hong scoffed, unwilling to engage further with such a frivolous scion. Ignoring Su Hong, Jiang Gaoi raised his chin to scrutinize the small figure behind Lu Xinghe. Oh, Lu Xinghe, this remarkably petite girl must be your sister, yes? How old is she this year? Why not sell her to me? I will offer 10 taels of silver, enough for your family to live comfortably for 3 to 5 years. What do you say? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Gaoi felt a sharp pain on his cheek, followed by being forcefully thrown to the ground. Lu Xinghe dusted off his hands. I advise you not to set your sights on her, otherwise what? Jiang Gaoi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, looking at Lu Xinghe with mockery. TSK, Lu Xinghe, I never imagined you would be foolhardy enough to come at me. You must value that little girl quite highly. He gestured to the men behind him, who understood his signal and began to approach Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. Su Hong could no longer bear to watch and immediately stepped in front of Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. What do you intend to do? In broad daylight, are you attempting to abduct a woman? Is there no law left? Jiang Gaoi stood up, a wicked grin on his face. Law, here, I am the law. He waved his hand. Go! Just as he finished speaking, Su Hong was thrown to the ground by a towering figure, his forehead bruised. As a weak scholar, he was no match for these ruffians. Chu Yue, seeing the escalating situation, quickly devised a plan and, seizing the moment amid the commotion at the bookstore's entrance, stealthily slipped out through a side door. Jiang Gaoi, spotting Chu Yue's hasty escape, laughed derisively at Lu Xinghe. Ha, this is truly amusing, Lu Xinghe, look at your precious little sister, she has abandoned you and run off. Lu Xinghe's expression remained impassive. The fact that Chu Yue managed to escape actually relieved him. Faced with 4 or 5 adult men, he was uncertain he could ensure her safety. If they captured her, they could use her as leverage against him, placing him in the most disadvantageous position. As for himself, he would only endure a few punches, which would soon pass. Jiang Gaoi did not pursue Chu Yue. As long as he had Lu Xinghe in his grasp, he was unconcerned about her escape. She would inevitably return. Chapter 37 of the Reversal. The shopkeeper at the Forgetfulness bookstore, wary of Jiang Gaoi's status, did not approach to assist Lu Xinghe. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe was agile and strong. A few adult men could not easily subdue him. After Chu Yue dashed out of the Forgetfulness bookstore, she hurried straight towards Qian Alley. She was not well acquainted with many people in Nanping Town, and given Jiang Gaoi's attire, it was evident he hailed from an affluent family. Perhaps only Master Huang could help her resolve this matter. Chu Yue dared not linger on the road and soon arrived at the Huang residence. Steward Lu, please open the door. Upon seeing Chu Yue return, Steward Lu swiftly inquired about the situation. Upon hearing that she and Lu Xinghe had been bullied, he immediately summoned Jiang Qingwan and led a dozen servants with Chu Yue back to the Forgetfulness bookstore in a flurry. When they arrived, they found Su Hong sitting at the entrance, cradling his head and groaning in pain, while Lu Xinghe was surrounded by a group of people, the situation uncertain. Steward Lu, my husband is over there. Steward Lu gestured, and the servants brandished their clubs, encircling the few individuals at the bookstore's entrance. Stop. Upon recognizing the Huang family's servants, Jiang Gaoi quickly commanded his men to cease their actions. After all, his position as a secretary was earned through examination, not purchased with money. Had he not wished to remain in Nanping Town to benefit the common folk, he would have been promoted to county magistrate long ago, thanks to his connections. He held a certain trepidation towards the Huang family. With a hint of ingratiation, Jiang Gaoi raised his hand in a bow. What brings Steward Lu here? I was merely disciplining a couple of unruly commoners. Surely the Huang family does not intend to intervene in such trivial matters? Steward Lu raised an eyebrow. Commoners, does young Master Jiang dare refer to my lady's niece and nephew as commoners? You mean the Huang family's niece? Jiang Gaoi incredulously pointed at Chu Yue. Is she the one you speak of? He had not anticipated that a seemingly insignificant girl he had provoked would possess such a significant background. Steward Lu's lips curled into a smirk. Young Master Jiang, while you have long been a tyrant in Nanping Town, to brazenly bully members of the Huang family is to show a lack of respect towards our esteemed Master Huang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoi hastily countered, Steward Lu, you misinterpret my words. It was Lu Xinghe who struck first today, my actions were entirely in self-defense. Having just pulled Lu Xinghe from Jiang Gaoi's encirclement, Chu Yue glared at his bruised mouth, her face filled with anger. You lie. We were the ones acting in self-defense. Jiang Gaoi sneered, look at my men, which one of them is less injured than your husband? With so many witnesses present, they can testify for me, wouldn't you agree, Su Xiong? He glanced toward Su Hong. Originally, Lu Xinghe had struck first, and Su Hong, known for his stubbornness, could easily confirm that Lu Xinghe was at fault. Should Su Hong nod in agreement, the Huang family would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he could report Lu Xinghe to the authorities at any time, potentially putting the Huang family in a position of needing to plead with him. Having endured Master Huang's oppression for so long, Su Hong likely harbored resentment. If he could make Master Huang beg at his father's feet, wouldn't his father treat him like a revered ancestor? As he looked at Jiang Gaoi's arrogant face, Su Hong felt a newfound aversion towards him. He recalled the events that had transpired and, while Lu Xinghe had indeed struck first, he did not want to be unwittingly manipulated by Jiang Gaoi. Thus, he recounted the sequence of events truthfully. The matter unfolded as such. Although Lu Xinghe acted first, it was provoked by Jiang Gaoi's earlier insults. Had he not spoken so flippantly and attempted to forcibly take a common girl, Lu Xinghe would not have resorted to violence. Upon hearing Su Heng's account, Jiang Gaoi pointed at him, exclaiming, Su Hong, you despicable man. Can you not speak the truth? Which of your eyes saw me touch that girl? Our families have long-standing ties, and yet you turn against me? Su Hong regarded the flustered Jiang Gaoi with an impassive expression. I merely stated the facts. Besides, it was you who requested my testimony, was it not? Jiang Gaoi gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he was in the wrong. With a cold snort, he attempted to lead his people away, but before he could take 2 steps, the servants brought by Steward Lu apprehended them all. Jiang Gaoi cursed, Steward Lu, what is the meaning of this? My father is a secretary as well, and his standing in Nanping Town is not inferior to that of Master Huang. By what right do you arrest me? It is not I who wish to apprehend you. You have committed the crime of forcibly taking a common girl. If I do not send you to the authorities to learn a lesson, do you think the Huang family can be trifled with? With that, he gestured, leading the servants as they took Jiang Gaoi and his companions towards the magistrate's office. Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe, gently touching his bruised mouth, her face filled with concern. Husband, does it hurt? She felt a pang of guilt. If it were not for me, you would not have had to fight. Lu Xinghe shook his head. It's nothing. I'm not in pain. Actually, I didn't intend to run just now. Lu Xinghe patted her head. I knew you would not abandon me. It is evident that Yaya is quite clever. Chu Yue smiled and turned to Su Hong, giving him a slight bow. Today, I am most grateful for your assistance, young Master Su. Su Hong waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. I simply cannot bear to witness wrongdoing in public. Lu Xinghe looked at him. The Jiang and Su families have long-standing ties. With your assistance today, when Jiang Gaoi returns to his family, will he not incite old Master Jiang to seek vengeance against the Su family? Su Hong appeared unconcerned. They would need the capability to do so. You need not worry about this matter, for the Su family has my father backing us. He is not easily manipulated. Upon hearing Su Heng's response, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue exchanged knowing smiles. This Su Hong was indeed a man of character. Su Hong regarded Lu Xinghe with curiosity. What brings you to the bookstore today? To purchase books. The 4 books and 5 classics? Su Hong inquired further. Lu Xinghe nodded. Indeed. A hint of excitement crossed Su Heng's face. It seems you intend to continue with the imperial examinations. Excellent, you will be able to participate in the spring examination next March, and perhaps you might even achieve top honors. Lu Xinghe chuckled. You have more faith in me than I do in myself. Indeed. How many can claim to have passed the childhood examination at the age of 9? I had to attempt it twice before I succeeded, Su Hong remarked, his admiration unabashed. Seeing the 2 men enjoying their conversation, Chu Yue interjected, having received young Master Su's assistance today, after we purchase our books, we should go to Rui Pavilion and order a couple of dishes. Might I invite young Master Su to join me and my husband? Chapter 38 Entertaining guests. Chu Yue dared not venture into the grand establishment of Huayulu, where the prices of dishes were astonishingly steep, often amounting to 1 or 2 taels of silver for a meal. In contrast, Rui Ju, though not inexpensive, allowed her to indulge in 2 or 3 small dishes for just over 100 won, a sum she found acceptable. Su Hong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, how could I allow you to incur such expenses? Lu Xinghe, understanding the young girl's intention to build connections for him, patted Su Hong on the shoulder and made his way towards the bookstore. Please wait a moment, Su, I shall purchase some books first. Lu Xinghe has selected 5 books with text and 10 blank ones, spending a total of 13 taels of silver. Chu Yue collected the 37 taels of change and, together with Lu Xinghe, departed from the Wangchen bookstore, leading Su Hong towards Rui Ju.Asa girl. Chu Yue found it inconvenient to dine at the same table as man, so after ordering 3 small dishes and paying the bill, she headed to a noodle stall just a street away from Rui Ju. After satisfying her hunger, she considered that Lu Xinghe and Su Hang would not arrive immediately, so she made her way to the back kitchen of Rui Ju. After explaining her purpose to the woman washing vegetables, she was introduced to the kitchen manager, Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong scrutinized the young girl before him, somewhat incredulous that such a child could offer him a valuable recipe.
Are you the one intending to sell me a recipe? Chu Yue nodded eagerly. Yes, may I inquire if Manager Zhao is interested?
Zhao Dong picked at his teeth.
Do tell me, what recipe is it?
It pertains to a recipe for pig offal.
Sensing Zhao's potential reluctance, Chu Yue quickly added, might I have a moment to explain?
Zhao Dong, displaying patience, replied, go ahead. In South Ping Town, there are only 2 large establishments like Huayulu, yet there are 3 to 5 smaller taverns akin to Rui Ju. Zhao Dong nodded, intrigued by her logic.
Continue. Chu Yue elaborated, ordinary farming households seldom dine out, as they cannot afford it. Those who do are typically individuals with a bit of spare change, seeking novelty. Therefore, they will gravitate towards establishments that offer unique dishes. Do you not agree with my reasoning, Manager Zhao?
Zhao Dong acknowledged her insight.
Your reasoning is sound, young lady.
If you have other recipes, I might consider giving yours a try. However, this recipe for pig offal, he shook his head, is likely not viable, as even regular farmers do not consume such items. Chu Yue anticipated that selling the recipe for pig offal would not be straightforward, but she wished to make her case.
Would you permit me to try?
If you still deem the dish unworthy after tasting my creation, I shall leave immediately. After some contemplation, Zhao Dong agreed, reasoning that it would merely require a bit of oil and salt. Since we have not discarded the pig offal from today's slaughter, if you wish to try, then by all means. Following Zhao Dong's direction, Chu Yue saw the pig offal hanging in the corner, fortunately already cleaned. She quickly retrieved it, cutting it into 3 portions, then washing it with wood ash to remove any odor. After blanching and stir-frying it, the dish, enhanced by the taverness' abundant seasonings, emerged with a delightful aroma.
Zhao Dong, drawn by the enticing scent, approached Chu Yue, watching as the pig intestines glistened in a golden sauce.
Your culinary skills are quite impressive, young lady. Chu Yue wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled, I've practiced quite a bit at home, but I surely cannot compare to your expertise, Manager Zhao. Afterward, she took a plate lined with vibrant green leaves and served some of the pig intestines to him.
I kindly ask you to taste this.
Though the thought of eating pig intestines made him feel slightly queasy, Zhao Dong picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece. As he chewed, his eyes lit up with the intestines, now devoid of any unpleasant odor and infused with a unique flavor, were unexpectedly delectable. Zhao Dong nodded in approval.
Not bad. Chu Yue smiled, pointing to the pot. There's more in the pot.
Perhaps Manager Zhao could serve smaller portions as complimentary dishes for our esteemed regulars. Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhao Dong quickly set to work. Chu Yue remained patient, waiting alongside him for feedback from the patrons. After about 15 minutes, a young attendant rushed into the kitchen.
Manager Zhao, the guests are clamoring for the stir-fried pig intestines. Do we have enough?
Zhao Dong was not surprised by this outcome, for the dish was indeed quite tasty. He glanced at the remaining pig intestines still hanging in the courtyard, ready to respond, when Chu Yue interjected, Manager Zhao, moderation is key. Zhao Dong understood her implication and promptly instructed the attendant, inform the customers that this stir-fried pig intestine is a new dish we are introducing today, and we did not prepare a large quantity. Tomorrow, we shall offer 10 servings, first come, first served.
With the attendant dispatched, Zhao Dong turned back to Chu Yue.
For your recipe, I am willing to offer 3 taels of silver, on the condition that you do not sell it to any other establishment. 3 taels for a recipe was indeed a substantial sum, and Chu Yue readily agreed. Very well, I shall sell it exclusively to Manager Zhao, but should others replicate it, I cannot be held accountable. Zhao Dong laughed, naturally, but by the time others catch on, we may have already moved on to a different recipe. After concluding the transaction with Zhao Dong, Chu Yue exited the back of Rui Ju, only to find Lu Xinghe waiting for her at the entrance. In his hands, he carried a takeout package of meat dishes, from which a tantalizing aroma wafted. Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with delight.
Husband, how did you know I would be here?
I saw the guests enjoying the complimentary stir-fried pig intestines and guessed you might be involved. Su Hang is a regular there, after all, so we were fortunate to receive a small portion as well.
Chu Yue laughed, so, the guests' requests for more dishes were partly thanks to you?
Lu Xinghe affectionately ruffled her hair. You are quite clever. Chu Yue noticed that ever since becoming acquainted with Lu Xinghe, he seemed to particularly enjoy patting her head, as if he truly regarded her as a child. Glancing at her still petite frame, she reluctantly accepted the truth that she was indeed still a child.
Husband, why did you bring takeout from Rui Ju?
Lu Xinghe glanced at the oil paper package in his grasp. I ordered this to take home, as the dishes from Rui Ju are quite delightful, and I thought to bring a portion back for everyone to try.
He then turned to Chu Yue, have you eaten lunch? Chu Yue nodded, of course, I would never deprive myself. That is good to hear. Lu Xinghe led Chu Yue around a corner. Let us head out of town to visit the nearby kiln.
If the prices seem reasonable, we shall purchase the bricks, otherwise, we can return early and inquire at the kiln in the neighboring village.
Chapter 39 When wealth arrives, be discreet. Chu Yue gazed at Lu Xinghe and inquired, isn't the price of bricks different from each kiln? Lu Xinghe nodded in affirmation.
Indeed, the owners of brick kilns vary, and their locations differ, resulting in some distinctions. However, the price variations are not substantial. The most significant difference lies in the quality of the green bricks. Some kilns produce bricks of excellent hue and remarkable hardness, making them less prone to breaking, while others yield bricks that are not only inferior in color but also quite fragile.
But have you not visited the brick kiln in the neighboring village? How can you ascertain their quality?
Chu Yue questioned, perplexed.
I have not visited, yet I have seen their bricks, so I possess a vague impression.
After a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived at the kiln. The brickworks were extensive, with stacks of well-fired green bricks everywhere. Due to years of firing, the area surrounding the kiln was devoid of grass and trees, and the temperature was considerably higher than in other locales.
A young laborer, spotting the two from a distance, approached while wiping his brow and asked, "Are you two here to inspect the green bricks?"
Lu Xinghe nodded. "Could you inform us of the price of your green bricks?"
2 for 3 pieces, the young laborer promptly indicated the bricks stacked behind him. "You may take a look at our green bricks.
Our kiln has been established in Nanyuan town for over a century, and more than half of the houses in the town are constructed with our green bricks."
Lu Xinghe stepped closer to examine the bricks, tapping on a few.
Observing this, the young laborer quickly fetched 2 bricks and struck them together, producing a sharp, resonant sound without any signs of fracture. Truly, as an established kiln, the quality of their green bricks was commendable. Lu Xinghe turned to him and asked, "Could the price of these green bricks be adjusted to be more favorable? The kiln at Yeojiagu offers lower prices." The young laborer immediately chuckled. "Oh, that small kiln at Yeojiagu cannot possibly compare to our venerable kiln, which has been producing green bricks for over a century. Since you are already familiar with the bricks from Yeojiagu yet have chosen not to purchase from there, you must also be aware of their quality. In business, one gets what one pays for. If you desire bricks of superior quality, our Kaiyang brick kiln is indeed the best choice within a 100-mile radius." Lu Xinghe had anticipated this. The prices of bricks from large kilns would invariably exceed those from small workshops. Although the price of 2 for 3 pieces was considerably higher than that of Yeojiagu's green bricks, the emphasis was on quality. He conveyed the approximate size of the house he intended to build to the young laborer, who promptly calculated the approximate quantity of bricks required. "You will need around 60,000 bricks. It is unlikely to be excessive. If you find yourself short, you may return for more, and should you have an excess, as long as the bricks are undamaged, you can return them."
"What do you think?"
60,000 green bricks would amount to a total of 40 taels of silver, which was indeed a significant increase of 10 taels compared to the price at Yeojiagu. This was no trivial sum. Lu Xinghe glanced back at Chu Yue, pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. He then inquired about the price of tiles. The price for tiles at Kaiyang brick kiln was comparable to that of Yeojiagu, yet the quality was unmatched. He decided to place an order there as well, totaling 6 taels of silver for the tiles. Ultimately, Lu Xinghe paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver, securing 60,000 green bricks and the necessary tiles before leading Chu Yue back home. The firing of the green bricks and tiles would require some time, with the kiln promising delivery to Banpo village in half a month. By that time, the rice in the fields would be harvested, and the houses of his uncle and second uncle would likely be nearing completion.
As soon as the green bricks arrived, they would be able to commence building their home.
Upon returning home, it was already late afternoon. Due to the passage of several hours, the injury on Lu Xinghe's lip was no longer as pronounced as before. To avoid worrying young Sueha, he simply stated that he had bumped into something, then handed over the remaining silver to her before taking a water bucket to the fields. Chu Yue returned to the house, securing the scattered silver coins in a bamboo tube and hiding them in various places. The box that contained the gold bracelet was too large to conceal in the wall cavity, so she wrapped it in old clothing and stuffed it into the kong. Given the recent warmth, they would not be using the kong, and by the time they needed to, they would likely have moved into their new house, at which point there would be a suitable place for these items. After stowing everything away, she proceeded to the kitchen, unpacking the meat and vegetables that Lu Xinghe had brought back from Rui residence. Lu Xingping entered the kitchen, drawn by the enticing aroma.
"Sister-in-law, what is this?"
"This is the food your elder brother packed in town to share with you," she said, transferring the dishes into a bowl and offering it to Lu Xingping.
"Give it a try."
Lu Xingping hesitated and waved his hand modestly.
"I think I'll pass. Dinner will be ready soon, and we can all eat together."
Chu Yue smiled and placed the dishes upside down on a larger bowl on the stove to keep them free from dust. Just as she stepped out of the stoveroom, she saw Yun Sueha coming out from the house.
"Yeah, come with me into the house." Chu Yue followed Yun Sueha with a puzzled expression. "Mother, what is it?"
Yun Sueha produced the silver that Lu Xinghe had given her. "I recall giving Xinghe 50 taels of silver this morning for books and green bricks. The green bricks cost 10 taels, how is there still 40 taels left? Did he really not spend so much on books?" With 2 scholars in the family, she understood well that the books in town were as precious as gold.
Chu Yue chuckled softly. "Mother, the money used for the books was our own." Yun Sueha sighed deeply. "Child, we are now one family, why differentiate between what is mine and what is yours?"
In the future, there will be many expenses. The road of the imperial examination, even if smooth, requires many years of effort. Once Xinghe continues down this path, not only will the family be unable to assist, but you will also have to be busy with it. In a few years, when you come of age and perhaps a chubby little boy joins the family, the expenses will only increase.
Chu Yue had not expected Yun Sueha to think so far ahead. Mother, that time is not upon us yet. We can simply work hard to earn more money.
Yun Sueha patted her hand gently. You are fortunate these days, but no one can guarantee that such fortune will last forever. When wealth arrives, be discreet. I do not worry about Xingping and Xing'an, they are still young, but I do worry for Xinghe, who has suffered too much over the years. Hearing this, Chu Yue could not help but ask, Mother, Xingping and Xing'an are not so small anymore.
Do you have any plans for their future?
Yun Sueha appeared troubled. Xing'an has a steady temperament. If he can learn a few characters, he might find work as a bookkeeper, which would be a relatively easy job. As for Xingping, that mischievous boy, I truly have no idea what to do with him. She was a pragmatic person, having one person in the family pursue the imperial examination was sufficient, as everyone needed to make a living. If all were sent to school, it would be an insurmountable burden. Chu Yue reassured her, Mother, there is no need to worry, although Xingping is a bit unruly, he is also bold and attentive. Perhaps he will find his own opportunities in the future. Chapter 40 of The Stubborn Donkey. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly. I hope that is the case. As for my health, I truly do not know if it will improve.
Given your youth, my heart is simply unable to let go.
Hearing this, Chu Yue felt a pang of discomfort. Mother, such words are unnecessary, you are still young, and your health will surely improve in due time, so do not dwell on these thoughts. She refrained from mentioning the matter of hiring Dr. Zhu in town today. Otherwise, the thought of spending money would surely cause Mother further distress. Yun Sueha assumed that Chu Yue was merely trying to comfort her and smiled affectionately. Very well, I shall not dwell on it. I will strive to live many more years, for I wish to see you all prospering in life. Dinner was prepared by Chu Yue, while Lu Xinghe tended to the fire, and Lu Xingping washed and picked the vegetables. Eldest brother, we have only enough wild vegetables for one meal. The nearby areas have been stripped bare, tomorrow we may need to venture further into the mountains to forage. With no other vegetables available, if they did not gather wild greens, they would be left with nothing but rice porridge.
Lu Xinghe, having just set down the water bucket, wiped the sweat from his brow.
It is unsafe to go further in, I will go alone tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yun Sueha, who was busy with needlework inside, immediately paused her task. If food is truly scarce, we shall manage with rice porridge for a while.
I have heard there are tigers in the deep mountains. A few years ago, De Zhuang from Lin's family ventured into the deep mountains and never returned. If anything were to happen to you, my health would not be able to withstand it.
Lu Xingping, upon hearing of the dangers of the mountains, quickly concurred, Mother is right. We still have rice porridge, so let us endure a bit longer. When it rains, we can plant some vegetables ourselves. Lu Xinghe also chimed in from behind the stove, tomorrow, Xingping and I will take a look around the nearby hills. If we find wild vegetables, we will bring them back, if not, we can make do with rice porridge. Eldest brother, there is no need to risk venturing into the deep mountains. You would be better served reading at home. Indeed, eldest brother is the hope of our family. If you are well, then we can all be well, Lu Xingping said, breaking into a silly grin, which made their work seem all the more spirited. The words of his two younger brothers warmed Lu Xinghe's heart. Although life had been challenging over the years, the sight of their family together made it all worthwhile. In the kitchen, hearing the conversation, Chu Yue felt a wave of worry. If things continued like this, they might soon find themselves short of water. Fortunately, they were in the mountains, and if water ran out, they could always search higher up. Life in Yodo village was likely even harder than here. She wondered how Xiao Tao was faring. So young, should anything happen to her, the Chu family would hardly treat her as one of their own. If they were closer, she might sneak a look at her. But now, having married so far away, she felt utterly powerless. Once the porridge was ready, she served it, reheating the meat and vegetables she had brought back at noon, and sought some wild greens to complete the meal. With the family's food supplies dwindling, everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed not to overindulge in meat. Each took only 2 or 3 pieces, mixing them with the rice porridge and wild greens. After dinner, back in the room, Chu Yue sat on the kong and gazed at Lu Xinghe, who was reading by the window.
Husband, if we are to build a house, shall we need to buy more rice?
Lu Xinghe turned his gaze from the book. Yes, the old rice in town will be hard to find again. We will have to buy brown rice. When we build the house, we will all eat brown rice together, saving the old rice for after we move.
Chu Yue nodded, I was thinking the same.
The pickled vegetables that Xing'an has stored in the cellar are nearly gone. If we build the house and have no vegetables, we will have to mix pickles with porridge. Lu Xinghe replied with a sound of agreement. In this year, having a bowl of food is sufficient.
Uncle and second uncle are not particular.
When Chu Yue last visited Chen's apothecary to find Dr. Zhu, she did not encounter him. On the 5th day, Dr. Zhu made time to visit Banpo village. He led a donkey and carried a medicine box to the village entrance, calling out at the gate of the first household, is anyone home? The person who came out was Lu Xinghe's aunt, Tian Chunyan. Upon seeing the doctor with the medicine box, she quickly glanced around the house.
Has anyone in the family called for a doctor?
Dr. Zhu hurriedly explained, Sister, I am just here to ask for directions.
Do you know where the Lu family lives? The Lu family? Tian Chunyan stepped forward and opened the gate. What a coincidence, this is the Lu family.
Dr. Zhu stroked his beard, recalling that the girl had mentioned to Manager Chen that her mother-in-law was unwell. The spirited voice of the woman before him did not seem to belong to someone ailing.
Is there no other Lu family? Tian Chunyan raised an eyebrow. Our Lu family is the largest in the village. There are many Lu families in Banpo, but the one you seek, does it have any other distinguishing features? After pondering, Dr. Zhu replied, the girl only mentioned her mother-in-law's poor health. I have forgotten the specifics, but I remember she lives in Banpo and her husband's surname is Lu. Dr. Zhu's vague description left Tian Chunyan puzzled. Moreover, she did not even consider that it might be Chu Yue. After all, given the conditions of the third family's household, it was highly unlikely they would summon a doctor for a home visit, not to mention the high fees. Unless they were related, most doctors would not casually make house calls. Furthermore, in her impression, Chu Yue did not seem like a person with a kind heart. The doctor, you make it difficult for me to guess. In our village, the elderly often have some ailments. Would you like me to have my son take you to ask a few of the Lu families? Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu furrowed his brow. As a doctor, going door to door to inquire if people needed medical attention was not advisable. Some families might not take kindly to such an approach. At that moment, Lu Yufang also arrived at the gate. The person the doctor is looking for, did they sell medicinal herbs at the apothecary a few days ago? She had been standing at her door, listening intently as Dr. Zhu spoke. The first person who came to her mind was Chu Yue, as she had indeed sold medicinal herbs in town recently, and fit the description given by the doctor perfectly. Sold medicinal herbs? Dr. Zhu's eyes brightened. Yes. That girl sold herbs to Chen's apothecary. It was because she mentioned her mother-in-law's poor health that I came to see her. If it were anyone else, I would not have bothered. Lu Yufang smiled brightly, then it's settled. I will take you to my third aunt's house. Thank you very much, young lady. Dr. Zhu quickly led his stubborn donkey, following behind Lu Yufang as she walked toward Lu Xinghe's home. Noticing Lu Yufang occasionally stopping to wait for him, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, please go ahead, I will follow. My donkey, for some reason, has suddenly become obstinate today. Lu Yufang covered her mouth and chuckled, turning to walk ahead slowly. Chapter 41 of the recommendation of the master. Tian Chunyan watched the two figures and the stubborn donkey gradually fade into the distance, a sudden discontent brewing within her. Her two daughters-in-law had been married for 3 to 5 years now, and whenever they ventured into town, they only knew how to scrape a few coins from her hands, not once offering her even a single piece of cloth. How long had it been since Chu Yue came into the family, always selling medicinal herbs and calling upon doctors for the Yun family's ailments? Was she truly so benevolent? Perhaps she harbored ulterior motives? Watch out, you might poison yourself. Tian Chunyan slammed the courtyard door with a huff and retreated to her room, glancing at her 3 sleeping grandsons. Her irritation began to dissipate. Marrying a daughter-in-law who hasn't fully matured yet. She might not be able to bear children like my two, so I must make an effort to win over the third daughter-in-law. After a rather short distance, due to that obstinate donkey, Dr. Zhu struggled for a quarter of an hour to arrive. This was only made possible with Lu Yufang pushing from behind, otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Brother Xinghe, Ye, come quickly. Upon sighting the entrance of Lu Xinghe's courtyard, Lu Yufang raised her voice. Hearing her call, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue hurriedly emerged from the house. Chu Yue couldn't help but chuckle as she witnessed the two, drenched in sweat, pushing the donkey forward. Lu Xinghe raised a hand to cover the corners of his mouth, then fetched a ladle of water from the kitchen to present before the donkey. The donkey ceased its pawing at the ground, standing upright and drinking the water earnestly. Dr. Zhu let out a sigh of relief. If I had known it was thirsty, I wouldn't have exerted myself so much. He then rubbed his aching waist, exclaiming, oh dear. This stubborn donkey has caused me quite the trouble. It insisted on racing with the cart at first, then simply refused to move. Lu Xinghe smirked. If you don't provide water when a donkey is thirsty, it will stubbornly dig at the ground until it finds water. Moreover, they dislike being pulled along. It makes them feel uncomfortable. He turned to Dr. Zhu and inquired, Dr. Zhu, this donkey must be a recent purchase, correct? Dr. Zhu sighed. Originally, we had a mule, but it passed away some time ago due to its old age. I only recently acquired this donkey, and I'm still figuring out its temperament. Lu Xinghe nodded. Donkeys are generally docile, which suits you well, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Take your time to become acquainted. I came here because Manager Chen mentioned that you sought me out. May I ask where the patient is? Chu Yue promptly pointed toward Yun Sueha's room. Dr. Zhu, please follow me. She then rapped on the door, calling, Mother, the doctor has arrived. Let him examine your health. Upon hearing that a doctor was visiting, Yun Sueha's heart raced. The consultation fee for a house call is no small matter. Had she known Chu Yue would summon the doctor, she might have preferred to accompany them to town last time. However, now that the doctor had arrived, she could hardly turn him away. Rising from her bed, she opened the door. Doctor, please come in. Dr. Zhu observed her slightly pale complexion and took a seat beside her bed to check her pulse. Moments later, he emerged from the room holding his medical bag. Chu Yue followed closely behind him, anxious to know, Dr. Zhu, how is my mother's health? Dr. Zhu furrowed his brow. Your mother's condition is neither trivial nor severe. The key issue lies in her significant physical weakness. It seems she suffered lasting effects from childbirth years ago, and with the family's poor circumstances, it has persisted until now. Overall, there is no immediate life-threatening concern, but there are several issues that need to be addressed promptly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt a sense of clarity. Then please prescribe some medicine for her. Dr. Zhu contemplated for a moment. I will prescribe a tonic to replenish qi and blood, strengthen the spleen, and nourish the heart. Consistent use over time should gradually alleviate symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, drowsiness, and weakness caused by physical deficiency. However, while medicine can help, food supplements are ultimately more effective, so Miss Chu might consider putting more effort into dietary improvements. Chu Yue nodded in understanding. I see. Dr. Zhu extracted a charcoal pencil from his bag, wrote down the prescription, and handed it to Chu Yue. Given your mother's condition, this prescription should be taken for at least 2 months. One of the key ingredients, ginseng, may be rather costly. As for astragalus, angelica, white atractylodes, and poria, they are relatively common. We should first focus on restoring her physical strength over the next 2 to 3 months, after which we can address subsequent ailments more effectively. Chu Yue listened intently, nodding in agreement with every point made by Dr. Zhu. Afterward, she turned to Dr. Zhu and asked, Dr. Zhu, I have always harbored a desire to learn medicine. May I take you as my mentor? Lu Yufang, sitting under the large tree outside, had been listening to Chu Yue's fluent exchange with Dr. Zhu with admiration. Now, upon hearing her request to become a disciple, she was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Dr. Zhu was equally taken aback, as Chu Yue's sudden shift in demeanor surprised him. They had just been discussing Yun's health, and now she wished to become a disciple. However, recalling his previous experience at the Huang residence, he felt somewhat embarrassed to accept Chu Yue as a student. This girl shows great potential, and he didn't want to hinder her. If you truly wish to learn, I can certainly recommend you to my master. In his view, a bold disciple like Chu Yue, if guided by his master, might achieve even greater heights in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Zhu's master, surely, he must be even more formidable than Dr. Zhu himself. She nodded eagerly. I truly wish to learn, but do you think your master would accept me as a disciple? Dr. Zhu chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Rest assured, if he were to learn of your previous exploits at the Huang residence, he might very well insist that I bring you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue beamed with joy and bowed gracefully to Dr. Zhu. Then I shall trouble you to make the introduction. Dr. Zhu waved his hand. No need for such formality, but my master does tend to be elusive. I cannot predict when he will next appear in Nanping town. However, when he does, I will ensure he visits Banpo village to meet you. Chu Yue repeatedly expressed her gratitude. After settling Dr. Zhu's consultation fee, she escorted him to the door. By this time, the donkey, having been soothed by Lu Xinghe, was well fed and watered, no longer as stubborn as before. Lu Xinghe personally helped Dr. Zhu mount the donkey and shared some care tips before watching him right away. Seeing Dr. Zhu depart, Lu Yufang rose from her seat beneath the tree, gazing at Chu Yue with profound envy. Yeah, you're truly impressive, managing to get Dr. Zhu to recommend his master to you. Chu Yue smiled modestly. It's nothing, though I still don't know if he would even be willing to accept me. Noticing that Chu Yue exhibited no hint of arrogance about her achievement, Lu Yufang's admiration for her grew even deeper. She grasped Chu Yue's hand. When you have the time, would you mind teaching me about some medicinal herbs? Chapter 42 of the Harvest. Chu Yue hurriedly pulled Lu Yufang to the bamboo sieve drying in her courtyard, guiding her through the identification of the herbs contained within. These are all the herbs we currently have at home, and I can only teach you this much for now. When we gather new herbs next time, I will share more with you. Lu Yufang tilted her head, diligently reviewing the herbs once more. That's enough, I won't be able to remember any more at the moment. Thank you, I'll head back to memorize these few herbs, and I'll come to find you once we've gathered more. Go ahead, Chu Yue replied, watching Lu Yufang depart before she knocked on Yunquehe's door. Mother, have you taken a rest? Yunquehe sighed. Come in. Chu Yue entered the room, nervously glancing at Yunquehe on the bed. I took the liberty of inviting Dr. Zhu to our home to treat you. Are you upset, mother? Yunquehe shook her head, rubbing her temples. How could I be, with such a filial daughter like you? I am delighted. It's just that I felt a bit dizzy today and was afraid of falling, so I didn't get up. Dizzy? Chu Yue pondered for a moment before heading to the kitchen, retrieving the hanging basket from the beam and taking out the red sugar she had purchased on her first trip to town. She then added water to a pot, cooking a bowl of red sugar egg custard, which she brought to Yunquehe's room. The custard also contained 2 slices of ginger. This combination was excellent for replenishing blood and invigorating circulation, perfect for alleviating dizziness caused by anemia. Thankfully, they still had these 3 ingredients at home, otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Mother, please drink this bowl of red sugar water first. It will help with the dizziness, Chu Yue said. Yunquehe propped herself up, taking the large bowl of red sugar water from Chu Yue's hands. Why have you even added an egg? You all haven't eaten yet. Chu Yue handed her a porcelain spoon. Mother, your recovery is far more important than anything else. We are still young and healthy, it matters little if we eat a bit more or a bit less on ordinary days. Oh dear, my child, Yunquehe couldn't help but exclaim again, marveling at how fortunate they were to have such a wonderful daughter. The Chu family had truly been blind to their blessings. After drinking the warm, sweet red sugar egg soup, Yunquehe began to sweat, feeling less dizzy. This soup truly works wonders. Seeing the positive effect, Chu Yue felt relieved. Mother, stay in the room for now. I'll go boil a pot of hot water later. I'll bring it to you so you can wash up and change into clean clothes. Yunquehe nodded. All right. Before long, Chu Yue brought the hot water into Yunquehe's room. Yunquehe got out of bed to wash off the sweat and changed into clean garments, feeling invigorated as though she hadn't felt this light in a long time. She placed her soiled clothes in a basin and stepped outside. Noticing this, Chu Yue quickly approached. Mother, let me wash the clothes. Yunquehe shifted slightly, avoiding Chu Yue's hands. Has already worked hard for me all morning. Go take a rest, I can manage on my own. It feels good to do some work. Seeing this, Chu Yue hurriedly fetched a small stool and placed it under the large tree. Then, Mother, please wash the clothes here. Don't squat for too long, and take your time getting up after you're done. Yonghui agreed, smiling affectionately. All right, I understand. You go and attend to your matters. Weren't you just saying this morning that you wanted Xinghe to teach you to read? Hurry along. She had indeed heard clearly from within the house that Dr. Chu intended to introduce his master to Chu Yue. If she truly learned medicine, would she not be able to write prescriptions? This girl was intelligent enough to impress Dr. Zhu. If she could learn some skills, they would no longer need to worry about minor ailments in the family. Chu Yue entered the room, finding Lu Xinghe at the window, dipping ink and writing something. She had initially planned to quietly slip away outside, but Lu Xinghe had already turned to look at her. Are you done? Today I will teach you to write with ink. Chu Yue paused for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward. All right. Having practiced writing with a brush and water for several days prior, Chu Yue adeptly dipped the brush in ink and wrote the character Xinghe on the slightly yellowed, clean rice paper. She looked at Lu Xinghe with bright eyes. Husband, how did I do? Though her handwriting could not compare to that of a calligraphy master, it was neat and elegant, quite impressive for her first attempt on paper. You wrote very well, Lu Xinghe praised, prompting Chu Yue to smile and dip the brush again, writing her name, Chu Yue, beside Xinghe. Lu Xinghe glanced at the characters on the paper and then at Chu Yue's earnest expression while writing, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Under the large tree, Yonghui washed clothes while stealing glances into Lu Xinghe's room. Seeing the couple interact so joyfully filled her with delight. Rare to find a priceless treasure, hard to find a loving partner. She felt content knowing they could live harmoniously together for a lifetime. After writing an entire sheet of characters, Chu Yue finally set down her brush, rubbing her slightly sore wrist while gazing outside at the sky. Oh dear, I need to go prepare lunch. Just as she moved to leave, Lu Xinghe grasped her wrist. No need to rush. Xingping and Xing'an have returned and are busy in the kitchen. They will handle lunch, so let me give your wrist a bit of a massage first. He gently massaged several acupoints on her wrist, and she felt much more relaxed. Husband, after we finish harvesting the crops in the field tomorrow, shall we go to town the day after? I would like to gather some medicinal herbs for mother and buy some brown rice. Once the bricks and tiles are delivered, we can begin building our home. Afterward, we may not have as much time to travel to town. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. The family enjoyed a simple meal of rice porridge and a small dish of wild vegetables. By afternoon, Chu Yue prepared another bowl of ginger red sugar water for Yonghui, though this time without the egg. The following day, the family busied themselves. Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue wielded sickles, harvesting the ripe rice stalks in the fields. As Lu Xinghe cut, he bundled the stalks, while brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an scurried between home and field, carrying large bundles of rice back to dry in the courtyard. Thanks to the 2 bowls of red sugar water she had consumed the previous day, Yonghui felt significantly better and helped turn the rice stalks in the courtyard while also preparing meals for everyone. As the sun began to set, they had finished harvesting the 2 acres and 3/10 of rice. Chu Yue wiped the sweat from her forehead, returning home with Lu Xinghe. Upon seeing them, Yonghui hurriedly brought out 2 large bowls of water. Quickly, drink some water and take a break. You've worked hard today. Lu Xinghe downed a large bowl of water and placed the sickle in the kitchen. Mother, I'm going to borrow the threshing tool from Grandpa and Grandma's house. After we eat, we'll thresh the rice. Chapter 43. Gathering herbs in the bustling kitchen, Yun Sueha stretched her neck to gaze outside. Oh, you must hurry, the rice porridge is already ready. Understood, mother, Lu Xinghe replied, then hurriedly left. After finishing her water, Chu Yue placed the bowl in the kitchen, filled a basin with water, and washed her hair with soap pods. She filled another basin with water and brought it into the room. She stripped off her old clothes and removed the cloth wrappings from her arms, washing her body with clean water before donning a fresh outfit, which brought her considerable comfort. The light blue top paired with a deep blue skirt accentuated her scholarly charm. As she stepped outside with her clothes, she spotted Lu Xinghe sitting beneath the eaves. Upon hearing the door open, he stood and turned his gaze towards Chu Yue. Go eat first. The clothes can wait until later. All right, Chu Yue replied, placing the basin filled with dirty clothes at the front of the house before joining Lu Xinghe in the kitchen. Dinner consisted of rice porridge, wild vegetables, and a large bowl of egg drop soup. Due to the family's hard work in the fields that day, there was significantly more porridge than usual, with each person receiving 2 full bowls. After satisfying their hunger, Chu Yue set about washing the clothes while Lu Xinghe took a flail to knock down the millet that had been drying all day. Recently, everyone had been harvesting millet, necessitating the use of the flail, and he could only take advantage of the darkness to finish the task, as his grandparents and uncles would need it the following day. It wouldn't do to delay them. Jun Sueha emerged from the house with a winnowing basket, sweeping the millet that had drifted far away into it. Once Chu Yue finished washing the clothes, she assisted in placing the millet into the basket. Lu Xinghe then carried the millet to the kitchen for storage, where it would remain until it could be taken out again to dry for a couple of days before being sent to village families with stone mortars for threshing. By the time Lu Xinghe finished arranging the millet in the kitchen, night had fully descended, and the moon had risen. Since Chu Yue arrived, she had never been this busy at such a late hour. Observing Lu Xinghe, whose clothes were now thoroughly wet, she quickly prepared a large basin of water and took a cloth inside. Go wash up first. How about we take the flail to Grandma and Grandpa's on our way to town tomorrow morning? It is quite late now, and they want tea needed tonight anyway. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. While he washed inside, Chu Yue waited outside, but exhaustion soon overtook her, and she dozed off, only to awaken the next morning on the Kong. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced outside to find the day already bright. Chu Yue hurriedly slipped on her shoes and got out of bed. Lu Xinghe had already spread the millet out in the courtyard to dry, and the flail had long been taken to Grandma and Grandpa's by Lu Xingping, while Lu Xing'an and Yun Sueha busied themselves in the kitchen.
Seeing everyone working while she had been lost in sleep filled Chu Yue with a twinge of guilt.
Husband, why didn't you wake me when you got up? Looking at the young girl's remorseful expression, Lu Xinghe chuckled as he ruffled her hair. It's fine.
You were quite tired yesterday, more sleep is beneficial.
Yunsueta seemed to have noticed Chu Yue was awake, calling from the kitchen. Wash your face and set the table, it's almost time to eat.
All right, mother. Chu Yue, initially apprehensive about her family's thoughts on her sleeping in, felt reassured upon hearing Yunsueha's endearing address. After breakfast, Chu Yue set off for town with Lu Xinghe. Before departing, she deliberately tucked the prescription given by Dr. Zhu into her pouch. The cart had been borrowed by Lu Xinghe earlier that morning while delivering the flail from Aunt Lin's home. Now, Chu Yue sat on the cart with a basket full of herbs on her back, while Lu Xinghe effortlessly pushed it towards Nanping town, seemingly endowed with boundless energy, which left Chu Yue astonished. At the same age of 18, her indolent brother stayed home doing nothing, a stark contrast to Lu Xinghe. She had heard he was soon to be married. She couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate girl would end up with him. Thinking of the Chu family reminded her of Xiao Tao. She wondered how she was faring and wished that Niu village were closer so she could visit her. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Nanping town, heading straight for Chen's medicine shop. This was not their first visit, and upon seeing them, Manager Chen greeted them warmly.
Ah, young lady, back again with your husband to sell herbs?
Chu Yue smiled, not just to sell herbs.
We're here to gather medicine as well.
She then produced the prescription from her pouch and handed it to Manager Chen.
Could you please help me determine the cost of the medicine according to this prescription?
Manager Chen took the prescription and instructed a shop assistant to lead Lu Xinghe to the back to count the herbs while he studied the prescription meticulously, analyzing the ingredients and their quantities. After a moment of calculation on the abacus, he looked up at Chu Yue. Miss Chu, this prescription includes a type of ginseng, which you have purchased from me before and are surely aware of its value. Even if only a few slices of 3-year-old ginseng are included in a single dose, it will cost at least this much. He raised 3 fingers.
300 yuan per dose? Chu Yue gasped inwardly.
Calculating this, it meant 300 yuan a day would amount to 9 taels of silver in a month, and Dr. Zhu had mentioned a necessity of at least 2 months of treatment, 18 taels in total. No wonder her husband never saw improvement when buying medicine for his mother, spending over 200 yuan for 6 doses each time, which likely didn't have a significant effect. Nevertheless, her mother's health needed tending to. Steeling herself, Chu Yue turned to Manager Chen. Please prepare 10 doses according to this prescription, and also weigh out 2 taels of goji berries, 2 taels of angelica, and 1 tael of astragalus for me. Very well, Miss Chu, please wait a moment. Manager Chen laid out 10 sheets of oiled paper on the counter, then carefully weighed each herb according to the prescription, ensuring each dose was ample. Once all the herbs were weighed, he packaged the 10 doses and handed them to Chu Yue, also weighing out the additional herbs she requested. Remember, when preparing the medicine, soak it in cold water for 15 minutes before simmering it on low heat until 3 bowls of water reduced to 1 bowl for consumption, he advised.
Chu Yue nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Manager Chen, I'll remember.
After settling the payment of 3 taels and 200 yuan, Manager Chen turned to fetch a few pieces of codonopsis from a small drawer behind the counter, offering them to Chu Yue.
This codonopsis is also nourishing and perfect for soups. Consider it a gift.
Chu Yue gratefully accepted the codonopsis. Thank you so much, Manager Chen. Just then, Lu Xinghe emerged from the back with an empty basket, accompanied by the shop assistant who had entered with him earlier. Today's load of herbs yielded no precious items, selling for 1 tael and 800 yuan, but compared to previous times, it was still a decent haul. Chapter 44. A chance encounter with Chu Dashan. After settling the payment with Master Chen, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe first visited a spice shop, purchasing 2 pounds of red dates, 2 pounds of peanuts, ginger, garlic, sauces, and salt, totaling 215 coins. They then proceeded to the neighboring grain and oil shop, where they spent 500 coins on 100 pounds of brown rice. Once they had acquired these items, Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe.
My dear husband, shall we make a trip to the vegetable market?
Lu Xinghe did not oppose her suggestion, and pushing the cart, he led Chu Yue towards the vegetable market. Approaching noon, the market was not bustling with buyers. Due to the recent drought, there had been a scarcity of vendors. At this hour, the vegetable stalls were even fewer. Chu Yue headed directly to the meat stall, pointing at 2 large pig bones on display.
Auntie, how much for these bones?
The jovial meat vendor replied, there is hardly any meat on the bones, young lady. Would you like to buy some meat as well? Our pork is 18 coins per pound, and if you buy 2 pounds, the bones will only cost you 5 coins, as a gift for you. Chu Yue nodded. Then please cut me 2 pounds of the lean meat.
Certainly.
Immediately after, Chu Yue pointed to a small pile of pigskin nearby.
Auntie, are you selling this pigskin?
The vendor spoke candidly. This pigskin was discarded by a previous customer for being too gamey and tough.
If you want it, I can give it to you as well.
Chu Yue hurriedly replied, thank you, auntie. After the vendor weighed the meat, she glanced at Chu Yue, noticing the young woman's clean and beautiful appearance, and asked, you seem quite young. Which family in town do you belong to? My second son is still single. If you are willing, I can't promise anything else, but I assure you he will provide me for every meal. Chu Yue was taken aback, contemplating how to respond to the vendor's proposition when Lu Xinghe had already approached her side. Have you finished buying the meat? He inquired while discreetly taking her hand in his large palm. Observing the slightly stiff expression on Lu Xinghe's face, Chu Yue stifled a laugh, quickly turning her attention back to the meat vendor.
Auntie, I apologize, but I am already married.
She glanced towards Lu Xinghe. Look, he is my husband. The vendor chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Oh dear, my eyesight must be failing me. I didn't realize you were already married, but your husband is quite handsome. You are indeed fortunate. Thank you, auntie. After saying this, Chu Yue counted out 41 copper coins. Lu Xinghe then accepted the pork, pig bones, and pigskin from the vendor, placing them into the basket, and swiftly led Chu Yue away. As Chu Yue walked behind Lu Xinghe, she gazed at his firm grip on her hand, the corners of her lips curving upwards for a long while. The meat vendor craned her neck to watch the departing couple, her face filled with envy. Youth is truly a treasure. Even a stroll in the market is filled with hand-holding. This time, with the meat in the basket, the couple did not linger in town, purchasing only 4 buns and stopping at a tea stall outside the town to spend a coin on a pot of tea. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they hurried home. Along the way, Lu Xinghe took out a package of pastries from the basket and handed it to Chu Yue. Have a couple of these pastries to tide you over. Chu Yue held the oil paper wrapped pastries in her hand without unwrapping them. I just had a bun and drank quite a bit of water. I am already full. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise came from behind her. Chu Yue, is that really you? Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yue's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to see Chu Dashan striding towards her. As he approached, he nodded at Lu Xinghe in greeting and then reached out to grab Chu Yue's arm. Knowing that Chu Dashan's intentions were not benign, Chu Yue, taking advantage of her smaller stature, deftly evaded his grasp and hurriedly hid behind Lu Xinghe. Brother, I am married now. Please refrain from such antics. Chu Dashan clenched his jaw and pointed at Chu Yue. Oh, now that you're married, you think you've grown wings and no longer need your family? Chu Yue muttered softly, I didn't say anything of the sort. Lu Xinghe glanced back at Chu Yue before turning to Chu Dashan, speaking coldly, she was traded to me by your father. If I choose not to allow her to visit her family, no one would question it. Chu Dashan immediately pointed a finger at Lu Xinghe's nose. Lu Xinghe, do not try to sow discord between my sister and our family. A hint of derision lingered on Lu Xinghe's lips. I have heard that during her time with your family, she was cold and hungry, beaten and scolded. Did you truly treat her as a sister? You. Chu Dashan scoffed, glaring fiercely at Chu Yue. Are you coming over or not? In the past, Chu Yue had been pliable to his intimidating gaze, obediently complying. However, this time, she clearly refused to yield. I will not go over. If you have something to say, just say it. Furious, Chu Dashan laughed harshly. Though he was willing to forego his pride, he could not openly ask for money in front of Lu Xinghe. Fine, you have guts. As he spoke, his gaze wandered towards the items on the cart. Seeing this, Chu Yue quickly seized the basket. This is for the medicine my mother-in-law needs. You wouldn't dare take it, would you? Upon hearing that the basket contained medicine, Chu Dashan instantly lost interest. He then glanced at the bag of brown rice on the cart, but Lu Xinghe remained steadfast beside it, making it impossible for him to take anything. With a gesture of his finger, he pointed at the pair and departed. Watching Chu Dashan's retreating figure, Chu Yue furrowed her brows and shook Lu Xinghe's arm. Husband, my brother will not let this go easily. If my parents learn that we have money, they may come to cause trouble. Lu Xinghe turned back, patting the young woman's head. Do not worry. I am here. At least your father would not dare to confront us. Given the scare he received last time, when Lu Xinghe nearly sent him to the magistrate, he was likely too frightened to approach them anytime soon. Chu Yue placed the basket back onto the cart, and together with Lu Xinghe, they began to walk homeward. My mother is not easily deceived, we must be cautious once we return. Lu Xinghe held a different perspective. Cowhead Village is not just a stone's throw from Half Slope Village. Your mother would need time to come here, and besides, the Moon Worship Festival is approaching. The Moon Worship Festival on the 15th day of the 8th month is a significant holiday in the Southern Abyss Kingdom. Traditionally, married daughters would bring gifts for their families during such festivals. Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe. Are you suggesting that my parents might be waiting at home for me? Lu Xinghe nodded. Do you not have a younger sister still at home? Chu Yue tightened her grip on the cart. Indeed, she had a younger sister, with whom she had always shared a close bond. In the past, when their family would scold her, that foolish girl would rush over to embrace her, taking the blows alongside her. How could she abandon her now? If only I could help Xiaotao escape that household, Chu Yue murmured softly. Chapter 45. The aroma of bone broth fills the village. In that household, the value of a girl was negligible. Their only concern lay with the useless Chu Dashan. If Xiaotao could escape from that family, she could manage to care for a younger sister, but she was uncertain whether the Lu family would consent. Lu Xinghe, aware of Chu Yue's thoughts, offered his analysis. Given your parents' and brother's dispositions, it seems Xiaotao's departure from the Chu family is not far off. The crux lies in whether you can steal your heart. Chu Yue cast a perplexed glance in his direction. But what comes after leaving the Chu family? As Lu Xinghe exerted himself to pull the cart, he replied, once we part ways with the Chu family, we will take care of her. After all, it merely adds another mouth to feed. A girl's appetite is not substantial, and she could assist at home, alleviating some of our mother's loneliness. When it was just Xingping, and me, our mother cherished her little daughter dearly. Watching Lu Xinghe straining to pull the cart uphill, Chu Yue felt her eyes well up with emotion as she exerted herself to help push the cart to the top. But will mother truly agree? Lu Xinghe nodded emphatically. She will agree. Chu Yue bit her lip, resolute in her decision. Then what must I do? While she could articulate her medical knowledge, when it came to strategy, Lu Xinghe was evidently more adept. From this point on, disregard your maternal family. If they dare to come, I will feign taking your father to the authorities. After some time, when the famine worsens and food becomes scarce, your parents, in desperation, will surely consider your sister. At that juncture, we only need to spend a little money to extricate Xiaotao from that household.
Chu Yue furrowed her brow. But who will step forward to spend that money? The villagers of Banpo certainly would not suffice.
They would recognize her, and she could end up losing both people and wealth. If it were a stranger, she wouldn't feel at ease. She certainly didn't want Xiaotao to become a slave.
Lu Xinghe continued to grasp the cart's handle. Leave the subsequent matters to me. His tall figure receding into the distance imbued Chu Yue with a profound sense of security. Upon returning home, the two unloaded the brown rice in the bamboo basket, sending Lu Xinghe to return the cart, while also slipping a few red dates into his pocket to bring back for Aunt Lin's grandson.
Yunsueha watched as Chu Yue took out items one by one from the basket, speaking with a hint of sympathy. These things must have cost quite a bit, right? Chu Yue placed the storable items into a hanging basket, suspending it from the kitchen beam. Mother, the money has been spent, but we can earn it back.
There is no need for you to worry. Yunsueha glanced towards the kitchen.
From now on, we must lock the kitchen door at night, lest someone pilfers our belongings. After hanging everything, Chu Yue brushed the dust off her hands.
All right, I'll remember.
She cut a small piece from 2 pounds of pork, marinating the remainder into fist-sized portions with sauce, salt, ginger, and star anise for future use. When the time came, they could make braised meat, which could be stored in the cellar for several days. When they desired to eat, they would merely need to cut off a few pieces. Once the meat was marinated, Chu Yue used a heated fire tongue to singe away the remaining pig hair from the pigskin, then scraped the surface clean with a knife before adding a few slices of ginger and blanching it in boiling water. The pigskin, now translucent, was scraped of excess fat, and then she cut it into small strips, setting aside a few pieces while placing the rest in a bamboo sieve to dry in the yard.
Eldest sister-in-law, can dried pigskin still be eaten?
Lu Xinghe asked, his face a picture of confusion.
Chu Yue smiled.
It can be eaten, mainly, it cannot all be consumed at once, and drying it allows for longer preservation.
She glanced at Lu Xinghe. How is the broth from the pig bones coming along? It's simmering nicely.
Lu Xinghe couldn't help but reflect that ever since his eldest sister-in-law arrived, the family's meals had improved tremendously. Chu Yue retrieved a ceramic jar from the kitchen, washed it thoroughly, and poured some nearly finished bone broth into it, filling it about 70% full. She then added the previously set-aside pigskin, along with clean goji berries, red dates, and slices of ginger, placing it by the fire to simmer. Xinghe, be careful while tending the fire.
Don't tip over that ceramic jar, it's for our mother. Lu Xinghe nodded eagerly. I will be mindful, eldest sister-in-law.
Just toss a few large logs into the hearth, there's no need to hover by the fire. Although it's not as hot as before, it's still quite warm near the flames. As Chu Yue poured a small bowl of peanuts into the pot, she reminded him while covering it.
I understand.
Only after the bone broth was ready did they begin to cook porridge. Due to Banpo village's location in a valley, the fragrant aroma of the simmering broth wafted from Lu Xinghe's kitchen, permeating the entire village. Households that typically consumed little meat found themselves irresistibly drawn to it. Many people emerged from their homes, swallowing hard as they remarked, "Oh, whose house is stewing meat? It smells divine." Some with keen noses had already followed the scent, standing outside the courtyard to greet Yunsueha.
Is it the third family? Are you eating meat today? Yunsueha smiled warmly.
Today, my child went to town to fetch medicine and, feeling the urge for meat, brought back 2 large bones to satisfy the craving. The listener immediately changed their tone. So it's just bones.
There is hardly any meat, what a waste of money.
Yunsueha sighed, it's been a while since we've had any, and given our circumstances, we can't afford meat, we can only buy bones to savor the flavor. Upon hearing this, the crowd lost interest. Someone rolled their eyes and grumbled, just to indulge yourself, you've stirred the cravings of the entire village, it's truly inconsiderate.
Yunsueha bristled at the remark, forcefully tossing her needlework into the basket.
I do not appreciate such comments. Which household hasn't stewed something savory? Who has complained about it? Is my family stealing from you or robbing you by merely simmering some bones? The person hurling insults, realizing their fault, retreated in embarrassment as the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Xinghe closed his book and stepped outside. Seeing him, Yunsueha quickly rose.
Oh, have I disturbed your reading? Lu Xinghe shook his head.
Not at all, mother, it's getting late, and I'm going out to gather the grains. He glanced at the sun, nearly setting on the horizon, and retrieved the basket from under the eaves to begin collecting the grains, prompting Lu Xinghe to rush after him with a dustpan and broom to assist. Chu Yue observed the activity outside and promptly told Lu Xinghe, Xinghe, you should help gather the grains as well, I can manage the kitchen.
All right.
Lu Xinghe added another log to the hearth before heading out to assist in the yard. Chapter 46, The Verbal Betrothal. After gathering the grains, a few individuals washed their hands and faces before sitting down at the table for a meal. The table was graced with a large bowl of pig bone peanut soup, adorned with a few wild vegetables, alongside a bowl of rice porridge prepared by Yunsueha, complemented by a small bowl of pig skin, red date, and goji berry soup. She gazed at Chu Yue in slight astonishment. Is this for me? Chu Yue nodded. Last time, Dr. Zhu mentioned that when taking medicine, dietary supplements should also be included for optimal results. This soup contains red dates and goji berries, which should taste delightful. I've heard they are excellent for nourishing the blood. You must finish it, as Xinghe and I have simmered it for an entire afternoon. Lu Xinghe, listening nearby, hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of porridge and nodded in agreement.
It is primarily thanks to my sister-in-law's thoughtful efforts.
We all hope Mother regains her health soon. Witnessing the filial piety of the children around her, Yunsueha felt a surge of warmth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well, I shall drink it. I will diligently care for my health. In the days that followed, Chu devised various medicinal meals for Yunsueha. Today was bone soup porridge with goji berries, tomorrow would be angelica and pork soup, and the day after that would feature astragalus, red dates, goji berries, and egg soup. With the harvest completed, the weather gradually turned cooler, the oppressive heat dissipating, and the mountain air became sweetly refreshing. Yunsueha learned a peculiar set of exercises from Chu Yue, practicing them on her bed whenever she had the time, and occasionally briskly walking at the foot of the mountain to strengthen her body, displaying an admirable enthusiasm. After days of internal and external nurturing, her health visibly improved. Unlike before, where even the slightest exertion left her breathless, she could now accompany Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe in foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains. This transformation brought joy to the brothers, deepening their gratitude towards Chu Yue. Once things settled down, Lu Xinghe ceased his wandering and devoted himself to reading, copying texts, and writing articles at home. The family understood the need for tranquility while studying, often moving about quietly for fear of disturbing him. Soon enough, the day arrived for the brick delivery from the kiln factory. Due to the large procession of brick bearers accompanying Lu Xinghe to the hillside where the bricks were to be placed, nearly everyone in Banpo village was aware of the monumental purchase of 60,000 bricks by Lu Xinghe's family. 60,000 bricks, merely the sight of these bricks represented a considerable sum of silver. Most importantly, these bricks were procured from the Nanyuan Kiln factory, renowned for its high quality and steep prices. Families purchasing from there were typically affluent. This was the first instance in Banpo village, when had Lu Xinghe's family amassed such wealth. Villagers gathered at the village entrance, exchanging remarks, some envious while others filled with jealousy. Upon hearing the news, Lu Taisheng and Wang Xuelan rushed out from their home. After clarifying the situation, they joined the throng heading to the hillside not far away. The incline was not steep, and the path had been smoothed by Lu Xinghe and his brothers, making the ascent effortless.
Xinghe, come here for a moment.
Lu Xinghe turned back and hurried towards the elders.
Grandfather? What is it? Lu Taisheng pointed at the neatly arranged blue bricks laid out on the foundation. Why are there so many blue bricks?
Lu Xinghe chuckled. These blue bricks were ordered a fortnight ago when Yeye and I visited the Kayang brick factory.
They have just been delivered today.
Lu Taisheng still found it hard to believe and grasped Lu Xinghe's arm.
Tell me, where did you acquire so much money? You haven't gone to the town to borrow usury, have you? Lu Xinghe was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Grandfather, when have I ever been so reckless? Lu Taisheng sighed in relief. I know you are prudent.
I was merely concerned that after marrying, you might be enchanted by that Chu Yue girl. I feared that if she desired a brick and tile house, you would hastily borrow money to buy bricks, which should not be done.
Lu Xinghe furrowed his brow.
Although he understood his grandfather's concern, he felt displeased at the mention of Chu Yue. Rest assured, grandfather, I did not borrow any money from the town, and Chu Yue is certainly not the type you describe.
Please refrain from speaking of her in such a manner in the future.
If that girl were to overhear, it would surely upset her. Wang Xuelan rolled her eyes at Lu Taisheng. Stop spreading baseless rumors, old man. That girl seems quite commendable to me. She even called a doctor to attend to the third daughter-in-law's illness. What daughter-in-law can be as filial as she?
Lu Taisheng sighed. Now I am the one in the wrong, but I am only concerned about Xinghe acting foolishly. Wang Xuelan then grasped Lu Xinghe's arm. Xinghe, 60,000 blue bricks must have cost a considerable amount, right?
Will the wages for building the house be sufficient, and the workers' meals? That's a significant expense.
Lu Xinghe nodded vigorously. For now, it is sufficient. You both need not worry.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelan felt reassured, exchanging glances with Lu Taisheng, both smiling brightly. No wonder you and that Chu Yue girl have been frequenting the town lately. Fortune has surely smiled upon you. Lu Taisheng chuckled, stroking his beard. I hadn't realized that girl was so lucky for Xinghe. As he spoke, he gazed at the blue bricks on the foundation and then at the surrounding mountains and forests.
Having so many bricks here might not be wise.
I shall go fetch a dog from Uncle Chi's house. Tonight, I will stay here to watch over the bricks. Grandfather, Lu Xinghe intended to stop Lu Taisheng, insisting he could keep watch, but Wang Xuelan intervened, pulling him back.
Let your grandfather go.
He is delighted that you can build a brick and tile house. He likely wishes to show off a bit to the village head. The village head's youngest daughter, Lu Shanshan, had once been verbally betrothed to Lu Xinghe. However, after Lu Xinghe's family fell into poverty, the agreement was dismissed as mere jest, and she became engaged to another family. Though Lu Xinghe held no resentment, Lu Taisheng had been quite furious at the time, cursing the village head's family for their disdain. Now that Lu Xinghe was on the rise, wouldn't he want to flaunt it before them? Lu Xinghe, upon hearing this, decided to accompany Lu Taisheng, thinking it best to keep the elderly man company while guarding the bricks, as he was still concerned about leaving him alone.
Soon after, Yunsueya, Chu Yue, and the two brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe, arrived. Mother, you are here too? Due to her improved health, Yunsueya's voice was noticeably stronger than before.
Wang Xuelan, upon seeing the two, smiled warmly. The commotion has grown loud, so we came to take a look. Your complexion appears much better than usual. Chapter 47. A fortunate wife. Yun Sueha smiled warmly and affectionately took hold of Chu Yue's hand. We must credit Ye for this. She has been as attentive as 3 sons combined, fetching the doctor and gathering medicine. Chu Yue, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her gaze. Mother, please do not praise me so excessively. Even Lu Xinghe, who usually relished in banter, found his mother's words to be entirely justified. Were it not for his sister-in-law, their mother would likely still be in her usual state. Wang Xuelan then took a serious look at Chu Yue, observing the girl's delicate features which exuded an air of kindness. I must say, this girl appears to be
to marry Ye is indeed a stroke of fortune for Xinghe.
Soon, the bricks and tiles were transported to the foundation. Lu Xinghe counted the quantity and then led the steward to Yun Sueha. Mother, I have tallied the bricks and tiles, and the numbers match. We paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver last time, and the remaining 36 taels can be settled with the steward, Zhou. Trusting her son's diligence, Yun Sueha quickly retrieved her purse and handed it to Lu Xinghe. I am not well versed in these matters. Please handle the settlement with steward Zhou. Lu Xinghe signed the document with the steward and handed over the 36 taels. After witnessing her son manage the transaction with Zhou, the steward from Kaiyang Brick Kiln, Wang Xuelan finally believed that they were indeed financially capable of building a house. Once steward Zhou departed, she promptly suggested, since we are all here, let us have lunch at home. It would save us the trouble of returning to cook. I shall ask the 4th daughter-in-law to prepare a bit more. Yun Sueha glanced toward the children, and seeing no objections, she nodded in agreement. Then it shall be a burden on you and the 4th daughter-in-law. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively. It is no trouble at all. I will return to prepare. You all may come home shortly. Watching Wang Xuelan depart, Yun Sueha responded, very well. Lu Xinghe looked back at the stacked bricks and tiles. Mother, you and the others should go eat. I will stay here to guard the bricks. Yun Sueha frowned slightly. Your grandfather has set the date for the housewarming, which is the day after tomorrow. Are you planning to remain here watching over them until then? Chu Yue turned to Yun Sueha. If it needs watching, then let it be. The bricks are valuable, and indeed I fear theft. I shall bring my husband's books here and keep watch with him. Lu Xinghe shook his head repeatedly. You are but a young lady. It is not suitable for you to endure the elements. I can manage alone. Besides, grandfather mentioned he would bring a dog from Uncle Jianqi's house to assist me in watching the bricks. In these times, only affluent families could afford to keep dogs. Mother, which family does Uncle Jianqi belong to? A hint of awkwardness crossed Yun Sueha's face. He is the head of the village. Our village head, Lu Jianqi, is a distant cousin to your grandfather and Xinghe's grandfather through 5 or 6 generations, though we are still connected by blood. Chu Yue responded with an "oh" of. While the family lingered in the mountains, Lu Taisheng soon arrived, leading a large dog. Father, you are here. Lu Taisheng glanced at Yun Sueha. You are still unwell. Why are you not resting at home? What brings you up the mountain? Yun Sueha smiled. Father, I am feeling much better now. Just the other day, I was able to accompany Xingping and Xing'an to gather wild vegetables. Since the birth of Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, the Yun family had been plagued by illness, yet with Xinghe's marriage, not only did fortune smile upon him, but also the health of the Yun family improved. A rare smile broke across Lu Tiesheng's usually stern visage. Good, as long as you are well, let us descend. Your mother just instructed me to call you all down for a meal. Lu Xinghe promptly took hold of the dog leash from Lu Tiesheng's hand. Grandfather, you should join us for a meal as well. I can keep watch here. Lu Taisheng snatched back the leash with a hint of annoyance. You rascal, hurry and eat. You are not yet in charge of me. Come down first. If you wish to return later, do so at your leisure. Spend some time reading at home. Your 4th uncle is just at the foot of the mountain, and if you need him, just call out. Unable to resist his grandfather's insistence, Lu Xinghe followed Yun Sueha down the mountain. The gate was opened by Lu Yufang, and once they entered, she eagerly pulled Chu Yue aside to show her the herbs she had gathered recently. Yeah, come help me see if I have misidentified any of these herbs. As the 2 young girls exchanged thoughts, Yun Sueha went to the kitchen, where her sister-in-law, Jiang Xiuqin, was busy alongside her mother-in-law, Wang Xuelan. Mother, 4th sister-in-law, is there anything I can assist with? Jiang Xiuqin quickly replied, no need, 3rd sister-in-law. Your health is not well, just sit. It is merely a few dishes for a handful of people, and it will be ready shortly. Wang Xuelan interjected, 4th sister-in-law, there is no need to say that. 3rd sister-in-law is doing quite well now. Oh? Jiang Xiuqin remarked, looking at Yun Sueha with surprise, it is indeed good news that 3rd sister-in-law's health has improved. How careless of me to speak so thoughtlessly. Yun Sueha smiled dismissively. It is nothing to concern yourself over, 4th sister-in-law. I wish to discuss a matter with you. What is it? Jiang Xiuqin wiped the sweat from her brow. As I mentioned before, I had asked for your help in selling herbs recently. Yufang has gathered some more, and I may need your assistance in selling them again. Those are trifles. When Ye and Xinghe head to the town, they can simply stop by and pick them up. She pressed her lips together and continued earnestly, it is this Xinghe has been studying during the day, and having delayed his education for too long, I do not wish to hinder him further.
Therefore, I would like to ask if fourth brother has the time to help supervise the foundation of our new house?
Jiang Xiuqin and Wang Xuelan exchanged glances before calling out, Xiucheng, come here for a moment. Lu Xiucheng, who had been conversing with Lu Xinghe, heard his wife's summons and hurried into the kitchen.
What is it? What do you need? Jiang Xiuqin recounted Yun Suihe's request. Since you have been rather idle lately, why not lend a hand? Lu Xiucheng slapped his thigh. Ah, I thought it was something significant. Did we not agree that I would help? You can rest assured about the bricks and tiles, with my father and me watching over them, nothing will go amiss. Yun Suihe felt a surge of joy. Then I shall trouble fourth brother, but we do not expect you to do this for free. Xinghe has mentioned that his elder brothers are formally engaged in the construction, and as per custom, they would earn 30 won a day. As for you, fourth brother, if you assist as a helper and oversee the bricks at night, I will also pay you 30 won a day, starting from today. Does that sound agreeable? Chapter 48. Lu Shanshan. She was not fond of owing favors to anyone, and after all, it was her kinship with Xinghe's relatives that made their assistance relatively secure. If she paid them for their labor, they might be more diligent in their work. As Yun Suihe's words fell, Lu Xiucheng immediately raised his hand to express his determination as sister-in-law. Rest assured, from today onward, I shall sleep on the foundation until your new house is completed. I will not skimp on any bricks. Jiang Xiuqing, seeing his demeanor, covered her mouth and smiled. Very well, you sleep on the foundation, and I will have Yufang and Xiao Wei take turns bringing you meals daily. Wang Xuelan wiped her hands on her apron. Third sister-in-law, are you planning to have Xinghe take the imperial examination again? Yun Suihe nodded. In fact, this is also Ye's intention. It happens that Xinghe himself wishes to pursue this path, and we will simply support him. The third sister-in-law's family has finally emerged from hardship, Jiang Xiuqing remarked with a smile. Yun Suihe sighed, well, it's not exceptionally good, but it's certainly better than when we were starving. Once the house is built, I fear we will again struggle to make ends meet. Wang Xuelan hurried to comfort her. At least once the house is completed, the family will have a place to live comfortably. As for money, we can earn it later, it surely won't be worse than before. Yun Suihe nodded repeatedly. What you say is true. Lunch was soon ready. Brown rice porridge, a small dish of wild vegetables, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Recently, the mountains have been stripped bare, and there aren't many vegetables at home. The third sister-in-law's family will have to make do, Jiang Xiuqing said. Yun Suihe waved her hand. We are family, there is no need for such formality. At the village head's house, Lu Jianqi's youngest daughter was throwing a tantrum. Lu Shanshan had always been fond of Lu Xinghe for his good looks and high intellect. Among the nearby villages, no peer could compare to him. However, after her father left, their family's fortunes declined day by day. Fearing that she would suffer alongside Lu Xinghe, her father promised her to another family once she came of age. At that time, seeing Lu Xinghe's impoverished condition, she did not wish to endure hardship with him and thus acquiesced to her family's wishes, especially since the family she was promised to was the prominent Yao family, owning over 30 acres of land. Who would have thought that barely a month after Lu Xinghe's marriage, his family would be building a brick house? This left the prideful Lu Shanshan feeling utterly frustrated. Father, I don't care. You must cancel the engagement with the Yao family. I am utterly annoyed by Yao Shangshu. Lu Jianqi's furrowed brow could crush a fly. Oh dear, my child, can marriages simply be annulled at will? Do you think this is child's play? The eldest and second eldest of the village head's children were sons. Lu Shanshan was the only daughter, indulged by the whole family since childhood. Lu Shanshan, in a fit of anger, retorted, just return their betrothal gifts, and it will be settled. The village head's wife, Chen Shufan, grasped Lu Shanshan's delicate hand. My dear child, the betrothal gifts from the Yao family have always been in your possession. Your father and I have never touched a penny. You have been buying hairpins and bracelets. Do you really think we can return the betrothal gifts? Our family cannot match the Yao family's wealth, and your father and I cannot possibly make up for your losses. Saying this, she exchanged a glance with Lu Jianqi. Lu Jianqi quickly added, your mother is right, the Yao family has 30 acres of land and a brick house, far superior to that of Lu Xinghe, not to mention, Lu Xinghe is already married. I hear that the Yun family is quite protective of their daughter-in-law, so you won't be able to insert yourself into that family. Hearing this, Lu Shanshan felt even more displeased, as if someone had stolen the good fortune that rightfully belonged to her. He is just a mere girl who hasn't even matured. No matter how protective they are, she can't give birth to Lu Xinghe's child yet. Aunt Yun is probably just trying to annoy me. Lu Jianqi was immediately angered by this remark. You, a young lady, how can you speak so shamelessly? Have the morals and virtues we taught you gone to the dogs? After being scolded by her father, Lu Shanshan left in a huff and returned to her room. Chen Shufan looked at Lu Jianqi with a worried expression. Dear, look at our daughter. Lu Jianqi sighed. Let us keep an eye on her. We mustn't let her do something foolish that would ruin this good match. In another couple of months, she will be married to the Yao family, and everything will be well. Chen Shufan spat, that Lu Xinghe truly is something. Why must he build a house now? It's as if he is afraid others won't know he has struck it rich. Your uncle Taisheng even borrowed a dog from us to show him the bricks. I believe he is doing it on purpose. Lu Jianqi rubbed his temples. What can we do? This matter is inherently our fault. Must we also allow him to flaunt his good fortune after his turn of luck? Upon hearing this, Chen Shufan became displeased. What do you mean inherently at fault? Given the circumstances of the Lu family at that time, should we have married our daughter off to suffer? Besides, it was merely talk, there were no tokens or documents, so how could we be at fault? Lu Xinghe wanted to say more but ultimately sighed and turned to go outside. At the Lu family's old residence, after the family had finished their meal, Lu Xinghe took a bundle of rice straw and went to sleep on the foundation at the hillside. Yun Sueha then pulled Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqing aside and whispered, "Mother, fourth sister-in-law, Xinghe asked me to remind you that this year's harvest is poor, and grain prices may rise by the end of the year. It would be wise to stock up on some food at home to avoid spending extravagantly later. Our family recently bought 100 pounds of brown rice, and we don't know if it will last until next year." Upon hearing that it was a reminder from Lu Xinghe, both women felt reassured. Xinghe is usually not talkative, and he is always prudent in his actions. "It seems we must buy some grain," Wang Xuelan remarked, glancing at Jiang Xiuqing. "Fourth sister-in-law, go to your elder brother and second brother's new house and inform your two sisters-in-law about this. Also, ask them to keep it under wraps and not let it spread." This was merely speculation. No one could say for certain that if their own family bought it, then fine, after all, there were many mouths to feed. However, if others found out and followed suit, and prices truly rose, they would not thank Xinghe. If prices did not rise, they might even blame him for spreading rumors. She certainly did not want her family to be the scapegoat for this. Jiang Xiuqing nodded and hurried out. Wang Xuelan watched as Jiang Xiuqing departed, then quickly took 3 eggs from a beam in the kitchen and pressed them into Yun Sueda's hands. "Xinghe is studying. He needs to eat well. There isn't much good food here, so take these 3 eggs for the family." Yun Sueda hurriedly waved her hands. "Mother, the 2 hens we divided last time are still laying eggs. You and father are getting older and need nourishment. I cannot accept these eggs. You should eat them yourselves." Chapter 49. Lu Xinghe mistaken for a thief. Wang Xuelan unceremoniously stuffed a handful of eggs into Yun Sueda's hands, insisting, "Just take them. In the past, our family relied on the third son, and in the future, we shall depend on Xinghe." With no choice but to accept the eggs, Yun Sueha led the children back home. "Xinghe, your mother has not been in good health these past years and has not visited your maternal grandparents. Every year, it has been your 2 uncles who take turns bringing us a few things. The moon festival is approaching, and fortunately, your grandfather and your 4th uncle are overseeing the foundation these days. Shall we visit Kangtown together tomorrow?" Her maternal home was in Qingzhou village, adjacent to Kangtown. The journey was almost as long as that to Nanping town, but Kangtown required crossing a river. In previous years, their family's circumstances were strained, coupled with her frail health, which left her breathless after just a few steps. Thus, she refrained from visiting, not wanting to worry the elderly couple. Now that she felt somewhat better, she was eager to see them, hoping to put their minds at ease. Moreover, given the poor harvest this year, she needed to remind her parents and elder brother's family. Lu Xinghe's face reflected concern. "Mother, your health," Yun Sueha gently patted his arm. "I am well aware of my own health. Besides, taking a boat doesn't require much walking. When we return tomorrow, your uncle can drive the ox cart to the ferry, and it will be no trouble at all." Considering that their family had not visited her maternal home for 8 years, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. "All right." Hearing this, Yun Sueha's eyes grew misty as she retreated into the house. Over the past 8 years, she felt she had not only burdened Xinghe but had also neglected her own parents, leaving the elderly couple worried about her well-being. Whenever her elder brothers visited, she always asked them to convey that she was doing well, yet after 8 years without returning home, how could her parents truly be at ease? Since her mother had left in tears 5 years ago, she had not returned, perhaps due to her increasingly limited mobility. The entire afternoon, Lu Xinghe remained indoors, engrossed in his studies, while Chu Yue sat a chair beneath a large tree in the yard to do some needlework. She had recently learned this craft and, noticing that the pouch at Lu Xinghe's waist was patched, thought to make him a new one. After a short while, she felt a gaze scrutinizing her from the side. Turning around, she saw a girl who appeared to be 3 or 4 years older than herself. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, the girl possessed a delicate charm. Chu Yue quickly set her needlework aside. "Who are you?" She glanced towards Yun Sueha's room, intending to inform her of the visitor, but the girl hushed her, lowering her voice. "Don't shout." Puzzled, Chu Yue took a step back. She had never seen this girl before. Why was she here, and why did she not want her to call for help? Did she intend to steal something? Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. "Help! There's a thief!" Lu Xinghe, realizing she was mistaken for a thief, stamped her foot in frustration. To avoid further misunderstandings, she quickly fled, disappearing from sight in no time. Yun Sueha and Lu Xinghe rushed out of the house. Yun Sueha grabbed a broom that was propped against the door and approached Chu Yue. Yeah, where did the thief go?" Chu Yue pointed in the direction the girl had fled. "She ran off that way." Yun Sueha sighed in relief. "As long as you're safe." Chu Yue shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine. I just thought that girl seemed suspicious. She might be a thief." Lu Xinghe glanced toward the direction Chu Yue had indicated, then redirected his gaze to her. "Let's go inside. There's no need to linger outside." "Exactly," Yun Sueha agreed hastily. "Let's stay inside. This year has indeed been quite unsettled." Chu Yue nodded and followed Lu Xinghe into the house. As Lu Xinghe resumed his reading by the window, she sat on the bed making the pouch. Just before mealtime, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen returned, carrying a basket and wearing dejected expressions. Seeing this, Yun Sueha quickly asked, "What happened?" The 2 brothers frowned. "Mother, it's hard to find even grass on the nearby mountains." Yun Sueha gently stroked their heads. "If you can't find any, then you can't. Since we plan to visit your maternal grandparents tomorrow, let's not go to the mountains for the next few days. Your sister-in-law even saw a thief today. We must be cautious of those who might abduct children." Upon hearing this, both boys turned to look at Chu Yue. Is sister-in-law all right? While rinsing rice, Chu Yue smiled. I'm fine. That thief was so sneaky that she didn't even enter the yard. I scared her off with my shout. Relieved that their family was safe, the brothers let out a sigh. Lu Xinghe placed the basket back in the kitchen and went to start the stove. Lu Xinghe chopped the tender leaves he had gathered on the way home, mixing them with the previously sifted rice chaff to feed the chickens, muttering to them, recently, the mountains have been so barren that even worms are hard to find. Just make do with what you have. For dinner, Chu Yue prepared a pot of porridge and sliced some preserved meat from the cellar to put on a plate. Although there were no vegetables, at least they could have a few slices of meat with the porridge to supplement their nutrition. As night fell and tranquility enveloped the house, Chu Yue lay in bed, increasingly troubled by the day's events. The girl who had come earlier was dressed quite elegantly, with a hairpin adorning her head. Had she misjudged her? She turned to glance at Lu Xinghe. Husband, are you asleep? With his back to her, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes upon hearing her voice. What is it? Chu Yue shifted to lie flat. Husband, who do you think that girl who came to our home today might be? I'm wondering if I made a mistake. She continued, but she did seem quite odd at the time, and since I didn't recognize her, I thought she was a thief. Lu Xinghe also lay flat, turning his gaze toward her. If she was a stranger, why ponder so much? Isn't it strange? Chu Yue replied, yawning and drifting off to sleep. Just a moment ago, they had been conversing, and now she had fallen asleep amused. Lu Xinghe adjusted the blanket over her. You claim you're not a child, yet only children can be so carefree. After saying this, he raised his hand to rest behind his head, reflecting on Chu Yue's words. Could it be that today's thief was a woman? This notion was indeed rather peculiar. However, some women were skilled at feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy and swindle money, better to err on the side of caution. With this thought, Lu Xinghe got up, retrieving all the bamboo tubes where Chu Yue had hidden her silver from various corners of the house. He placed them in the groove of the beam overhead, using an old wooden block to push them into the recess, rendering them completely concealed. Thus, even if a thief were to break in, they would not discover the silver. After all, it was money earned by the young girl herself, and if it were stolen, she would surely be heartbroken. The next morning, after organizing his ink and books, Lu Xinghe moved his desk into the room of Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an. Chapter 50. The sister-in-law is not a monster. The two brothers were utterly bewildered. Elder brother, why have you brought the desk into our house? Lu Xinghe replied in a calm tone, just set it aside for now. I will move it back to my room once I return from Kangtown. Do not speak of this to anyone. The brothers responded with an "oh," still looking perplexed, but they refrained from further questioning. Due to the trip to Kangtown, Yunsuei arose at the break of dawn. She divided a pound of the remaining red dates and packed 30 pounds of rice from the sack of aged rice into her backpack. Xinghe, shall we go to the Daling family to husk the rice we have dried? Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. This year's harvest is poor. We will likely only get about 200 pounds of rice from our grain, which we will save for our family. Yunsuei nodded. Very well, given that there are so many mouths to feed in our household, we shall husk it and store it for leisurely consumption. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe shouldered the backpack and led the group on their way. Chu Yue, linking arms with Yunsuei, walked at the rear. Mother, there's no need to rush. If we arrive late today, we can simply stay the night. After all, the foundation of the new house is still under the watch of father and fourth uncle. Yunsuei nodded. Indeed, no need to hurry. Perhaps due to her eagerness to return to her maternal home, her pace quickened uncontrollably. Chu Yue, unable to suppress her mother's hasty steps, could only assist her in moving forward briskly. Half an hour later, the five of them finally reached the ferry, and fortunately, the weather was not hot today. Otherwise, under the blazing sun, Yunsuei would surely not have been able to walk far due to the prolonged dry spell. The water level in the riverbank had significantly decreased. To cross the river, they had to descend the somewhat steep riverbank to reach the boat. Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to take the ferry? The boatman shouted from the boat. Today, it's only 2 coins per person, and you can board immediately without waiting for others. Recently, the drought had caused the river level to drop, reaching only up to an adult's chest. Many people, unwilling to spend the 3 coins for the ferry fare, simply shed their clothes and waded across. After reaching the opposite bank, they would find a secluded spot to change out of their wet garments, which had caused the boatman's business to suffer considerably. Upon hearing that the ferry fare was a coin cheaper than usual today, Yunsuei immediately said, very well, then please help us cross to Kangtown. The boatman responded with an "oh" and pushed the bamboo pole into the water, maneuvering the boat closer to the riverbank to allow the passengers to board. Lu Xinghe was the first to step onto the boat. After boarding, he turned to assist Yunsuei onto the vessel, followed by Chu Yue and the 2 brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, who were also pulled aboard. Please hold steady, we are setting off now, the boatman announced as he propelled the boat away from the shore. The journey from the ferry to Kangtown would take about 15 minutes. Chu Yue helped Yunsuei into the boat's canopy to shield her from the river breeze that might cause her a headache, using a bamboo mat from outside the canopy to provide some cover. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an leaned over the side of the boat, their faces alight with curiosity as they watched the boatman navigate. Grandfather, how long have you been ferrying boats here? Lu Xingping inquired. The boatman chuckled heartily. I have been ferrying since I was 12, it has been about 40 years now. The boys exchanged glances of mild surprise, and Lu Xingping turned to the boatman. Is ferrying a lucrative profession? The old man smiled wistfully, his weathered face etched with lines of resignation. Lucrative? not at all. I have only ferried boats for so long because it is all I know, it is merely to support my family. He turned to the two young boys, little ones, do not aspire to be like this old man, trapped on a boat for a lifetime. There are far more exciting things in this world than ferrying. The boys, not fully comprehending the deeper meaning, nodded in vague agreement. Chu Yue sat at the edge of the canopy, dipping her hand into the water. Although the river level was low, the water was remarkably clear, with the aquatic plants swaying gently with the current. Suddenly, her hand was brushed by something cool and slippery. Initially startled, she looked down to discover a fish swimming by, and seizing the opportunity, she quickly grasped its gills. The fish, struggling for freedom, thrashed its tail vigorously, causing the boat to rock perilously. "Darling, come and help." Lu Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward and lifted the fish that Chu Yue had caught onto the boat. The fish, quite sizable, likely weighed 6 or 7 pounds. The others aboard stared in astonishment at the scene. After a moment, the boatman incredulously touched his cheek. "What extraordinary luck! In my 40 years of ferrying, I have never seen a passenger catch a fish aboard." Yunsueha quickly chimed in with a laugh. "Given this year's drought, such occurrences are rare indeed. Perhaps the low water level provided my child with this opportunity." The boatman chuckled, accepting the explanation. "Indeed, this year's drought is quite uncommon." With that, he resumed his rowing. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe exchanged amused glances, their eyes sparkling with mirth. To catch a large fish while playing in the water was certainly an impressive feat for their sister-in-law. After about 15 minutes, the boat arrived at the ferry dock outside Kang Town. Yunsueha paid the boatman 10 coins for the fare, informing him that they would return later, and then, with the assistance of Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue, she disembarked. Lu Xinghe, carrying the backpack and the fish, walked ahead, while Yunsueha followed closely, supported by Chu Yue. Lu Xinghe approached Chu Yue and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, how did you manage to catch that fish just now?" Chu Yue smiled with her lips pressed together, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. "It wasn't that I intended to catch it. The fish swam into my hand. At first, I had no idea what creature it was, but upon realizing it was a fish, I simply grasped its gills." Lu Xinghe scratched his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. What an extraordinary occurrence. Yunsueha looked at her 2 sons with a hint of exasperation. "Keep your mouths shut about this. We wouldn't want outsiders mistaking your sister-in-law for some kind of monster." Lu Xinghe lifted his chin slightly. "Sister-in-law is at least a fairy, she is certainly no monster." Half an hour later, after a leisurely stroll with breaks, the group finally arrived at Qingzhou village. As they reached the village entrance, someone recognized Yunsueha. "Oh, Sueha has returned to her maternal home?" Yunsueha quickly smiled and replied, "Indeed, auntie." The woman set aside the pack. "Your mother often speaks of you. Had she not been unable to travel, she would have visited you long ago." Yunsueha's heart skipped a beat. "What has happened to my mother?" Noting that Yunsueha seemed unaware of the family circumstances, the woman refrained from elaborating further, merely stating, "You should return home and see. Your mother is waiting for you inside." Feeling a sense of urgency, Yunsueha quickened her pace toward her mother's house, responding with polite smiles to others who greeted her along the way, but not stopping to chat. Chapter 51. The old cold leg. Before long, a few individuals arrived at a quaint courtyard, where Yunsueha, her eyes rimmed with red, gently knocked on the gate. "Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother, I have returned." Upon hearing her voice, the inhabitants of the house hastily emerged. Yun Debeos rushed forward to open the gate, and upon seeing that it was indeed Yunsueha, his face lit up with excitement. "Little sister, what brings you back today? Mother was just saying that she hoped I could send some rice your way in a few days." "I missed home, so I came back," Yunsueha replied, her gaze searching the interior of the house. "Eldest brother, where is mother?" "Mother is inside," Yun Debeos observed her with concern. "After such a long journey, are you feeling well?" "Rest assured, eldest brother, I am much better now." As she turned to greet each family member emerging from the house, Yunsueha wiped away the tears from her face. "Father, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I have returned." Although the 2 sisters-in-law remained silent, their eyes glistened with tears. Yun Zhengping gazed at his long-lost daughter, tears welling up in his eyes as he trembled slightly and said, "Good, it is wonderful that you have returned. Go inside and see your mother." Yunsueha responded with a soft and stepped inside. "Mother, I am back." Hearing her voice, Li Qiulian struggled to sit up from her bed. "My dear girl, you have finally returned." The mother and daughter embraced, weeping for a considerable time before releasing each other. Yunsueha gently touched Li Qiulian's leg. "Mother, what has happened to your leg?" Li Qiulian sighed. "This old cold leg of mine has troubled me for quite some time. Do not worry, as long as you are well, I shall be fine." Yunsueha observed her mother's face, which had aged considerably, and felt a pang of both sorrow and guilt, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. "It is my fault for being so unworthy, causing you concern." Li Qiulian lovingly patted Yunsueha's back. "When I arranged for you to marry into Banpo village, it was because I heard that the old Lu family was kind-hearted, and that the boy, Jia Hui, was a scholar. I hoped for a better life for you, yet I never anticipated." As if fearing to touch upon Yunsueha's sorrow, Li Qiulian sighed heavily. "You have suffered." Yunsueha shook her head. "Mother, I have not suffered. Though he has not been present these past years, the 3 children are well behaved and filial. I do not regret it, nor have I ever blamed you or father." Li Qiulian wiped away her tears and then gently patted Yunsueha's hand. "After traveling for half a day, are you feeling all right?" Yun Sueha sniffed, a faint smile gracing her face. Mother, I am much better now. Yaya hired a doctor for me some time ago, prescribed medicine, and even bought many items to help restore my health. Had my health not improved, I would not have been able to make such a long journey. Li Qiulian straightened herself. I have heard that Xinghe has married? Yun Sueha nodded. Indeed, her name is Chu Yue, a kind and filial child. I will have the children coming shortly for you to meet. Li Qiulian's face radiated with joy as she repeatedly exclaimed, good. Outside, Lu Xinghe handed the fish, along with the rice and red dates from his backpack, to Yun Debeos. Uncle, these are from my mother. Please take them to the kitchen. Yun Debeos furrowed his brow. You are struggling to make ends meet yourselves, yet you bring things here. That fish must have cost a pretty penny. Lu Xinghe placed the empty basket under the eaves. The fish was caught by us in the river, so we spent no money on it. Please put these things away for now, we are going to see Grandma. With that, he led Chu Yue and his brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen, into the house. Yun Jingping turned to his two daughters-in-law nearby. Eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, please hurry and prepare the meal. Chop up that fish for our family to enjoy at lunch. Understood, father, they replied hurriedly, taking the fish from Yun Debeo's hands and bustling off to the kitchen. Once inside, Lu Xinghe and the others greeted their grandmother. Li Qiulian smiled in response and affectionately beckoned to Chu Yue. Child, come here so your grandmother can have a look at you. Chu Yue glanced at Yun Sueha before confidently approaching. The three brothers, being young men, bid farewell to Li Qiulian after greeting her and stepped outside. Li Qiulian held Chu Yue's hand and retrieved a delicate silver bracelet from under her pillow, placing it on her wrist with a hint of nostalgia. This bracelet was given to me during my coming-of-age ceremony when I was young. As I worked more, my wrists thickened, and I could no longer wear it. Recently, upon hearing of your marriage to Xinghe, I had your uncle take it to town for cleaning. It looks lovely on you. Chu Yue gazed at the bracelet, which appeared new. Uncertainly glancing at Yun Sueha, she recognized that this was a cherished item for her mother, who had been reluctant to part with it even during their family's hardships. Since it is a gift from grandmother, you should keep it, Li Qiulian urged, gently tugging down Chu Yue's sleeve to conceal the bracelet. Take it. It is a small token of affection from your grandmother. Chu Yue stroked the delicate silver bracelet beneath her sleeve, warmth enveloping her heart. While her maternal family seemed eager to take advantage of her, her in-laws appeared to treat her with kindness. Yun Sueha turned to Chu Yue. Yaya, have you heard your neighbor, the itinerant doctor, speak of how to treat an old cold leg? Only then did Chu Yue notice Li Qiulian's leg. Is grandmother's old cold leg quite severe? May I take a look? The condition of an old cold leg can vary greatly. Mild cases may respond well to active treatment, while severe cases could pose life-threatening risks or even lead to amputation. She needed to assess the gravity of her grandmother's condition. Before Li Qiulian could respond, Yun Sueha had already lifted the thin blanket from the bed, assisting Li Qiulian in revealing her leg. Mother, Yaya had an itinerant doctor living next door when she was at her family home. She knows a bit about this, please allow her to examine you. Upon learning that Chu Yue had some knowledge, Li Qiulian sighed and nodded. These past few years, my knee has been persistently sore, numb, and swollen. In recent months, the drought has provided some relief, allowing me to move about a bit. However, on rainy days, the pain is unbearable, and during winter, I scarcely dare to leave my bed. The thought of the impending chill filled her with dread. Chu Yue examined Li Qiulian's knee. Noticing slight swelling, she gently pressed the area around the kneecap, then lifted one of Li Qiulian's legs to assess its mobility. Observing the pain etched on her grandmother's face, Chu Yue carefully placed the leg back on the bed, lowered her pant leg, and tucked her in. Though grandmother's old cold leg is quite severe, it is treatable. With proper care, you should be able to return to a normal life. Chapter 52. Little Treasure. Li Qiulian looked at Chu Yue with a hint of disbelief. Really? Over the years, she had spent most of her time confined to her bed and longed to walk normally. Yun Sueha was even more ecstatic, shedding tears of joy. That's wonderful, Yaya, how should we treat grandma's legs? She understood that Chu Yue never spoke without reason. If she was confident, it must be reliable. At that moment, a delicate voice reached their ears. What should we pay attention to, cousin, can you tell me? It was a 12-year-old girl with a lovely appearance. This is your second uncle's youngest daughter, Mengxiang. She's 12 this year and is both filial and considerate, Li Qiulian said, waving to Yun Mengxiang. Yun Mengxiang approached and gave a slight bow to Chu Yue. Mengxiang has seen her cousin. Chu Yue hurriedly returned the greeting. Sister Mengxiang, do you have any mugwort at home? Yun Mengxiang nodded eagerly. Yes, we harvested some during the Duanyan festival. It's still hanging in the kitchen, I'll go get it right away. Before long, Yun Mengxiang returned with the mugwort. Chu Yue lit a piece and demonstrated on several key acupuncture points on her knee. This is the He Ding point, these two are the Nei Y Xian points, and here are the Saning Jiao and Yang Lingquan points. You should moxibust these points every other day for grandma. It requires long-term adherence. Seemingly choked by the smoke of the mugwort, Chu Yue coughed twice before continuing. The mugwort I have hasn't been processed. We can ask uncle and second uncle to crush it into moxawol later, making it coarser, which will produce less smoke and be more effective. Yun Mengxiang nodded earnestly. I'll remember. Is there anything else?
During cold weather, you can mix coarse salt and peppercorns, heat them, and place them in a cloth bag for external application on grandma's knees. This will help dispel cold and promote circulation. Additionally, soak some Yukamiya wine for 7 days and consume it twice daily, 1 small cup each time, but make sure to keep an eye on grandma, she mustn't overindulge. Chu Yue looked at Yun Mengxiang. The rest involves regular massage, appropriate movement, and avoiding heavy lifting or exposure to the cold. Seeing the specificity and clarity of Chu Yue's instructions, Yun Mengxiang felt both envious and admiring. Cousin, you're truly remarkable, even better than the doctors in our village. Chu Yue smiled modestly, I've only learned a little. I've merely observed doctors provide such treatments before. If I encounter a difficult case, I wouldn't know what to do.
Li Qiulian turned to Yun Sueha, where did you find such a treasure?
She is quite young yet so skilled. Yun Sueha chuckled, indeed, Yia truly is our little treasure. Even the resident doctor at the pharmacy in Nanping Town said he would recommend her to a master, which shows this child
The more the children succeed, the happier I am.
The status of a doctor is relatively high, acquiring medical skills would provide a means of livelihood. Yun Mengxiang gazed at Chu Yue with admiration, wishing she could be as capable as her cousin. Due to the unprocessed mugwort burning quickly, it was not long before the piece in her hand was consumed. Chu Yue discarded the unburned stalks outside and instructed Yun Mengxiang on a few more matters, just as the ants in the kitchen called them for lunch. Lunch consisted of coarse rice porridge, a thick fish soup, and a plate of salted vegetables. Chu Yue filled a bowl with fish soup, added a few goji berries wrapped in a cloth, and handed it to Yun Sueha. The action was so natural that it seemed devoid of intent to seek attention, causing Aunt Su, who was watching, to look on with envy. Sueha, your daughter-in-law is truly filial.
Yun Sueha nodded, smiling in agreement. However, Aunt Jiang quietly murmured, isn't that just for show?
Who carries goji berries around? The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly grew tense due to Jiang's words. Yun Sueha furrowed her brow in displeasure but refrained from immediately retorting since she was family. Lu Xinghe's expression darkened, leaving his thoughts inscrutable, while Lu Xinghe wore a sullen expression, nearly displaying his discontent openly. Lu Xinghe put down his chopsticks, pouting and said, Aunt, your words are not appropriate. My sister-in-law has always been like this at home, it's not just a recent occurrence. They understood better than anyone how much care their sister-in-law provided to their mother. He would be the first to disagree with any slander against her. Just then, Yun Jingping slammed his chopsticks down on the table.
Second brother's wife, can't you keep your mouth shut during meals?
Aunt Jiang then awkwardly attempted to smooth things over. Oh, don't mind me. I simply spoke without thinking. Sister San can disregard my words, let us eat. Given that Jiang was her sister-in-law and would soon be leaving after lunch, Yun Sueha chose not to pursue the matter further. After finishing their meal, Yun Sueha sat with Li Qiulian for a while, quietly slipping a purse containing 100 won under her pillow before the family took their leave. After all, they still had quite a distance to travel back home, and if they didn't leave soon, it would likely be dark by the time they arrived. Yun Debeos hurried to the cattle shed to harness their ox, loading the group onto the cart as they set off towards Kang Town. Big brother, please take care of father and mother. If I have time in the future, I will visit more often, but we're about to build a new house, so the next time I come may be during the new year. Driving the ox cart, Yun Debeos looked at Yun Sueha in surprise.
Building a new house?
Upon reflection, he realized that his younger sister's house was indeed not very sturdy and was due for a new construction.
Do you have enough money?
Why didn't you mention this while at home? Although big brother and second brother aren't well off, they could at least spare you a little. Yun Sueha felt warmth in her heart and quickly shook her head with a smile. I have enough. If I hadn't, I would have asked big brother and second brother while at home.
Yun Debeos pondered for a moment before asking, when will the construction begin? My father-in-law has chosen a date. It starts tomorrow.
Yun Debeos raised his eyebrows. Oh, that soon, I'll let father and mother know, and I'll come help for a few days with Chungkai. The earthen brick house is quite large, and construction would progress quickly. With a few extra hands, it shouldn't take long. Yun Sueha smiled broadly and joked, alright, I'll pay big brother and second brother for their labor. Yun Debeos laughed heartily, you've had your share of troubles. If big brother and second brother help, there is no need to keep track of that. Chapter 53 Hairpin Flowers. Yun Sueha pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. As the youngest daughter in her family, she had always been cherished by her parents and 2 elder brothers during her time at her natal home. Now, after being married for quite some time, she felt immensely grateful that her parents and brothers continued to treat her with such affection. Upon arriving at the ferry terminal, the family disembarked from the ox cart. After bidding farewell to Yun Debeo, they took advantage of the early hour to enter Kang Town, intending to purchase some necessities for their home. The vibrancy of Kang Town paled in comparison to Nanping Town. Not even a modest establishment akin to Rui Pavilion could be found here. The shops lining the streets appeared rather antiquated, and since the 10 prescriptions previously procured for Yun Sueha had been completely consumed, Chu decided to step into a nearby apothecary. She handed over the prescription written by Dr. Zhu to an elderly gentleman who looked somewhat disheveled. Old sir, are you able to fulfill this prescription? She inquired, not out of necessity, but rather due to the apparent dilapidation of this apothecary compared to Chen's. The old man raised an eyebrow, glanced at the prescription, and then turned his gaze back to her.
Have you previously visited Nanping Town for a consultation? Chu Yue, slightly taken aback, nodded in affirmation. How did you discern that?
The old man chuckled, I am exceedingly familiar with my apprentice's handwriting and his prescription habits. I could recognize his scrawl anywhere.
Chu Yue stared at him in astonishment. You are Dr. Zhu's master? Despite his unkempt appearance, he exuded a vitality that surpassed that of Dr. Zhu. The old man raised an eyebrow. Oh. That rascal mentioned me to you?
At a loss for words, Chu Yue hesitated to respond. What could she possibly say that his apprentice intended to introduce him as her master? Just then, a middle-aged man stepped in from behind the apothecary, addressing the old man.
Master, the customer inside is ready for the acupuncture.
The old man quickly handed the prescription to the middle-aged man. Here, this young lady is a patient of your brother Zhu. Please prepare her medicine. Certainly, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, taking the prescription.
May I ask how many prescriptions you require, young lady?
I need 10 prescriptions, she replied. The middle-aged man asked her to wait a moment and proceeded to gather the medicinal ingredients from behind the counter.
Observing the busy middle-aged man, Chu Yue asked, is that old gentleman the owner of this apothecary? The middle-aged man shook his head.
I am the proprietor here, he is my master. Recently, we had a rather troublesome patient, and by chance, my master came to Kang Town for roasted snails, which allowed me the opportunity to invite him here. No wonder his speech differed from the local dialect.
He came to Kang Town solely for roasted snails? Chu Yue inquired further.
The middle-aged man laughed heartily. My master is quite carefree, he diagnoses patients wherever he goes. Many doctors have benefited from his guidance and, however, he does not eat and drink here for free. He either helps us resolve some challenging medical cases or answers our queries regarding medical techniques. It seemed that Dr. Zhu's master was indeed formidable. Fond of gourmet food, Chu Yue contemplated whether to entice the old man to impart more medical knowledge by preparing delightful dishes for him each day. Will he be heading to Nanping Town next? She asked. The middle-aged man chuckled again. Indeed, my master has recently been raving about a new dish that has emerged in Nanping Town. Had it not been for the complicated case that detained him here, he would have departed long ago. Chu Yue covered her mouth and smiled. He truly was an endearing old man. The middle-aged man finished packaging the medicinal herbs and handed them to her. Young lady, the total for the 10 prescriptions amounts to 3 taels of silver. After paying, and with plans to head to the ferry soon, she exited the apothecary. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were nowhere to be found. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were waiting at the entrance, and as she approached, Lu Xinghe hurriedly took the herbs from her hands. Sister-in-law, mother is across the street at the fabric shop buying cloth. She said she wants to make you some clothes, so you should get your medicine and go have a look, he informed her.
Making clothes?
Chu Yue glanced down at her attire, which she had only worn for less than a month. Hadn't she just had clothes made? Upon arriving at the fabric shop, she saw Yun Sueha carrying a large bundle of cotton and fiddling with a piece of red fabric. When she spotted Chu Yue, she waved her over. Yeah, come quickly and see how this red fabric looks. Chu Yue entered the shop and hoisted the bundle of cotton onto her shoulder. Mother, why are you making me more clothes? With her hands now free, Yun Sueha held the red fabric up to Chu Yue, explaining, it's already August, and the weather is getting cooler. If I don't prepare your clothes in advance, you might catch a chill later. After finishing her sentence, she smiled contentedly. I think this red fabric is just perfect. Once it's made, it'll be lovely for winter, she continued, turning to the shopkeeper. I'll take this piece of red fabric. For the skirt, I'd like blue fabric to make 2 sets of clothes. Understood, the shopkeeper replied, promptly attending to her request. After purchasing the fabric and cotton, they stepped outside, where Lu Xinghe was waiting. He placed the herbs, cotton, and fabric into a backpack. Yun Sueha and the Lu brothers walked ahead, while Chu Yue intentionally lingered beside Lu Xinghe, whispering, Husband, where did you go earlier? Lu Xinghe smiled at her. What's the matter? Chu Yue bit her lip. Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious, but if you don't wish to share, I'll pretend I didn't. He asked. He gently ruffled her hair and then retrieved a delicate pink and white hairpin from his pouch, placing it in her hair. The young lady, with her naturally exquisite features, had filled out considerably over the past month, her once gaunt cheeks now appearing much more plump. The pink and white hairpin adorned her head, making her resemble a finely crafted porcelain doll. I came across this charming piece at a small stall and thought it would suit you perfectly, he remarked. Chu Yue reached up to touch the hairpin, her smile widening as she glanced at Yun Sueha, who had nothing atop her head. Why did you buy me a hairpin? Mother doesn't have one, and what if someone sees it? That would be awkward. Lu Xinghe produced a simple, unadorned hairpin from his pouch. Mother has one too. Chu Yue beamed, oh, this would suit mother very well, you have a keen eye, husband. Lu Xinghe took her hand. Let us hurry along. Mother, Xingping, and Xing'an are waiting for us at the ferry. As Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe holding her hand, a familiar flutter of nervousness washed over her, yet it was overshadowed by joy. Chapter 54. The burglary. As Yun Sueha and her 2 sons arrived at the ferry, she turned back briefly to call out to Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue to hurry, only to catch sight of the couple holding hands, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Do not look, or your sister-in-law will become shy, Yun Sueha admonished as she gently pressed down on her son's head. Lu Xingping looked at Yun Sueha and asked, Mother, do you not think that elder brother and sister-in-law make quite a pair? Lu Xing'an shot him a glare, retorting, Fool, they are husband and wife, of course they are well matched. Yun Sueha shook her head with a bemused smile. You two truly are a pair of joyful rivals.
She then turned her attention to a spot ahead where two baskets were making a ruckus, pulling her sons along. There is someone selling chicks over there, let us go take a look. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that one basket contained chicks, while the other held ducklings. Good sir, how much for these chicks and ducklings? 3 for a chick, and 5 for a duckling. The ducklings are a bit larger, having been raised for over half a month, the old man replied. Yun Sueha squatted down and gently lifted one of the chicks for closer inspection. Do you keep many chickens and ducks yourself? The old man sighed. I used to rely on these chickens and ducks for a living, but this year's harvest has been poor, and without grain to feed them, I thought to sell some. Noticing Yun Sueha examining the poultry, he continued, rest assured, all my chickens and ducks are healthy, their survival rate is high. Yun Sueha clapped her hands cheerfully. Very well, good sir, I shall take 20 chicks and 5 ducklings. With that, the chicks and ducklings were placed into the basket on Lu Xinghe's back, while the other items were distributed among the others. On the return journey by boat, the family of 5 remained the same, with the old ferryman still at the helm. Upon seeing the goods they carried, he chuckled. Oh, it seems you've purchased quite a bit. Yun Sueha smiled in response, just some essentials. In the cabin, Chu Yue produced the hairpin that Lu Xinghe had bought for Yun Sueha. Mother, this is a hairpin specially chosen for you by my husband. May I put it in your hair? Yun Sueha was taken aback. Why did you buy this for me? You young ones can wear it. I am already of a certain age, it wouldn't suit me. Despite her words, her eyes were fixed on the hairpin in Chu Yue's hand. Chu Yue chuckled, lifting her hand to pin it into Yun Sueha's hair. Who says you're old? You are clearly still young. This hairpin looks lovely on you. Yun Sueha shot her a playful glare. Where do you see youth? I am already 35. If you were a tad older, I might very well be holding a plump grandchild next year. At this, Chu Yue lowered her head, feeling a touch embarrassed. Mother, what are you saying? Do you think I'm too young? Yun Sueha quickly grasped her hand, laughing. Heaven knows I harbor no such thoughts. I am merely jesting. As for grandchildren, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, Xinghe still needs to focus on his studies. We can consider these matters once he achieves success. Chu Yue felt relieved at her words. An hour later, the family finally returned home. However, as soon as they entered, Lu Xinghe sensed something amiss. Although the yard gate was intact, a corner of the fence was noticeably askew, indicating someone had entered through there. He quickly unlocked the door. Oh everyone, check the house and see if anything is missing. Panic ensued among them. Yun Sueha furrowed her brow. What is the matter? Could it be that we've been robbed? Lu Xinghe shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Let us investigate first. Hastily, they scattered to their respective rooms. When Lu Xinghe placed the basket in the corner and entered the house, he found the maid in tears. Husband, what should we do? The silver I hid is gone. She had brought less than 5 taels of silver with her today, with a substantial 190 taels hidden at home. If it were all lost, her efforts over the past few days would have been in vain. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Lu Xinghe stepped forward and took her hand. Do not worry, your silver is safe. Chu Yue sniffled, her face a picture of distress, but the places where I hid it show signs of having been disturbed. Though Lu Xinghe had checked all her hiding spots last night and returned everything to its place after retrieving the silver, it was evident that a thief had indeed visited their home. Suppressing the darkness in his gaze, Lu Xinghe smiled gently, reassuring her, rest assured, I anticipated that someone might covet the silver after we brought home the blue bricks, so I moved it to a safer location. He glanced at the beams where the silver was concealed. Chu Yue understood immediately and smiled as she wiped her eyes. I wondered why you moved the desk to Xingping and Xing'an's room this morning. It was for this reason. Lu Xinghe playfully pinched her cheek. A certain little money grubber tends to peek every now and then. I certainly cannot let any silver slip away. Chu Yue felt shy under his gaze, biting her lip as she turned to dash outside. I'll check the kitchen to see if anything is missing. As she left, a thoughtful expression crossed Lu Xinghe's face. Who could have broken in today? Setting that question aside, he moved to help Xingping and Xing'an with the desk. Meanwhile, Chu Yue took down 2 hanging baskets from the kitchen beams, inspecting them thoroughly. Fortunately, nothing was missing, indicating that the thief was after the silver. Before long, Yun Sueha emerged from her room and, seeing Chu Yue in the kitchen, Chu Yue shook her head. No, what about you, mother? Yun Sueha sighed in relief. I lost nothing either, but my room was in disarray. The sewing basket was overturned. It seems the intruder took advantage of our absence today to strike. It is likely someone from the village. I hadn't thought of this when I left, but thankfully I had taken precautions. Chu Yue smiled. At least nothing was lost. We just need to be more vigilant from now on. Yun Sueha nodded. Indeed, with this year's poor harvest, things are bound to get more turbulent. We must remain cautious. She then turned to Chu Yue. From now on, wherever you go, let Xinghe accompany you. Do take care not to wander alone, alright? I will heed your advice. Mother. Suddenly, Yun Sueha felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she rubbed her temples, furrowing her brow. Noticing this, Chu Yue quickly rose to support her back into the house. Mother, you've walked quite a distance today, you must be tired. Rest for a while, and I will prepare dinner. Ah, thank you, Yaya. Chu Yue quickly replied, we are all family, there is no need for such formality, just focus on regaining your strength. Yun Sueha patted Chu Yue's hand, reflecting that it was truly heartwarming to have a daughter who understood the nuances of care, unlike her 3 sons, who, while obedient and filial, could not offer the same comfort. Chapter 55 Jealousy. As Chu Yue stepped out from Yun Sueha's room, she spotted Lu Xingping sitting under the eaves, his chin resting heavily on his hand, a frown marring his youthful features. A look of perplexity crossed her face. Xingping, what troubles you? Lu Xingping let out a deep sigh. You all have your belongings intact, yet mine are missing. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's expression turned serious. What have you lost? The boy sighed once more, his small face etched with sorrow. Every new year, my mother gives me a penny in a red envelope. I had hoped to save it for when I marry. Now, before I even reach that point, all my savings from the past 8 years are gone. Seeing his woeful countenance, Chu Yue momentarily found herself at a loss for words. After saving for 8 years, how much did you actually accumulate? Lu Xinghe propped his chin and glanced towards her. 8 coins. Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback, then composed herself and calmly responded with an "oh," as she made her way to the kitchen. Lu Xinghe, pouting and mumbling under his breath, lamented, "Why does everyone have that same expression? Shouldn't I be pitted for losing my money? Both my sister-in-law and brother are equally inconsiderate." Before long, Lu Xinghe sauntered out from the house, his demeanor serious as he remarked, "Is it really worth such sorrow over just 8 coins? I can give you half of mine, and then we'll both have the same amount." Chu Yue, listening from the kitchen, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement due to their family's poverty. These two children had a limited understanding of money. Today marked their first venture to Kang Town, and they remained blissfully unaware of the recent windfalls their family had received. Perhaps they believed that the 8 coins they possessed were a substantial fortune? "Xinghe, I've just finished cooking. Can you help me start a fire?" "Of course," he replied promptly. Hurrying towards the kitchen, Chu Yue returned to the room, retrieved 20 coins from her purse, and called Lu Xinghe into the kitchen. She then divided the 20 coins into 2 portions, handing them to each of the boys. "Here, this is your pocket money." Lu Xinghe stared blankly at the 10 coins in his hand, then looked back at Chu Yue. "Sister-in-law," Chu Yue lifted the wooden board covering the cellar and retrieved an egg, remarking as she covered it again, "Take this. You can buy something with it or save it for later, but make sure to hide it well next time so it doesn't get stolen again." Lu Xinghe, touched, sniffled, "Sister-in-law, you are the best." "Thank you, sister-in-law. From now on, I will be as dutiful to you as I am to my mother." Chu Yue chuckled softly. "I don't require your filial piety, just be good to your mother." She then took the egg to prepare a sweet egg soup for Yun Sueha, instructing her to have a bowl of syrup to ease her discomfort. Afterwards, she gathered a handful of peanuts from the hanging basket, cleaned them, and roasted a small plate to accompany the porridge for dinner. Their family had not enjoyed green leafy vegetables for quite some time, as they had struggled to find even wild greens recently. They could only make do with whatever they had at home. After dinner, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe eagerly collected the bowls and headed out to wash them. Yun Sueha turned her gaze towards Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, who do you think could have stolen from our home?" Previously, when their pig was stolen, he had managed to find clues leading to Chu Yuqian, so she believed her son possessed some remarkable skills. Lu Xinghe shook his head. "I don't know. In any case, not much was taken. We just need to be more vigilant in the future." Though 8 coins were still money, they were about to start building a house, and he simply did not have the time to make a fuss over such a small amount. He figured that if they remained cautious, the thief would eventually reveal themselves. Suddenly, Chu Yue thought of the enigmatic girl she had encountered. Could it be her? Although they were not acquainted, she had an unsettling impression of the girl. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Yun auntie, are you home?" Upon hearing the voice, Yun Sueha furrowed her brows slightly when she stepped outside and saw Lu Shanshan standing at the gate. Her demeanor shifted to a feigned warmth. "Ah, Shanshan has come. Does your father have any instructions for us?" If she recalled correctly, it was nearly time for tax collection, but usually, such matters were handled by the village head himself. Why was Lu Shanshan here? Summoning her courage, Lu Shanshan spoke. "Yun auntie, may I speak with Xinghe for a moment?" Yun Sueha's smile vanished abruptly. "Shan, if you have something to say, please speak to me first, and I will consider whether it is necessary to relay your message." Upon hearing Yun Sueha's brusque words, tears welled up in Lu Shanshan's eyes, as if she bore the weight of great injustice. "Auntie, you misunderstand me. I never intended to disrupt Xinghe's family." Yun Sueha replied, "Then why are you here?" Lu Shanshan bit her lip, her large, tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow. In the kitchen, Chu Yue overheard the conversation outside, her brows furrowing in curiosity. What was happening? Was this girl connected to Lu Xinghe? Casting a glance at Lu Xinghe's impassive face, she rose and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lu Shanshan's face, surprise flickered in her eyes. It was her. She actually wished to speak privately with her husband. No wonder she felt the girl's previous behavior was rather odd. It seemed she had come here secretly to see Lu Xinghe. Perhaps she wanted to ascertain what kind of woman had married him, for reasons she could not quite understand. This thought left her feeling unsettled. "Mother, what is going on?" Yun Sueha, feeling flustered, quickly pulled Chu Yue behind her. "It's nothing serious. Yeah, please go inside for now. I will handle this matter." This girl was quite earnest, and if she were to take offense, it might create a rift in her relationship with Xinghe. It was indeed peculiar for Lu Shanshan, who had previously looked down on their family's poverty and dismissed their childhood betrothal, to appear now that they were building a brick house, revealing her true colors as a fickle opportunist. Fortunately, Xinghe had not married her. "Shanshan, please return home. We live in the same village, and I do not wish to make this awkward. Though my family is not well off, I will still prepare a modest gift for your wedding next month." Lu Shanshan's anxiety surged as she sniffled, stepping forward to grasp Yun Sueha's hand. "Auntie, I truly have something important to discuss with Xinghe. I may know who stole from your home." Yun Sueha was taken aback, momentarily not pulling her hand away. Chu Yue lowered her head, her foot tracing the dirt on the ground. How intimate they sounded, calling each other by name. One might mistakenly believe they shared a special bond. Raising her gaze, she met Lu Shanshan's eyes directly. "We only discovered the theft after returning home from dinner. We never mentioned it to anyone. How do you know so much?" Chapter 56. Soothing the daughter-in-law. Initially, Yun Sueha had not anticipated this turn of events. However, upon Chu Yue's reminder, her gaze towards Lu Shanshan became markedly different.
You are right, yeah, how did you come to know that a thief had entered my home? Could it be that you were involved in this matter? Lu Xinghe felt a surge of panic and quickly waved her hands in denial. No, auntie, please don't misunderstand, it wasn't me. Turning to glare at Chu Yue, she added, my father is the village head of Banpo, and I could never be a thief. You cannot tarnish my reputation simply because I once had a betrothal with Xinghe. It was then revealed that they had indeed been betrothed. Chu Yue was taken aback by Lu Xinghe's words, stumbling back into a warm and expansive embrace. Are you alright? The little girl nestled in his arms shook her head woodenly, yet her eyes betrayed a deep-seated grievance. Lu Xinghe gently caressed her back while casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Xinghe. Are you certain there was ever a betrothal between us? Do you possess any tokens or written agreements? Such slanderous accusations are typically met with severe penalties by the authorities. Consider yourself fortunate today, as I will let this pass since it is your first offense. Should I hear such nonsense again, prepare to face the consequences in court. They indeed had once been betrothed, and Lu Xinghe had thought that Lu Xinghe would harbor at least a modicum of sympathy for her. However, his cold demeanor and sharp words caused her to recoil in shock, gazing at Chu Yue, whom he was protecting. A pang of bitterness washed over her. Had her family not repudiated the betrothal years ago, she would be the one cherished in his embrace now. The commotion gradually drew the attention of onlookers, many craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Realizing that Lu Xinghe's family sided with Chu Yue, Lu Xinghe felt utterly humiliated and could only flee, covering her face. Yunsuiha sighed and turned to explain to Chu Yue, do not take it to heart, the betrothal between Xinghe and Lu Xinghe was merely a jest made by our families during their youth. After our family's misfortunes, the Li family no longer recognized this engagement. 3 years ago, they promised Lu Xinghe to another, with the wedding set for next month. I shall take you to the celebration. With her head bowed, Chu Yue nodded in acknowledgement and returned indoors. Observing her departure, Yunsuiha turned to Lu Xinghe and advised, make sure to comfort her later. Ye has a gentle disposition, and Lu Xinghe's aggressive demeanor may have frightened her. Lu Xinghe glanced inside the house and nodded earnestly. Understood. After procuring chickens and ducks that day, he dared not leave them outside in the coop like the larger fowl. Thus, Yunsuiha instructed him to enclose the already clean pigsty to house the chickens and ducks. The current weather was neither too hot nor too cold, ideal for the growth of the poultry. By the time winter arrived, the birds would be sufficiently robust to withstand the chill. Once Lu Xinghe had finished his chores, he entered the house. He intended to discuss Lu Xinghe with Chu Yue but found her curled up in bed, fast asleep. He gently pulled a quilt from the headboard and draped it over her, lying down beside her. Although he had never taken Lu Xinghe's verbal engagements seriously, he was surprised to find that it affected the little girl next to him. For reasons he could not fathom, a sense of anger began to brew within him. Moments later, he turned over and fell into a light slumber. The following day marked the occasion for house cleaning, and the family rose early. Breakfast was prepared by Yunsuiha and Lu Xinghe, while Lu Xinghe took charge of feeding the chickens and ducks. After waking, Chu Yue gathered the chicks and ducklings from the pigsty and moved them to the outdoor coop, planning to return them by evening. Lu Xinghe sought an opportunity to speak with Chu Yue, but she seemed perpetually occupied, deliberately avoiding him. Unable to do anything else, he retreated to his room to read, though his mind was preoccupied, stealing glances outside from time to time. Yunsuiha, being an experienced individual, quickly discerned the underlying problem. She understood that if matters were not clarified, the conflict would only escalate. She discreetly signaled to Lu Xinghe and directed her gaze toward Chu Yue. Realizing his mother's intent, Lu Xinghe closed his book, rose, and assisted Chu Yue in relocating the poultry to the coop. He then took her hand and led her inside, shutting the door behind them. Gently rubbing the little girl's lowered head, he asked, are you still upset? Chu Yue shook her head and quietly replied, I'm not. Lu Xinghe smiled softly, explaining, I have no connection with her whatsoever. Had she not visited yesterday, I might not have even remembered what she looked like. Chu Yue pursed her lips, responding with a soft oh. In truth, she was not angry and understood that nothing existed between them. However, the disturbance she had faced in her home, coupled with Lu Xinghe's shouting before her, left her feeling unsettled, leading her to dismiss Lu Xinghe's explanations. As the atmosphere grew tense once more, Lu Xinghe stepped forward and gently embraced her, stroking her back as one would a child. In the past, when Xingping and Xing'an cried, I would soothe them this way. Do you feel better now? A hint of discomfort crossed his face as he added, this is my first experience interacting with a girl, and I am not adept at comforting others. If I have not done so adequately, I hope you will not hold it against me. The little girl in his arms could not suppress a giggle, playfully pouting, I'm not a child. I don't need such soothing. Seeing that she was willing to converse with him, Lu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he then heard her say, I didn't mean to slander her yesterday. When I spoke to her, I had no idea she was the daughter of the village head, nor did I know about your previous connection. After all, the burglary at their home had likely gone unnoticed by the neighbors. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to inquire when Lu Xinghe had suddenly appeared and made such claims. Lu Xinghe pinched Chu Yue's small nose and corrected her, you misrepresented the last part. I truly have no connection with her. As if recalling something, he inquired, so, the peculiar person you encountered the other day was indeed her? Chu Yue nodded, it was her. Lu Xinghe pondered briefly and then turned to Chu Yue once more, I suspect that several neighboring households heard the commotion last night. If anyone inquires, simply state that we lost 2 taels of silver. Chu Yue looked perplexed, white ruffling her hair. Lu Xinghe replied, just do as I say, perhaps we won't even need to take action ourselves. The thief might be brought to us. At that time, I shall explain everything to you. Chapter 57 of the new house. With admiration etched upon her face, Chu Yue gazed at Lu Xinghe and exclaimed, my dear husband, how remarkable you are. Lu Xinghe smiled gently, taking her hand in his. Come, my love, mother has likely prepared breakfast by now. After we dine, we must make our way to the foundation of our new home. As he turned to open the door, the sight of 3 individuals standing before him caused the smile on Lu Xinghe's face to falter.
Mother? Yunsue's face briefly reflected an awkwardness before she forced a chuckle. Breakfast is ready. I intended to call you for the meal and was just about to knock when I found you emerging. After saying this, she effortlessly ushered her two sons with her as they headed towards the kitchen. Hurry, come along. Once we've eaten, our family must head to the foundation. With a hand over her mouth, Chu Yue stifled a giggle and followed Lu Xinghe into the kitchen. After their meal, the family secured the door before venturing outside. As they passed by the neighboring Sundaju's home, Yunsueha handed a small handful of peanuts to her younger son, reminding Lu Xinghe to keep an eye on their house. Lu Xinghe eagerly agreed, then quietly inquired, "Sister-in-law, I heard that Lu Xinghe caused a ruckus at your home yesterday. I've seen her lurking around here these past few days. Could it be that she hopes to reclaim her former position now that you are building a new house?" "Reclaiming is out of the question," Yunsueha replied, leaning closer to Lu Xinghe and whispering, "Sister, did you happen to see anyone else at my home yesterday? We lost 2 taels of silver, which we earned through hard work, and it infuriates me." Yunsueha's face was a mask of worry. Lu Xinghe gasped. 2 taels of silver was no trivial amount. It could sustain a family for nearly a year. "I only saw Lu Xinghe. No one else crossed my path," she said, grasping Yunsueha's arm and speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Yesterday, I vaguely heard Lu Xinghe claim to know who stole from your home, something even we are unaware of." "How could she possibly know? She has been sneaking around your place these days. Could she be the thief?" Yunsueha glanced around cautiously and quickly pulled Lu Xinghe closer. She may have simply made that claim without proof. It would be unwise to spread rumors. If the village head were to take offense, our lives would become quite difficult. Lu Xinghe sighed. Why should she, being the village head's daughter, be treated with leniency? "Sister-in-law, I mean it, do not be overly kind." Yunsueha patted her hand reassuringly. "Let's not dwell on this any longer. We must check on the foundation. My children have wandered off." Lu Xinghe nodded. "Very well, sister-in-law. You go attend to your matters, I will keep an eye on the house." "Thank you kindly," Yunsueha replied, hurrying to catch up with Lu Xinghe and the others. Upon reaching the foundation, they found Lu Lifu and Lu Likai, along with the carpenter they had invited, finally gathered, awaiting the master's command to commence work. Yunsueha buried the auspicious items she had brought to bless the foundation, lit incense, and led her family and the workers in prayers towards 3 directions. After placing the incense in a corner of the foundation, the carpenters erupted in cheers, marking the commencement of the new house's construction. This was tradition. Nearly every household would perform such rituals when erecting a new dwelling, praying for blessings and safety for the family. Lu Xinghe produced the blueprints he had meticulously crafted based on Chu Yue's suggestions, detailing the house's layout and structural intricacies. He presented the drawings to Lu Lifu and Lu Likai. "Uncle, second uncle, please review this design. Will it suffice for construction?" The two scrutinized the plans carefully before nodding in agreement. "Yes, it will do." As it was the inaugural day of construction, Lu Xinghe and his brothers remained to assist. Meanwhile, Yunsueha and Chu Yue returned home to prepare water and food for the workers. As their household required attention, however, as they passed the old residence, they were called to a halt by Wang Xuelan. "Third daughter-in-law, wait a moment." Yunsueha turned back. "Mother, what is it?" Wang Xuelan approached her quickly, grasping her arm and whispering, "I heard that 2 taels of silver were stolen from our home?" Yunsueha glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer to Wang Xuelan's ear. "Mother, it wasn't quite that much. A thief did enter our home, and Xinghe exaggerated the amount to uncover the culprit." Wang Xuelan immediately erupted in anger. "Those scoundrels, breaking into our home, my son is a hero, how dare they target you women? If they are from Banpo village, they should be driven away for tarnishing our reputation. I spit on them." Yunsueha stepped forward to soothe her back. "Mother, there's no need to be so enraged. It only harms your health. As long as Xinghe knows the truth, that is sufficient. Besides, our losses are not catastrophic." Wang Xuelan sighed, appearing considerably aged in that moment. "They are taking advantage of my third son's absence. If he were here, who would dare bully you?" Listening to this, Yunsueha felt her eyes welling with tears. "Mother, let us not dwell on past grievances. We must look forward. Our children are healthy and filial. I ask for nothing more." Wang Xuelan patted her hand. "Your children are understanding. You have raised them well. Just wait, better days are on the horizon." She continued, "For the time being, let the carpenter's meals come from the old house. The children are still small, and Xinghe is busy with his studies. This way, you can avoid the hassle of running back and forth to deliver water and food here. Xiuqin can lend a hand, and since you've given the 4th child extra wages, it would only be fair." Yunsueha smiled. "I was just contemplating the distance to the new house, which makes daily trips cumbersome. Since mother has offered, I shall not decline." Wang Xuelan chuckled. "Why would you be courteous with me? Just ensure you gather firewood, otherwise, we may run short." Yunsueha promptly replied, "That is only right. We shall return and fetch our supplies." With that, she took Chu Yue's hand, and they made their way home. The two borrowed a cart from the Lin family, loading it with their cooking pots, a small jar of pickled vegetables, seasonings, 30 pounds of brown rice, and a bundle of firewood, before pushing it towards the old residence. The load was manageable. Yunsueha pulled from the front while Chu Yue pushed from the back. Although neither possessed great strength, they successfully transported their belongings to the old house. Sitting in the yard, Yunsueha clutched her chest, gasping for breath. After a prolonged absence from physical labor, she found it far more taxing than before. "Yeah, rest for a moment, then return the cart to Aunt Lin. I will tidy up the pots and pans before fetching some water from the well." Cooking in boiling water at the old house was not only close to the new site but also conveniently located less than half a mile from the well, saving Xinghe from the daily chore of fetching water repeatedly each morning. Chapter 58 Assisting in Capturing a Thief. Mother, please tidy up the things and take a moment to rest. I shall fetch the water later, Chu Yue said, hastily turning around to push the cart back. Upon her return to the old residence, she found Yun Sueha already tending to the fire and boiling water, furrowing her brows. Chu Yue exclaimed, Mother, did I not ask you to refrain from fetching water? Your health is still fragile. What if you suddenly feel dizzy again, especially near the well? Such places are far too perilous. She believed that by articulating the potential dangers, she could compel her mother to take the matter seriously. Yun Sueha chuckled as she added a piece of firewood to the stove. Do not worry, the water is fetched by Xinghe, and I am quite aware of my own health. During this time, with nourishing food and medicinal supplements, coupled with some unusual exercises taught by Chu Yue, she had regained considerable strength and vitality. Chu Yue sighed in relief, and once the pot of water was boiling, she ladled some out to cool, and then she and Lu Yufang carried it to the new house. In less than half a day, news spread like wildfire throughout Banpo village regarding the theft of 2 taels of silver from Lu Xinghe's household, with Lu Shanshan being the prime suspect. Almost everyone in the village, both openly and discreetly, had heard of it the previous day. When Lu Shanshan returned home in tears, Chen Shufan was deeply pained. However, since it was her own daughter who had acted foolishly, she felt it inappropriate to confront the other family. She also believed that the men in the family would certainly not agree today. Upon overhearing some mocking remarks about Lu Shanshan from her sisters-in-law, she could no longer contain herself. After the others had left, she erupted, hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of curses. That wretched Yun family, my Shanshan is about to be married, and she comes along to deliberately tarnish her reputation, thinking I am easy to bully? Just wait until I turn their world upside down. With that, she rolled up her sleeves to storm out, but was interrupted by Lu Jianqi, who impatiently tapped his smoking pipe. What is all this racket? Isn't it your fault for not keeping an eye on your daughter, allowing her to run off and embarrass herself? If she hadn't been wandering around their place, would anyone suspect her? Chen Shufan, already irate, felt the flames of her anger intensify at Lu Jianqi's scolding. Lu Jianqi, what do you mean by that? Outsiders are bullying us, and you dare to side with them? Our daughter can't even show her face anymore, and you sit there smoking your pipe as if nothing is wrong. How can you be the village's headman, yet let your own daughter be falsely accused while you remain indifferent? Lu Jianqi abruptly stood up. Seeing the grim expression on his face, Chen Shufan instinctively recoiled, fearing she would become his target. Yet, the next moment, he spoke, You're talking nonsense. Who else would I care for if not my own daughter? Do you think causing a scene at their place will resolve anything? They are outright accusing our daughter of theft. Am I supposed to join you in bullying a single mother and her child? I cannot afford such shame. Upon hearing Lu Jianqi's words, Chen Shufan's demeanor softened. Then what shall we do? Lu Jianqi's face reflected worry. What else can we do? We must unearth the thief and clear our daughter's name. 2 taels of silver is no trifling matter. We cannot allow our daughter to bear this stigma for life. Chen Shufan, still fuming, spat. They accused us, and we're supposed to help them find the thief, only for them to reap all the benefits while we toil without reward? That Yun family truly brings misfortune. Thankfully, our Shanshan did not marry Lu Xinghe. Who knows what conflicts would arise with his family? Ugh, Lu Jianqi waved his hand in annoyance. Enough, you needn't speak such harsh words. I shall go and ask Shanshan about the situation. With that, he turned and headed toward his daughter's room. After Chu Yue and Lu Yufang delivered the water to the new house, they took a basket and ventured into the woods, hoping to find some edible wild vegetables. With the assistance of fourth aunt at home, it would be beneficial for them to bring back some wild greens to improve their meals. Hey, yeah, come look here, is this edible? Lu Yufang called out as she squatted down to examine a cluster of leaves resembling small flower buds, adorned with tiny green fruits. Chu Yue glanced over uncertainly and shook her head. I am not sure. Perhaps we should avoid gathering it growing in such an obvious location and not yet harvested by others. Likely indicated that it was either inedible or poisonous. If it were toxic, it could lead to a troubled stomach. Lu Yufang smiled at her. I didn't expect you to not recognize every plant. Chu Yue shrugged, glancing around. I don't know everything, but since I don't recognize this, we should refrain from picking it. Lu Yufang, somewhat undeterred, plucked a leaf and tasted it, promptly spitting it out. Bitter. It's disgusting. Chu Yue covered her mouth and laughed. I told you not to pick it carelessly. Lu Yufang grimaced while spitting, then stood up. Let us hurry and look elsewhere. Chu Yue nodded, leading her deeper into the mountains. The two roamed for quite a while, but their efforts yielded nothing. Autumn had set in, and even the tender leaves that were once edible had grown tough and unpalatable. Lu Yufang hung her head in disappointment. We've been coming to the mountains every day, yet we haven't found any wild vegetables in quite some time. Chu Yue looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Since we can't find anything, let us head back. Just as they decided to turn around, they suddenly heard a cooing sound from the nearby miscanthus grass. Lu Yufang, timid by nature, jumped and hid behind Chu Yue. Chu Yue handed her basket to Lu Yufang and whispered, Stay here and wait for me, I'll go take a look. Lu Yufang grasped Chu Yue's arm tightly. Have you lost your mind? What if it's something poisonous? Snakes in autumn can indeed be venomous. Chu Yue pulled her arm free. Do not worry. I'll just take a quick glance from a distance. If it's poisonous, I'll run back. Unable to dissuade Chu Yue, Lu Yufang could only stand still, anxiously clutching the basket. How could such a delicate girl possess such courage? Chu Yue cautiously advanced a few steps, and when she caught a glimpse of the brownish-black spotted fur emerging from the partially green and yellow miscanthus grass, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her guess was correct. The earlier sound had indeed been that of a wild chicken. When she was merely 2 meters away from the clump of miscanthus, Chu Yue halted, slowly crouching down. Then, with a sudden lunge, she dashed forward and seized the feathers on the wild chicken's wing as it attempted to flee. Yufeng, quickly bring the basket over, there are plenty of wild chicken eggs here. No sooner had she spoken than a snake sprang from the grass, its gaping maw aimed straight at her. Terrified, Chu Yue spun around, shouting as she ran, Yufeng, don't come over. Run, Chapter 59. My handsome husband Chu Yue sprinted away, dragging the wild chicken with her, only halting when she could no longer see the snake's shadow, panting heavily. Yeah, I refuse to venture into the mountains with you again. Your courage is simply too excessive, Lu Yufeng said, her face still pale with fright. Thankfully, Chu Yue had reacted quickly, otherwise, being bitten by the snake would have been disastrous. Chu Yue offered a slightly embarrassed smile. I didn't expect there to be a snake there. However, had it not been for that snake, she might not have discovered the wild chicken in her grasp. What a pity about that nest of wild chicken eggs. There must have been at least 10. Lu Yufeng rolled her eyes. What are you thinking at a time like this? Are wild chicken eggs really more important than your life? Needless to say, life is far more precious. Let us hasten our return home, Chu Yue replied with a smile as she linked her arm with Lu Yufeng's, and together they descended the mountain. As noon approached, the two brothers, Yun Daba and Yun Shengkai, finally arrived at Banpo village after a journey of over 2 hours. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted a construction site on higher ground nearby and exchanged curious glances. Elder brother, who would have thought that Banpo village would harbor a wealthy family? They are building a house with blue bricks and tiles. They must have enough bricks for a decent courtyard, Yun Shengkai remarked enviously. Yun Daba nodded in agreement. Let us quickly make our way to our younger sister's house. Since it is not yet mealtime, we may be able to lend a hand. Alright, Yun Shengkai replied, quickening his pace. At their ancestral home, Yun Sueha was outside washing rice when she caught sight of two familiar figures passing nearby. She hurriedly called out, elder brother, second brother? Hearing her voice, the Yun brothers turned their heads. Ah, our little sister is here. Why are you not in your own house? Is the old house uninhabitable? Yun Sueha wiped her hands on her waist and approached the gate. The old house is still livable. It's just that the new house is closer to mine. I prepare meals here during the day, but I still return to sleep at night. The brothers nodded in understanding. Where is the new house? We would like to help. However, Yun Sueha pulled them into the courtyard. Elder brother and second brother have traveled all morning. There is no rush. Please sit and rest for a moment. After lunch, you can assist with the new house. As she spoke, she went inside to fetch water. Elder brother, second brother, have we bought any grain? Yun Daba quickly nodded. Yes, after you mentioned it yesterday, we took the ox cart to Kang Town. I came here by boat with the second brother while our father and Agwan went to purchase grain. That's good to hear. Just as she finished speaking, Yun Sueha emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of water. As Chu Yue descended the mountain, she encountered workers leaving the new house for lunch. Lu Xinghe gazed incredulously at the wild chicken in Chu Yue's hands. Wow, my daughter-in-law actually caught a wild chicken? Lu Xiaochang expressed similar astonishment. Upon seeing her father, Lu Yufeng couldn't contain herself and exclaimed, Father, you have no idea, it was quite perilous just now. Yaya nearly got bitten by a snake while catching that wild chicken. Hiss. Lu Xiaochang raised an eyebrow. How could this girl be so bold? Is she unharmed? Chu Yue glanced at Lu Xinghe's slightly darkened expression and offered an apologetic smile. I'm fine, fourth uncle. Lu Xinghe silently took the wild chicken from Chu Yue's hands and led her back towards home. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an dared not speak. They understood that their elder brother wore this expression when he was displeased. The others, unfamiliar with Lu Xinghe, began to tease. Who would have thought that Xinghe is so fond of his wife? Lu Yufeng looked at their interlocked hands, feeling envious. If only her future husband had half of Xinghe's qualities, she would be completely satisfied. Upon returning to the old house, after greeting their uncles, Lu Xinghe found a string to bind the wild chicken's wings and legs before placing it under a basket in the kitchen. Observing his silent demeanor, Yun Sueha quietly asked, Yaya, what is wrong with Xinghe? Chu Yue shook her head. Perhaps he is angry? Yun Sueha pondered, setting down the fire tongs. Why would he be angry? Lu Xing'an set down his cup and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I heard Sister Yufeng say that when sister-in-law caught the wild chicken, she nearly got bitten by a snake. Oh my! Yun Sueha gasped, quickly scanning Chu Yue from head to toe. Are you all right? Chu Yue shook her head. Mother, I'm fine. I had no idea there was a venomous creature lurking by the wild chicken. Had I known, I would have turned and left immediately. Yun Sueha sighed in relief. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Do not venture into the mountains again. Even though you are fortunate, it worries me to see you in such danger. Chu Yue obediently replied, I understand, mother. Yun Sueha glanced again at Lu Xinghe. Though he may not speak much, Xinghe is deeply loyal. Perhaps he was just startled by you. A few kind words from you might ease his anger. All right, mother. Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe sitting in the corner of the courtyard, then turned to serve herself a bowl of thick brown rice porridge, adding a bit of pickled vegetables before carrying it towards him. Husband, it's time to eat. Lu Xinghe remained silent, merely extending his hand to accept the porridge she offered.
Chu Yue bit her lip and hurried back to the kitchen to fetch her own bowl of porridge, sitting beside him while stealing glances in his direction. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Lu Xinghe finally asked gruffly, "Why do you keep staring at me?" The young girl, her eyes curved into crescent moons, was filled with his reflection.
My husband is handsome.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe quickly turned his face away, his ears blushing under the sunlight.
You, a young lady, should be more modest.
The girl pouted in displeasure.
What is there to be modest about when I am openly admiring my own husband?
Seeing her fearless demeanor, Lu Xinghe could not help but soften, gently wiping the corner of her mouth with his hand. You keep insisting you are not a child, yet you manage to get porridge all over your face. Chu Yue hastily raised her sleeve to wipe her mouth.
I have not.
Lu Xinghe chuckled, finishing the last spoonful of porridge. After placing the bowl in the kitchen, he retrieved the wild chicken covered with a cloth beneath the kitchen sieve, glancing at Chu Yue as he prepared to leave.
I will return to my studies now.
Once you finish your porridge, come back quickly. Do not go into the mountains. His final statement was somewhat stern. All right, Chu Yue replied, continuing to eat her porridge. Lu Xinghe, after admonishing her, turned to the others. Grandfather, grandmother, mother, uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, and both of you, I am heading back now. The others all chimed in, go on back. We will ensure that the new house is built properly for you. Chapter 60 of The Thief Found. After Lu Xinghe departed, Chu Yue swiftly polished off the porridge in her bowl and then assisted Yun Sueha in collecting and washing the dishes.
Mother, do we have any vegetable seeds at home?
The weather seems to be turning cooler, and I would like to plant some vegetables in front of the old house so that when winter arrives, we can have something to eat. Your reminder is indeed timely. Yun Sueha paused her task and pondered. We still have some radish seeds left over from last year. You can check the hanging basket in the kitchen. If the mice haven't taken them, they should still be there. Wang Xuelan, who was nearby, interjected, the seeds we bought last year probably won't yield much, so why don't we take some from home to plant together? Your father had previously bought some radish and cabbage seeds from the town, and he ended up with a surplus. Yun Sueha smiled, I am grateful to you, mother. After the two brothers, the Yun family, finished their meal, they were led by the others to the foundation of the new house. The brothers grew increasingly anxious as they walked, glancing nervously at Lu Shoucheng beside them.
Uncle Xinghe, we aren't going the wrong way, are we? Lu Shoucheng gestured towards the foundation, look over there. That is the new house of the Xinghe family, how could we possibly be lost? Wow. The Yun brothers exchanged astonished glances, gasping in disbelief, is that a house made of blue bricks and tiles? They had always assumed that their younger sister's family was still living in a mud brick house. Could it be that Xinghe had struck lucky recently? Lu Taisheng stood nearby, his face beaming with pride. When I first learned of this, I was just as surprised as you. The blue brick house from the Kaiyang brick kiln is the very first of its kind in our village. Once the initial shock wore off, the Yun brothers wore expressions of contentment. Our little sister has finally turned her hardships into blessings. They thought to themselves that when they told their parents, the two elders would surely be overjoyed. After washing the dishes, Chu Yue procured some vegetable seeds from Wang Xuelan and returned home. Yun Sueha chose to rest at the old residence since there was an available room here, and she still needed to boil water in the afternoon and prepare dinner later on. Running back and forth was rather inconvenient. Upon returning home, Lu Xinghe was inside reading. Noticing that the chicken coop had been fed, Chu Yue quietly fetched a hoe from the kitchen and began to till the soil in the yard. Fortunately, the ground in front of the house had not been compacted from years of planting, and the two small patches of land were soon turned over. She leveled the soil finely and evenly and sprinkled a thin layer of compost made from straw, pig manure, and wood ash. After mixing the soil with the fertilizer using the hoe, she scattered the seeds. She then grabbed some loose soil nearby to cover the seeds with a light layer and took some excess garlic from the kitchen, breaking it into cloves to plant in another patch. Once she completed these tasks, all that was left was to water the plots thoroughly. Just as Chu Yue finished her work and washed her hands, she noticed a group of people approaching their home. Among them was someone she recognized, Lu Dugwei, the one who had previously dug up their rice field. He appeared reluctant, likely being forced to come this way. Uncertain of the situation, Chu Yue called out towards the house, husband, there are people coming, do as you see fit, I can no longer manage him. The onlookers, upon realizing that it was Lu Dugwei who had stolen the silver, were not surprised. This scoundrel had always had a poor reputation in the village. His parents could not control him, and after he got married, he had been cut off. Only Li Zhang could say a few words to him, but even Li Zhang, being his uncle, could not constantly rein him in like a true son. However, Lu Dugwei had never stooped so low as to rob someone's home before. His actions now were increasingly outrageous. Li Zhang, stealing should result in being driven out of Banpo village. Exactly, how can he expect to live peacefully in the village after this? It seems he is in cahoots with thieves. It would be best to expel the entire Lu Dugwei family. Our Banpo village cannot tolerate such petty criminals. The Lu Dugwei had always been a troublemaker. He had never faced such collective resistance before. Today a scene left him feeling panicked. Having lived in Banpo village since birth, he had no idea where he would go if they truly decided to expel him. Initially, he had come seeking silver, thinking that with the construction of the blue brick house, they might have something to spare, but instead of finding money, he was publicly accused by his foolish cousin from his uncle's side. Li Zhang furrowed his brows, covering his mouth with a cough. Are you suggesting that I should leave Banpo village as well? He scanned the crowd, noting the silence, and continued, you need not say more. After this matter is resolved, I will provide everyone with an explanation. For now, let's deal with the situation at hand.
Lu Xinghe, noticing Li Zhang's gaze directed at him, calmly remarked, "We are all from the same village. There is no need for violence, just return the 2 taels of silver that were lost from my house." 2 taels, this was a punishment for his intrusion. However, he understood that given Lu Dagui's circumstances, it would be quite a stretch for him to produce that much. At this point, Lu Dagui could no longer contain himself. "Lu Xinghe, speak from your conscience, your family did not lose 2 taels of silver, but rather ate one."
Lu Xinghe's expression turned mocking. "You want me to speak from my conscience?
Did you have any conscience when you broke into my home? The walls of my house are already unstable, and now you've gouged holes everywhere. Have you considered whether our lives are in jeopardy by living here?" Lu Dagui found himself at a loss for words, his fists clenched tightly. "The day after you dug up my rice field, my daughter Yeye went to the field to weed, and when she got up, her shoes were missing. At that time, besides me and her, you were the only one who had been there. Don't think I don't know who did it." Lu Xinghe continued, "We are not wealthy, but since we can afford to build a blue brick house, we do have some spare money for the 2 taels of silver. Now, we urgently need that amount to pay for the labor to complete our new house. I do not wish to hold this against you, just return the silver, and we can consider this matter closed. Otherwise, so many villagers can vouch for me, and I can easily take you to the authorities." Lu Xinghe's words hit home, devoid of any semblance of jest. Lu Dagui, well aware of Lu Xinghe's temperament, felt a mix of anger and desperation. It seemed he was destined to fall into Lu Xinghe's hands today. "But I don't have that much silver. I really only took 8 from your home." "Then we shall see each other at the magistrate's office," Lu Xinghe declared, not allowing for further discussion. "Wait, please." Lu Dagui looked at Lu Jianqi with a troubled expression. "Uncle, I don't have any money. Could you lend me some? I don't want to end up in jail." 2 taels of silver is not a small amount for anyone. Lending money to Lu Dagui could very well result in a loss. This time, he had indeed gone too far, stooping to the level of breaking and entering, and he deserved a lesson. Seeing the pitiful expression on Lu Dagui's face, Lu Jianqi steeled himself. "In the past, whenever you got into trouble, I always helped you out. This time, you must rely on yourself. Our family does not have any spare money to lend you." Lu Dagui contemplated for a moment before turning his gaze back to Lu Xinghe.
"I really have no money.
This year's harvest has been poor, and my family has struggled to make ends meet. My wife ran off with someone, and I still have a child to support." Lu Xinghe remained unmoved.
"That is not an excuse for your thievery." Chapter 61.
The prodigal son returns. Chu Yue could not help but sigh, reflecting on the adage that there must be something detestable about those who are pitiable. How could one, in the throes of thievery, fail to consider the burdens of family above and below? Now that trouble had befallen him, he was suddenly reminded of these responsibilities. Lu Dagui, in a state of desperation, grasped Lu Xinghe's arm. "Perhaps I could assist you in your new home, using my labor to offset the 2 taels of silver? Would that be agreeable?"
Noticing Lu Xinghe's silence, Lu Dagui nearly fell to his knees.
"I was momentarily possessed by folly when I committed such an act. I recognize the many wrongs I have done in the past, and I assure you, I shall not repeat them. I beseech you, grant me a chance at redemption. I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment. What will become of my son, Taidan?" At that moment, a burly man rushed over, cradling a child of 4 or 5 years in his arms.
"It's terrible, Lu Dagui.
Your son Taidan has choked on something and is nearly beyond saving." The onlookers, witnessing the scene, quickly parted to make way. Lu Dagui took his son from the man, gazing at the child's flushed face and increasingly limp body. "Please don't scare your father, you are all I have left." Seeing the child's plight, Chu Yue sprang into action. Swiftly taking the boy from Lu Dagui's grasp, she laid him across her forearm, supporting his neck with one hand while rhythmically patting his back with the other. After 3 or 5 vigorous taps, the child expelled a fruit pit and erupted into tears. Chu Yue breathed a sigh of relief and returned the child to Lu Dagui.
"All is well now."
Gratefully, Lu Dagui received his son back, profusely thanking Chu Yue. The crowd, having witnessed the event, also felt relieved. Had it not been for Lu Xinghe's wife's quick thinking, Taidan could have met a tragic end due to such a large pit lodged in his throat.
"Lu Dagui, look at what a fool you have been.
Engaging in petty crimes was one thing, but to trespass into another's home, if it weren't for Xinghe's wife today, your son might not be here anymore."
"Indeed, this is a case of virtue repaying vice. You stole from someone and yet refused to make amends. Have you no shame? A life saved is a monumental favor."
Lu Dagui felt a tumult of emotions. Despite his past misdeeds, someone had chosen to overlook them and save his son in a critical moment. After years of aimless wandering, this incident seemed to awaken him. Kneeling before Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, Lu Dagui's expression was earnest. "I acknowledge my past wrongs and apologize for my misdeeds. However, my family is in dire straits. Might you grant me a reprieve? I promise to repay every last bit, even if I must toil like a beast of burden."
The village head, perhaps feeling some compassion, interjected on his behalf. "Xinghe, we are all neighbors here."
Consider, Lu Xinghe shot a glance at the village head before turning back to Lu Dagui. "From this day forth, you shall work at my new house to settle your debt. Do not entertain any further ill intentions. Should you cross me again, my leniency will cease." Lu Dagui hurriedly bowed his head.
"Understood, thank you, thank you." Lu Xinghe turned aside. "Enough of this bowing. First, ensure your son is settled. We have already begun work this afternoon."
"Yes, of course."
With reddened eyes, Lu Dagui rose, cradling Taidan. "Come, Taidan, let us return home. As the onlookers observed Lu Dague's demeanor, they noted a stark transformation.
He seemed like a different person altogether, they sighed and parted, allowing him passage. If he could truly reform, they were all connected enough not to wish him ill. His wife had left him, and the child was deserving of compassion. Once outside the courtyard, Lu Dague inquired of Taidan, "Where did you find that fruit? How did it get lodged in your throat?" With tear-filled eyes, Taidan replied, "I saw great uncle take you away, and fearing for your safety, I followed. Then I found a pit by the roadside, still with some uneaten pulp on it. I was just so hungry that at this, Lu Dague's tears began to flow. It is my fault for not taking better care of you. We shall return home, and I will prepare something for you to eat. After you are full, stay indoors until I return tonight to cook for you."
Taidan lowered his head.
"Father, did mother leave because I was disobedient? Will you also think I am a burden and leave me?" Lu Dague, feeling a pang of sorrow, affectionately ruffled his son's hair.
"Your mother left due to my shortcomings, not because of you.
I will improve, and I will never abandon you." As the father and son walked further away, their voices grew quieter. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Should Lu Dague truly turn over a new leaf, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Lu Xinghe watched his nephew's retreating figure, sighed, and bid farewell to Lu Xinghe before heading home. As the crowd dispersed, the courtyard regained its tranquility. Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe, "My dear, continue with your studies. I will bring dinner from the old house shortly." Lu Xinghe acknowledged her with a sound and retreated into the room. Chu Yue glanced back into the house and then settled herself beneath the eaves, resuming her sewing of Lu Xinghe's pouch. Lu Xinghe, engrossed in his reading, glanced outside and, upon seeing the earnest expression on the young woman's face, felt a smile of unbidden affection tug at his lips. Once she finished the pouch and noticing the daylight still favorable, Chu Yue took a bamboo pole and basket, intending to forage for some wild fruits nearby. Though these wild fruits were sour, they could still be made into preserves. However, as she stepped out of the courtyard, Lu Xinghe called out to her. Yeah, where are you off to?" Chu Yue quickly replied from within, "My dear, I won't wander far. Just a short stroll to gather some fruits." Lu Xinghe set down his book. "The fruits in the mountains are quite sour and hardly filling. What purpose do they serve?" Chu Yue turned to open the courtyard door. "I do not intend to eat them raw. I want to gather some to make preserves." Lu Xinghe rose and stepped outside. "Then I shall accompany you." Seeing him emerge, Chu Yue waved her hands. "No need to follow, I can manage alone. You should focus on your studies. The upcoming examinations are just around the corner, and you should take advantage of this time to write more essays." Without yielding, Lu Xinghe stepped forward, taking the bamboo pole from her grasp and entwining his fingers with hers as they exited the house, shutting the door behind them. The imperial examinations rely more on accumulation, insight, and perspective than merely memorizing a few books and writing a few essays. Besides, foraging for fruits does not take long. Once we gather them, we can head to the old house to assist mother.
Chu Yue found his reasoning compelling.
"You are right, I believe you will surely succeed next year." Lu Xinghe's lips curled upward slightly.
"You have such faith in me? I simply believe in you. And what if I do not pass?"
"Then it is of little consequence.
We shall simply try again next time."
Lu Xinghe chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her small hand as they walked towards the direction where fruit trees were said to grow. Chapter 62 Request for a Carpenter. After gathering a basket brimming with green plums and sour cherries, the two made their way home. Out of curiosity, Chu sampled one of the fruits along the way, only to find it so tart that she dared not take a second bite. Observing the little girl squinting in discomfort from the sourness, Lu Xinghe swiftly retrieved the fruit from her hands and placed it back into their basket, admonishing, "I told you these fruits are sour, yet you did not heed my warning. Do not eat any more, it would be unfortunate to upset your stomach." Once they returned home and stowed the fruits away, they proceeded to the ancestral residence. Upon arriving at the old house, Chu hurried to the kitchen to assist Yun Sueha with boiling water and preparing the meal, while Lu Xinghe seized the opportunity to lend a hand at the new house before dinner time. When he arrived, he found Lu Dague diligently transporting bricks, exhibiting none of his previous laziness. Turning his gaze to Lu Taisheng, who was rubbing his lower back, Lu Xinghe quickly approached him, offering support. "Grandfather, there are uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, and my maternal uncles here to assist.
You should take a rest and not strain your back."
Lu Taisheng grunted and pushed his hand away, asserting, "I am not yet old, it is merely fatigue from bending over for too long. I will be fine after a brief respite." Not far off, Lu Shoucheng glanced at the stubborn elder. "Father, dinner will soon be served, you should return home, there are plenty of hands here, and the house is progressing swiftly."
"Your absence will not make a difference."
Only then did Lu Taisheng relent, grumbling as he stood up, "You ungrateful lot, do you think I am too old? I am still capable of work." Lu Shoucheng quickly nodded, showering his father with praise, "Indeed. We know you are as spry as ever, as formidable as in your youth. We are merely concerned for your well-being. Please, return home to rest, we will still need to guard the bricks later."
Upon hearing the mention of guarding bricks, Lu Taisheng paused. "True enough."
With that, he made his way home with a lighter heart. Watching the old man depart, Lu Shoucheng shook his head in resignation. "Your grandfather is just stubborn, he is over 50 yet refuses to acknowledge his age, insisting on acting like a youthful lad." Lu Xinghe chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further as he assisted the bricklayers with their work.
Both uncles were diligent, and the two hired workers were equally efficient. After a day of hard labor, the house had risen to about half a man's height. With another 3 or 4 days of work, they could likely begin framing the roof. As the workday concluded, Lu Xinghe felt hesitant to join the others at the old house for dinner, as he had a son waiting at home. He headed straight back instead. Upon learning this, Yunsueha promptly instructed Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe to deliver 2 bowls of brown rice porridge to him. Initially, Lu Xinghe felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing his quiet home and the nearly empty rice jar. However, when he was presented with the 2 bowls of porridge, tears welled up in his eyes from the overwhelming gratitude that he had stolen their silver, yet they not only saved his son but also brought him food. Truly kind-hearted individuals. Despite feeling embarrassed, Lu Xinghe could not refuse the meal presented to him, especially since his home was devoid of rice. He gratefully accepted the thick brown rice porridge from the brothers.
Thank you, Xingping and Xing'an.
You may return now. I will take the bowls back once I finish eating.
Very well, we shall head back then.
After the brothers finished speaking, they swiftly returned to the old house for dinner. After a day of such busyness, everyone was weary. They dined and tidied up the old house before heading home. Due to the lack of space at their own residence, the Yun brothers decided to temporarily stay at the ancestral home, which had several vacant rooms since the eldest and second families had moved out. That night, as Lu Xinghe lay down, he addressed Chu Yue. Do refrain from venturing into the mountains in the future. Chu Yue, already drowsy and on the verge of sleep, lazily inquired, why? He glanced at her slender silhouette. Just ensure that when I am not around, you do not wander into the mountains. I understand, she replied, yawning, and soon after, her gentle breathing signaled her slumber. Lu Xinghe chuckled helplessly. The carefree little girl always drifted off to sleep rather quickly. Meanwhile, the Lu family was bustling with construction while the Chu family in Nyoto village was not idle either. Chu Dashan initially encouraged his parents to go to Lu Xinghe's home to demand money for Chu Yue, but Zhao Chunhua suggested that since the moon festival was approaching, they would inevitably come to visit, rendering such a trip unnecessary. When his coaxing yielded no results, he began to gather information about the Lu family's situation. Upon discovering they were building a house, he further incited his parents to take a look. However, none of them were particularly industrious, and the thought of traversing 2 hours of mountain paths, only to find no benefit and possibly be asked to assist, deterred them. They preferred to wait for Chu Yue to return home on her own. Finally, the day before the moon festival arrived, the family realized that Chu Yue would likely not come. After dinner, Zhao Chunhua stood with her hands on her hips, scolding, that ungrateful girl must think she has grown wings and no longer needs her family, that foolish girl, truly believing that the Lu family is her support. Lu Xinghe is merely a passing fancy. Once the novelty wears off in 2 years, let us see who she can still rely on.
Chu Dashan fanned the flames. Mother, what did I say?
I told you she has been bought off by Lu Xinghe, didn't I? You do not know how arrogant she was when she last saw me. After having been frightened by Lu Xinghe over the pig theft incident, Chu Yuqian had been behaving himself for a while, but recently, he had begun to grow restless again. Had it not been for their financial predicament, he would have already ventured to the gambling den in town. Hearing their conversation, he slammed his hand on the table. Tomorrow, I shall visit Banpo village.
Is there any daughter who marries out and does not send gifts back to her family during the festival?
Chu Dashan quickly added, Father, I will accompany you. Little Tao quietly observed from the corner as they plotted against her sister, feeling a deep sense of disgust for her family's ugly demeanor. Thankfully, her sister had married far away, otherwise, the constant harassment would surely drive her to madness. Go, it would be beneficial for you to accompany him for support, and you can return early, Zhao Chunhua said, shooting a glare at the cowering Chu Xiaodao. You little wretch, why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to clean up the dishes on the table? Just like your sister, you are nothing but a useless burden, doing little work while wasting our food every day. With that, she kicked the chair away in frustration and retreated to her room. Chu Xiaodao dodged the chair that Zhao Chunhua had kicked, remaining silent as she stretched her arms to gather the dishes and utensils on the table. With some effort, she carried them to the water vat to wash them. Her petite figure, though small, radiated resilience and determination. With her sister absent, she knew she must learn to protect herself, hoping that one day, she too could become a pillar of support for her sister. The Yun brothers had been laboring in Banpo village for 10 days, and today they returned home after the roofing was completed, as the following day marked the moon festival, a time to reunite with family. Yunsueha handed each of them 300 won as payment. Initially, the brothers were reluctant to accept, but Yunsueha insisted on placing the coins in their hands and ushering them out the door. Unable to resist her persistence, the brothers accepted the copper coins and returned home. Xinghe, the roof of our new house is finished. Next, we shall lay the blue bricks, plaster the walls, construct the stove and column, and build the toilet as per your requirements. We will also need to hire a carpenter to make the furniture. Who should we enlist? Yunsueha asked, her brows knitted in thought. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinghe replied, perhaps Master Lu from Willow Tree Village. His woodworking skills are renowned across several villages, and his fees are quite reasonable.
Yunsueha nodded in agreement.
Very well, we shall go with Master Lu. Chu Yue, overhearing the mention of Willow Tree Village, raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Wu Yong apprenticed there as a carpenter? If her husband intended to hire Master Lu, it was likely that Wu Yong would accompany his master as well. Chapter 63 Portrait. Chu Yue pressed her lips together and inquired, my dear husband, have we not engaged any other carpenters?
Not that there are none, he replied, but Master Lu's craftsmanship is exceptional. Why do you ask? Do you know of a better master?
Chu Yue chuckled and shook her head. What carpenters could I possibly know? If you believe Master Lu to be proficient, then let it be him.
She felt it inappropriate to mention that Wu Yong was Master Lu's disciple. Such a statement might lead him to think poorly of her. Lu Xinghe reached out and gently patted her head. Tomorrow marks your 14th birthday. After tomorrow, you shall have grown another year. Chu Yue instinctively lowered her gaze. My dear husband, please refrain from patting my head so often. It might hinder my growth. Yunsuei had chuckled, covering her mouth. What need does a girl have to be tall? With our Xinghe towering above, we need not worry yet. It seems that since Yaya has been with us for 2 months, she has indeed grown taller, and her little face appears much more radiant than when she first arrived. She gazed at Chu Yue, her eyes filled with a tender pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their daughter blossom. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. She has indeed grown a bit taller. Hearing that she had grown, Chu Yue felt a surge of joy. Having just turned 14, she was determined to make the most of her growth while she could. Once her monthly cycle began, rapid growth would become a challenge. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon worship festival coinciding with Chu Yue's birthday, Yunsuei rose early. She retrieved the basket from the beam of the kitchen and took out the flour that had been gifted to them by Master Lu during their first trip to town for rice. Previously, Chu Yue had set aside 3 pounds to make noodles, leaving 2 pounds unused. Yunsuei decided to use the remaining flour to prepare a batch of noodles and 5 pancakes, frying an egg for each person. Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen, his face alight with surprise. Wow, breakfast is quite sumptuous today. Yunsuei, busy with her preparations, replied with a smile. Indeed, not only is it a festival today, but it is also your sister-in-law's birthday. Have the chickens been fed? Lu Xinghe nodded eagerly. All taken care of, you need not worry, mother. Observing his confident demeanor, Yunsuei shook her head with amusement. I wonder whose traits you have inherited. Your father was never like this. Lu Xinghe, sitting by the stove, spoke in a soft voice. He must have been picked up by mother from the mountains. He bears no resemblance to me, and we can only ponder whose child he truly is. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe immediately took offense. Lu Xinghe, do not speak so recklessly. You are the one who was picked up from the mountains. I am not your offspring, so why should I resemble you? Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a faint smile. Do not take offense. Mother has yet to voice her opinion. Whether or not you were picked, she holds the final say. Lu Xinghe then turned to Yunsuei, his face a picture of grievance. Mother? Witnessing the bickering between the two, Yunsuei felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She lovingly ruffled Lu Xinghe's hair. You were so kind and naive, believing every word Xinghe says. At that time, I could barely take care of myself, let alone bring back a child from the mountains. If you truly were not my son, you would have long since become wolf fodder in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe wrapped his arms around Yunsuei, sniffling. Mother is the best. Yunsuei affectionately stroked her son's head. At 8 years old, why do you still act like a little child, seeking affection? What if others see and mock you? In response to her words, Lu Xinghe not only refused to let go but tightened his embrace. I do not care what others think, even at 18, I will still be your child. Looking at her son, whose face was filled with childlike innocence, Yunsuei helplessly patted his back. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are still in the house studying. The noodles will be ready soon, go call them for breakfast. Reluctantly, Lu Xinghe released Yunsuei and went out to summon them. Yue, this is for you. As soon as Chu Yue sat at the dining table, Yunsuei placed a bowl containing 2 eggs in front of her. Chu Yue looked at Yunsuei in astonishment. Mother, why have you given me 2 eggs? Today is the moon worship festival, and it is also your birthday, a double celebration. Surely, you must indulge a bit? Yunsuei replied, bringing out the rest of the bowls of noodles and pancakes. Hurry and eat. They will get cold. We have no other food at home, and on this festive occasion, we can only spare a few extra eggs. Chu Yue gazed at the 2 eggs in her bowl, feeling deeply touched. Though she was born on the day of the moon worship festival, no one in her family had ever acknowledged her birthday before. Each day began with the same monotonous chores awaiting her. How could a mother's love differ so vastly? After the meal, Lu Xinghe retrieved a portrait from his desk. The girl depicted in the painting wore a pink and white hairpin and held a bowl of rice porridge, her lovely face adorned with a bright smile, her sparkling eyes seemingly gazing beyond the canvas, as if they could see his reflection. Seeing Lu Xinghe's joyful expression as he examined the portrait, Chu Yue hurried over to inquire, my dear husband, what is it that you are looking at? A portrait, Lu Xinghe replied with a gentle smile. Chu Yue peered at the paper, feeling a sense of familiarity with the scene. Is this? Lu Xinghe placed the portrait on the table, taking up a brush to write the year in one corner, deliberately adding the words at the age of coming of age in smaller characters beside it. Chu Yue asked uncertainly, my dear husband, is the person in this painting me? Lu Xinghe affirmed, indeed, it is you. Chu Yue murmured in mild discontent, why do I have to hold a bowl? And this smile seems rather infatuated. Lu Xinghe suppressed a chuckle. I intended to paint a portrait for you every birthday. When I picked up the brush, this scene was the first to come to mind, and I felt it amusing enough to capture that moment. A warmth spread across Chu Yue's cheeks as she cast her gaze outside, contemplating that her husband indeed cherished her gaze. Yet deep down, she felt a sweetness that surpassed the taste of honey. As noon approached, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan finally arrived at Banpo village. The lengthy journey had left the 2 lazy men grumbling incessantly, berating Chu Yue for not taking the initiative to send gifts back to her family. Upon reaching the entrance of Banpo village, Chu Dashan excitedly pointed at a nearby brick house, exclaiming, "Father, look, Banpo village has well-off families now. That brick house is quite impressive."
Chu Yue swiftly swatted Chu Dashan's hand down. "Impressive or not, do not point. It is unbecoming and will only invite ridicule for your ignorance."
Chu Dashan retorted with some dissatisfaction, "I have no knowledge to speak of. If our family could afford a brick house, would I envy others?"
Chapter 64.
The exceptional meet the exceptional. Rendered speechless by a conversation with his own son, Chu Yue snorted softly and quickened his pace. "Let us hasten to find area. It is nearly noon, and your mother has not prepared any provisions for us today. We must not end up without a morsel to eat, or we shall be famished this afternoon." "Understood, father," Chu Dashan replied eagerly, following closely behind from a distance. Lu Xinghe caught sight of the father and son duo, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why were they not celebrating the festival at home but instead had ventured to Banpo village? Both of these men were notorious for their unsavory deeds, and he had not seen the Chu family return to their maternal home in quite some time. Their presence here surely boded ill. "Tai Dan, stay inside the house, I shall step out for a moment and return shortly." After relaying this to his son, he dashed off towards Lu Xinghe's residence. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, he called out, "Lu Xinghe, your father-in-law and elder brother have come to Banpo village." Inside, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe exchanged glances and emerged from the house together.
"My father and elder brother have arrived?"
Although she had anticipated their visit, their arrival on the day of the moon festival still surprised Chu Yue. It was uncommon for parents to seek out their married daughter for goods during a festival. She discreetly tucked away the floral hairpin adorning her head and, in the next moment, spotted the figures of Chu Yue and Chu Dashan rounding the corner ahead. Noticing Chu Yue's earlier gesture, Lu Xinghe began to piece things together. As Chu Yue and Chu Dashan drew closer, he feigned surprise, raising his voice in a deliberately brazen manner. "Lu Xinghe, your family has borrowed such a substantial sum for the house. When do you intend to repay it? I am here on behalf of several villagers to collect debts. Times are tough for everyone. It cannot be that your family reaps the benefits while others suffer." A faint smile graced the corners of Chu Yue's lips as she silently commended Lu Xinghe. Indeed, to confront a troublemaker, one must engage the troublemaker themselves. As Chu Yue and Chu Dashan approached, they felt a shiver at Lu Xinghe's words. They had assumed that Lu Xinghe's house renovations were a sign of good fortune, but it turned out they were funded by borrowed money. If Lu Xinghe's insinuations were accurate, he had borrowed from numerous sources. However, having arrived, they could hardly turn back. They might as well stay for a meal. Feigning just now to notice the two men, Lu Xinghe greeted them. The esteemed father-in-law and elder brother have arrived. Could it be that Lu Xinghe has borrowed money from you? I must tell you, if he has, you should demand repayment post-haste. The debts he owes are so extensive that he may never settle them in his lifetime." Lu Xinghe's notorious reputation as a scoundrel was well known, and Chu Yue had no doubt he represented the villagers in this matter.
"Why, pray tell, has he borrowed such a large sum? Isn't it for the renovations?" Lu Xinghe mocked with a smirk. "In my view, what need is there for renovations if one lacks the funds?
One might as well make do. Truly, it is foolish to believe that incurring debt is a wise strategy."
Chu Yue forced a laugh. "That makes sense."
As for the arrival of Chu Yue and Chu Dashan, Chu Yue found it hard to muster any enthusiasm.
"Father and elder brother have come."
It was understandable that their spirits would be low when confronted with debt collectors during a festival, and she did not dwell on it. Chu Dashan, with keen eyes, quickly noticed the chickens and ducks gathered in the yard.
"Oh, you have so many chickens at home?" Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Where would they have acquired these chickens?
With such a debt hanging over their heads, they will likely have to part with their possessions to offset the interest. He then raised his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chu Yue and Chu Dashan.
"Do you gentlemen happen to have any cash on hand?"
"Perhaps you could lend some to Lu Xinghe for his debts. Rest assured, although he is poor, Lu Xinghe is trustworthy. I can act as an intermediary for you."
He thumped his chest in assurance, extending his pinky.
"Just know that the repayment period may be slightly prolonged." Exchanging glances, Chu Yue and Chu Dashan stepped back, clearly delineating their boundaries from Lu Xinghe's family. "Everyone knows our family's situation. Which nearby village is unaware? We cannot possibly lend money. Do not jest."
Lu Xinghe feigned a sigh.
"What a pity. If you cannot lend money, your daughter may well find herself struggling alongside Lu Xinghe this year, perhaps even going hungry." Chu Dashan replied with indifference. "Once married, a woman follows her husband.
Whether or not she thrives is beyond our control, is it not?"
Lu Xinghe smirked. "I fear it will not be as simple as you think. You are entirely unaware of the exorbitant interest on the money borrowed by Lu Xinghe." He spoke with a feigned air of mystery, extending 3 fingers towards them.
"Father-in-law, you have traversed Nanjing town for years.
You must be familiar with the tricks of these people." A notorious rogue, Lu Xinghe was not completely ignorant of these matters and had heard rumors. Chu Yue, a frequent visitor to gambling establishments, was well acquainted with the intricacies of interest rates. Upon seeing the fingers Lu Xinghe held aloft, he drew a sharp breath, hastily tugging at Chu Dashan to retreat from the scene. "Lu Xinghe, since my daughter has exchanged the pig for your family, she is now yours and no longer concerns our Chu family. Do not let any matters from Nyoto town trouble us, we are no longer connected." Watching the Chu family depart with cold detachment, Lu Xinghe felt a twinge of sympathy. These two men were remarkably unsentimental. They sold their daughter and then distanced themselves when faced with difficulties. Even he, who was typically indifferent, felt a flicker of compassion for Chu Yue. Initially thinking that Chu Yue would be disheartened by the words of her father and brother, he turned to her only to find the little girl giving him a thumbs up. "Dague Gu, you are incredible. You managed to intimidate my father and brother so effortlessly." Lu Dague felt a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head. "I merely came to inform you of their arrival because I find them intolerable. I did not expect your father to utter such absurdities. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chu Yue quickly shook her head. "Of course not, I have grown accustomed to it." "Thank you, Dague Gu, please wait a moment." She dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a small bowl, and filled it with both red dates and peanuts. Exiting the kitchen, she handed the bowl to Lu Dague. "Here, take this back for Tai Dan." Lu Dague hesitated to accept, yet he wished to bring something back to nourish his son. Caught in a dilemma, he wore a troubled expression. Chu Yue, undeterred, pressed the bowl into his hands. "Just take it, Dague Gu, you can return the bowl to me later." "Oh, it's unnecessary to return the bowl." Lu Dague hastily poured the red dates and peanuts into his pocket, returned the bowl to Chu Yue with a grateful nod, and turned to leave. Gazing at the few dates and a handful of peanuts in his pocket, he suddenly realized that the satisfaction derived from helping others felt far more gratifying than the fleeting thrill of mischief. Chapter 65. Luring the rival into the room. In the earlier scene, Lu Xinghe, as an elder, found it somewhat inappropriate to intervene. It was only when she noticed the outside had fallen silent that she stepped out of the room. Yeah, have your father and brother departed?" Chu Yue nodded. "They've left. They likely won't return for some time." Lu Xinghe hesitated briefly before asking, "Is that wise? After all, they are your maternal family." Chu Yue lowered her head. "Mother, my actions are driven by reasons." She wished to bring Xiaotao closer to her, even if others perceived her as unfeeling towards her family of origin. She was determined to do so. Lu Xinghe approached and took hold of Chu Yue's hand. "Mother, we are aware of the situation, you need not worry." Lu Xinghe opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh. "Very well, as long as the two of you have discussed it, it matters not that the in-laws do not interact. What is essential is that our family lives comfortably." The Chu family was notoriously greedy. If given the opportunity, not only would they take advantage, but the Zhao family would also join in the chaos, leaving everyone in turmoil. Yeah, do not take your father's words to heart. From now on, this is your home." Chu Yue nodded. "I understand, mother. I shall return to the house to continue making your coat. The mornings and evenings have grown chilly, and I must hasten to finish it." With that, Lu Xinghe returned inside. Within 10 days, under Chu Yue's attentive care, the radish and cabbage seeds in front of the house had sprouted into 2-inch-tall seedlings. In another 3 or 4 days, they would be ready for thinning and transplanting. After a brief rest following lunch, Chu Yue fetched a hoe and began to turn over the 3 other plots of land beside the seedlings, while Lu Xinghe and his brother followed behind, spreading the well-composted ash and pig manure. These vegetables required ample nutrients, and with a good base fertilizer, the seedlings would thrive even more. As the 3 toiled, the sun began to set. Lu Xinghe took the hoe from Chu Yue's hands, saying, "Sister-in-law, you should take a break. Let Xinghe and I handle the watering." Chu Yue nodded, washed her hands, drank some water, and sat under a tree, doodling in the dirt with a stick. Lu Xinghe was inside writing something. He instinctively glanced outside and noticed the little girl with her head bowed. Knowing she was preoccupied with thoughts, he set down his pen, rose, and approached Chu Yue. "What occupies your mind?" Chu Yue looked up at Lu Xinghe and then resumed drawing in the earth. "I was wondering if Dr. Zhu's master has gone to Nanping town." Lu Xinghe squatted down, meeting her gaze directly as he replied, "There is no need to rush. If he arrives, Dr. Zhu will bring him along." Chu Yue murmured in acknowledgement, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Husband, am I being heartless and despicable?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "If it concerns your parents, I do not view it that way." He rose to his feet, adding, "Perhaps you have not heard this saying, but you must understand its meaning. If one offers a wood pear, one should reciprocate with a jade pendant. If not, it is simply a matter of goodwill. Your parents' treatment of you lacks any semblance of familial affection. Your current reaction, in my eyes, is entirely normal. Though we live in this world, we must not be overly concerned with the judgment of society to live freely and openly." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue raised her gaze to him. "Husband, thank you." Lu Xinghe reached out, initially intending to ruffle her hair, but recalling her concerns about height, he instead pinched her cheek and returned to his reading. Chu Yue rested her chin in her hands, watching Lu Xinghe earnestly engrossed in his book, her eyes sparkling with joy. On the second day of the moon worship festival, the family began laying blue bricks and plastering walls. Lu Xinghe visited Liushikan, where Master Lu had been prearranged by him earlier. Today was to finalize the agreement with him. He departed in the morning and returned by noon. The day after Lu Xinghe returned home, Master Lu arrived at Banpo village with his tools, accompanied by Wu Yong. Leading them from the village entrance to the new house was Lu Shoucheng, who briefed Master Lu about the doors, windows, and furniture before turning to Wu Yong. "Young brother, where do you hail from?" Wu Yong smiled, introducing himself, "I am Wu Yong, from Nyoto village." Lu Shoucheng was somewhat taken aback. "Oh? That is quite the coincidence, my niece-in-law is from the same place. Do you know Chu Yue?" Upon hearing Chu Yue's name, a fleeting pang of bitterness washed over Wu Yong. "Indeed, I know her. Her maternal family is right next door, and we grew up together." Lu Xinghe chuckled heartily and patted his shoulder. What a stroke of luck, this courtyard belongs to my nephew's family. Since you are from her maternal side, you must ensure everything is done properly with the carpentry. Wu Yong stood there, momentarily stunned. This courtyard with blue bricks and tiled roofs belongs to Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe nodded. Indeed, it is Lu Xinghe's. Could they truly build such a home? Wu Yong felt a mix of joy and sorrow, joyful that she could finally lead a good life, yet sorrowful that he would no longer be the one by her side. Uncle, rest assured. I will not take this lightly. Lu Xinghe patted Wu Yong's shoulder again. Then I shall leave the carpentry to you and Master Lu. I have other matters to attend to. Once the doors were made and could be locked, he would no longer need to be here daily. It had been half a month since he last warmed his wife's bed. Wu Yong turned back to survey the residence, unable to articulate his feelings. Just then, Master Lu's voice rang out. Wu Yong, come help me carry this tree. Wu Yong quickly set his tools aside. Yes, Master, I'm coming. The villagers had their lunch in the old residence, and today's meal was prepared by Chu Yue and Yun Sueha together. Chu Yue pulled a small handful of densely packed radish seedlings from the old house, rinsed them clean, and added them to the simmering brown rice porridge. After not having fresh vegetables for a long time, the aroma of the radish greens was utterly intoxicating. Wu Yong, feeling somewhat anxious, followed Master Lu into the Lu family's old residence. Upon seeing Chu Yue carrying a bowl of porridge in and out, his gaze seemed riveted to her. She had grown taller and was no longer as gaunt as she had been at the Chu family home. Her cheeks were fuller, and she was even more beautiful than before. Lu Xinghe noticed Wu Yong's intense stare at Chu Yue and furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that Wu Yong was actually Master Lu's disciple, a coincidence that was quite troubling. Ahem. Lu Xinghe cleared his throat. Hearing the sound, Wu Yong quickly averted his gaze, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Chapter 66 Farewell. Old man Lu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at Wu Yong and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. What should not be seen, do not see. What should not be thought, do not think, otherwise, it is harm to both others and oneself. The young girl was innocent, and he did not wish for her to be tainted by Wu Yong's reputation. Although he was indifferent to the judgments of society, the girl seemed prone to getting stuck in her thoughts. Wu Yong was taken aback, nodded, and then suppressed his thoughts as he sat down at the table with his master. Lu Xinghe had turned and entered the kitchen, accepting the bowl of porridge that Chu Yue held out. Let me handle it, he said. Chu Yue nodded and, seeing Lu Xinghe place the last bowl of porridge on the table, carried two bowls away to a corner by the courtyard wall. After all, she was a young lady, and it was not entirely proper for her to dine at the same table as a man. Whenever mealtime arrived, she would find a secluded spot to eat. However, no matter where she hid, Lu Xinghe would always join her. As Lu Xinghe approached, Chu Yue smiled and extended the bowl toward him. Husband, this is yours. Lu Xinghe observed the porridge, which contained a few extra leaves of vegetables, and shook his head in resignation. He then used his chopsticks to transfer some into Chu Yue's bowl. You haven't had vegetables in a while, eat more. Chu Yue, who was engrossed in her porridge, paused and looked up at Lu Xinghe. These are the extra vegetable leaves I specifically picked for you. Lu Xinghe sat beside Chu Yue, blocking Wu Yong's line of sight. Children need to eat more to grow strong. I am already an adult, so it matters not whether I eat a little more or less. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow, pouting in dissatisfaction. I have told you many times, I am not a child. Lu Xinghe quickly acquiesced. All right, not a child. It's just that I want my wife to eat a bit more, is that acceptable? Chu Yue promptly lowered her head to continue eating, yet the corners of her lips remained uplifted for quite some time. Lu Xinghe observed the couple's affectionate interactions, a trace of envy crossing his face. Youth is truly wonderful. Not far away, Jiang Xiuqing shot him a disapproving glance. When you were young, I never saw you treat people with such care as Xinghe does. With your disposition, even if you were young again, you would still be the same. Lu Xinghe awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wife, don't expose me, will you? I was just thinking about it. Don't take it too seriously. Jiang Xiuqing, unwilling to engage further, huffed and turned to the kitchen to wash the bowls. Lu Xiuqing gazed at his wife's swaying figure, a surge of restlessness within him. It had been half a month since they shared a bed, her temper had certainly flared up, and she dared to challenge him openly. It seemed he would need to address this matter properly soon. Seeing that Jiang Xiuqing was not present, someone nearby jested quietly, Oh, Xiuqing, I never would have guessed you were afraid of your wife. Lu Xiuqing laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Afraid? It is not that, I just don't want to say something too harsh, or she'll throw a fit. If she refuses to let me share her bed, how will I endure the rest of my life? The group erupted into laughter, exclaiming, that makes sense. Among the diners, only Wu Yong was unmarried. Listening to their playful banter, he felt his face flush, quickly finishing his porridge and excusing himself to return to work in the new house. As August drew to a close, the weather grew increasingly cool. After making 2 jackets for Chu Yue, Yun Sueha used the leftover fabric to create a thin cotton vest for her, which was just right for the current weather. When it became colder, she could simply wrap herself in the jacket. However, despite the cooling temperatures, the rain had yet to fall. The village had 2 wells, which were typically used for drinking water, but now, in addition to drinking, they also needed to irrigate the fields, and the water was becoming scarce. One day, after returning home from the old residence, Yun Sueha spoke to Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, could you go to town tomorrow? We've run out of seasonings, and with the work in the house nearing completion, we need to buy some meat to offer at the new house. Besides, we've kept that wild chicken that you caught in the coop for almost a month now, we should sell it in town as well.
Lu Xinghe nodded, then let us ask fourth aunt to help mother tomorrow.
You can come with me to town to fetch some medicine for mother, she hasn't had her medicine for nearly half a month. It's been tough for her, and she needs to continue treatment for a while. The thought of Wu Yong still being around made him wish to limit any opportunity for contact with Chu Yue.
Yun Sueha chuckled softly, covering her mouth.
Fine, you can accompany you. It's just making some porridge. Xing'an and Xingping will be at home to help, so it won't be much trouble. She sighed. Now you must take Yu with you wherever you go, as if you fear she might run off.
When the imperial examination comes, you won't be able to take her into the examination hall, will you not go then?
Lu Xinghe smiled lightly.
Not at all. Then let you go with you tomorrow.
After all, you'll be back by afternoon. It's good to have company on the road. After Yun Sueha finished speaking, she turned and entered the house. In recent days, she had observed that Lu Shifu's apprentice and Chu Yue were from the same village and had grown up together as neighbors. It seemed he had some affection for the girl. She could tell that Xinghe, being naturally perceptive, had likely realized this long ago. Even if he had not voiced it, the thought of her usually steady and reserved son displaying signs of jealousy was quite amusing to her.
The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue set off for Nanping town with their baskets on their backs.
Husband, there is still so much to do at home.
Why must I accompany you to town?
Lu Xinghe glanced at the girl beside him.
Do you not wish to come?
Chu Yue hurriedly shook her head. It's not that, I just worry that mother will be overwhelmed alone.
Don't worry.
With Xingping, Xing'an, and fourth aunt at home, it's only one meal at noon. We'll be back by afternoon. He finished speaking and quickened his pace, pulling Chu Yue along. What Chu Yue did not expect was that as soon as they arrived in Nanping town, they encountered Dr. Zhu, who was leading a donkey, with an elderly man seated on it, the same old man she had seen in the pharmacy in Kang town. The old man sat on the donkey, his face filled with reluctance. I just arrived here yesterday, and you already want to drag me to recognize an apprentice. If that girl turns out to be useless, you must compensate me with 2 meals. He held up 2 fingers, then bent one down, 3 meals of stir-fried intestines. Dr. Zhu hastily patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, master. If I deceive you, I won't just owe you 3 meals, I'll owe you 10, is that acceptable? The old man tilted his chin and huffed, that's more like it.
When Chu Yue saw the two, she quickly greeted them, Dr. Zhu.
Oh. What a coincidence. Dr. Zhu quickly called for the donkey to stop by the roadside. It's been over a month since I last saw you, I thought you weren't coming to town for a while. Chu Yue smiled, there have been some matters at home, and we haven't gathered any herbs, so we didn't come to town. The old man on the donkey looked at Chu Yue and felt a sense of familiarity.
Young lady, have we met somewhere before?
Chapter 67. The temptation of gourmet delights. Dr. Zhu rolled his eyes. His master, shameless as ever, was attempting to flirt with a lovely young lady in such a clumsy manner. As a wanderer traversing distant lands, how could he have encountered the likes of Chu Yue from the secluded mountains? It was only due to the intention of introducing the young girl to his master that he had refrained from exposing the true nature of his master. In the next moment, Chu Yue nodded. I wonder if the esteemed elder remembers that earlier this month, I visited Kang town with the prescription provided by Dr. Zhu. You were the one who attended to me at that apothecary. The old man pondered for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, I recall, I remarked at the time that my disciple's handwriting resembled that of a dog's paw. Upon hearing the term dog's paw, Dr. Zhu quickly covered his mouth and feigned a cough. Master, be cautious with your words. It turned out they had indeed met before, and it seemed he had misjudged his master. However, since the old man had spoken ill of him, they were even. The elder glanced at him, his little mustache twitching. The young lady has seen your writing, and you wish to silence her? So, he was indeed Dr. Zhu's master. Lu Xinghe discreetly observed the elderly gentleman before him. From his accent, he did not seem to hail from the vicinity of the county magistrate, but rather from some unknown place. However, seeing Dr. Zhu's respectful demeanor indicated that this old man possessed considerable skills. Dr. Zhu offered an awkward smile towards Chu Yue. Miss Chu, my master has a penchant for jesting, please disregard his words. He is indeed the master I mentioned I would introduce you to. Since we have crossed paths here, it seems unnecessary for me to make a trip to Banpo village.
Ah! The old man exclaimed as he dismounted from his donkey, so the girl you spoke of is this one?
Dr. Zhu nodded vigorously. Precisely, her name is Chu Yue, and this gentleman beside her is her husband, Lu Xinghe. He then turned to introduce to Chu Yue, Miss Chu, this is my master. I do not know his name, but I am aware of his remarkable medical skills. Chu Yue graciously bowed to the elder. Chu Yue pays her respects to the esteemed elder. The old man chuckled heartily. Well said, well said. I heard from young Zhu that you assisted in delivering the child of Madame Huang. Could you share with me the details of that experience and your thoughts at the time? Chu Yue glanced in Lu Xinghe's direction, concerned about delaying their return in the afternoon, and replied, as it happens, we are heading to Chen's apothecary to fetch some medicine.
Would it be possible for the esteemed elder to accompany us and speak along the way?
Very well. The old man said, then squeezed himself between Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue, pushing Lu Xinghe aside a couple of steps. Speak, I shall listen. Having traveled far and wide for many years, he could discern that this young lady harbored some secrets.
Such matters were inherently bloody, and it was likely that most could not accept them, thus, it was preferable that fewer people were aware. Dr. Zhu observed his master wedging himself between the young couple, feeling quite embarrassed, but being his master, he could hardly voice his discontent. He simply followed closely beside Chu Yue, straining to hear their conversation. Lu Xinghe trailed behind the three, watching Chu Yue, who was sandwiched between the two elderly men, his brows gradually furrowing. He suddenly regretted bringing her to Nanping town. Upon arriving at Chen's apothecary, Chu Yue went inside to fetch medicine while the old man leaned against the entrance, contemplating Chu Yue's earlier remarks. This young lady was not merely superficial, she possessed a profound understanding of many things. It seemed young Zhu had not been mistaken, this girl was indeed talented, and while he could accept her as a disciple, whether to take her as a direct disciple remained to be seen. He turned his gaze towards Lu Xinghe and asked, "Do you know the girl's birth date and time?" Lu Xinghe was aware that some sought disciples based on the compatibility of birth dates, and it appeared that in the old man's eyes, the young lady had passed the test. On the 15th day of the 8th month in the 14th year of Jinyuan, at the end of the dog hour. The old man began counting with his fingers, first displaying surprise, followed by a delighted nod. "Marvelous. A gifted disciple sent to me by the goddess of medicine." Seeing the old man in such a whimsical state, Dr. Zhu leaned closer. "Master, what were you calculating just now?" "This girl indeed possesses the qualities befitting my disciple," the old man replied, his expression turning serious, "but in a place like Banpo village, finding a decent meal may prove challenging." Lu Xinghe glanced towards the old man and spoke softly, "Stir-fried pig intestines, peanut and pig skin jelly, crispy fried pig liver, perhaps you have yet to hear of these dishes?" "The stir-fried pig intestines served at Rui restaurant were sourced from my family's yayat. If you seek something unique, our home would be an excellent choice." Upon hearing this, the old man swallowed hard, pleasantly surprised that his trip to Nanping town had yielded such treasures. He slapped his thigh in excitement. "Very well, I shall accompany you to Banpo village today." Once Chu Yue finished gathering her medicine and paid the shopkeeper 3 taels of silver, she bid farewell and exited the apothecary. Dr. Zhu had already returned to his position, attending to newly arrived patients. Following her exit from Chen's apothecary, the old man continued to trail behind her, humming a little tune, clearly intent on attaching himself to them. She glanced at Lu Xinghe and whispered, "Husband, if the esteemed elder comes to our home, where shall we arrange for him to stay?" Lu Xinghe replied with a slight smile, "Since our new house has been completed, we can prepare a room for him to sleep in." Chu Yue pondered this and found it reasonable. The new house, aside from the main hall, had 4 bedrooms. They could let Xingping and Xing'an share a room, leaving one for the old man. She slowed her pace, looking towards the approaching elder. "May I inquire your surname, esteemed elder?" "Zhang," the old man replied, glancing around casually. "Esteemed elder Zhang, would you consider taking me as your disciple?" Chu Yue added, "I do not mean to be a disciple like Dr. Shu, I wish to learn your true skills." Lu Xinghe contemplated the name Zhang in his heart. If memory served him right, he had heard this name 9 years ago, but it was so long ago that he struggled to recall. However, since he had heard of Zhang, it was evident that this elder was no ordinary physician. It appeared that his little lady had fortuitously stumbled upon great fortune. Zhang gazed into the bright eyes of the young girl, neither immediately accepting nor rejecting her proposal. "That will depend on your capabilities." He had yet to indulge sufficiently in the culinary delights of the world, and if he were to take a direct disciple, he would lose his current freedom. Yet, if this young girl possessed enough insight, he would be willing to pass on his skills. Chapter 68. Entering the official's hall. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Chu Yue did not display any signs of disappointment on her face. First, she would pay her respects to her master, hoping to glean some knowledge from him, and then combine that with her prior clinical experiences in both Chinese and Western medicine. It should not be difficult for her to make a living here. She bowed slightly, saying, "At this moment on the street, it would be inappropriate to perform formal greetings. I shall offer tea to my master once we return." Zhang chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, I am not concerned with such superficial formalities." The 3 of them first arrived at Huayu building. Due to Zhang's special status, it was not convenient for him to accompany them into the kitchen, so Chu Yue stayed outside with him while Lu Xinghe went around to sell wild chickens in the back kitchen of Huayu building. Just as Lu Xinghe departed, Jiang Gaoi swaggered in with a few companions, resembling a victorious rooster. Chu Yue attempted to evade, but it was clear that they were approaching her, leaving her no chance to escape. Jiang Gaoi wore a mocking expression. "Oh, isn't this the little wife of Lu Xinghe? What is it? Are you so dissatisfied with his poverty that you have willingly fallen into the arms of an old man?" A surge of anger welled up within Chu Yue. "Jiang Gaoi, do not speak nonsense. He is my master." "Master?" Jiang Gaoi seemed to find this amusing, his tone dripping with innuendo. "Which kind of master are you referring to?" "You." Chu Yue tightened her fists. "What of me? With Lu Xinghe absent, what can you do to me? Do you still intend to report me to the Huan residence and have their steward drag me to the magistrate for 30 lashes? As he spoke, fury surged within him, and he reached out to slap Chu Yue. Zhang regarded Jiang Gaoi with an impassive expression. He had encountered many such spoiled young masters, those utterly devoid of shame or integrity. If one were to let their anger get the better of them, Jiang Gaoi would only revel in their misfortune. He seized Jiang Gaoi's wrist, pulling Chu Yue behind him. "You bear the surname Jiang, are you the son of Zhang Yuanwei?" Realizing the old man had a surprising grip, Jiang Gaoi hastily withdrew his hand and rubbed the spot where he had been pinched. "You old fool even knows my father?" He scrutinized the old man, noting his plain, coarse clothing, and a trace of visible disdain crept into his eyes. "Which backwater did you crawl out of?"
Zhang Jiang did not respond to his question but stroked his beard and remarked, 19 years ago, when Madame Jiang faced a difficult labor, I even administered acupuncture to her. Who would have thought such a tyrant would emerge from that? Had I known, I would have refrained from intervening. Zhang Gui overlooked the crux of the old man's words, raising an eyebrow as he pointed to himself, you dare to call me a dog? You old fool are seeking death. With that, he angrily raised his fist to strike Zhang Jiang. Alarmed, Chu Yue thought, although Zhang Jiang was strong, he was still an old man. If he were to be injured, she would lose the opportunity to learn from him. In a moment of desperation, she quickly grabbed a stick from the roadside and swung it forcefully at Zhang Gui. With a sharp crack, the wooden stick splintered in two. The suddenness of the scene left not only Zhang Gui's companion stunned but also Zhang Jiang momentarily speechless. This young girl certainly possessed remarkable courage. After a brief silence, blood began to trickle down Zhang Gui's cheek. Gazing at the crimson stains before him, he quickly clutched his head, shouting, help, I've been murdered, someone, come quickly. Seeing Zhang Gui's state, Chu Yue felt a twinge of unease. Her earlier blow seemed rather excessive. She had heard that the Zhang family held some influence in Nanping town, and since she had struck first, would she truly be taken away to languish in prison? Passers-by, drawn by the commotion, gathered to observe, many pointing and whispering about Chu Yue. This girl is quite ruthless, how could she resort to violence? Look at what she has done to him. What strength she has. So much blood, it's quite terrifying. But one cannot say too harshly, Zhang Gui is hardly a virtuous individual. He must have provoked the young lady to elicit such a reaction. Chu Yue feigned calmness, scanning the surroundings, but Lu Xinghe had yet to arrive. Instead, two officials on patrol in the town were the first to show up. What is happening here? Zhang Gui quickly pointed to his bleeding head, saying, officials, you must judge fairly, look at my head, struck by that vixen. She is attempting to take my life. As he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the shoulders of his companions, causing Chu Yue to furrow her brow. His act was overly exaggerated. She stepped forward and bowed to the two officials. Sirs, it is not that I intended to commit violence, it was Zhang Gui who struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense. The officials, having served in Nanping town for some time, were well aware of Zhang Gui's character. They nodded, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. Seeing this, Zhang Gui feigned further distress. You must stand up for me, officials, to commit violence in broad daylight is the behavior of a wicked fiend. Such a person deserves to be executed. With that, he promptly feigned unconsciousness. The two officials exchanged glances, bewilderment evident in their eyes. Initially believing Zhang Gui's injuries were not severe enough to warrant concern, they now had to take him to the magistrate since he had fainted. This Zhang Gui certainly had a knack for causing them trouble. Before the officials could respond, Chu Yue hurriedly turned to Zhang Jiang, Master, I was the one who harmed Zhang Gui. I shall bear the consequences alone and will not implicate you. However, could you kindly visit the first household on the left in Qian Alley and explain the situation to Madame Wang? Zhang Jiang regarded the unflinching and composed young girl, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. No wonder she dared to undertake such a risky procedure at her tender age. She was not only bold but also quite methodical, possessing a keen awareness of the situation. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd. The group transported Zhang Gui to the magistrate's office. Although referred to as an office, it was merely a small outpost of the county magistrate, significantly less grand than the actual magistrate's office. Zhang Gui, still fainted, was laid on the floor of the hall. Seeing his bloodied visage, Chu Yue turned to the two officials. Sirs, could you prepare a small amount of salt, a basin of cold boiled water, some medicinal supplies, and bandages? I am willing to pay for them. I wish to tend to Zhang Gui's head wound. If he were to perish here, I would find myself unjustly accused. The two officials, intrigued by Chu Yue's calm demeanor throughout her arrival at the magistrate's office, found her quite amusing. You are not afraid of us? Chu Yue replied boldly, officials are also human, and they are reasonable. You do not seek to bully others, so why should I be afraid? Deep down, she remained apprehensive, but with no allies yet present, she could only steel her resolve. Seeing her sincere response, the officials held her in favorable regard. Do you know how to treat injuries? Do not inadvertently cause him further harm, as that would only complicate matters for you. Chapter 69. Feigning unconsciousness, Chu Yue slightly bowed her head, saying, Rest assured, sir, my family relies on gathering herbs for a living, and I possess a modest understanding of the art of healing. I will not make any mistakes. One of the men then turned to his companion, Old Fong, go fetch the items this girl requires. The man nodded and proceeded to the backyard. In just a moment, he returned with what Chu Yue had requested. She mixed the salt from the small dish into the cooled boiled water in appropriate proportions, ensuring it was well blended. Then, using a clean cloth, she gently dabbed the saline solution onto Zhang Gui's wounds, attending to them with meticulous care. Once she had cleansed the injuries on his face and head, she was finally able to assess the extent of the damage. There was a 2-centimeter-long gash on his head, which had already stopped bleeding. The wound did not appear to be sunken, indicating that the skull was likely unharmed. However, a concussion was still a possibility. She couldn't help but mutter to herself that she hadn't applied excessive force, yet it seemed Zhang Gui was rather fragile. Within the yamen, where only men of stature resided, it was certain that there were no needles or threads available. Nevertheless, as the bleeding had ceased, stitching was unnecessary, the healing would simply take a bit longer. She sprinkled medicinal powder over the wound on Zhang Gui's head, then bandaged it securely, finally tying a stylish bow at the top of his head to complete her task.
Perhaps due to the pressure she applied while bandaging, Jiang Gaoi frowned slightly, causing his eyelashes to flutter ever so slightly. Chu Yue was close enough to observe this clearly. Could it be that he was pretending to be unconscious? However, she chose not to expose him, instead tidying up the items around her, dusting off her hands before standing up. Sir, may I inquire about the cost of the materials I have used? Observing the young girl's adept technique, the two officials were taken aback. We never expected you to be so skilled in bandaging. There is no need for payment. It is common for those serving in the yamen to sustain injuries, and these supplies are always kept on hand, being public property. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue smiled brightly and replied, you two officials are truly benevolent. The people of Nanping Town are fortunate indeed. This compliment resonated well with the two officials, making them even more amiable towards the charming young lady. She cast another glance in Jiang Gaoi's direction, only to notice his nostrils suddenly flare, as if he wished to say something but could not manage to utter a word, resorting instead to breathing through his nose. After Chu Yue had departed for a brief moment, Lu Xinghe finally emerged from the kitchen of Huayu Tower. However, upon his exit, he found no trace of Chu Yue or Zhang Jiang, only some scattered bloodstains where they had stood moments before. Alarmed, he hastily grabbed a nearby vendor and inquired, could you kindly tell me what transpired here? You must be unaware, right? Just now, a little girl nearly knocked Zhang Yuanhui's son senseless. Upon hearing that Chu Yue was not the injured party, he sighed in relief. Do you know the reason behind this? The vendor sighed, what else could it be? Jiang Gaoi likely sought trouble with the girl simply because he fancied her looks. Do you know where they have gone now? The vendor pointed in a direction. They were taken to the yamen by the officials. They left a little while ago. Lu Xinghe could hardly believe that such an incident had unfolded while he merely waited in the kitchen. He promptly turned and dashed towards the yamen, silently praying that the young girl was unharmed. A crowd had gathered outside the yamen, comprised of those who had followed from the scene of the incident. Lu Xinghe squeezed through the throng and, standing outside the yamen's railing, sighed in relief upon spotting the slender figure of Chu Yue. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yue quickly turned around and immediately spotted Lu Xinghe among the crowd. Husband. She was unsure why, but in the solitude of her previous moments, she had felt a sense of dread. Now, upon seeing Lu Xinghe, she felt a sense of security and a hint of grievance welled up within her. Upon hearing the quivering tone in her voice, Lu Xinghe quickly explained the situation to the nearby official before stepping inside. He approached Chu Yue and took her hand. Are you all right? Chu Yue sniffled and shook her head, saying, I am fine, he is the one in trouble. As she spoke, she pointed towards Jiang Gaoi, who lay motionless on the ground. Lu Xinghe cast a glance at Jiang Gaoi. He deserves it, as long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Just then, Zhang Jiang led a few others through the crowd, and upon seeing Huang Yuanhui and Zhang Yuanhui, the officials promptly allowed them entrance. Son, what has happened to you? Zhang Yuanhui exclaimed, rushing to his son's side as he lay still on the ground. Chu Yue first nodded in acknowledgement to Huang Yuanhui, then turned to Zhang Jiang. Master, it seems that the young master of the Zhang family may need to lose a bit of blood to regain consciousness. I recall you possess a silver needle the thickness of a chopstick. Perhaps if you could give him a needle and let some blood flow, he might awaken. Zhang Jiang understood her implication and nodded seriously, replying, what my disciple says makes sense. Zhang Yuanhui, allow me to administer a needle to your son. Once he regains consciousness, we can address this matter in court. As Zhang Jiang finished speaking, they noticed Jiang Gaoi's hand tremble slightly. Everyone present observed this, except for Zhang Yuanhui, who was fixated on Chu Yue, oblivious to the event. Earlier, while Chu Yue spoke, Zhang Yuanhui had intended to chastise her for her mercilessness, but now, witnessing Zhang Jiang's antics, his expression darkened further. He rose and bowed to Zhang Jiang. Today's affair has nothing to do with you, esteemed elder. I kindly ask you not to interfere. My son is in this state, and I must seek justice for him. Lu Xinghe stepped forward. Zhang Yuanhui, are you certain you are well informed about today's events? Zhang Yuanhui dismissed Lu Xinghe with a cold snort, lightly deflecting, regardless of the circumstances, it is a fact that my son is gravely injured. Lu Xinghe remained undeterred by his imposing demeanor, exuding a sense of confidence. The laws of Nanyuan state that if someone stirs trouble, incites chaos, assaults the innocent, and acts with impunity, they will be charged with the crime of provoking trouble and face imprisonment. Lu Xinghe turned to him, Zhang Yuanhui, it would be prudent for you to inquire further about what truly transpired at that moment. Zhang Gaoi is a grown man, accompanied by 4 or 5 companions. If he did not instigate the confrontation, I believe my wife would not have resorted to violence against him. Zhang Yuanhui was rendered speechless by Lu Xinghe's words. Despite being a mere donor of the title of Yuanhui, he had no genuine understanding of Nanyuan law. Hearing Lu Xinghe's reasoning left him feeling somewhat uncertain, instinctively tightening his grip on Chu Yue's hand. Lu Xinghe continued, if my wife acted purely in self-defense, and even if Jiang Gongzi were to meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances, once the truth is uncovered, she would be exonerated. Moreover, I suspect that Jiang Gongzi's injuries may not be as severe as Zhang Yuanhui claims. Chapter 70 The challenge of nurturing a master. Chu Yue raised her head and chanced upon the resolute profile of Lu Xinghe, her heart suddenly pounding vigorously. Her husband is truly formidable. As Lu Xinghe had laid the matter bare, the officials who had been informed earlier approached. What this brother has stated is indeed correct. Today, it was young Master Jiang who instigated trouble first. If Master Jiang refuses mediation, he may seek justice from the county magistrate at the yamen. According to Lu Xinghe's assertion, they did not hold the upper hand in seeking redress, yet Master Jiang remained unconvinced. He pointed at his son and lamented, "My son is still unconscious. Should anything happen to him, the Jiang family would lose its sole heir. How am I to live the rest of my days?" He then plopped down on the ground, feigning dramatic sobs. The official furrowed his brow. Feeling a headache coming on after a moment, he gestured towards Zhang Jiang, saying, "Perhaps Master Jiang might allow this venerable gentleman to perform a bloodletting on your son. I observe that this young lady has quite commendable skills in treating wounds, and as this elder is her master, he is likely proficient in medicine." Master Jiang ceased his weeping and turned to Zhang Jiang, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Then I shall trouble the esteemed elder." However, before Zhang Jiang could approach, Zhang Gaoi suddenly opened his eyes, panic-stricken, and shouted, "Do not draw my blood. I refuse to undergo bloodletting." Huang Yuanwei, who had remained silent until now, seized the moment to speak. "You woke up just in time, realizing they wished to draw your blood. It seems you are not gravely injured after all?" Master Jiang looked at his son, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that this stubborn boy was merely feigning unconsciousness. Zhang Gaoi quickly sat up, the bow tie on his head rendering him particularly comical. He clung to Master Jiang's leg, pleading, "Father, you must stand up for me, they intend to kill me." Huang Yuanwei chuckled. Just now, the official mentioned that if young Master Jiang is dissatisfied with the mediation, he may report to the county. However, I have already sent someone to inquire about the situation, and if a report is indeed made, it seems young Master Jiang might find himself languishing in prison for a considerable time. Master Jiang's displeasure was evident. "Huang Zhuangxian, we are all from the same place. Why must you be so excessive?" "I am merely stating the facts," he retorted, gesturing towards Chu Yue. "Moreover, this young lady is the niece of my wife. If I do not assist her, should I lend my aid to you?" Master Jiang appeared astonished, as if he had not anticipated this connection. He huffed, "Let us return home first." Zhang Gaoi protested, "Father, I have been beaten to this extent. Is it not your own doing? If you provoke trouble again in the future, I shall surely break your legs." With that, he helped Zhang Gaoi to his feet and dragged him away from the yamen. Once the Jiang father and son had finally departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. After bidding farewell to the officials, the trio exited the yamen. Outside, Chu Yue bowed to Huang Yuanwei, expressing, "Thank you immensely for your generous assistance today. I am profoundly grateful." Huang Yuanwei waved his hand dismissively. "The young lady saved my wife and children previously, that is a tremendous favor. Furthermore, even if I had not come today, this young brother Lu would have resolved the matter adeptly." Lu Xinghe performed a courteous bow to Huang Yuanwei. "Had it not been for your presence, things would not have proceeded as smoothly today." Huang Yuanwei laughed heartily. "You, young man, possess quite the charm." He then turned to Chu Yue, "My wife often speaks of you. Do visit the Huang residence when you have the time. I shall take my leave now." Chu Yue bowed again. "Safe travels, Huang Yuanwei." After his departure, Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe and asked, "My husband, did you previously study the laws of Nanyuan?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "The laws of Nanyuan are not something ordinary folk like us are privy to. I merely heard mention of a case during my time at the academy." Zhang Jiang, standing nearby, stroked his beard, noting that this young man had the capacity for deduction. Should he pursue the imperial examination, he might achieve remarkable success. As they walked, Chu Yue inquired, "Is that scholar still teaching?" "He is no longer teaching. He was once a high-ranking official in the capital but withdrew due to the court's prevailing atmosphere. A few years ago, he was summoned back by a decree." Chu Yue sighed softly, harboring a tinge of regret. If her husband could secure a good teacher, perhaps his path to the examinations would be smoother. Having lingered at the yamen for quite some time, it was now noon. The three arrived at a noodle stall, ordering 3 bowls of noodles and beginning to eat. Zhang Jiang had an unexpectedly large appetite. 1 bowl was insufficient, and he ordered another, only feeling satisfied after consuming 2 bowls. Chu Yue watched with concern, pondering whether she could truly afford to sustain her master, who ate like 2 people. After Lu Xinghe set down his bowl and chopsticks, he turned to Chu Yue. "Yeah, I must make a quick trip to the Su family. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Chu Yue understood he was likely going to seek out Su Hong for a matter and nodded promptly, "All right." Once Lu Xinghe had departed, Chu Yue paid the vendor 24 win for the noodles and entrusted her backpack to Zhang Jiang, heading to a nearby grocery store to purchase spices. As Zhang Jiang would be accompanying her back to Banpo village, she bought more than usual. She procured a pound of salt, a small jar of brown sugar, as well as ginger, Sichuan pepper, coriander, fennel, and cinnamon, totaling 261, which left her feeling quite pained. After purchasing the spices, she also acquired some vegetable seeds from the nearby seed shop and bought 20 pounds of flour from the grain and oil shop. Not long after returning to the noodle stall, Lu Xinghe reappeared, cradling a stack of densely written rice paper. "Husband, what is this?" Lu Xinghe carefully rolled up the rice paper and placed it in a corner of the backpack. "These are the essays collected by Brother Su from previous year's courtyard examinations, which I brought back for reference, so we have some foundation." "You are truly clever," Chu Yue praised. Lu Xinghe smiled, shouldering the backpack and leading the two out of the noodle stall. The trio made their way to the market. With the weather turning cooler, food supplies were gradually dwindling, and the price of pork was rising. What had previously been 18 won per pound had now increased to 20 won. Chu Yue gritted her teeth and purchased 10 pounds of pork, 2 sets of pig intestines, 2 pork bones, and a pig knuckle, spending a total of 241. After completing their purchases, the three headed back. Had it not been for the incident with Zhang Gaoi, they might have returned in time to assist at home, but now it seemed they would be fortunate to arrive in time for dinner. Initially, Chu Yue worried about Zhang Zhang's age, fearing he could not manage the lone walk, yet the old man appeared quite spirited, alleviating her concerns. Truly, a seasoned traveler possesses a sturdiness superior to that of ordinary folk. Chapter 71. A quarrel. As the figures of the two appeared at the village entrance, Xinghe finally let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly waved to them. Xinghe, yeah, you have finally returned. Mother. Upon spotting Xinghe waiting at the gate, the two quickened their pace. Once inside the courtyard, Chu Yue eagerly introduced, Mother, this is the master that Dr. Zhu introduced to me. His surname is Zhang. He may need to stay at our home for the time being. Not far away, Wang Xuelan chimed in, oh, we have a distinguished guest. Third daughter-in-law, quickly fetch a cup of water for Dr. Zhang. Xinghe responded with an O, inviting Zhang Zhang to sit in the courtyard while she went to the kitchen to pour water. The family had a simple meal, and after the workers had left, Chu Yue brought over a cup of tea, respectfully kneeling before Zhang Zhang. Master, please enjoy this tea. Zhang Zhang collected himself, accepted the tea from Chu Yue, took a sip, and then spoke. It is often said that a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Henceforth, I will impart all that I know to you, but how much you comprehend will depend on your own fortune. After a pause, he continued, regardless of how much you manage to learn, my only expectation of my disciple is to maintain your original intention. You must never use the skills you acquire to harm others. Should I discover that you do, you shall no longer be my disciple. Chu Yue listened attentively and nodded sincerely in response. The disciple understands and vows never to disappoint the master's expectations. Zhang Zhang smiled, you may rise. After bowing 3 times, Chu Yue finally got to her feet. This marked the formal initiation of her apprenticeship. Meanwhile, Xinghe quickly inquired, Dr. Zhang, may I ask how much tuition is required for my yaya to study medicine under you? Zhang Zhang waved his hand dismissively, there is no need for tuition. I am not one to covet material wealth, just providing meals will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Yufeng, who had initially envied Chu Yue, was taken aback, pondering how it was that Yaya's master, despite possessing such formidable medical skills, could not even secure a meal? How could a doctor be reduced to such poverty? Her admiration for the profession began to wane. The others assumed Zhang Zhang's reluctance to accept tuition stemmed from his awareness of their family's financial struggles, thus they resolved to treat him well whenever he was around. Lu Taisheng promptly instructed, 4th daughter-in-law, please tidy up a room for Dr. Zhang to stay in. The new house belonging to the 3rd daughter-in-law has just been completed but needs to air out for a few days before anyone can move in. Jiang Xiuqin nodded, understood. Then she turned to Xinghe, 3rd daughter-in-law, since it's still bright out, you should head back early. We don't want you to be walking in the dark later. Xinghe immediately stood up, very well, Father, Dr. Zhang, we shall trouble you to take care of a few things. Lu Taisheng patted his chest in assurance, rest assured, with me around, Dr. Zhang will be well taken care of. Zhang Zhang tugged at his beard, looking at Lu Taisheng, wait, who is older between us? Lu Taisheng chuckled, regardless of age, your skills surpass mine. Calling you old brother is no loss to me. Zhang Zhang raised an eyebrow, is this a matter of gain or loss? If you were indeed older, wouldn't calling me old brother make me sound aged? How could that be? You are clearly older than me. Observing the two elders bickering over their ages, everyone present stifled their laughter. Wang Xuelan and Xinghe had exchanged glances, signaling for them to return home, and then retreated indoors. In their youth, they had all vied to be the eldest. Now, with age, they were eager to assume the role of the younger brother, such as the folly of men at times. As Xinghe led Lu Xinghe and the others away from the old residence, they passed by a large tree near the village well, where 4 or 5 women stood chatting. As they walked by, the women's glances subtly shifted towards them. There are only 2 wells in our village, and one of them has stopped yielding water today. The other well's water level has also noticeably dropped. I wonder if some ill-fated person has recently arrived in the village. Indeed, these 2 wells have served our village for over a century, how could they suddenly run dry? If you ask me, we ought to root out this harbinger of misfortune and drive them away, lest they bring harm to our village. Pray tell, who do you think this harbinger could be? Who else could it be? In the past 2 or 3 months, which family has welcomed a new member? Surely, they are to blame. Initially, Xinghe wished to ignore them, but as she listened to their increasingly absurd comments, she stepped back. Chen, Lu, and Lin families, what do your words mean? We all live in Banpo village and have no grievances with one another. Do not speak ill of us behind our backs. One woman rolled her eyes, how is that slander? What we say is not incorrect. The well is clearly drying up, and it must be due to the arrival of a disaster in our village. Now more robust, Xinghe's temper had also grown. Seeing that the woman kept glancing at Chu Yue, she placed her hands on her hips and retorted, this year has indeed been particularly dry. Perhaps the underground rivers have run dry as well. How can you claim it as an ill-fated person? Is your own privy poorly constructed, allowing your nonsense to spill forth? With that, she spat at the ground in disdain. The woman became furious, you meddlesome woman, we are merely conversing here, have we named you specifically? How dare you insult me? You know exactly who you were speaking about. If you wish to gossip, do so quietly behind closed doors, but do not let me overhear. Each of you is clearly aiming barbs at me, do you think I cannot discern this? The woman's voice grew louder, the well is dry, that is a fact, our village has 50 or 60 households. Why is it that only your family seems to thrive? Is it not obvious? Perhaps all the good fortune of our village has been absorbed by your family. Upon hearing this, Xinghe felt her temper flare and pointed at the woman, shouting, whose baseless words are these?
I will tear that mouth of yours apart. With only these 2 wells in the village and the surrounding lotus ponds dried up, there was nowhere else to fetch water. This harpy clearly wanted to prevent their family from accessing the well, which was a true threat to their livelihood. The commotion attracted nearby villagers, including Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqin, who joined in to support Yun Suiha. After understanding the situation, Tian Chunyan raised an eyebrow at the troublemaker, Lin, her eyes full of sarcasm. Oh. Lin Shangtao, was it not enough that you flaunted your prowess in front of my family, now you come here to spout nonsense? It seems that the traditional virtues of our South Yuan nation have withered away in your presence. How can one be so shameless? Chapter 72, Is Lu Xinghe treating you well? With a look of gratitude, Yun Suiha turned her gaze towards Tian Chunyan, saying, Sister-in-law. Tian Chunyan waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I have no time to indulge in your arguments right now, and if I don't scold the Sun family until they dare not step outside for 3 days, I shall change my surname from Tian to Di. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and continued her tirade. Although she previously held disdain for the third branch's tendency to drag their feet, they were still family. She believed that while internal grievances could be aired, it was unacceptable for outsiders to bully them. That was her principle. Just as the shouting escalated to a near physical confrontation, the village had finally arrived. Having heard the commotion, after assessing the situation, he urged everyone to cease their quarrel and turned his attention to the 4 or 5 women who had instigated the trouble. From where did you hear these baseless claims? This year's drought has led every household to fetch water for their crops. It's entirely normal for the wells to run dry. What does this have to do with Xinghe's wife? One woman muttered quietly. We only heard others speak of it. Lu Jianqi's brow furrowed as he pointed at the women, saying, Stop spreading rumors right here. Go back to your homes. Do you not have men to entertain you, or children to look after? How can you be so idle? At his words, the instigators left. Disgruntled once they had departed, he turned to Yun Suiha. Although this matter was not initiated by you, it has certainly disturbed everyone today. If such unfounded rumors arise again, please come to me first, and I will find a way to address them. Yun Suiha nodded vigorously, responding, I understand. After Lu Jianqi left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Yun Suiha, accompanied by several children, returned home and suddenly felt her legs grow weak. Fortunately, Chu Yue was quick to support her. Mother, what is the matter with you? Lu Xinghe also rushed over to hold her other arm. Are you all right, mother? Yun Suiha waved her hand. I'm fine. Perhaps I was just too agitated earlier. Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe helped her inside, with Chu Yue saying, I know you want to stand up for me, but your health has not fully recovered. We need not take those harpies' words to heart. Let us focus on living our own lives. They are simply envious of our good fortune. Yun Suiha sighed. Indeed, when we were struggling, they never offered us a grain of rice. Now that we are doing well, they are envious, but what do our lives have to do with them? They are simply jealous of our good fortune. It vexes them, Chu Yue replied, her tone laced with irritation. Hearing her daughter's bluntness, Yun Suiha couldn't help but laugh. Let them continue to be vexed. The more they act this way, the more we must thrive. Mother is right. After helping Yun Suiha onto the bed, Chu Yue ventured outside, seizing the remaining daylight to organize the items they had purchased the previous day. She left the seasonings untouched, taking only the pork, pig bones, and hocks to place in a basin atop the water vat, knowing that the chill of the night would keep the meat from spoiling, to be cooked in the new house tomorrow. Lu Xinghe took the pig intestines to clean them, first washing them thoroughly before rubbing them with handfuls of wood ash. After they had finished organizing their purchases, night had fallen. Exhausted from the day's labor, Chu Yue lay down and quickly fell asleep, while Lu Xinghe, troubled by the words of those women, found it difficult to rest. It is said that the voices of many can forge a truth. Even unfounded words, when repeated by many, can lead one to believe them. If the harvest continues to be poor, they would surely associate the blame with the little girl. The well had not shown signs of drying up for just a day or two. He had never heard such rumors before. Was someone spreading slander behind their backs? The more he pondered, the more plausible this seemed, and it appeared he would need to investigate the origins of these rumors the following day. As he was lost in thought, the little girl beside him suddenly clung to him tightly, her eyes still shut, a look of fear on her face. She must be having a nightmare. Lu Xinghe found it amusing. You were quite bold during the fight today, causing a ruckus at the yamen. Now you know fear? Despite his teasing, he gently patted Chu Yue's back until he too fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Xinghe set off early to borrow a cart from Aunt Lin. The family loaded their pots, bowls, and the food and seasonings they had purchased the day before onto the cart and pushed it toward their new home. As they passed the old house, Chu Yue called out, Master, we're heading to the new house, would you like to join us? Ah, I'm coming, Zhang replied, emerging from the house to follow the group. Upon seeing the newly built brick house, he paused, slightly taken aback. When I came yesterday, I thought this was someone else's home. I didn't expect it to be yours. In this village, brick houses were a rarity, and this girl's family seemed to have some means. Chu Yue smiled. It's a pity the house has only just been completed. It will remain empty for a few days, otherwise, Master could have moved in directly. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. I don't mind that. As long as there is food to eat, I'm satisfied. Yesterday, perhaps unaware that an extra person would be dining with them, he had only received a bowl of porridge, which, while sufficient to stave off hunger temporarily, left him feeling empty by nightfall. Not wishing to inconvenience others, he had gone without food until this morning. With a look of apology, Chu Yue said, "I'm sorry for the trouble last night, master. Once we unload the cart, I will prepare something for you." The old house had been too crowded yesterday. Otherwise, she would have made a special meal for him. Master Lu and Wu Yong, who had spent the night in the new house, also woke early, anxious to finish the last of their work and return home. Master Lu was unconcerned. Once the work was completed, he would receive his wages. However, Wu Yong felt a pang of reluctance. Although Lu Xinghe had been wary of him, he could at least steal glances at Chu Yue. After leaving, he feared it would be difficult to see her again. With his mind occupied, Lu Xinghe arranged the items before pushing the cart out, and seeing him leave, Wu Yong bid farewell to his master before heading to the kitchen. Startled by his presence, Chu Yue asked, "Wu Yong, what brings you to the kitchen?" Wu Yong chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words before finally managing to ask, "Is there anything you need help with?" Chu Yue shook her head, "I can manage this on my own." "Why not assist Master Lu instead?" Wu Yong did not leave. Biting his lip, he mustered the courage to ask, Is Lu Xinghe treating you well?" Despite knowing it was a foolish question, he still longed to hear her answer. Chapter 73 Digging a well. "He treats me very well," Chu Yue replied as she placed the seasonings into a basket. "Mother treats me well too, much better than my biological parents." "It's evident that you have flourished here, far more than during your time in Nyoto village," he remarked. "Perhaps fearing that lingering too long here might lead to misunderstandings," he added, "since there is nothing that requires my assistance, I shall take my leave to visit my master." Chu Yue nodded briskly, "Do what you must. The meal will be ready shortly. Once you finish the last of your tasks, you can enjoy your meal before departing." "Very well," he responded before stepping out of the kitchen. Chu Yue paused in her tasks, gazing at Wu Yong's departing figure with a sigh. He was indeed a good person, but their connection was unfortunately fleeting, leaving her powerless to change their fate. At that moment, Yun-Sue, having tidied the house, entered the kitchen. Yeah, have you organized everything?" "Mother, everything is ready." "I am just about to start cooking," Chu Yue replied. After a month, over 100 pounds of brown rice had been consumed, so Chu Yue proceeded to scoop out some aged rice to wash and prepare into porridge. The new kitchen boasted 2 stoves, allowing her to simmer porridge while stir-frying dishes simultaneously. Chu Yue chopped a generous portion of pig intestines, preparing a dish of stir-fried intestines and serving it into 2 bowls. The smaller bowl was entrusted to Lu Xinghe to take to the old residence. She then cleaned and stir-fried some half-grown cabbage she had pulled from the old house before calling everyone to the table. Due to the completion of various household tasks, the only diners present, apart from the family, were Zhang Zhang and Master Lu along with his apprentice. Upon seeing the stir-fried intestines on the table, Zhang Zhang's eyes lit up. He savored the dish while gleefully digging into his bowl of porridge, a look of utter contentment on his face. "I must say, this dish of intestines is best when prepared by you. I find the offerings from Rui residence less satisfying by comparison." Chu Yue smiled. "Master is jesting. I could never rival the culinary skills of the chefs at Rui residence." Zhang Zhang, pointing at the intestines in his bowl, declared earnestly, "Master never speaks without reason. The flavor of your intestines is truly authentic." Beside them, Master Lu and Wu Yong exchanged skeptical glances before sampling a piece of the intestines. "Wow, the intestines can be made this delicious? How do you prepare it?" Having promised the secrets of Rui residence would not be divulged, Chu Yue hesitated but ultimately shared, omitting some details. "The preparation is not difficult. Clean the intestines thoroughly, rub them with wood ash to remove odors, blanch them, scrape off excess fat, and then chop and stir-fry. Use plenty of spices and sauces. Perhaps Master Lu can give it a try when he has the chance." Master Lu nodded eagerly. "I will remember that. I will ask my wife to procure a set of intestines from the market." Pig intestines are not particularly expensive, costing just a few coins, but their unpleasant taste often deters buyers. Following Chu Yue's method, even if it cannot match the flavors of Rui residence, it should at least be palatable. After breakfast, Master Lu and Wu Yong took their wages of 601 and bid farewell. Including the previous payment for the house construction, the total expenditure amounted to 5 taels of silver, excluding Lu Tiexing's payment, who had exerted considerable effort from overseeing the bricks to the completion of the new house. Yun-Sue felt indebted and knew the payment owed would eventually need to be settled. Chu Yue intended to wash the bowls but was intercepted by Yun-Sue. Yeah, you now have important matters to attend to. Go and learn your craft from Dr. Zhang. I can manage these household chores with Xingping and Xing'an." Unable to resist her mother's insistence, Chu Yue handed the bowls to her and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Zhang, bringing it to him. "Master, please take a moment to enjoy this tea." Zhang Zhang, who had been pacing in the courtyard, measuring something with his steps, took a sip of the tea before returning the cup to her. He then squatted down in a corner of the yard, prodding the ground with a stick and pressing his ear to the earth to listen intently. Chu Yue watched in bewilderment. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhang Zhang did not respond, merely raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Seeing this, Chu Yue held her breath, quietly observing as he alternated between bending down and scraping the soil. After a moment, Zhang Zhang drew a perfectly round shape in the dirt, pointing to it as he said, "If you wish to dig a well, this spot is likely to yield water." Chu Yue's face lit up with astonishment. "Is what you say truly so, master?" If they could indeed dig a well, it would eliminate the daily chore of fetching water from the village, making their lives considerably more convenient. Zhang Zhang washed his hands by the water barrel. "In my many years of wandering, though my primary focus has been medicine, I have gleaned knowledge of various other methods. I believe I am not mistaken in this." This was monumental news.
Chu Yue eagerly called out to the house, "Mother, husband, come quickly." "What is it?" they inquired, stepping out to see her excitement. Chu Yue pointed to the spot where Zhang Zhang had drawn the circle. "Mother, my master says that if we dig a well here in our courtyard, we will be able to find water." Yun Suiha's expression turned to one of surprise. While it was not uncommon for families in the village to attempt digging wells, few succeeded in finding water. If they could indeed strike water, it would not only dispel the rumors regarding Yaya being a harbinger of disaster but would also greatly ease the household's water supply, a veritable twofold benefit. However, she was accustomed to consulting Lu Xinghe on such matters. "What do you think, Xinghe?" Lu Xinghe's thoughts mirrored those of Yun Suiha. Although he had surmised the identity of the instigator behind the previous day's troubles, he lacked concrete evidence to act upon. For now, he believed it prudent to remain vigilant. He turned to Zhang Zhang. "Dr. Zhang, our land here is elevated compared to the village. Can you estimate how deep we might need to dig to find water?" Zhang Zhang pondered briefly, extending his thumb and little finger. "No more than 6 zhang." Chu Yue mentally calculated the logistics. Typically, digging a well requires 2 people, and they could manage about 1 zhang in depth over 3 days. This task is relatively perilous, and the wages are generally higher than construction work, around 50 won per day. For 2 workers, that would be 100 won daily. If they were to reach 6 zhang for water, the labor cost would amount to 1,800 won, plus approximately 2 taels of silver for food. While this sum was significant, if they could indeed access water, the expenditure would be justified. Lu Xinghe contemplated for a moment before addressing Yun Suiha. "Mother, how about we dig a well at home?" Yun Suiha breathed a sigh of relief at his words. "I was worried you might disagree, and I would have sought help in secret. Since we are all in agreement, I will finish washing the bowls and then go to the old house to find Uncle Daju. The brothers Daju and Erju have experience in digging wells and should be capable." Lu Xinghe nodded in affirmation and returned indoors to continue applying tung oil to the furniture. Zhang Zhang finished the tea that Chu Yue had poured for him and said, "Very well, return the teacup and accompany me to the mountains. I will introduce you to some medicinal herbs and their preparation methods." 1 zhang is equivalent to approximately 33,333 meters, and 6 zhang is roughly equal to 20 meters. Chapter 74 of The Essence of a Glutton. Chu Yue hurriedly washed the tea bowl and returned it to the kitchen. Afterward, she grabbed the basket, took the notebook and charcoal pencil that Lu Xinghe had prepared for her, and followed Zhang Zhang out. The two made their way into the mountains, and Chu Yue led Zhang Zhang to the small patch of grass that Lu Yufang had discovered last time. "Master, do you know what this is?" Chu Yue inquired. Zhang Zhang crouched down, carefully examining the small grass before him. He plucked a leaf and inhaled its scent. "This is called ziki. It is harvested when it blooms in April or May, and then dried. Its taste is bitter, and the entire plant is toxic. It can be used medicinally to treat conditions such as edema, cough, and skin ailments, yet it is inedible. Consuming it can lead to poisoning, resulting in symptoms ranging from nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain to severe headaches, fainting, and even life-threatening consequences. If the sap contacts the skin, it may cause redness and swelling." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue quickly took out her charcoal pencil and recorded Zhang Zhang's words in her notebook. She couldn't help but feel relieved that Yufang hadn't actually consumed this plant last time, otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. After noting the key points, she proceeded to gather all the ziki from the small patch. Although it wasn't the ideal time for harvesting, given the poor harvest this year, it was possible that someone might resort to foraging for these plants out of hunger. Zhang Zhang waited for Chu Yue to finish collecting the ziki before leading her further into the mountains. Due to the extensive foraging that had occurred recently, they encountered very few medicinal herbs along the way, and those they did find were mostly toxic or mildly poisonous. Chu Yue contemplated how the local inhabitants, despite their lack of knowledge about medicinal plants, instinctively avoided these harmful species. Truly remarkable. Under Zhang Zhang's guidance, Chu Yue identified 6 types of herbs and learned a considerable amount about medicinal and pathological properties. As noon approached, the two turned back home. Upon their return, Yun Suiha was busy cleaning in the kitchen, while Lu Xinghe had finished applying tung oil to the furniture and was now enclosing a plot of land with a fence in the yard for planting vegetables. The soil had already been loosened, and he had gathered all the chickens and ducks from the old house, placing them in a chicken coop at the other end of the vegetable patch. The 20 chicks they had purchased had lost one, but the remaining ones had grown to over a pound each, and soon they would be ready for slaughter. Fortunately, the ducklings had all survived. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were helping nearby, and despite the cool weather of early September, the 3 brothers were sweating profusely from their labors. Chu Yue hurried into the kitchen. "Mother, let me assist you." She needed to boil a large pot of water for the 3 brothers to take a bath. In this weather, sweating makes one prone to catching a chill, and a hot bath afterward would be prudent. Before long, Chu Yue had boiled a pot of water. She filled a basin with water and carried it to the bathroom next door. "Husband, Xingping, who will wash first? Once you're done, change into clean clothes so you don't catch a chill." Lu Xinghe glanced at his younger brothers. "Xing'an, you go first." Seeing that there was little work left, Xing'an stood up to wash off the mud on his hands before fetching clothes from the house and heading to the bathroom. Chu Yue ladled the remaining water from the pot into a bucket, covered it, and began preparing the meal. For lunch, she cooked a pot of white rice, made a meat and cabbage soup, and prepared a scallion and egg pancake. As the dishes were placed on the table, Chu Yue smiled at Zhang Zhang. "Master, I made lunch in a hurry today, so please bear with it. I'll prepare something more delicious for you tonight." Zhang Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "You are all busy. There is no need to specially make any dishes for me, just ensure there's enough to fill our stomachs." Although the old man had a hearty appetite and loved good food, he was not picky. Anything that was not inedible would be devoured with gusto.
After the family finished their meal, Zhang Jiang returned to the old house to rest, while Lu Xinghe went to the old house to read. Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe assisted Chu Yue in organizing items in the new house and planted the vegetable seeds they had purchased yesterday. Taking advantage of the still mild weather, they figured that planting some seeds would at least provide food during the winter, as there were many mouths to feed in the household, and the plots at the old house might not suffice. The seeds they planted were primarily cabbage and radishes, along with a small handful of scallions and chives given by Luo Shi when Yun Sueha visited Sun Daju to discuss drilling a well. After planting the seeds and watering them, they were done. Feeling tired from the morning's labor, Yun Sueha sat under the eaves, working on her embroidery while occasionally glancing over at Chu Yue and the Lu brothers. "Mother, what did Uncle Daju say when you went to his house today? When will we start drilling the well?" Chu Yue asked after finishing watering. Yun Sueha smiled. "They will come tomorrow. Once we have water, let us see who dares to gossip about us." Chu Yue returned the used items to their places. "Are we still planning to invite the people who built the house for a meal the day after tomorrow?" Yun Sueha replied affirmatively, "Yes, as planned. It won't be too much to invite Daju and Erju for a meal, especially since they are helping us with the well." Chu Yue nodded. "That is true, the meat we bought can't be stored for too long, and it should be eaten by the day after tomorrow at the latest. I'll prepare 5 pounds of meat to braise with the pig knuckle for storage, and the rest we can stew the day after tomorrow." Yun Sueha smiled. "You are the mistress of this household. It is up to you to decide." Encouraged by her words, Chu Yue busied herself in the kitchen. She placed the pig knuckle and 5 pounds of lean meat in one pot to braise, while in another pot, she started simmering pork bones. Fortunately, the orientation of the house did not face the village directly, otherwise, the enticing aromas might have led to much gossip. The scent would not reach other areas, but everyone in the old house down the mountain could undoubtedly smell it. Zhang Jiang, who had been resting inside, was drawn from his bed by the delicious aroma. He swallowed hard, slipped on his shoes, and headed towards the new house. Lu Taisheng wanted to follow but felt embarrassed to ask for food from the younger generation after Lu Xingping had already brought him a bowl of pork intestines that morning. Instead, he sat in the yard, puffing on his pipe. Wang Xuelan, noticing this, chided him. "Smoke, smoke, smoke, can't you cut back on the number of cigarettes? Every day you're surrounded by clouds of smoke. One might think you're trying to become an immortal." Surrounded by the smoke, Lu Taisheng appeared to be in bliss. "If I could truly become an immortal, that would be wonderful. Then I would take you on journeys across the seas, enjoying delicacies and wearing fine silks, living a carefree life." Seeing his increasingly nonsensical demeanor, Wang Xuelan lost her temper. She returned from the kitchen with the bowl that Lu Xingping had used for the pork intestines and handed it to Lu Taisheng. "This is the bowl from the third brother's wife. I've already cleaned it, why don't you take it back?" Lu Taisheng looked at the bowl, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, you haven't returned the bowl yet?" He tapped his pipe, then took the bowl and headed up the mountain. Wang Xuelan watched Lu Taisheng's hurried figure as he left the yard, shaking her head and laughing. This old man has no shame, one might think he is rushing for a meal. Chapter 75. Little Wei's intoxication due to brother Sun Daju being invited by Yun Sueha to the new house. Nearly everyone in Banpo village was aware that the Lu family was about to dig a well. All were eagerly anticipating their misfortune. Is this Yun family out of their minds? With the lay of their land, how can they possibly dig a well? Indeed, they would need to drill at least 3 to 5 more meters to match our foundation. With such high elevation, it would be miraculous to find water. I wonder whose idea this was. Isn't it a recipe for disaster? Digging a well will cost at least 20 to 30 meters deep, and the labor alone will require several taels of silver. With that money, they could do something worthwhile instead of digging a dry well. Some even boasted, "Just wait and see, if they manage to get water, I will eat all the soil they dig up." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The day that Ziran and their relatives were invited for a meal was also the day the Lu family moved into their new house. Over the past few days, belongings from the old house had been gradually transferred to the new abode, and starting today, they could finally reside there at night without the hassle of running between the two houses. Chu Yue and Yun Sueha had been busy in the kitchen since dawn, while Lu Xinghe tended to 2 stoves, as curious onlookers salivated at the aroma of braised meat wafting from the kitchen. In addition to the braised meat, the 2 women worried it might not suffice, so they also prepared a large handful of green garlic to stir-fry with a bowl of marinated meat, alongside a sizable serving of stir-fried intestines and a large basin of cabbage. Previously, when their eldest and second uncles had completed their homes, they had also invited them over for a meal, and now that they had built their own house, they certainly could not be an exception. However, the 3 sisters-in-law did not come empty-handed. The eldest aunt brought 20 eggs, the second aunt carried 10 pounds of brown rice, and the fourth aunt gifted a piece of soft cotton fabric, enough to make 2 sets of clothing. With their arrival, the new house buzzed with even more liveliness. Lu Taisheng strolled around the courtyard with his hands behind his back, occasionally inspecting the chicken coop, glancing at the vegetable patch, or peeking at the well that had not yet been dug deeply. If he spotted any acquaintances passing by, his enthusiasm was palpable, as he greeted nearly everyone he encountered. "Hey, old son, have you eaten yet? I had meat at my third son's wife's house today. How's their house coming along? Quite well, isn't it? Ha, has sister who also come to see my third son's house? It's looking pretty good, right? I helped guard those bricks for over half a month." Many, seeing his smug demeanor, would steal a glance and quickly depart. Yet, Lu Taisheng seemed unfazed by their reactions, lost in his own world, reveling in his delight. With a large gathering at noon, they split into 2 tables for dining, one for men and another for women and children.
2 jugs of wine adorned the men's table, while the women and children had 1 jug as well. Everyone chatted, laughed, and enjoyed the festive atmosphere. Third sister-in-law, you've truly endured hardships to achieve this sweetness. I never imagined you could construct such an impressive brick and tile house, remarked elder sister-in-law Tian Chunyan, glancing at the respectable brick residence before her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. How had they, previously in worse conditions, managed to build such a fine home? Third sister-in-law, since we are here today, I must apologize, the second sister-in-law Zhao Guiqin said, her cheeks flushed from the wine. As her words fell, the lively chatter abruptly quieted. Gaining courage from the drink, she continued, we all have our own families and often toil for our little piece of land, so we may have been excessively harsh on your family in the past. I hope you can overlook my pettiness and not hold it against someone like me. Yun Sueha quickly interjected, what are you saying, second sister-in-law? If I truly held grudges, I wouldn't have invited you all today. We all have our own families, and I understand that everyone faces their own struggles. After all, now that they had separated, she was simply maintaining a facade for the sake of Xinghe and his brothers. It was impossible for her to offer anything more to these families, yet, as long as she kept these matters in her heart, there was no need to vocalize them. With Yun Sueha's words, the courtyard once again erupted with laughter and chatter. Lu Taisheng raised his cup and proclaimed, in this lifetime, all I hope for is to see one of my children thrive. Since the passing of my third son, I haven't felt this elated in ages. My third daughter-in-law deserves much credit for this. Come, let us drink up. Hearing Lu Taisheng's words, Wang Xuelan felt a pang of emotion and discreetly wiped her eyes, but since it was a day of celebration, she stifled her feelings. At that moment, Zhang Xiuqin's 7-year-old son tugged at her arm. Mother, I feel so dizzy. Zhang Xiuqin looked down at her son, noticing his flushed face and his limp body leaning against her arm, instantly filling her with concern. Xiaowei, what's wrong? Don't scare me. With this commotion, everyone paused their eating, their faces etched with worry as they turned towards Lu Xiaowei. Oh dear, what happened? Wang Xuelan gasped, quickly rising to approach Xiaowei. Chu Yue and Lu Xiaowei sat at the same table, and noticing the child's odd complexion, they hurried to feel his forehead, then picked up the empty cup before him to sniff it. Xiaowei, did you drink alcohol earlier? Lu Xiaowei grimaced in discomfort. I saw everyone drinking and thought it looked nice, so I had a small cup. Mother, I feel awful. Zhang Xiuqin's heart ached at his words. You little rascal, how could you drink something meant for adults? What are we going to do now? Seeing this, Chu Yue rushed to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water for Zhang Xiuqin. Aunt, don't worry. In Xiaowei's condition, if he drinks plenty of broth, it will help flush the alcohol out. Thankfully, it was just a small cup. Moving forward, we must keep a close watch to prevent him from drinking again. Zhang Xiuqin nodded vigorously, feeding Lu Xiaowei water as she spoke. At another table, Lu Xiuqing turned to Zhang Zhang. Dr. Zhang, would you mind taking a look at my son? Zhang Zhang stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Rest assured, the method employed by the girl is quite effective. Your child will be just fine. With Dr. Zhang's assurance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their feasting. Zhang Xiuqin poured a generous cup of water for Lu Xiaowei, followed by a bowl of soup, ensuring he relieved himself a few times before finally letting him rest. Noticing her lingering worry, Chu Yue comforted her. If you truly feel uneasy, let Xiaowei stay at my house. Should any issues arise, my master will be there. Yun Sueha nodded in agreement. That works too. Let him sleep in Xingping and Xing'an's room. Once he wakes up and is fine, we can call him back home. Chapter 76. Rolling into embrace. With Dr. Zhang present, Zhang Xiuqin found herself burdened with little concern. Then I must trouble third sister. Yun Sueha waved her hand dismissively. We are all family. Such trivial matters are nothing to fret over. Tian Chunyan cast a glance in Chu Yue's direction, her expression neither warm nor cold. I never would have guessed, the Star River's daughter-in-law possesses such talents. Previously, she had assumed the young woman was merely a decorative figure, but it turned out she had even taken on an apprenticeship. Yet, she surmised that the mentor was likely of little consequence, as the children of the fourth family were inebriated to such a degree, claiming all was well. Perhaps they were merely indulging in a life of ease and excess. Though Chu Yue was still young, her sensitivity allowed her to perceive her aunt's disfavor. She offered a polite smile but was disinclined to engage in further conversation with her. After a meal, consumed amidst the various thoughts of the gathered company, everyone returned to their respective homes. Yun Sueha and Chu Yue tidied the tableware. Mother, today we finished the dishes quite thoroughly, there wasn't even a drop of soup left. Yun Sueha sighed. In our village, families seldom enjoy more than 2 meals of meat a year. When there's food, one must eat heartily. It's been a long time since those accustomed to such rich fare have indulged in so much meat. The adults may fare well, but the children might find their stomachs troubled, Chu Yue remarked softly. Yun Sueha chuckled and shook her head. They know little of such matters, they see it merely as a delicacy, fearing their children might go unsatisfied, eager to fill their bellies to bursting. Chu Yue's thoughts wandered to Xiao Tao. She wondered if her sister was able to eat well and dress warmly. In the past, during unpredictable weather, Xiao Tao had loved to kick off her covers, and if she caught a chill, there would be no one at home to care for her. Noticing Chu Yue's sudden silence, Yun Sueha turned her gaze towards her. Observing the weight of concern etched upon her face, she halted her actions. What troubles you, Yu? Chu Yue looked up at her. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you. Setting aside the cloth she had been using, Yun Sueha sat beside her, her gaze softening. Speak, my dear. I am listening. This girl seldom approached her like this, suggesting there must be something of significance on her mind. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the cloth. You must know that I have a 5-year-old sister named Xiao Tao. Given my parents' disposition, it is likely they will sell her once the food runs out. I wish to care for her. As she spoke, her head lowered in apprehension. When initially expecting hesitation from Yun Sueha, she was surprised to hear her say, in truth, Xinghe has already mentioned this to me. I do not oppose it. My only concern is, should your parents discover that Xiao Tao is here, what chaos might ensue? During the winter, it is cold, and our homes are far apart. They would likely not venture this way. When the time comes, I will change Xiao Tao's name, and they will not discover her presence immediately. Chu Yue kept her head down. Moreover, they are the ones who would sell their daughter, and they are the ones who would mistreat her. We hold her contract of servitude. If they dare to cause a scene, I shall take them to court. After a pause, she added, however, knowing my parents, they likely would not make a fuss over Xiao Tao. Yun Sueha nodded. Very well, I agree to this. Our home is small. When Xiao Tao arrives, she can share a room with me. In time, when we are more comfortable, we can build another room at the back. Chu Yue's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, mother. My dear child, you are precious to me, Yun Sueha replied, rising to continue cleaning the table. Hurry and tidy up here, then go inside and learn a few characters from Xinghe. You wouldn't want to miss what Dr. Zhang explains. Understood, Chu Yue responded, and together with Yun Sueha, they tidied the kitchenware and returned indoors. Lu Xinghe was engrossed in examining articles he had borrowed from Su Hong, pertaining to past examinations, jotting down his interpretations in a small notebook he had bound himself. Chu Yue, wary of disturbing him, quietly settled at a smaller desk to review the key points Zhang Zhang had shared with her over the past few days. In recent days, Zhang Zhang had merely taken her on a stroll up the mountain, instructing her on identifying herbs, their properties, and methods of preparation, while also discussing the origins of diseases, without delving into human meridians, pulse diagnosis, or the formulation of remedies. Fortunately, Chu Yue was bright. She retained nearly everything he taught, and by reviewing her notes, she could commit it all to memory. As night fell, Chu Yue rolled back and forth on the Kong in their new house, eventually lying on her side facing Lu Xinghe. Husband. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. The young girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you not think the Kong in the new house feels softer? Seeing the eager expression on her face, Lu Xinghe felt a smile tugging at his lips. What makes you say that? Chu Yue lay flat. Though the thickness of the blankets is the same, I truly feel the Kong in the new house is softer. Lu Xinghe replied with a hum, resting his hand behind his head. That is because I placed additional straw beneath the blankets. The young girl's lips curled into a smile. No wonder it feels so plush. You are quite clever, husband. As she spoke, she rolled around blissfully on the Kong, but in her exuberance, she inadvertently tumbled into Lu Xinghe's embrace. Chu Yue's body stiffened, her cheeks flushing as she quickly rolled away from him. Husband, it was not intentional, surely. He didn't think her frivolous? With a clear gaze, Lu Xinghe chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair. Fortunately, I did not let you sleep outside, otherwise, I would have to retrieve you from the ground in the middle of the night. Chu Yue pouted. That would never happen. I don't move around when I sleep. Lu Xinghe replied affirmatively. Generally speaking, that is true. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, like the last time when she had been startled by a scuffle in the town, causing her to seek comfort in his arms at night. He closed his eyes. Let us rest early. Tomorrow, Dr. Zhang will likely take you into the mountains to identify more herbs. Chu Yue nodded, turning her back to him and closing her eyes. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes to glance at the young girl, letting out a long sigh as he turned away from her and drifted off to sleep. As the well at Lu Xinghe's home continued to yield no water after half a month, those who had been amused by their predicament were now secretly mocking them. Sun Dazhu and Sun Erju, the two brothers, were uncertain about the well's prospects. That afternoon, while eating, they exchanged uneasy glances with Yun Sueha. Sister-in-law, should we continue digging this well? Yun Sueha looked up at them. What is it? Sun Dazhu replied, the well has been dug to a depth of 5 zhang. Given your land's terrain, I fear that further digging may be a waste of money. Perhaps you ought to discuss it further? If it were any other family, he would not have said such a thing, as each day spent digging would mean an additional day's wages. However, Yun Sueha's family had been neighbors for 7 or 8 years, and their relationship had been amicable. He did not wish for them to continue down this unproductive path and waste their resources. Prompted by the Sun brothers' inquiry, Yun Sueha felt uncertain herself and instinctively looked towards Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, what do you think? Chapter 77 of the water emerged without a moment's hesitation. Lu Xinghe remarked, isn't it nearly 5 zhang deep? We shall ascertain whether water can be found after another 2 or 3 days of digging. Sun Dazhu furrowed his brow slightly. It's not guaranteed that reaching 6 zhang will yield water. We dug to 5 zhang and the soil remains dry, why waste an additional 2 or 300 won? After finishing his meal, Zhang Zhang silently set down his bowl and chopsticks. I will go down to take a look shortly. After all, it was his responsibility to oversee this endeavor. He could not allow others to toil in vain. The truth of whether water could be found would be revealed by his own exploration. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue nearly choked on her food. Cough, cough, master, perhaps you should refrain from descending? Given your age, what would I say to Dr. Zhu if something were to happen? Zhang Zhang's mustache twitched with mirth. I am quite robust. What is 5 zhang deep to me? Last year, I scaled cliffs of several tens of zhang to gather herbs. Chu Yue offered a knowing smile. You do seem quite vigorous. Faced with the elder's stubbornness, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After their meal, Zhang Zheng insisted on descending the well, and they could only acquiesce. The Sun brothers meticulously checked and double-checked the hemp rope around his waist, ensuring there were no oversights before gently lowering him down. With trepidation, Chu Yue leaned over the edge of the well, calling out, "Master, be careful." Zhang Zheng grasped the rope tightly and began his descent along the well's wall. "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Moments later, he was pulled up from the depths of the well, rubbing his sore waist where the rope had chafed him, and extended a hand toward the Sun brothers. "Dig down another 5 feet. If there is still no water by tomorrow, we shall cease our efforts." Sun Dazhu nodded. "Very well, it's only a matter of a day or two's work, we shall continue digging." Thus, they toiled for an entire afternoon, and the following morning continued their efforts, yet still no water appeared. Sun Dazhu held little hope. While Dr. Zhang's medical skills were commendable, the art of well digging differed significantly from diagnosing ailments. It was not so easily mastered. After all, it was merely half a day's labor, and upon completion of today's work, they would return home. Shortly after finishing lunch, Lu Xinghe arrived. "Oh, father, you're here." Yun Sui hastily rose to fetch a drink for Lu Xinghe from the kitchen. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down the well. "Are we not continuing the digging after today?" Sun Erju, who was hoisting soil from the well, nodded. "Indeed, it seems quite difficult to find water in this well." Lu Tiexing's brow furrowed. "Why is there no water?" "Father, have some water." Yun Sui handed him a cup. "Please don't stand near the well. Be careful not to fall in. Come sit over here." As she spoke, she brought out a chair from the main room. Taking a sip of water, Lu Tixing turned to Yun Sui. "Why are we not continuing? Is it a lack of funds? If so, I can provide some support. The villagers are all watching your family as well. If water cannot be found, we shall lose face. It's not merely about the bread, but our pride, is it not?" Yun Sui smiled. "Father, it's not easy for you and mother to save a little money for living expenses. As children, how can we ask you for funds? We dug this well on a whim, and now that we feel we've done enough, we choose to stop." Lu Tixing's expression turned wistful, "But it's only a little over 5 zhang. It's not that deep. Are you truly not going to dig further?" Yun Sui gazed towards the well. "Let us see how it goes after today. I will discuss it further with Xinghe then." Lu Tixing nodded. "Very well, you two should deliberate." Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the depths of the well. "Water! Water, Erju, pull me up quickly, the water is rising fast." Sun Erju hastily tugged on the hemp rope to hoist him up. Hearing the commotion, everyone gathered around the well, including Lu Xinghe, who stepped forward to assist Sun Erju in pulling Sun Dazhu up. Due to the rapid influx of water, Sun Dazhu's trousers were soaked halfway up, and his clothes were splattered. In disbelief, he glanced towards the well. I had previously remarked that this well showed no signs of moisture. It was not due to a lack of water but rather a stone barrier between the underground river and the well itself. I've just broken through that stone barrier with my shovel, and now the water gushes forth. Seeing this, Lu Tixing burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Water has indeed emerged." He turned to Yun Sui, third daughter-in-law. "This is joyous news. Do remember to prepare some celebratory treats for Dazhu and Erju." Yun Sui responded cheerfully, "Of course, father." Waving his hand, Lu Tixing headed towards the courtyard gate. "Continue your work. I must go inform your mother of this wonderful news." Zhang Zheng stroked his beard, peering into the well, and upon seeing the shimmering water surface below, he smiled and returned indoors, knowing he had not erred in his judgment. Chu Yue watched Zhang Zheng's retreating figure and hurriedly turned to the chicken coop to catch some chickens. "Mother, let us have chicken for dinner tonight." Yun Sui sighed. "Very well, with so many of us, we shall kill a couple. Xingping, you two assist your sister-in-law." Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe nodded and hurried to the chicken coop to help Chu Yue. Due to his wet clothes, Sun Dazhu decided to return home to change into dry pants. As he ran, many villagers spotted him in his drenched state and inquired, "Dazhu, have you fallen into the water?" He waved his hands. No, it's just that the well at Sister Yun's place has found water. I must hurry home to change clothes. I still need to go back and repair the well." After saying this, he dashed away. He was aware that the villagers were always curious about the happenings, and thus he intentionally raised his voice earlier, hoping to make those gossiping women eat their words. The crowd was left in stunned silence. They could hardly believe that Lu Xinghe's family had truly struck water. Is this not a prank? Given their land's elevation, how could they possibly find water? Whether it's true or not, we shall see for ourselves. Lu Shanshan, who had been craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the commotion, twisted her handkerchief into a crumpled mess. Clenching her teeth, she muttered, "How could you lot manage to find water, humph?" With that, she stomped her foot and turned back home. Upon arriving home, she found Lu Jianqi seated at the entrance, smoking his pipe. She quickly composed herself, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful daughter. "Father, why are you sitting here? Didn't I say that with the wedding date approaching, you should refrain from wandering outside?" Lu Shanshan pouted, "Father, I cannot simply stay at home all the time. It would be stifling. I merely went out for some fresh air, and now I am back." Lu Jianqi, unperturbed, tapped the pipe on a nearby stone stool and turned to enter the courtyard. "Come along. 1 foot is equivalent to 33.333 centimeters, and 5 feet is approximately 1.67 meters. Chapter 78 Unleashing Power. Moments later, Lu Xinghe found herself locked inside a room by Lu Xinghe with her brows furrowed. She pounded on the door repeatedly, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing? Why have you locked me away? You instructed me not to cause trouble, and I have been quite well behaved lately." Lu Xinghe's cold voice emanated from outside. "In the past, it was your indulgence that rendered you so unruly. You are well aware of your own actions. In just 10 days, you will be wed. Take this time to reflect on your behavior." The sound of Lu Xinghe banging on the door grew louder. "Father, you cannot keep me locked up. Let me out. I refuse to be confined in here." Chen Shufan, feeling somewhat uneasy, peered into Lu Xinghe's room. "Master, can we truly keep her locked up like this?" Lu Xinghe shot her a glance. "What is there to question? Her marriage is approaching. Keep an eye on things, make necessary purchases, and summon the 2 daughters-in-law to begin preparations." Chen Shufan nodded hurriedly, understood. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xuelan accompanied Lu Taisheng to their home. "Oh! Water has truly emerged." Lu Taisheng exclaimed with satisfaction, "Can the old man truly deceive you?" Wang Xuelan smiled as she cast him a sidelong glance. "If I hadn't come to see for myself, who would know if you were just spouting nonsense?" Yun Sueha brought over 2 chairs. "Father, mother, please have a seat. We slaughtered 2 chickens today, let us share a meal later." Thanks to the well now producing water, the family was radiantly joyful, creating a festive atmosphere. The 2 of them eagerly replied, "Indeed, excellent." As they arrived, numerous villagers began to trickle in, not to admire the new house, but to witness the newfound water source. There really is water. Incredible. It is less than 6 sheng deep. There seems to be quite a bit down there. Dazhu, Erzan, how did you know there was water here? The brothers, busy with the task at hand, glanced towards the speaker. "If we had such skills, we'd be wealthy by now." This location was determined by Dr. Zhang. "We only handled the drilling." The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that Dr. Zhang was none other than the master whom Chu Yue had recently apprenticed under, a hidden expert indeed. Wang Xuelan shot a glance at 2 onlookers. "You dared to spread rumors that my 3rd daughter-in-law's family was cursed, yet now her well yields water. From this day forth, if anyone dares to gossip, I shall tear their vile mouths apart." One person awkwardly chuckled, "Aunt, please do not be angry. We merely heard someone mention it in passing, and foolishly believed their words. Our master had spoken of it too." "Oh." Wang Xuelan stood up. "Whose nonsense did you hear?" "It seems it originated from Lu Xinghe's lips." Upon hearing Lu Xinghe's name, Wang Xuelan was incensed, hands on her hips as she scolded, "That little hussy is truly a fool," her mind filled with filthy thoughts. She believed her father's position as a village official made her superior. It was she who looked down on my family before, and now she resorts to these vile tactics behind our backs. Today, I shall certainly vent my anger. With that, she stormed out of the courtyard, heading down the mountain. Yun Sueha watched as Wang Xuelan rushed out like a gust of wind, startled. "Oh, mother!" Lu Taisheng waved his hand. "Let your mother go. She hasn't vented her frustration from the last confrontation. You all carry on, I shall go support her, and we will eat later." Yun Sueha, concerned for the 2 elders, understood their temperaments well. They were proud and protective. If someone dared to bully them, they would ensure the offender was left trembling, vowing never to repeat their misdeeds. Perhaps Lu Xinghe was unaware of the formidable nature of these 2 elders. It would be good for her to learn a lesson. "Mother, why not accompany her to see what is happening, and perhaps bring along 4th aunt? Lu Xinghe's family is numerous. We do not want grandma and grandpa to truly be bullied," Chu suggested while plucking chicken feathers. Yun Sueha agreed. "Very well, I will leave the matters at home to you. I shall go take a look." "Do not worry about home affairs, mother," Chu Yue reassured her. Knowing she was not one for confrontation, she did not join in. Instead, she cleaned and marinated 1 chicken with sauce, salt, and ginger for frying, while chopping the other into pieces for a stew with radishes. The 2 chickens were only about 2 jin each. With so many people to feed, mere meat would not suffice. "Xingping, Xing'an, go to the old house and pick some large radishes. Do not discard the leaves, as we can stir-fry them later." The radishes had grown for nearly 50 days and were ready for harvest, while the seeds planted in the new house had only recently been transplanted and would not be ready until after the first frost. "All right, sister-in-law," the brothers responded, hastily fetching a basket and heading out. After a quarter of an hour, the brothers returned with 4 or 5 radishes, placing them before Chu Yue. "Sister-in-law, are these enough?" They were cautious not to take too many, although there was still land at the old house. With so many mouths to feed, they had to be frugal. Chu Yue glanced at the 5 fist-sized round radishes and nodded. That will do. In another 10 days, we will be able to harvest all the radishes. I will prepare some pickled radishes and dry radish strips for winter." The brothers had no idea what pickled radishes or dried radish strips tasted like, but they trusted that whatever their sister-in-law made would surely be delicious. "I will go wash the radishes now." While saying this, Lu Xingping began to pluck the leaves off the radishes. Speaking of pickled radishes reminded Chu Yue of the dried fruit she had previously pickled in jars. She wondered if they were ready to eat. Seizing the opportunity, she made her way to the cellar. The new house's cellar, located in the kitchen, was much larger than the old one, capable of storing a significant amount of items. She retrieved 2 jars from the cellar and, after sealing the door again, opened 1 jar to release the sweet fragrance of sugar mixed with green plums. Delighted, she opened the other jar and tasted a piece from each before packing some to send to Zhang Zhang's residence. "Master, come try the preserves I made. I almost forgot about them." "Oh." Zhang Zhang, seeing the colorful fruits, eagerly popped one into his mouth, nodding in approval as he chewed. Delicious. Chu Yue smiled, though they are tasty, master, do not overindulge, there will be even better food tonight. With that, she returned to the kitchen, placed 2 pieces of green plum preserves in a cup, added water, and brought it to Lu Xinghe's desk, also giving some to Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe to taste. The leftovers were sealed again and returned to the cellar previously. Due to a lack of sugar, she had only pickled 2 small jars, so they had to be savored, especially since suitable fruits were now scarce in the mountains. Chapter 79 A splash of filth. After a considerable span of time, Lu Taisheng returned, humming a cheerful tune alongside Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Xuelan, with a hint of distaste, caught a whiff of the odor clinging to her attire. This simply won't do. I must return home to change. The scent is so foul that I doubt I could eat a morsel later. Lu Taisheng chuckled as he glanced at her. You say you had a quarrel, yet why resort to dousing someone's boudoir with filth? Wang Xuelan huffed, that little hussy deserves it. Of all the people to provoke, why must she target our family? If she succeeds, the entire Banpo village chase away the daughter-in-law of the Xinghe family. Yun Sueha chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Now that mother has vented her anger, let us also cool our tempers. I dare say that Lu Shanshan will think twice before meddling with our family again. That little wretch is full of mischief, mark my words, given her temperament, she is bound to retaliate. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively as she exited the courtyard. I can't endure this any longer. I must change before returning. Lu Taishan watched Wang Xuelan's departing figure, shaking his head in resignation. Your mother was quite the fiery spirit in her youth. It has been many years since she truly unleashed her wrath. She cannot abide seeing her family wronged. Do not be alarmed, she is still good to those in our household. Yun Sueha's face bore a look of gratitude. I know well, both my parents are kind-hearted. Those fortunate enough to marry into our family are truly blessed. Father, please sit, I shall assist Yaya in the kitchen. Chu Yue, listening in the kitchen, was left in awe. The conversation between her grandparents seemed rather thrilling. Regrettably, she and T followed them. Witnessing Lu Shanshan's distressed countenance would have been immensely satisfying. The residence of the village head, Lu Shanshan was in a state of despair, crying out for her parents. Mother, how could they treat me this way? How am I to live on? Others will surely mock me. I'd be better off dead. She attempted to dash her head against the wall, prompting Chen Shufan to rush forward and grasp her. My dear daughter, please do not act foolishly. If you were gone, what would your mother do? As the two wept bitterly, Lu Jianqi cast a weary glance at them. Enough, what calamity could warrant such despair? Hurry and tidy this place. We need a place to sleep later. I refuse to sleep in this room. Lu Shanshan shouted at Lu Jianqi. Father, this is all your fault. If you and T confine me to this room, the filth Wen T have splashed upon me. Now that I've been wronged, you only care about your pride and retreat. I despise you. With that, she stormed out of the room. Chen Shufan pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Jianqi. You, the head of the family, are driving our daughter to the brink. If anything were to happen to Shanshan, I would not wish to live any longer. She attempted to rush outside but was halted by Lu Jianqi's call. Let her go, she is of age. If she wishes to seek her own demise, that is her own affair. A mother's failure to educate her daughter is to blame. I had warned you not to coddle her excessively. Now look where we are. If the Yao family discovers this, it would be a disgrace. They cannot rescind the engagement now, but should they learn of this, we would lose all face in Yaojia. With a heavy sigh, he departed. Chen Shufan, feeling utterly defeated, collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. Lu Jianqi, you heartless man, our daughter is not solely my responsibility. How can you place all the blame upon me? Upon Wang Xuelan's return after changing, the chicken stew with radish was nearly finished, and the porridge had been cooked and served. Chu Yue had just prepared the batter, rolling the chicken in it before frying. The excess batter was mixed with radish shreds and fried into delightful radish fritters. The labor of the Sun brothers had concluded, and everyone gathered around the table, gazing at the chicken stew, golden fried chicken, and radish fritters, their mouths watering. It smells divine. Lu Taisheng exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks. Let us feast. The meal was immensely satisfying, with Zhang Zhang particularly delighted by the fried chicken. Girl, if you were to sell this fried chicken in town, you would surely make a fortune. Chu Yue smiled. Selling in the market is not feasible. This year has been poor, and raising chickens is costly. Selling them cheap would mean losses for me, while selling them high would leave them unsold to ITSA torment. Zhang Zhang nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. As Wang Xuelan munched on her radish, she inquired, how come your radishes grow so quickly? The ones in our village are barely half the size of yours. Yun Sueha glanced at Chu Yue with a smile. Our vegetable garden is tended to by Ye and Xingping. Wang Xuelan looked at Chu Yue, astonished. I never expected the daughter-in-law of Xinghe to be so capable, cooking delicious meals and managing the vegetable garden so well. Previously, she had assumed the girl's beauty would be accompanied by some delicacy. Chu Yue blushed slightly, smiling. Next time, before planting, you might try breaking the soil into finer pieces and adding a bit more base fertilizer. Having spent time at the old residence during the building of their home, she was well acquainted with the condition of the land. Wang Xuelan paused, then sighed. The land is tended by your fourth uncle, his hasty nature likely leads him to take shortcuts. I shall rectify it later. Lu Xinghe had remained silent throughout, observing Chu Yue gradually melding into the family dynamic, a look of contentment gracing his features. After the meal, Lu Xinghe and the older folks took advantage of the daylight to return home. Junsuo had compensated the Sun brothers with 851 each, tying red strings to each as a token of good fortune before sending them on their way. Having just finished their meal, Zhang Zheng found himself restless, brewing a cup of green plum tea and settling onto a small stool in the courtyard. He gazed up at the night sky, and after a moment, pointed to a star, asking, "You girl, do you see that star? Doesn't it resemble you?" Chu Yue looked up in the direction Zhang Zheng pointed. "Master, you can read the stars?" Zhang Zheng smiled mysteriously. "I know a thing or two. I have always been curious about where you hail from." The latter part of his statement sent chills down Chu Yue's spine. "Master, are you jesting? Didn't I mention before, I come from Nyoto village?" Zhang Zheng chuckled. "It seems I was mistaken." Having finished his tea, he returned indoors. By late September, the nights in the mountains had turned somewhat chilly. After everyone had retreated to their homes, Chu Yue suddenly heard a knock on the courtyard door. She slipped on her shoes, attempting not to disturb Lu Xinghe, who was diligently studying by the oil lamp, and hurried to open the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she squinted in the dim light and, upon recognizing the visitor, hesitated, retracting her outstretched hand. "What brings you here?" Chapter 80. Taking the pulse. Lu Shanshan's eyes were swollen and red, and she had no desire to acknowledge Chu Yue. "I am here to find Aunt Yun. Please summon her." As she spoke, she surveyed the gray brick house before her. This was her first visit to Lu Xinghe's new home, which appeared significantly larger up close than from afar. Even when compared to the gray brick residence of the Yao family, this place was not lacking. Moreover, the gray bricks used by Lu Xinghe's family were sourced from the Kaiyang brick kiln, a mark of superior quality and price that the small workshops near Yaojiago could not rival. Yeah, who is outside at this late hour?" Yun Sueha inquired from within the house. Chu Yue glanced towards her mother's room. "Mother, it's nothing, merely a wild dog barking outside." "Then you must be cautious," Yun Sueha instinctively replied, only to reconsider her words. If she was not mistaken, that it sounded like a human voice? Driven by curiosity, Yun Sueha donned a coat and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lu Shanshan, her brow furrowed, and her expression clearly reflected her displeasure. "What brings you here again?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Shanshan's already swollen eyes filled with tears once more. "Aunt, I know you do not like me, but I have been cast out by my father and truly have nowhere else to go. Could you possibly take me in for just one night?" She extended a finger. "Just one night." Yun Sueha was wary of Lu Shanshan's intentions and had no desire to welcome her into their home. What enmity exists between a daughter and her parents that warrants an overnight stay? As an unmarried young woman, it would be far more prudent for you to return home. It is simply inconvenient for us to harbor you. "Aunt, I implore you, please allow me to stay just one night," Lu Shanshan continued her plea. Yun Sueha's face bore a hint of disdain. "Lu Shanshan, you ought to comprehend the root of the discord between our families. Had you not stirred up these troubles, we might have coexisted peacefully in the village. Now, given the current state of affairs, you have the audacity to seek refuge in my home. I find myself at a loss for words. Please return, for none of us wish to see you." With that, she grasped Chu Yue's wrist and turned to re-enter the house. Lu Shanshan gazed at their retreating figures, raising her voice in protest. "Aunt, what makes me inferior to that wretched girl? Chu Yue, aside from assisting you with household chores, she is incapable of anything else. Yet I can do everything she can, and I am of age. I could even bear children for Xinghe sooner." At this declaration, Yun Sueha abruptly halted. Chu Yue's heart raced, fearing that Yun Sueha might be swayed by Lu Shanshan's last remark. However, Yun Sueha merely turned to Lu Shanshan, stating, "The simple fact that our family adores Yeye and detests you precludes you from ever entering our home." Lu Shanshan shook her head vigorously. "No. Aunt, you cannot speak for Xinghe, unless he himself tells me. I will not believe a word of it." At that moment, a cool voice floated from within the house. "What my mother says is precisely what I wish to convey. You and Yeye are in no way comparable. I shall not marry you, so it would be wise for you to abandon any hopes." Tears streaming down her face, Lu Shanshan vehemently shook her head. "That cannot be. We had a marriage contract. After all, I have secretly harbored feelings for you. How could you not have noticed? How could you have never felt a semblance of affection for me?" As she spoke, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Chu Yue and Yun Sueha exchanged alarmed glances. Lu Shanshan was the prized possession of the village head's family. Despite her troublesome nature, if anything were to happen to her at their doorstep, it would not only exacerbate the rift between their families but could also invite legal troubles. Yun Sueha helped Lu Shanshan sit up, while Chu Yue reached for her wrist. During this time, Zhang Zheng had taught her a few common pulse readings, and she thought to practice on Lu Shanshan. Yun Sueha watched anxiously, refraining from interrupting her. After a moment, Chu Yue withdrew her hand, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Yun Sueha. "Mother, is Lu Shanshan not an unmarried girl?" Yun Sueha nodded. "What of it?" "I believe I may have detected a sign of pregnancy," Chu Yue whispered. "Are you certain?" Chu Yue extended her hand. "I am 80% confident. Should we summon Master Zhang for confirmation?" Yun Sueha quickly shook her head. "I trust your judgment, but there is no need to disturb Dr. Zhang on her account." She cast a disdainful glance at Lu Shanshan. "What confidence does this ungrateful wretch possess to even think to compare herself with you?" As she spoke, she attempted to help Lu Shanshan to her feet. Yeah, lend me a hand. We must escort her back to the village head's home. We cannot allow her to perish on our doorstep. That would bring us bad luck."
The two women closed the courtyard gate and hoisted Lu Xinghe down the mountain. As they passed the old homestead, Yun Sueha called out, "Xiuqin, come lend a hand." Hearing the call, Jiang Xiuqin quickly donned her clothing and stepped outside from another room. Wang Xuelan and Lu Taisheng also emerged, peering towards Yun Sueha in the dim light.
Third sister-in-law, who is this person you are carrying?
Yun Sueha and Chu Yue set Lu Xinghe down for a moment to catch their breath. Mother, it is Lu Xinghe. She just came to my house asking for a place to stay for the night, but I refused, and in her agitation, she collapsed.
Ah! Wang Xuelan exclaimed, raising her voice.
I told you this little vixen would have tricks up her sleeve. She has even come to our doorstep. I suspect this is all an act. Let me show her how to be dealt with. As she spoke, she retrieved a basin of dirty water from under the eaves, preparing to douse Lu Xinghe with it, only for Yun Sueha to rush forward and block her.
Mother, please, do not.
Wang Xuelan looked at her incredulously. She has come to our doorstep to bully us, and you still wish to protect her? You cannot show her any mercy. If she does not learn her lesson now, she will continue to take advantage of us in the future. Yun Sueha pressed her lips together and whispered a few words into Wang Xuelan's ear. Gradually, anger faded from her face, replaced by a look of disdain directed at Lu Xinghe. This shameless little harlot, even pregnant, dares to flaunt herself before Xinghe. How disgusting, I spit.
Jiang Xiuqin, momentarily taken aback, asked, what?
Pregnant, but she is not. Perhaps she sought out a wild man to satisfy her desires out of sheer loneliness. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively.
Fourth sister-in-law, you and third sister-in-law should take her back.
I fear that Xinghe's young wife is too slight to carry her.
Jiang Xiuqin quickly stepped forward.
Ah, very well, mother. As the women spoke, Lu Taisheng had already prepared a torch and handed it to Chu Yue.
Light this on the way. We mustn't trip.
Chu Yue accepted the torch.
Thank you, Uncle. We shall take our leave now.
She raised the torch and walked ahead, while Yun Sueha and Jiang Xiuqin supported Lu Xinghe from behind. Before long, they arrived at the village head's residence. Perhaps due to Lu Xinghe having left home without returning, the oil lamp inside the house still burned brightly. Brother Jinchi, sister-in-law, called out Yun Sueha as she approached, prompting the couple to emerge from the house. Not only Lu Jinchi and his wife but several neighboring households were stirred awake, peeking through their doors to see what was happening. Chapter 81 The ineptitude of Yao Shangshu. Upon catching sight of Lu Xinghe, who was being supported by others, Chen Shufan hurriedly rushed forward to embrace her.
My daughter, what has happened?
What have you done to her? After setting Lu Xinghe down, Yun Sueha took a breath and remarked, we haven't laid a finger on her. She is already with child. How could you allow her to wander about?
She could easily faint.
Chen Shufan was initially taken aback, then pointed an accusing finger at Yun Sueha, shouting, Yun, although our Shanshan has had her disputes with your family, that does not give you the right to fabricate such baseless slanders against her.
Yun Sueha raised an eyebrow, her voice growing louder. Is there any doubt in this? We have a physician living in our household. If you doubt that Lu Xinghe is pregnant, why not summon another physician to confirm?
Faced with Yun Sueha's resolute tone, Chen Shufan found herself at a loss and turned to Lu Jianqi for guidance. My dear, Lu Jianqi sighed, recognizing that this matter concerned their daughter's reputation, thus it was best resolved behind closed doors.
Yun, thank you for bringing Shanshan back. It is late now, you should return home.
Yun Sueha had no desire to meddle further in their affairs. Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave of Brother Jianqi. You must keep a close watch on your daughter from now on. Do not allow her to dance before our family again. Not we are all from the same village, related by blood, and it would be quite awkward to face each other after such a scandal.
Lu Jianqi expressed his regret. This incident was indeed Shanshan's fault.
I apologize on her behalf and assure you it will not happen again. Yun Sueha nodded and departed with Chu Yue and Jiang Xiuqin, while the onlookers around them hastily closed their gates, each eager to share the juicy gossip they had just overheard. After Chu Yue climbed into bed, Lu Xinghe extinguished the oil lamp on his desk. Noticing the little girl's hesitance, he inquired, what troubles you?
Chu Yue lowered her gaze. Husband? Yes? Will you abandon me because I am so young?
As she uttered these words, she turned her back to the wall, unable to face Lu Xinghe. His eyes filled with confusion as he lay down behind her, shifting slightly closer until he was but a fist's distance away.
Why do you suddenly ask such a thing? I do not know either. I just felt compelled to ask.
Chu Yue spoke softly. After a moment, Lu Xinghe's voice came from behind, do not worry, I will not. With that, he closed his eyes. Listening to Lu Xinghe's tone, Chu Yue felt a pang of guilt. He must be quite exhausted from the day's labor, yet here she was, doubting him. Husband, I am sorry, she whispered. Sorry for what? He asked, puzzled. I should not have questioned you.
I may not be as base as you think.
He then wrapped his arms around her, saying, sleep now, we must rise early tomorrow. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Chu Yue stiffened, her cheeks flushed as she replied, but I am not accustomed to being held like this. You will grow accustomed to it in time. Shortly thereafter, she heard his steady breathing, prompting her to gently shift, removing his hand from her waist and instead hugging his arm like a pillow, drifting into a sweet slumber. The following day, the news of Lu Shanshan's pregnancy spread like wildfire throughout the village. This was not a matter of honor. Almost everyone was speculating about the identity of the father of Lu Shanshan's child. Many pointed fingers at the Li Zhang family, eagerly fanning the flames of scandal, listing a plethora of potential fathers for Lu Shanchan's unborn child. Lu Shanchan awoke early that morning, furious upon hearing the rumors outside, and began to throw things around the room in a fit of rage.
Nonsense!
They know nothing, how dare they concoct such tales about me? Chen Shufan rushed in to stop her.
Oh dear, my ancestor, please do not break everything. Did we not pay for our belongings? Mother, how did it come to this?
Lu Shanchan cried, covering her face with her hands as she sank to the floor.
Isn't it the foolishness of your own making? I warned you not to pursue Lu Xinghe. He is already married. Even if you managed to wedge yourself in, you would only be a mistress. Why bother?
Chen Shufan sighed, placing a hand on her daughter's head and lowering her voice. Shanchan, tell me the truth, whose child is in your womb? Feeling deeply wronged, Lu Shanchan sobbed. Who else could it be? It is undoubtedly Yao Shangshu's. A few months ago, I went to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables, and he followed me, forcing himself upon me. At this revelation, Chen Shufan felt her blood boil. That Yao Shangshu was utterly despicable. How dare he treat you this way? The wedding is imminent, why the rush? However, upon realizing that the child was indeed Yao Shangshu's, she felt a sense of relief. After all, they were betrothed, and with Shanchan pregnant, her position would be secured upon marriage.
Was it just that one time?
A flicker of disgust crossed Lu Shanchan's eyes. After tasting the fruit, he returned several times, always trailing me to the mountains. I thought, given our impending marriage, it was no use resisting, nor could I bring myself to tell mother and father. I never expected to become pregnant so easily. The truth was, Yao Shangshu was utterly inept. Initially, she thought he was simply inexperienced with women, but after repeated encounters, she grew weary of him. That was when she turned her attention to the recently prosperous Lu Xinghe. She should have been on guard, especially after missing her monthly cycle for 2 months.
You foolish girl! Chen Shufan exclaimed in exasperation.
What if Yao Shangshu refuses to take responsibility? You would lose your virtue, and who would you turn to for justice? The villagers are already buzzing about this. If it reaches Yao's family, they may have a poor opinion of you. If Yao Shangshu is protective, that is one thing, but if he is fickle, you will have a hard time living with the consequences. Lu Shanchan huffed, I have no desire to be with him. She felt no concern for Yao Shangshu. He was hardly capable of infidelity. Chen Shufan sighed. You have no choice now, you are already tied to Yao Shangshu, and you must marry into Yao's family. She stood up. For now, stay at home and take care of yourself. I will handle the rest of the matters. Do not entertain any thoughts of Lu Xinghe. If Yao Shangshu finds out, it may create a rift between you two.
With that, she exited the room.
Inside, Lu Shanchan bit her lip in frustration, covering her face once more as she wept. Marrying Yao Shangshu means I will live a life of solitude. Yet, she dared not voice such sentiments to anyone else.
After leaving the room, Chen Shufan sought out Lu Xinghe.
Dear, Shanchan's child is our prospective son-in-law's. I believe this is not a bad thing. Once she marries, it will be a double blessing for the Yao family. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. When did she become engaged to Yao Shangshu? Chen Shufan's face flushed crimson.
Oh.
They are, after all, betrothed, and young people sometimes cannot control themselves. Now that the deed is done, it is too late to lament. However, the rumors outside are detrimental to Shanchan. At this point, she cast a hopeful glance toward Lu Xinghe.
Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Lu Xinghe nodded.
Do not worry about the gossip. I will visit Yao's family right away. Please do not prepare lunch for me. Just take care of our daughter.
Chen Shufan quickly agreed. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Shanchan. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Lu Xinghe headed out.
Chapter 82 Purchasing Bran. In the following days, Chu Yue either accompanied Zhang Zhang into the mountains to identify medicinal herbs or assisted him in the village by treating patients. Each time he checked a pulse, he would have Chu Yue feel it once more. As the frequency of her pulse examinations increased, Chu Yue became increasingly adept at interpreting pulse patterns, and she now possessed the capability to diagnose patients independently. Master, I have nearly recognized the commonly used medicinal herbs. The remaining ones can be learned gradually over time. Since you have already taught me quite a bit about pathology and pulse diagnosis, might you also begin to instruct me on formulating prescriptions and acupuncture? Setting aside all else, Zhang Zhang's acupuncture skills were truly remarkable. Whenever someone in the village suffered from headaches, leg pain, or arm aches, his few needles would alleviate their discomfort almost instantaneously, and a prescription would gradually ease their pain. At the very least, for the past 10 days, the headache that had plagued Nai had not returned as Zhang Zhang stroked his beard and glanced towards the chicken coop. That is not out of the question. Ever since he had tasted fried chicken the last time, he had been longing for that delightful flavor. Understanding his unspoken desire, Chu Yue promptly dashed towards the chicken coop. Master, wait here. I shall catch a chicken to prepare fried chicken for you at noon. Observing Chu Yue's spirited figure, Yun Sueha, who was seated in the main room working on needlework, shook her head helplessly.
Yeah, why not catch two?
After you prepare it, send half to your grandparents' house. We have very little rice husk left for the chickens, and they will need to be fed gradually. While catching a chicken, Chu Yue inquired, Mother, does Dilin Ji's family sell rice husks since they have been husking grains for years? If so, we could purchase some to feed the chickens. In a few days, there may not be any meat available in the market, and we need to keep a few chickens for eggs. We still have a hen sitting on eggs, and when the chicks grow a bit, they will also need to be fed. Upon hearing this, Yun Sueha immediately stood up. Your words have reminded me, I shall inquire about it.
With that, she placed her basket of sewing back in the room and headed towards Sun Dalin's house. In just a quarter of an hour, she returned with a load of rice bran mixed with a small amount of broken rice. As Chu Yue was plucking chicken feathers, she hurried to wipe her hands dry. Did you really manage to acquire rice bran? Yun Sueha stepped across the threshold. A load of broken rice husks costs 21, which is already 5 when more than usual, and many people were eager to buy it. Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I been any later, it would have been snatched up by others. Regardless, the feed for the chickens was temporarily secured. Chu Yue stepped forward to assist Yun Sueha in unloading the burden from her shoulders. Are those people buying the rice husks to feed chickens as well? That certainly is not the case, Yun Sueha replied, taking a moment to explain. They mix rice bran into porridge to fill their stomachs. Before you married Xinghe, we used to do the same, and although it was difficult to swallow, it was certainly better than relying solely on plain rice porridge to stave off hunger. Chu Yue pressed her lips together. In any case, our family's circumstances have improved, and we need not rely on husks to fill our bellies anymore. Things will only get better from here on out. Yun Sueha smiled. Indeed, as long as our family remains united, the future will undoubtedly be brighter. Chu Yue assisted Yun Sueha in pouring the rice bran into their own winnowing basket and sieve before returning to pluck more chicken feathers. Yun Sueha brushed the husk dust from her clothing and called towards the house. Xinghe, please help your mother take the baskets and pole to Dalin's house. You can return to practice writing afterward. Recently, Lu Xinghe had given the two brothers a copy of a 1,000-character classic, and perhaps due to the novelty, they had been quite enthusiastic about learning characters. Even the usually boisterous Lu Xinghe had become significantly more composed. Mother, we're coming, the brothers replied in unison as they exited the house, quickly strapping the two baskets to the pole and racing down the mountain. Yun Sueha hurried to the courtyard entrance. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Xinghe, leading the way, waved his hand while running. Understood, mother. Yun Sueha sighed helplessly. This little rascal thinks that reading and writing will temper his nature. It seems he has long since lost interest. Chu Yue couldn't help but laugh. Mother, hasn't Xinghe always been like this? I think it's quite delightful. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and laughed. Indeed, he is carefree and without worries. Once Chu Yue had cleaned the chicken feathers, she held it over the open flame to singe off the fine down, then proceeded to eviscerate it. Rubbing ginger, sauce, and salt all over the chicken, she marinated it in a bowl before heading to the main room to find Zhang Zhang. I previously mentioned to you the importance of observing color and pulse. Floating, rapid, slippery, and surging pulses indicate a yang excess, while sinking, slow, hesitant, and fine pulses signify a yin deficiency. Beyond yin and yang, there are also the 6 elements of exterior-interior, cold heat, and deficiency excess. Only after confirming the patient's condition can we tailor our treatment accordingly, supplementing where needed and purging where necessary. Chu Yue nodded, having gained sufficient insight from feeling many pulses under Zhang Zhang's guidance over the past while. Regarding the 4 qi, 5 flavors, and meridian affiliations, I have already covered these while teaching you about medicinal herbs, so I shall not reiterate them. Today, I will focus on discussing the 7 circumstances of herbal compatibility and the relationships between the monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy in prescriptions. Enthralled by his words, Chu Yue found herself unaware of the passage of time until it was mealtime. She rushed to the kitchen to refill Zhang Zhang's cup with tea before preparing the batter for the fried chicken. As Lu Xinghe, who was cooking porridge over the stove, glanced in Chu Yue's direction, he asked, "Sister-in-law, do you understand what Dr. Zhang is saying?" During Zhang Zhang's lectures, Lu Xinghe often sat nearby to listen, but he had found himself learning little and growing increasingly drowsy. Of course, I understand, Chu Yue replied with a smile. Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister-in-law, you must be exceptionally gifted in medicine. Chu Yue chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. She already had a foundational knowledge, and now she was merely continuing her studies in traditional Chinese medicine. Her master tailored the lessons to her level, ensuring that the content was appropriate for her understanding. One with a lesser foundation might not keep pace as easily. She slid the marinated chicken into the perfectly heated oil and deep-fried it until both sides were golden and crispy before removing it to drain. Following that, she stir-fried a portion of cabbage, and the family gathered around the table to eat. Mother, once the radishes and cabbages are harvested from the old house in a few days, shall we plant another batch? Chu Yue inquired. She couldn't quite pinpoint why, but she felt a sense of reassurance in growing more food this year. Yun Sueha frowned. By the time the radishes are harvested, it will already be October, and the weather will be cold here. The seedlings might freeze. Chu Yue looked troubled. What should we do then? We can't leave the land empty. I still have plenty of vegetable seeds from before. Lu Xinghe has set down his utensils. Actually, it's not impossible. We could spread the rice straw stored at the old house over the ground for insulation. I have grown vegetables this way before, and radishes and cabbages are relatively cold resistant. With the straw for warmth, they should endure for a while. We can harvest them just before it snows. Chu Yue's eyes brightened. Then after we harvest the cabbages and radishes, I will try this method. The cabbages at the old house should yield over a load. We can keep a few for ourselves and sell the rest at the market. Given the current year, cabbages should fetch a good price. Chapter 83, Clearing the Land. Yun Sueha looked at Chu Yue with a touch of heartache. Only you, my child, are so diligent. I had originally thought that since this year has not been prosperous, we could all just stay at home and live quietly, planning to find ways to earn money next year. It seems I've been a bit complacent. Mother has only just begun to regain her health. It is already commendable that she can tidy up the house. I merely thought that as long as we have enough water at home, if we could earn a little more, our family's life would be somewhat easier. With so many mouths to feed, if they did not come up with ways to earn money, they would soon deplete their resources, and who knows what the market will be like next year. After finishing her words, Chu Yue stood up to clear the bowls. As she carried the bowls outside, Lu Xinghe had already prepared water, waiting by the basin. Big sister-in-law, let me wash them. The water is getting cold. Chu Yue chuckled, aren't you afraid of the chill? I'm a man, of course I'm not afraid. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and began washing the dishes. Chu Yue shook her head, scooping hot water from the pot on the stove to mix into the basin. This way, the water won't be so cold. Lu Xinghe tilted his head to glance at Chu Yue and smiled, thank you, big sister-in-law. Chu Yue smiled back. You, sometimes carefree and at other times eager to show off, must remember that a man is still a person. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Lu Xinghe was taken aback, having never heard such words before, and felt a surge of emotion. Big sister-in-law, you are truly kind. After placing the water ladle back in the kitchen, Chu Yue turned to see Lu Xinghe entering. Darling, what brings you to the kitchen? Lu Xinghe picked up the hoe propped against the kitchen door. Isn't there a patch of vacant land beside our house? I was thinking, rather than going to the old house to plant vegetables, why not clear a piece right here? We could fence it off for easier management and watering without having to carry water back and forth. Originally, the land had been parched for so long, severely lacking water. This girl is quite good at advising others not to overexert themselves, yet when it comes to her own situation, she sometimes wishes she could do the work of two. Who knows, she might end up making countless trips to the old house for water, fearing it would affect her studies beside them. The little girl laughed, her eyes crinkling with joy. You're so clever, husband. I hadn't even thought of clearing land. The key was that she couldn't manage it herself and did not want to delay Lu Xinghe's studies, so it hadn't crossed her mind. Chu Yue ran to the corner to grab a dustpan and followed Lu Xinghe outside. Darling, let me help you, I can pick up stones behind you. Upon learning that Lu Xinghe intended to clear the land, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe, the brothers, also got busy, taking small shovels to help. Yunsuei sat under the eaves, embroidering a handkerchief while occasionally glancing at the children bustling nearby, feeling that life was sweeter than honey these days. The four of them toiled for the entire afternoon, managing to clear 5 furrows, each 2 zhang long and half a zhang wide. Lu Xinghe set down his hoe and let out a long breath. That's enough for today, with another half day tomorrow, we'll have the land fully cleared. After handing over the dustpan filled with stones to Lu Xinghe and his brother, Chu Yue washed her hands and went inside for a drink. After finishing, she poured a cup for Lu Xinghe as well. Darling, you should rest, you've been busy all afternoon and must be exhausted. Lu Xinghe took the cup from Chu Yue and drank it down in one go, then returned the cup to her. You've also been hard at work all afternoon. Go take a break, tonight's dinner will be handled by mother. All right. Chu Yue smiled, placing the cup down. Lu Xinghe washed his hands and then took a basin of hot water to the bathroom. The little girl had become quite clingy lately, always wanting to sleep with her arms around his, so he needed to wash off the sweat and dirt to avoid bothering her. After dinner, while the sky was still dimly lit, Lu Xinghe took the opportunity to read in his room. Chu Yue entered and, seeing the room dim, quietly took an oil lamp from his desk and lit it, placing it beside him, all the while careful not to disturb him. Yet, Lu Xinghe was still distracted. He shifted his gaze from the book to Chu Yue, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Yue. Chu Yue's face flushed as she turned and walked to the bedside, muttering softly, why say thank you to me? Hearing her words, Lu Xinghe chuckled and shook his head. After spending so much time together, the little girl was growing more spirited. The following morning, they continued their efforts and cleared another 5 furrows before pausing. After finishing the land, Lu Xinghe took a machete to cut bamboo for the fence, while Chu Yue and the Lu Xinghe brothers spread base fertilizer and mixed it into the soil before sowing seeds. After covering the seeds with soil and watering them, they went to assist Lu Xinghe. Once September passed, Lu Shanchan finally married into the Yao family, and Chu Yue let out a sigh of relief. With Lu Shanchan married off, she would presumably no longer keep a close watch on Lu Xinghe. As winter set in, the weather grew colder, and foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains had become impossible. Just as Chu Yue had anticipated, grain prices began to rise, and many families were thinning their porridge to the point of counting each grain before adding it to the pot. For those who found it inconvenient to use water and were too lazy to make an effort, their vegetable gardens remained untouched, leading to difficulties not only in meals but also in securing vegetables. For Lu Xinghe's family, who had already stored enough grain, these issues were not a concern. Their supply of old and new rice would suffice to last them through the summer of the following year. Wang Xuelan visited their home, a look of relief on her face. You know, we owe it to your earlier warnings, otherwise, we would have spent quite a bit unnecessarily. And now rough rice is selling for 8-1, and it's said to keep rising. Who knows how high it will go? Yun Suehan nodded. I suspect that grain prices 1 drop until the harvest next year. We have enough stored at home, at least enough to last through the summer. Previously, Shoucheng went to the town and bought 200 jin. I am afraid it will only last until next spring. Thinking of this, she slapped her thigh and stood up. No, we must get Shoucheng to buy some more. With so many people in the family, it might not be enough. With that, she hurriedly went down the mountain. Yun Sueha glanced into the house. Xinghe. Lu Xinghe set his book down. Mother, what's the matter? Should we buy some more rough rice? We've eaten through it all while building the house and digging wells, and now we're out. We only have about 100 gene of old rice left, and while we haven't touched the 200 gene of new rice, it likely won't last us through next spring. If we buy more, in case of any unforeseen circumstances next year, we'll have food and won't feel anxious. Lu Xinghe nodded. Alright, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the courtyard door. Who is it? Yun Sui hurried to open the door, surprised to see Wu Yong. Wu Yong? What brings you here? Chapter 84 Xiao Tao is ill. Wu Yong arrived, breathless and panting. Auntie, is Ye home? I need to find her urgently. Oh. Although Yun Sui harbored some resentment towards Wu Yong for seeking out Chu Yue, she still called out to the main room, Ye, Wu Yong from Nyoto village is here looking for you. He says it's urgent. Chu Yue, who was listening to Zhang Zhang explain meridians and acupoints, felt a pang of confusion upon hearing the commotion. Why had Wu Yong come to Banpo village? She hurried out of the house and looked towards the gate where Wu Yong stood. What's wrong? Xiao Tao is ill, suffering from a high fever that won't subside. She has been unconscious for 2 days. According to my father, she has been sick for more than half a month, and I fear it may not end well. Wu Yong spoke, his voice gradually fading. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes brimmed with tears of worry. Lu Xinghe, hearing the commotion, immediately set down his pen and stepped outside. Has she been sick for so long? Didn't her parents take her for treatment? Wu Yong shook his head. At first, they were afraid of the expenses and didn't take her to my father, thinking she could recover on her own. But it has only worsened. I heard that a few days ago she couldn't even get out of bed, which is when my father went to check on her. I've been without work recently, and only learned of this when I returned home, so I rushed here to inform you. Lu Xinghe nodded, glancing at Yun Sui. Mother, yeah, and I will make a trip to Nyoto village and return as soon as possible. Yun Sui understood Chu Yue's concern for her sister and nodded in agreement. Very well, go with yeah. If necessary, bring Xiao Tao back here for treatment. With Dr. Zhang here, I trust she will be in safe hands. Chu Yue sniffled, thank you, mother. She dashed inside to grab her purse and, after exchanging a few words with Zhang Zhang, set out with Lu Xinghe and Wu Yong. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lu Xinghe turned to Chu Yue. Yeah, I'll run ahead to the town. You and Wu Yong head to Nyoto village first. If all goes well, I should arrive around the same time as you. Chu Yue nodded, alright. Lu Xinghe then addressed Wu Yong, I'm entrusting her to you for now. Wu Yong, with a serious expression, replied, rest assured, I will keep her safe. The trio split into two paths, with Lu Xinghe heading towards Nanping town while Wu Yong and Chu Yue made their way to Nyoto village. Yeah, slow down. Don't fall. But Chu Yue seemed to ignore his words, persistently pushing forward. Even if she stumbled, she would rise again and continue, seemingly unaware of the pain. Wu Yong observed the determined girl ahead, recognizing that although she had changed somewhat, her concern for Xiao Tao remained unwavering. He sighed and hurried to catch up. They did not stop along the way. When Chu Yue grew tired, she would walk for a bit. Originally a 2-hour journey, they arrived at Nyoto village in just an hour and a half. Wu Yong followed Chu Yue back to the Chu household. Upon seeing her, Zhao Chunhua unleashed a torrent of scorn. You little wretch, weren't you quite capable? Have you forgotten your family? How dare you show your face here? Why isn't Lu Xinghe with you? You really think any man can be faithful? Bah. Chu Yue had no intention of engaging with Zhao Chunhua's venomous remarks. I'm here to find Xiao Tao. Where is she? The water jar at the kitchen door stood ajar, its rim dried and cracked, and a pile of unwashed bowls lay beside it, indicating that Xiao Tao had been too ill to rise and that no one had attended to the household chores. Chu Yue stepped into the courtyard, intending to go to Xiao Tao's room, but Zhao Chunhua, evading her gaze, stepped forward to block her path. When your father and elder brother went to Banpo village, they made it clear. You are now a member of the Lu family and have severed ties with us. Leave at once, lest you bring trouble to our doorstep. Chu Yue's eyes turned cold. I will not leave until I see Xiao Tao today. If you wish to avoid trouble, you had better let me in. Zhao Chunhua raised her chin defiantly, her face gleaming with arrogance. I thought you had abandoned your family, including your sister, but it seems you've returned for Xiao Tao. However, you may not see her. Anxiety gripped Chu Yue. What have you done to Xiao Tao? Zhao Chunhua laughed as she settled herself in the courtyard. Oh, let me tell you, that girl is worth a bit of silver. Just now, someone offered 5 taels to take her for a ghost marriage, claiming it was for his young master. I thought, since she wouldn't survive anyway, why not? At least she'll have a better fate in the afterlife. They left a little while ago in a carriage, you probably can't catch up. In this region, ghost marriages entailed burial alongside the deceased, akin to being buried alive. The thought of 5-year-old Xiao Tao enduring such a fate made Chu Yue tremble with rage. You are unworthy to be called parents, even less than beasts. With that, she turned, her eyes reddened, and sprinted towards the village entrance. Zhao Chunhua followed her to the door, and seeing Chu Yue run so swiftly, she clung to the doorframe and shouted, You wretched girl, how dare you insult your own mother? It is no wonder Lu Xinghe has cast you aside. If you dare return here again, I swear I will beat you senseless. Chu Yue ignored Zhao Chunhua's frenzied tirade and ran with all her might. There was only one path suitable for a carriage to Nyoto village, and regardless of whether she could catch up, she could not abandon Xiao Tao. Wu Yong silently trailed behind Chu Yue.
He was well aware of how difficult life had been for Chu Yue and Xiao Tao over the years, which was why he often came to offer assistance, yet, Chu Yuqian and Zhao Chunhua seemed to have no limits. It was unfathomable that they could torment their own daughter to death. Beasts would not harm their offspring, yet these people were truly less than animals. At the village entrance, Chu Yue encountered Chu Yuqian, who had just returned from town, humming a little tune. Upon seeing Chu Yue, he appeared surprised. "Oh, you still know to come back. I suppose you're here to see Xiao Tao. It's not that I don't want to help her, but Dr. Wu said there is no hope for her. I can't do anything." Although he spoke these words, there was not a trace of sorrow on his face. Chu Yue shot him a cold glance. "You seem to be in quite good spirits?" "Of course. I just won 100 copper coins in town," he said, waving a 10-pound sack of rice in front of her. "Look, just bought this coarse rice. We won tea have to starve for a while." Chu Yue smirked coldly. "Do you know that Xiao Tao has been sold?" Chu Yuqian looked astonished. "Sold? In her sickly state, who would dare take her?" "She was sold to a wealthy family for a ghost marriage. Mother said she fetched 8 taels. You can ask your wife about it when you get home. I won't chat with you any longer." With that, she continued to sprint forward. Since they were using Xiao Tao's life to exchange for money, she would not allow them to do so easily. Chapter 85. Stopping the horse-drawn carriage. Zhao Chunhua never anticipated that her earlier boastfulness in front of Chu Yue would lead her to inadvertently encounter Chu Yuqian, subsequently revealing the matter of the silver she had sold. Upon returning home, after placing down the 10 pounds of coarse rice in his hand, Chu Yuqian began to interrogate Zhao Chunhua about the whereabouts of their money. Startled, Zhao Chunhua hurriedly defended herself. "Dear husband, you know the state of our family. Due to our financial constraints, we had to postpone Dasha's marriage. If I had money, would I not have arranged a match for our son?" This morning, Chu Yuqian had won some money in town and was in high spirits. Seeing Zhao Chunhua not only refused to give him money but also conceal the fact that she had sold 8 taels of silver, he struck her across the face. "You wretched woman, Arya has already informed me that you sold Xiao Tao for a marriage to someone, earning 8 taels of silver. How dare you deny it now? Even though Xiao Tao is my daughter, she is still of my blood. I have not held you accountable for the harm you caused her, yet you dared to keep this from me, you ungrateful harlot. I am the head of this household, and you dare to hide things from me." As he spoke, he rained blows upon Zhao Chunhua until she cried out for mercy, agreeing to give him the silver before he ceased his assault. Zhao Chunhua retrieved 2 taels of silver from within the house and handed them to Chu Yuqian. "I only sold this much, truly not 8 taels. If I had 8 taels, I would have already sent them to the Chen family as a bride price to bring back a daughter-in-law. You know very well that Arya has her eyes on Xiao Tao. She surely harbors ill intentions." Chu Yuqian, aware that Zhao Chunhua had been fretting over the bride price for their son, decided not to force her to produce the remaining money since he already had 2 taels in hand. "I will head back to town to buy some rice. If you cannot produce the other 6 taels later, I will make you pay dearly." Once he left, Zhao Chunhua collapsed on the ground, wailing for her parents. "What rice buying? He merely intends to squander the silver at the gambling den. That scoundrel Chu Yuqian dares to strike me. That little wretch deserves to die. She clearly only sold for 5 taels, yet she told him it was 8. Is she not intent on ruining my life? You heartless little wretch, I have raised you for so many years in vain." After running out of the village, Chu Yue soon spotted a horse-drawn carriage approaching, with the coachman and Lu Xinghe directing from the outside. Upon seeing Chu Yue and Wu Yong, Lu Xinghe hurriedly instructed the coachman to stop the carriage, leaped down, and grasped Chu Yue's hand. "What brings you here? Is Xiao Tao not at home?" Chu Yue nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. "My husband, my mother has sold Xiao Tao. She said the person who bought her arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. Did you happen to see them on the road?" Lu Xinghe gently wiped the tears from Chu Yue's face. "Do not fret, we will surely find her." After thanking Wu Yong, he lifted Chu Yue into the carriage and then jumped back to his previous seat. "Driver, please turn around and pursue the carriage we just encountered that had a white cloth hanging from it." "Understood," the coachman replied, promptly turning the carriage around and driving forward. I have heard that in these times, for a marriage of the deceased, regardless of whether the person is alive or dead, they are ultimately buried alongside the deceased, akin to being buried alive. How tragic. Lu Xinghe glanced back toward the carriage, concern flickering across his face. It would be fortunate if they could retrieve Xiao Tao, otherwise, Chu Yue would be heartbroken. "Driver, please hurry." The coachman nodded. "All right, hold on tight." With that, he cracked the whip, urging the horses to run faster. Wu Yong watched the receding carriage, feeling a sense of relief. It was indeed Lu Xinghe's foresight. Without the carriage, they would surely not be able to catch up with Xiao Tao. "I hope all goes well for you," he murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow before turning to head home. Once inside the carriage, Chu Yue noticed another person seated within, the very Su Hong who had assisted in dealing with Jiang Gaoyi last time. Upon seeing Chu Yue, Su Hong hastily greeted her. "Miss Chu, we meet again." Chu Yue nodded slightly, her heart heavy with concern for her sister, her face etched with anxiety. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your assistance with my sister's situation." Su Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Though I have only known Lu Xinghe for a short while, we share common interests. This is but a small favor." Chu Yue nodded, lifting the carriage curtain to glance at Lu Xinghe. "My husband, how long has it been since you encountered that carriage?" "Merely a brief moment," he replied, pointing to the bend in the road obscured by hills. "We should soon catch sight of it." "Will they give us Xiao Tao?" Chu Yue asked, worry creeping into her voice. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before nodding. They will, but it may require some payment. Chu Yue pinched her coin purse, taking a deep breath. As long as they could retrieve Xiao Tao, money could be earned later.
Go! After rounding the hill, indeed, the dark blue carriage appeared ahead, the white flag fluttering as it moved.
Chu Yue fixed her gaze on the carriage, her grip on the edge of the carriage tightening to the point of whitening. Fortunately, the carriage ahead was not moving swiftly. Perhaps sensing the urgency of their approach, it veered slightly to the side, slowing its pace. The coachman, seizing the opportunity, urged his carriage to overtake the dark blue one, then positioned their carriage to block its path. Lu Xinghe jumped down from the carriage, took Chu Yue in his arms, and pulled her toward the dark blue carriage. Su Hong followed suit, joining their stride. The dark blue carriage was manned by two men, one being the coachman and the other appearing to be a steward of a prominent family. Upon seeing the approaching trio, their faces registered confusion. "Why do you block my family's carriage?" the steward inquired, glancing at the white flag hanging from their carriage. "Inside our carriage is a bride for my young master. I advise you not to create trouble." Chu Yue, standing beside Lu Xinghe, pointed toward the carriage. "There is a 5-year-old girl inside. I advise you not to provoke us. The Shen family is not one to be trifled with. The elders have stated that even for a marriage of the deceased, one must seek a person on the brink of death. Although the girl in the carriage is quite young, she was a rare find, and it would not be easy to locate another suitable match." Chapter 86 Redemption of Little Tao. Chu Yue gazed in the direction of Lu Xinghe, intending to inquire about the Shen family. In the next moment, she heard Su Hong speak. "Does Steward Li still recognize me?" The man addressed as Steward Li turned his gaze towards Su Hong, then glanced at the carriage behind the three, and clasped his fists in greeting. "My vision has failed me. I did not realize it was young Master Su." Su Hong, with an expression of utmost humility, replied, no matter, the girl inside the carriage is my friend's sister. Might I ask if Steward Li would be so kind as to return her to us? We are willing to pay for her." "It is not merely a matter of money," Steward Li said, a troubled expression crossing his face. "My young master is soon to be buried, and there is no time to seek another suitable girl. This little girl will not be revived. What use is it to you to take her back? Ultimately, she is meant to be a bride for my master, and you would receive a sum in return. 5 taels of silver is no trifling amount for a farming family." Lu Xinghe bowed towards Steward Li. "How much would it take to redeem her? I beseech you to name your price." "I was not implying," Chu Yue interjected at the opportune moment. "Steward Li, perhaps my parents have not informed you, but my sister's illness initially stemmed from a cough, and it is now highly probable that it has developed into tuberculosis. If you insist on taking her away, I cannot guarantee that you will all remain unscathed." Steward Li must be aware of the contagious nature of tuberculosis. No one wishes to gamble with their lives. Though Chu Yue was uncertain of the severity of Xiao Dao's condition, she knew that without a scare, these individuals would not easily part with her sister. Upon hearing Chu Yue's words, the atmosphere suddenly thickened, and at that moment, 2 weak coughs emerged from the carriage, startling Steward Li, who promptly stepped back a few paces. Such an illness could indeed be fatal. The family that sold the girl was exceedingly unscrupulous to have sold their daughter who suffered from tuberculosis. "Are you speaking the truth?" Steward Li inquired. Chu Yue shook her head. "I cannot be certain. My relationship with my family has never been particularly good, and I only just learned of my sister's illness. However, it is indeed true that her cough has lingered for too long, resulting in this grave condition. If Steward Li wishes to avoid this risk, I am willing to offer double the silver to buy back my sister. How does that sound?" "Double the amount, which totals 10 taels. Rather than risk contracting tuberculosis, he would prefer to expend a bit more effort seeking a suitable girl." Steward Li cast a conflicted glance towards the carriage before finally nodding. "Very well. I too believe this girl is too young and unsuitable. Please, take her away swiftly." "Thank you, Steward Li, thank you." Chu Yue, with reddened eyes, bowed deeply in gratitude. After retrieving 10 taels of silver from her purse and handing it to him, she quickly descended from the carriage, cradling Xiao Dao. Gazing at the pallid face of the little girl, whose frail form seemed little more than skin and bones, Chu Yue felt a sharp pang in her heart. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Xiao Dao, can you hear what your sister is saying?" "I have come to take you home." As if sensing Chu Yue's voice, the little girl's parched lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped. Feeling a sense of injustice, her eyelashes fluttered, and tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Seeing Xiao Dao's reaction, Chu Yue wiped away her tears while gently comforting her. "Do not worry, sister. I will take you to receive treatment right away. You will surely recover." Upon witnessing Chu Yue carry Xiao Dao away, Steward Li promptly jumped onto the carriage and instructed the driver to hasten their departure. Su Hong, observing the scene, quickly said, "Hurry, let us get onto the carriage. I shall take you to the town to find a doctor." Chu Yue nodded slightly in response. "There is no need to find a doctor. Might I request young Master Su to take us back to Banpo village instead?" Su Hong looked astonished, pointing at Chu Yue's Xiao Dao in her arms. "She is in such a serious condition, and you do not seek a doctor?" "We have a doctor at home," Chu Yue replied, "and I am a doctor myself." Compared to Dr. Zhu, she placed her trust more in her master. Su Hong was taken aback, scratching his head in surprise that he had not expected that Lu Xinghe's young wife was also knowledgeable in medicine. "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, let us board the carriage. I will take you home." The three hurriedly climbed aboard the carriage, making their way towards Banpo village. The carriage moved swiftly, and within half an hour, they arrived at the village entrance. Without stopping, it continued along the ascending mountain road until it reached the courtyard of Lu Xinghe's home. The inhabitants of the old residence were astonished to see Lu Xinghe approaching in a carriage, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lu Xinghe turned to Wang Xuelan, who was washing rice in preparation for dinner. My dear wife, let the fourth's wife handle the cooking. You should go up the mountain and see what distinguished guests have come to visit our third's wife.
Ah, I shall go at once.
Wang Xuelan rose, wiping her hands on her apron, then removed it, tidied her hair and attire, and made her way up the mountain.
Upon reaching the door, Lu Xinghe leapt down from the carriage. Mother, we are back.
Yunsueha, hearing the voice, hurriedly approached to open the courtyard door, her heart filled with a hint of surprise as she beheld the imposing carriage before her.
Why did you return in a carriage? Hearing the commotion, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe also rushed over, having never seen a carriage before.
It was their first encounter, and they were utterly fascinated, circling around to inspect it. In the next moment, Chu Yue emerged from the carriage, holding Xiaodao, and Lu Xinghe reached out to take the little girl from her arms, heading inside to find Zhang Zhang. Su Hong also disembarked, gazing with astonishment at the blue brick tiled house before him. He had initially thought that Lu Xinghe's family was as destitute as Jiang Gaoi had claimed, only to discover that they resided in a blue brick house. Indeed, sometimes, what one hears may not be the truth. After Chu Yue alighted from the carriage, she hurried to introduce Su Hong to Yunsueha. Mother, this is young Master Su from the town. We owe him a great debt of gratitude, otherwise, we might not have been able to retrieve Xiaodao.
Su Hong bowed slightly to Yunsueha. Su Hong pays his respects to Aunt. Yunsueha, smiling warmly, welcomed him inside. Young Master Su, please come in and sit.
Yeah, go and prepare a cup of tea for young Master Su. Chu Yue, being quite discerning when it came to food, understood that there were numerous ways to brew a single cup of tea. She thought that young Master Su, being a young man of his stature, might not appreciate her own brew.
Ah.
Chu Yue acknowledged, then made her way to the kitchen. She prepared 2 cups of green plum tea and brought them to the main hall for Su Hong and Lu Xinghe, also delivering a cup of water to the driver before heading to Zhang Zhang's room to check on Xiaodao.
Master, how is my sister?
Upon hearing Chu Yue's voice, Zhang Zhang glanced her way and made space for her. Come, feel her pulse and see if our conclusions align. As Su Hong sipped tea in the main hall, he occasionally glanced towards Zhang Zhang's room. I truly did not expect that your family would have a doctor. Lu Xinghe replied affirmatively. Indeed, she is my wife's master, merely staying with us for a time.
Miss Chu Yue is so young, and yet she is a doctor? Su Heng's face was filled with curiosity.
Chapter 87, The thoughts of grandmother. Lu Xinghe gazed at him with an inscrutable expression. The magnitude of a person's achievements cannot be solely assessed by age, talent plays an equally crucial role.
After a moment's contemplation, Su Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Lu was able to pass the imperial examination at the tender age of 9.
Miss Chu may very well become a physician at her youthful age as well. Inside the room, Chu Yue took little Tao's pulse and pried open her mouth to inspect her tongue and throat. The pulse is floating intense, the breathing is rapid, there is no perspiration, and the tongue coating is thin and white. It appears to be a case of wind cold attacking the lungs.
Zhang Zhang nodded thoughtfully. You have overlooked one important detail. Master, please enlighten me.
Shortness of breath and rapid breathing, inability to lie flat, and a sensation of fullness in the chest indicate that this lung condition has persisted for an extended period, leading to a deficiency in lung qi. This little girl has been ill for quite some time. If we delay another day or two, I fear I shall be powerless to help her. Zhang Zhang sighed heavily and began penning a prescription. With a heart full of concern, Chu Yue gently caressed little Tao's face, then lifted a prepared bowl of warm water to moisten her lips before feeding it to her. The girl's lips were chapped and pale, a clear indication that she had been neglected during her illness. At that moment, Yunsueha and Wang Xuelan entered the room together.
Yeah, how is little Tao faring?
It's somewhat serious, but she can still be treated, Chu Yue replied. It would be but a matter of a shout. Your parents are rather heartless, Yunsueha remarked with a hint of pity. Observing the frail child, Wang Xuelan felt a pang of sympathy. Such a good child.
How could they let her illness progress to this severity?
Chu Yue sighed. My parents do not regard us girls as human beings, otherwise, little Tao would not have been bedridden for half a month before they finally called for a doctor.
Wang Xuelan scoffed. What is wrong with girls?
Were they born from stones? In my youth, I longed for a daughter, but alas, I was not blessed with that fortune. I had one son after another, ultimately placing my hopes on your father and uncles, and all I have is Yufang as a granddaughter, with the rest being boys.
Chu Yue smiled faintly. Yufang is indeed fortunate. On this point, Wang Xuelan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed.
Even if there are times when the uncles squabble, they still care for her. At that moment, Zhang Zhang handed the completed prescription to Chu Yue. Prepare 3 doses of medicine according to this prescription, and administer them over 3 days. Additionally, procure some fongfong and boil it with scallion whites to extract the medicinal juice, strain it, and mix it into the kanji before feeding it to her.
Chu Yue nodded. Thank you, master.
In the main hall, Lu Xinghe, hearing the commotion inside, quickly rose and approached the door. He reached for the prescription in Chu Yue's hand. I shall go to the town to fetch the medicine. Su's brother's cart is still here, and I can ride to return swiftly. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Hong, he departed. After visiting little Tao, Yunsueha and Wang Xuelan also exited the room. Yunsueha turned to Su Hong with a smile. As it happens, we are preparing dinner at home. Young Master Su should stay and share the evening meal with us. Su Hong promptly stood up and nodded. Ah, I trouble you, auntie. It is no trouble at all. If you find it stuffy inside, feel free to stroll in the courtyard. I will attend to my chores, Yun Sui had said before exiting the main hall to instruct her two sons, Xingping, Xinghen, go catch a chicken from the coop. All right. The two brothers, who were observing the cart outside, hurried to the chicken coop. After instructing her sons, Yun Suiha went to the kitchen to boil water, preparing to scald and pluck the chicken. Seeing Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe busy catching a chicken, Su Hong rushed over to lend a hand, but he heard Lu Xingping say, Young Master Su, it would be best if you stayed back. The chicken coop is quite dirty, and you might soil your clothes. It matters not, I am here to help. Su Hong rolled up his sleeves and followed the two brothers into the coop. I am nearly the same age as your elder brother. If you don't mind, you may call me elder brother. Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe exchanged glances. Since their elder brother had few friends, it would be quite fitting to call someone he acknowledged elder brother. Thus, they chimed in, Elder brother Su. Ah, Su Hong responded with a smile. The three of them caught a chicken, and Lu Xinghe carried it by the wings towards the kitchen. When Su Hong emerged from the coop, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with not only his long robe covered in feathers but also his head and face. Having grown somewhat familiar with him after their brief interaction, Lu Xingping unabashedly pointed at him and burst into laughter. Elder brother Su, did you sneak into the chicken nest while we weren't looking? Su Hong chuckled sheepishly, a mistake, a mistake. Just then, a voice called out from outside, we are preparing the chicken. Wang Shualan waved her hand, no, you have so many guests, there won't be enough to eat, I have my meal cooking at home, I shall return there instead. In the courtyard, Lu Xingping called out towards the gate, Sister Yufang, come in and sit. No need to sit. I called Nai, so I must go back for dinner. Lu Yufang stepped into the courtyard and immediately spotted Su Hong, covered in chicken feathers, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Hong glanced at the girl at the gate, feeling a bit embarrassed as he turned to brush off the feathers from his clothes. I apologize for the spectacle. Lu Yufang smiled and inquired, are you the friend of brother Xinghe? Indeed, quite amusing, replied Lu Xingping eagerly. Elder brother Su is brother's friend, and you may also call him elder brother. Lu Yufang's face flushed at this. Is that appropriate? Su Hong finally managed to clear the feathers from his attire and turned to Lu Yufang, it is no trouble. Xingping and Xinghen call me that as well, it would not be inappropriate for you to do the same. As the three conversed, Wang Shualan and Yun Suiha exited the house after exchanging pleasantries. Yufang, let us return home. Alright, Yufang replied, waving her hand to Su Hong, elder brother Su, we are heading back. Su Hong nodded, take care. Wang Shualan glanced at Su Hong, noting that he seemed quite decent, well-mannered and humble. However, after considering her own circumstances, she shook her head in negation. This young Master Su hailed from a wealthy family, whereas they were mere farmers, a disparity too great. It would be better for her daughter to seek a match of similar or lesser status, as that would afford her more security in her marital home. Chapter 88 The asparagus fern. Within the confines of the room, Zhang Zhang retrieved a silver needle pouch from his bosom. As he deftly inserted the needles into several acupoints on Chu Xiaodao's body, he elaborated to Chu Yue, the acupoints of Dazui, Fengmen, Fengqi, Feishu, Like, and Higu serve to dispel wind, alleviate cold, and promote lung health. Make sure to memorize them well, for I shall test your knowledge later. Chu Yue listened intently, committing the acupoints to memory in her mind. I've taken note of them, master, she replied. Once the acupuncture was completed and after giving Xiao Tao a bit of warm water to drink, Chu Yue requested Zhang Zhang to keep an eye on her sister while she went to assist Yun Suiha in the kitchen. Dinner consisted of a pot of chicken stewed with radish and a dish of sweet and sour cabbage. Just as the meal was prepared, Lu Xinghe returned with the medicine he had procured, riding at a speed far surpassing that of a horse-drawn carriage. Chu Yue set the medicine for Xiao Tao on the stove to simmer and called everyone to the table. The unique preparation of the cabbage proved immensely popular, vanishing from the table in no time. I never imagined cabbage could be transformed into such a distinctive flavor, Zhang Zhang exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Beside him, Su Hong nodded in agreement, leisurely placing his chopsticks down. Indeed, it's a taste I've never encountered before, yet it's unexpectedly delightful. Miss Chu, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Chu Yue smiled, there aren't many ingredients at home, so I hope you won't find them lacking. Young Master Su. Su Hong quickly waved his hand, saying, in my household, we are never short of poultry or fish, but the prolonged drought this year has indeed hindered the supply of fruits and vegetables. This unexpected meal is even more delectable than gourmet delicacies. After Su Hong and the coachman finished their meal, the sky had begun to darken. To avoid traveling at night, they hurriedly harnessed the horses to return to town. Before leaving, Yun Suiha insisted that Su Hong take with him 2 cabbages and several radishes she had harvested from the old house. It's getting late, otherwise, I would have sent Xinghe to the old house to fetch some more cabbages and radishes for you, young Master Su, she remarked. Su Hong hurriedly waved his hand, Aunt, it's not easy to cultivate vegetables at home. I already feel quite embarrassed taking so much, I dare not ask for more. Then, young Master Su, travel safely. Do come by when you have the time. Oh, Aunt, you needn't see me off. With the family stood at the entrance, watching the carriage disappear at the village's edge before returning indoors. Chu Yue carried Xiao Tao from Zhang Zhang's room to Yun Suiha's, and due to the acupuncture and a bit of water, Xiao Tao was gradually regaining her consciousness. As Chu Yue fed her small spoonfuls of porridge, Xiao Tao made an effort to swallow, her expression indicating discomfort, yet each morsel was a step toward her recovery.
Xiaodao, take a few more bites. We'll rest a while before you take your medicine. By tomorrow, you shall be well again, she said softly while feeding her. Uncertain how long the child had gone hungry at her parents' home, Chu Yue feared they lacked the patience to feed her even a few bites. After having fed Xiaodao half a bowl of porridge, allowing her a moment to digest, she administered the perfectly cooled herbal medicine before letting her drift into slumber. All is well. I shall keep watch over Xiaodao tonight. You should go to sleep. Yeah, Yunsueha whispered. Chu Yue nodded. Thank you for your trouble, mother. Dismissing her shoes, Yunsueha climbed into bed, adjusting the quilt as she spoke. Child, why speak of thanks with me? Go rest. You'll need your strength for tomorrow's trip to town with Xinghe to buy rice and sell vegetables. Be careful not to doze off while selling. Chu Yue chuckled softly. Mother, your jest is becoming increasingly absurd. How could I possibly doze off while selling vegetables? The family's livelihood depends on it. I was merely teasing. Now, off to sleep with you. And you rest well too, mother. After exiting Yunsueha's room, Chu Yue washed the medicine bowl and returned to her own chamber. The oil lamp within was still aglow, and Lu Xinghe reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Chu Yue's entrance, he closed the book and placed it on the table. How is Xiaodao faring? He inquired. She is much improved compared to when she first arrived. After a long day of tending to matters, Chu Yue's face bore traces of fatigue. She is under your mother's care. There is no need for you to worry. Come, let us rest, Lu Xinghe said. Patting the warm bedding, Chu Yue climbed onto the bed and nestled into the covers, reveling in the warmth enveloping her. Darling, it's so cozy under the blankets, she exclaimed. Lu Xinghe merely responded with a hum, extinguishing the lamp at the bedside before joining her beneath the covers. As Chu Yue instinctively wrapped her arms around his, finding a comfortable position, she soon drifted off to sleep. Observing her ability to fall asleep at the mere mention of it, Lu Xinghe felt a pang of envy. Even Xingping and Xing'an cannot boast such a talent. The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Yue's first instinct was to check on Xiaodao in Yunsueha's room. After a night of rest and treatment, Xiaodao had awakened, and Yunsueha was gently feeding her warm water, one spoonful at a time. Seeing Chu Yue, Xiaodao suddenly began to silently choke back tears. Noticing the little girl's distress, Yunsueha quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. My dear child, why do you cry upon seeing your sister? With reddened eyes, Chu Yue stepped forward. Mother, let me take over. Yunsueha handed the handkerchief and spoon to Chu Yue. You two sisters have a moment together. I'll go prepare breakfast. Thank you for your hard work, mother. After comforting Xiaodao, Chu Yue continued to feed her a couple more spoonfuls of water before turning to place the bowl down. Believing Chu Yue was about to leave, Xiaodao grasped the edge of her sister's garment tightly, her voice trembling. Sister, don't go. Witnessing her tearful yet hesitant expression, Chu Yue's heart softened, and she quickly drew her into an embrace, soothing her. Sister, isn't going anywhere. I only wish to set down the bowl. From now on, Xiaodao will live here, and we shall never be apart again, alright? Xiaodao's sunken eyes blinked with hope. Really? I want to have to return to father and mother? For her parents were a nightmare. They often resorted to beatings and scolding, and even when she fell ill, her mother would drag her up to wash clothes and dishes. When bedridden and unable to move, the chores remained undone, leading to harsh words and curses. In those moments, she thought it might be better to fulfill their wishes, yet, if she truly perished, her only beloved sister would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Chu Yue nodded earnestly. Of course it's true. If you don't wish to go, you need never return. Xiaodao shook her head vigorously. I don't want to go. I only want to be with sister. Once I am well, I can do many chores. I can wash clothes, do dishes, cook, sweep, and fetch water. I can learn to do it all. Chu Yue held back the ache in her heart and smiled. You're just a 5-year-old child. There is no need for you to take on so much. My previous return was also for your sake. Since you don't wish to go back, let us sever ties with them completely. Let us abandon the name Xiaodao. We'll let them believe you are no longer with us. How about I give you a new name? The little girl nodded, her expression resolute. Alright. Chu Yue pondered for a moment, searching her mind for a fitting name, when suddenly, a name of a medicinal herb came to her. From now on, you shall be called Wenju, Chu Wenju. Chapter 89 Taxation. After soothing the little girl, Chu Yue allowed her to continue resting in bed before rising to head to the kitchen. She began preparing medicine for Chu Wenju and glanced at Yunsueha, who was busily working nearby. Mother, I've just renamed Xiaodao to Chu Wenju. From now on, let us call her Xiaozhu, shall we? Yunsueha nodded eagerly. Indeed, a name change is welcome. Wenju sounds lovely, and Xiaozhu rolls off the tongue nicely. That's right. Since you're busy in the kitchen, I'll go water the fields. Noticing that breakfast would take a while longer, Chu Yue took a bucket and stepped outside. After drawing 2 buckets of water from the well, she was about to carry them out to the yard when she suddenly felt the weight lift from her shoulder. Looking up, she saw Lu Xinghe standing behind her, effortlessly transferring the load from her shoulder to his own. Didn't I say? From now on, let me handle such heavy tasks. Chu Yue smiled, her eyes crinkling with mirth. This year, you can help a little at home, but what if you go away for studies or examinations later? Xingping and Xing'an are still young, and mother's health isn't great. Won't I have to manage on my own then? If I'm not home, then just carry less. Aren't you worried about not growing tall? You wouldn't want to be stunted by the weight, Lu Xinghe replied, carrying the water as he walked out of the yard. Chu Yue trailed closely behind him, glancing down at her still slender frame, and retorted playfully, I didn't let you touch my head before, and now it has become your reason to tease me. Lu Xinghe pursed his lips slightly. I'm not teasing you. One must act according to their strength when doing heavy work, otherwise, it's not just injuries to worry about. You could end up with lasting back pain. Doctor, you should understand this better than I do. Hearing this, Chu Yue pouted. You're using my own words against me. What more can I say? Just be careful from now on. Lu Xinghe set the buckets down in the furrow, turned back, and gently ruffled Chu Yue's hair. Good girl, I'm off to the old house to harvest cabbage and will bring back a cart. You take your time here, we can head to town together after breakfast. Alright, I understand, Chu Yue said, pretending to be nonchalant as she scooped water. Lu Xinghe chuckled and shook his head before returning to the courtyard to fetch a basket and a crate, leading Lu Xinghe back to the old house. Chu Yue watched Lu Xinghe's tall figure disappear, her eyes curving into a smile as she resumed watering the plants. After finishing the 10 furrows, she noticed that Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe had yet to return, so she served a bowl of porridge to Chu Yue. Xiaozhu, it's time for porridge. She placed the bowl on the table, helped Xiaozhu sit up from the bed, and then blew on the porridge to cool it before feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Perhaps due to the acupuncture and medicine from yesterday, Xiaozhu not only felt more awake today but also had a much better appetite, stopping only after eating more than half a bowl. Sister, how long until I get better? Are you not feeling much improved already? Chu Yue pinched her cheek playfully. After you finish eating, rest for a bit. Once you regain some strength, you can get up and move around before taking your medicine. Xiaozhu nodded, okay. By the way, Chu Yue said, looking at her, later, I'll be going to town with your brother-in-law to buy rice. We might not be back until afternoon, so you need to behave and wait for me. Xiaozhu nodded obediently, I understand, sister. Just as she stepped out of the room, she saw Lu Xinghe arriving at the gate, peering inside. Upon noticing Chu Yue, he smiled somewhat shyly. Xinghe's wife, is your mother inside? She is, Uncle Xinghe, Chu Yue called out to the kitchen, Mother, the village head is looking for you. Coming. Yun Suiha instructed Lu Xinghe to keep an eye on the kitchen before stepping outside. Is brother Xinghe here? Is it time for us to pay our taxes? Lu Xinghe nodded, flipping open the ledger in his hands and squinting to read the figures before addressing Yun Suiha. Your household has collected a total of 200 caddies of rice this year. According to the tax rate of 20%, you owe 10 caddies, converted to the current market price of new rice, that amounts to 121. With 2 children and 3 adults in the household, the annual mouth tax for each child is 23 won, and for each adult, it is 121, totaling 406 won. Altogether, that makes 526 won. You can calculate and see if that is correct. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Suiha looked at Lu Xinghe. Since brother Xinghe has calculated it accurately, it must be right. However, we now have an additional child in the family, whom we just brought home yesterday. Do we need to pay the mouth tax for her? Lu Xinghe was taken aback, seemingly surprised that they had enough surplus grain to support an extra mouth during these times. He waved his hand dismissively, since she was just brought home yesterday, if she is still here next year, you can pay for her then. Alright then, I'll fetch the money right away. Please wait a moment, brother Xinghe. After paying the 526 won in taxes, Lu Xinghe left. On his way down the mountain, he happened to meet Lu Xinghe pushing a cart loaded with cabbages. Lu Xinghe quickly stepped aside, gazing in astonishment at the bountiful cart. Wow, Xinghe, your harvest is quite impressive this year. Lu Xinghe replied with a nod, this year as fertilizer worked well, the yield is decent. The cabbages he harvested this year were indeed larger than any he had grown in previous years. Had he not witnessed Chu Yue planting them himself, he would have found it hard to believe that such vegetables could thrive in a drought year. Not only cabbages, but the radishes were also sizable. He had pulled up half a basket of radishes today, leaving the rest in the ground as Chu Yue had mentioned she wanted to use them for pickled radishes and dried radish shreds. Upon returning home with the cabbages and radishes, the family was gathered around the table for dinner when Xiaozhu slowly made her way to the kitchen, leaning against the wall for support. Sister. Her tiny voice reached Chu Yue's ears, prompting her to set down her bowl and quickly assist Xiaozhu into a nearby chair. Why didn't you call out if you were getting up? What if you felt dizzy and fell? Chu Yue leaned in a bit shyly and whispered something into Chu Yue's ear. Upon hearing it, Chu Yue promptly helped her to the outhouse. This outhouse was different from their own at home. The floor was paved with blue bricks, feeling solid underfoot with no fear of slipping. The pit below was a small channel sloping down to the septic tank behind the house, ensuring that no waste was visible. After Xiaozhu finished, she steadied herself against the wall as she exited the outhouse, gazing around in awe at the spacious yard and blue-tiled houses. She had previously believed her parents when they said her brother-in-law's family was poor. She grasped Chu Yue's hand and looked toward her. Sister, is this truly brother-in-law's home? Chu Yue smiled. We're living here now, could it be anything but real? A faint smile graced the pale girl's face. How wonderful it was that her sister was living with her brother-in-law, and life was better than she had imagined. So, brother-in-law's family isn't as destitute as mother and father said. Their words truly can't be trusted. Chu Yue chuckled and led Xiaozhu back inside. Chapter 90. Selling vegetables after their meal. Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe took a tattered cloth from their dwelling to cover the vegetables on the cart before pushing it towards Nanping town. The two did not pause along the way and arrived at the town after an hour. Today, the number of people at the town entrance was noticeably greater than usual, likely due to fears of rising grain prices. Many departing individuals carried various amounts of grain. It was just past the hour of the snake, and the day was still young. Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue headed directly to the market. After selling the vegetables, they needed to visit the grain and oil shop, though it was uncertain how crowded it would be today or whether they would need to queue. Darling, why don't you go to the market alone while I take a quick look at the grain shop? Lu Xinghe, without hesitation, declined. Today, the town is bustling with people, and these times are never peaceful. Stay close to me, do not wander off. We can sell the vegetables first, and if we don't manage to buy rice today, I can make another trip tomorrow. Chu Yue surveyed her surroundings, nodded, and remained by Lu Xinghe's side.
The market was busier than usual, with many stalls set up, though most were selling household items for silver. Among these vendors were individuals who appeared emaciated, while the sellers of vegetables were few and far between. Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue pushed the cart to a discreet spot, wary of attracting attention. Chu Yue took out only 2 cabbages and 5 radishes, placing them by the roadside. As she displayed the food, it immediately captured the attention of several passers-by. An elderly woman with a basket approached them.
Miss, how much for your cabbages and radishes?
The pricing had been previously discussed between Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, and she responded accordingly. Radishes are 10 won each, and cabbages are 30 won apiece.
My cabbages are quite sweet, would you like to buy one to try? How exorbitant.
The elderly woman hesitated upon hearing the prices. Normally, 3 or 5 radishes would only cost 10 won, and such a large cabbage would typically be 12 won at most. Given the current poor harvest, grain prices had risen significantly, and vegetable prices were even more alarming. Another elderly woman, seeing her reluctance, pushed her aside and pointed at the cabbages and radishes in front of Chu Yue, saying, "Miss, I'll take all your radishes and cabbages."
How much is it altogether?
Before Chu Yue could respond, the first woman protested, "What's the meaning of this? I didn't say I wouldn't buy. Why are you pushing me aside?"
The second woman shot her a disdainful glance. Are you buying or not?
You're disrupting this young lady's business. If you're not buying, step aside, I want them.
With that, she pulled out her purse. Miss, how much for all these vegetables?
Chu Yue smiled. Altogether,
it's 110 won.
All right. The elderly woman agreed, hurriedly retrieving the money from her purse and handing it to Chu Yue, before stuffing the radishes and cabbages into her basket and leaving. The first woman, feeling slighted, grabbed Chu Yue's arm to argue, "Miss, your business practices are unfair. I was here first, how could you sell to her?"
Due to the commotion between the two women, many in the market turned their attention to the scene.
Chu Yue freed herself from the woman's grip, saying, "Madam, with grain being precious these days, I understand your hesitation, but I cannot forego business just to wait for your decision. The principle of commerce is first come, first served." As she spoke, she retrieved 2 more cabbages from the cart. Seeing that there were more vegetables available, the second woman, fearing they might sell out, decided not to argue further and quickly counted out 61 to Chu Yue. "Miss, I'll take those 2 cabbages." Chu Yue smiled as she placed the newly retrieved cabbages into the woman's basket. "Please take care of them." In just a brief moment, they had sold vegetables worth 171.
Chu Yue glanced in Lu Xinghe's direction. "Darling, shall we consider raising the price?"
She had observed that there were hardly any other vegetable sellers in the market, and given the size and freshness of her cabbages, selling them for 50 when each seemed feasible.
Lu Xinghe nodded. "Do as you see fit." "Very well."
Chu Yue smiled as she took out 2 more cabbages and 3 radishes. As soon as the vegetables were visible, more customers approached.
"Miss, how much are you selling these for?"
Chu Yue quickly replied, "Cabbages are 50 won each, and radishes are 15 won each." Upon hearing the prices, the customer found them too steep and left after grumbling a few complaints. Although raising the prices led to losing some customers, many affluent families, upon hearing the prices, began to purchase 1 or 2. If a larger family came to shop, they would take 3 or 5 at a time. In just half an hour, the cart, once brimming with cabbages and radishes, was completely sold out. Chu Yue calculated their earnings, realizing they had made nearly 3 taels of silver, whereas ordinarily, it would not exceed 300 won. Furthermore, in usual times, with plenty of radishes and cabbages grown at home, few would venture out to buy, making it impossible to sell so quickly.
"Darling, it's still early. Shall we go take a look at the grain shop?"
Chu Yue suggested as she tidied up their things.
"All right."
As Lu Xinghe led Chu Yue towards the market entrance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks.
"What is it?"
Chu Yue, puzzled, followed Lu Xinghe's gaze to see a man calling out while leading a mule. "Darling, should we buy a mule?"
Lu Xinghe glanced back at Chu Yue. "Do we have any silver?"
Chu Yue nodded. "I have some, but not much.
Including what we just earned, it doesn't exceed 18 taels. Let us ask for a price first."
Lu Xinghe pulled the cart to the man. "Sir, how much for this mule?" The man sighed. "I've only had this mule for 3 years. If it weren't for this poor harvest, I wouldn't dream of selling it. This mule can plow fields and pull carts, running much faster than a donkey. If you truly wish to buy, I can let it go for 18 taels. 15 taels, Lu Xinghe countered. The man appeared hesitant. 3 years old is just the right age for a mule to be strong and capable. Under normal circumstances, it would sell for at least 22 taels.
However, these are not normal times.
Even if I buy it, I will need to spend effort finding it food. 15 taels is my final offer. If not, we shall take our leave." With that, he turned to lead Chu Yue away. The man, seeing this, quickly stepped in front of them. "Could you perhaps add a little more? I need the money to pay the taxes." Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment and replied, "Add 200 won.
I cannot offer more than that. We simply do not have the funds."
Chapter 91 Purchasing a mule. The old man hesitated for quite some time before finally nodding and saying, "If it's an additional 200 won, then so be it. Since you have decided to buy my mule, you must take good care of it." He had been waiting here for 3 days, and it was a rare opportunity to find a buyer. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would be able to sell it again? After paying the old man 15 taels and 200 won, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue led the mule away. Although it was already midday, there were still 7 or 8 people lined up outside the grain shop to purchase rice. What are we to do? The price of grain rises each day. I've only delayed for a day, and today coarse rice has already reached 10 won. Indeed, it used to be only 8 won for rice. At this rate, we will soon be forced to go hungry.
Listening to their conversation, Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe and said, "My dear, coarse rice has risen to 10 won, should we still buy it? Let us purchase some, it's likely to increase further in the coming days." In times like this, doesn't the court allocate relief grain? Not yet, the situation hasn't escalated to warrant the court's attention. Furthermore, even if they were to allocate relief grain, the processes and checkpoints are lengthy and complicated, and by the time it reaches the common people, there likely won't be much left. After speaking, he handed the reins of the mule to Chu Yue and joined the queue to buy grain. Chu Yue regarded Lu Xinghe thoughtfully, realizing that her husband had experienced the hardships of the common folk and would not easily succumb to the allure of profit. If he were to excel in his studies, he might very well become a good official. The line moved swiftly, and before long, it was Lu Xinghe's turn. "I would like 200 pounds of coarse rice." The grain seller extended his hand, replying, 200 pounds of coarse rice will be 2 taels of silver. Lu Xinghe paid the sum, loaded the 200 pounds of coarse rice onto the cart, and then led Chu Yue away. "My dear, didn't we agree to buy only 100 pounds? Why have we purchased 200? Buying a bit more gives me peace of mind." Chu Yue smiled, "That is true." She dashed to the previous location where pastries were sold, intending to buy some to take back for Xiao Zhu, only to find that the pastries which used to cost 10 would now cost 20. After inquiring about the price, she hurriedly pulled Lu Xinghe away. "Why aren't we buying anymore? It's too expensive," Chu Yue complained. Lu Xinghe, upon hearing this, softened his tone. "If you want to eat it, just buy a little. After all, it's not something we indulge in often." "It's fine, I'll just make it myself when we get back." "You can make pastries?" Lu Xinghe asked, astonished. "Not really," Chu Yue replied with a playful smile, "but I have tasted them, and I think I can manage. If it doesn't turn out well, we can always eat it as a meal." Hearing the girl's words, Lu Xinghe suddenly laughed. "Now that you mention it, I believe you might actually succeed." After exiting the town, they tied the cart to the mule with a rope, allowing it to pull them forward. Chu Yue sat on the cart, guiding the mule, while Lu Xinghe walked behind, steadying the cart's handles. In this manner, their journey became much lighter and faster than when they had come. They led the mule and cart directly back home from the village entrance. "Mother, we're back." Yunsueha opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the tall mule. "Why have you brought back a mule?" As Lu Xinghe untied the hemp ropes from the cart, he explained, "There was someone selling it in town today, and it appeared to be 6 or 7 taels cheaper than usual, so I bought it. It will surely be useful for our household, and having one will make things more convenient." Yunsueha did not question further. She glanced around the house and said, "Just in time, our pigsty is empty, so we can take the mule there." The pigsty was the only structure made of mud bricks, and when it was built, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe had mixed in quite a few stones, making it sturdier than an ordinary earthen house. Lu Xinghe led the mule into the pigsty, using a chopper to cut the rice stalks into pieces, mixing them with the shredded leaves from the radishes, and poured the mixture into the trough to feed the mule. After unloading the coarse rice, Yunsueha brought 2 radishes from the kitchen and handed them to Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, you and Xingping go take the cart to Aunt Lin's house and take these 2 radishes to her as well." "All right," the 2 brothers replied, one carrying the radishes while the other pushed the cart, dashing away like the wind. Chu Yue glanced in the direction of her brothers, then turned back to Yunsueha. "Mother, has Xiao Zhu gone to sleep?" "He fell asleep after lunch. The poor child is only just recovering from his illness and is still weak. He will need time to regain his strength." Yunsueha brushed the dust off her hands. "You must be hungry after a busy morning, right? I'll go and serve the food that is heating in the pot." Chu Yue hurried to intervene. "Mother, we can manage on our own, you should rest." Yunsueha waved her hand dismissively. "It's not heavy work. I am quite healthy at the moment." Seeing this, Chu Yue turned and, along with Lu Xinghe, carried the 2 bags of coarse rice into the cellar. After washing her hands, she sat down at the table to eat. Yunsueha watched them finish their meal, then stood up to collect the bowls. "Xinghe, how much did you pay for the mule today?" 15 taels and 200. When Yunsueha was taken aback, "You went to town with so much money? Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" "I intended to buy rice and, quite inexplicably, brought along 15 taels. However, we made quite a profit selling that cart of cabbage and radishes today," Chu Yue said, her face full of mystery. "Mother, guess how much we sold it for?" Yunsueha smiled. "You little rascal, you're becoming more mischievous, much like Xingping and Xinghen. I didn't go with you to sell the vegetables, so how could I possibly guess?" Chu Yue chuckled, holding up 3 fingers. "That cart of vegetables sold for nearly this amount." Yunsueha was astonished. "So much?" Chu Yue nodded. "The market was bustling today, and there were hardly any other vendors selling vegetables. As soon as we put ours out, many people gathered around. We sold our cabbages for 50 won each, and quite a few people bought them. In a few days, they might even go for 100 wen. Lu Xinghe interjected. 100 won? We would need to go to the county to sell them. In town, only a few wealthy households might buy 1 or 2, while the rest wouldn't be able to afford them. In any case, we now have a mule, so going to the county won't be difficult." Chu Yue replied with enthusiasm. She then stood up energetically. "Mother, I'm going to the old house to pull radishes. Could you please boil a pot of water and let it cool? I'll need it to soak the radishes later." Yunsueha quickly nodded. "Of course, that is a small task. If you're going to the old house, make sure to take Xingping and Xinghen with you." "All right," Chu Yue replied, exiting the kitchen. "Xingping, Xinghen, we're going to the old house to pull radishes." Just as the 2 brothers returned home after delivering the cart, they hadn't even settled down when they dashed out again, grabbing a basket and a backpack from under the eaves before heading out. Seeing that Chu Yue was going to the old house with a hoe and some leftover seeds, Lu Xinghe guessed her intentions and, after saying a word to Yunsueha, followed the others outside. Chapter 92. Sharing the burden. Noticing the absence of a familiar weight upon her shoulder, Chu Yue turned in surprise to glance behind her. "Husband, why are you not in the house reading, but instead following us?" Lu Xinghe, shouldering a hoe, stepped past a few individuals. "I shall weed those patches of land, and then I will return to my reading." Chu Yue smiled as she caught up with him. "How did you know I intended to weed and plant vegetables?" Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a playful smirk. Take a guess. Chu Yue glanced at the hoe resting on his shoulder, then at the vegetable seeds she held in her hands. There was truly no mystery to unravel. After all, her husband was astute and could discern her intentions at a glance. What delighted her most was his willingness to join her in sharing the labor. In a matter of moments, the four of them arrived at the old house. The soil in front of the old house was loose, and the radishes had grown splendidly. With a gentle tug, a sizable radish would come free without much effort. Before long, the three of them had uprooted all the radishes from the 2 patches of land. Once the vegetables were harvested, and with the soil relatively loose, Lu Xinghe had cleared away the stumps of the cabbages to level the ground, while the Lu Xinghe brothers followed behind to apply the fertilizer. Chu Yue meticulously twisted off all the radish leaves, placing the radishes into her basket while stuffing the leaves into another. By the time she had nearly finished processing the radishes, Lu Xinghe had already prepared 3 rows of land and paused to catch his breath. Let us set the radishes aside for now. I'll carry them back after I finish weeding the rest. Alright, Chu Yue replied, placing the basket and the leaves together before heading into the field to assist him. Once Lu Xinghe had completed his weeding, he hoisted the basket and took the other in hand as he made his way home, leaving the tasks of planting and fertilizing to Chu Yue and the Lu Xinghe brothers. When the 3 of them had finished their work in the field, Lu Xinghe had returned with a mule, bringing 4 buckets of water. As he unloaded the water from the mule's back, he remarked, I borrowed 2 buckets from Grandpa and Grandma on my way back. With this mule, watering will be much more convenient in the future. Chu Yue gazed at the 4 buckets of water and smiled brightly. Husband, your method is truly, 1 trip will suffice. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. In due time, I'll ask the village craftsman to make 2 more buckets, and we should also get the mule a cart. It will make our next outing considerably easier. At this, Lu Xinghe stood up and inquired, Elder brother, can San Mao make a cart? Not particularly skilled at it, but I can provide him with blueprints and ideas, Lu Xinghe replied while assisting Chu Yue with watering the plants. Buying a cart in town would cost at least 8 or 10 taels, but having someone from the village make one, along with the wood, would not exceed 3 taels. Chu Yue nodded, very well, let us have someone from the village make it. Every little bit saved counts. Hey, Xinghe, have you bought a mule for your household? Just as they were busy, a voice called out from the yard. Lu Xinghe stood up to see it was Li, the wife of Sun Dazhu, and merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to his task of watering the plants. Seeing that no one was inclined to engage with her, the old woman huffed in irritation and left in a huff. Upon returning home, she began to berate Sun Dazhu, you foolish blockhead. You earned a mere 21 for fetching water from the well, and you couldn't ask for more. Now that others have prospered, who even remembers who you are? Look at those people from Lu Xinghe's household. Just moments ago, the old woman greeted them, and they didn't even spare her a glance. They treat me with disdain, and isn't that a slap in your face? Rao, standing nearby, shot her a disapproving look. Mother, if you wish to earn others' respect, you must first act like an elder. You've been begging for pig trotters and vegetables, always taking advantage of others. Who would like that? Having finally sent the old woman away for a brief respite, the recent surge in pork prices meant that this month she had not received any meat, causing her to return to the family as if she were a vulture. With such a calculating matriarch around, Rao felt as though she could hardly endure another moment. Li, upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, pointed at her and scolded, you are the very definition of someone who clings to appearances, even at the cost of your own sustenance. What's wrong with asking for a little food? I didn't dig up anyone's ancestral grave. You will never reflect on your own actions, always believing you are in the right, with such a huge ego. Sun Dazhu, feeling overwhelmed by the quarrel between his mother and wife, rubbed his head in frustration. Mother, can't you just keep the peace and live a good life? He then turned to Rao, and you, how can you speak to mother like that? Rao, who had been nursing her grievances for quite some time, felt deeply wronged by Sun Dazhu's words. This was the first time he had referred to her simply as her Ao.Li, not one to miss a moment, added fuel to the fire. She has treated the old woman this way for quite some time now. She lacks even the most basic filial piety. I wonder how your parents raised you. Had I known you were so uncultured, I wouldn't have allowed Dazhu to marry you, lest you spoil my precious grandson. Hearing this, Rao felt her blood boil, trembling with indignation. Sun Dazhu, noticing her distress, grew anxious and grasped her arm. Wife, don't touch me. Rao shot back, her eyes filled with disappointment and hurt. Sun Dazhu, I misjudged you. I don't want to live this life with her around. You figure it out. With that, she removed her apron and tossed it to the ground, storming out of the house. Sun Dazhu, seeing her leave, wanted to chase after her but was firmly held back by Li. Don't pursue her. Let her go. I believe Rao has been spoiled by you. She has been married and has had 3 children. I don't believe she won returned. Mother. Sun Dazhu forcefully shook off Li's grip, pleading, I beg you, just go back to the old house. You remember how you treated her before? He gestured in the direction where Rao had departed. When she was pregnant, suffering from nausea, and too weak to rise from bed, you killed a chicken and didn't even offer her a sip of soup. Later, when she felt better and saw the feathers in the yard, she realized you had killed the chicken for dinner. When she gave birth to our eldest in winter, that delivery was already difficult, and the day after, you left her to wash an entire family's laundry while I was away working, resulting in her losing so much blood that it nearly cost her life. I wouldn't even recount the other incidents. You were adamant about splitting the household because you couldn't tolerate her. Had you acted like a proper elder, she wouldn't have been driven to this point. I am grateful that she has agreed to continue supporting you.
Recalling the hardships Rao had endured, Sun Dazhu broke down in tears. If it weren't for the quarrel that had just unfolded, he would never have raised his voice at her. Now, filled with guilt and concern over Rao's departure, he knelt before Li. Mother, I beg you, just let me be. I don't want our family to fall apart, nor do I want our children to grow up without their mother. Please return to the old house, I promise, as long as there is food in our home, you will never go hungry. Chapter 93 Helplessness. Old Lady Li gazed at her son, her expression one of bewilderment. She had never fathomed that her actions would cause her son such anguish. Wiping away her tears, she retreated into the house to gather her belongings. Ah, you have all grown up, your wings have become strong, and with your father gone, you bully me, leaving me to live alone in the old home. One day, when I close my eyes, I fear none of you will even notice. After packing her things, she left the old house in a state of sobs. Sun Dazhu, this time resolute, did not show any softness. After watching old Lady Li depart, he instructed his eldest daughter to keep an eye on the younger siblings before rushing out to find Lu Xinghe. As Chu Yue and the others finished watering, they spotted Lu Xinghe, who had just emerged from the house after an argument, seemingly lost and seeking refuge in a secluded corner to weep. Chu Yue glanced toward Lu Xinghe, handed him the water ladle, and exited the courtyard. Aunt, what troubles you? Lu Xinghe buried her face in her arms, murmuring, I am fine, just unsure of where to go. Unable to remain at home and unwilling to return to her natal family, she echoed old Lady Li's sentiments. She could not truly sever ties with Sun Dazhu. It was merely an expression of her frustrations. Once her anger subsided, she would inevitably return home, a predicament familiar to married women. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yue squatted beside her and suggested, why not accompany us to our home for a while? It would be a good opportunity for you to chat with my mother. Back when we lived here, she would often seek you out for a word or two, but now that we moved to the village entrance, such chances are scarce. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe wiped her tears and, with Chu Yue's assistance, stood up. All right, I shall visit your mother. I haven't seen your new house yet. Chu Yue smiled, my mother hasn't been over here in a while. If she sees you at the house, it will surely bring her joy. Observing the radiant smile on Chu Yue's face, Lu Xinghe remarked with a tinge of emotion, your mother is a wise woman. She understands that treating her daughters-in-law well will ensure they reciprocate that kindness. Chu Yue remained silent, as it was not appropriate to voice certain matters given their differing generational perspectives. Just then, Lu Xinghe finished closing the gate of the old house and led the group homeward. Upon their arrival, Xiao Zhu emerged from the outhouse, likely due to an excess of fluids consumed. When awake, she frequently ran to the lavatory. However, her spirits appeared significantly improved compared to the morning. Spotting Chu Yue, her face lit up with delight. Sister! As Chu Yue set down her belongings, she inquired, how do you feel now, Xiao Zhu? Are you feeling better? The little girl nodded vigorously, much better. Today, Grandpa Zhang gave me acupuncture, and I didn't even cry. She then coughed lightly a couple of times, but her symptoms were indeed much milder than before. Yunsueha, washing radishes by the well, glanced in Chu Yue's direction and commented, this child is quite sensible. It pains me to see her like this, she must be trying to spare us from worry by keeping silent. Xiao Zhu lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, it really doesn't hurt that much. Grandpa Zhang was very gentle. In comparison to the discomfort she experienced while ill, the acupuncture was far more tolerable. Chu Yue approached and gently patted her head. Go rest inside now. After saying this, she walked toward Yunsueha, mother, let me wash the radishes. Aunt Luo is here. Oh. Yunsueha was about to rise when she noticed Lu Xinghe entering the courtyard. She waved her hand, saying, no need for that, I can help you both. Yunsueha wiped her hands on her apron, but how can that be? You are a rare guest. She could see that Lu Xinghe's eyes were still slightly red, likely a result of her troublesome mother-in-law causing strife at home. Lu Xinghe chuckled, taking a small stool beside Yunsueha and began scrubbing a radish from the basin. What rare guest? We have been neighbors for so many years, sister-in-law, you are being too formal. The three of them quickly finished washing the radishes. Yunsueha went to the kitchen to brew a cup of tea for Lu Xinghe, and the two settled under the eaves to chat. Once the radishes had dried, Chu Yue began cutting them, some into long strips and others into small cubes. The long strips were placed in a bamboo basket to dry, while the cubes were salted for pickling. After extracting the moisture, they were placed in a jar, along with cooled boiled water, rice vinegar, and a touch of sugar. Lacking white sugar, she had to substitute with brown sugar. The pickled radishes filled 3 small jars, and once properly fermented, they would have a delightful sweet and sour taste, perfect for stimulating the appetite. After chatting with Lu Xinghe and learning about her family's situation, Yunsueha felt it prudent to refrain from saying too much. It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage, and besides, Sun Dazhu had committed no grievous faults. The crux of the matter lay in how he would navigate the tensions between his mother and wife. Ultimately, the key figure was that Li woman. Having had some prior encounters with her, Yunsueha found her quite disagreeable. Tonight, you shall have dinner at my home, and let us make Sun Dazhu a tad anxious. After dinner, I will have Xingping or Xingen inform him of your presence here, and he can come to fetch you. If he doesn't come, then we can simply share the night together. However, given Sun Dazhu's regard for Lu Xinghe, it was likely that the moment word got out, he would rush over to collect her. Lu Xinghe felt a bit awkward, but how can I, a wouldn't that be imposing on you? What a trivial matter, just relax and stay here while I assist Yaya, Yunsueha reassured her, patting her hand before rising. Seeing this, Lu Xinghe quickly stood up as well. I can't just sit here and eat your food without contributing, let me help you.
The dinner that evening was prepared by Lu Xinghe and Yun Xinghe. Shortly after they finished their meal, Sun Dazhu arrived, having learned of Lu Xinghe's whereabouts. Yun's sister-in-law, is my wife here? Yun Xinghe got up to open the door, only to find Sun Dazhu peering eagerly into the house, nearly overwhelming her. She chuckled, "You're a grown man now, why are you still so anxious?" Sun Dazhu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Sister-in-law, is my wife not here? She ran out this afternoon, and I have no idea where she went. I just went to my father-in-law's house and didn't find her there. As soon as I returned to the village and heard she was here, I rushed over." Yun Xinghe was surprised. "Oh, you even went to Luo's village?" Lu Xinghe, who had been in the kitchen, could no longer contain herself and rushed out. "Why did you go to Luo's village? You shouldn't burden your parents with worry over me." "Wife, you are really here?" Sun Dazhu exclaimed, filled with excitement as he took her hand. "I didn't mention anything to my parents. I only delivered some vegetables. When I saw you weren't there, I came back. Don't worry." Lu Xinghe withdrew her hand from Sun Dazhu's grasp, her tone slightly irritable. "What do you want with me? Weren't you defending your mother this afternoon?" "I was just momentarily confused. I won't do that again really. If I speak harshly to you again in the future, just hit me, and I won't retaliate," he said, raising Lu Xinghe's hand to his chest, playfully thumping it. Chapter 94 Enlightenment. How could Lu Xinghe truly strike him? If she were to unleash her grievances, she would have to tend to them herself. "Where is your mother?" "She has returned to the old residence and will no longer reside with us," Sun Dazhu replied, while cautiously observing Lu Xinghe's expression, fearful that a misplaced word might provoke her ire or cause her distress. "Oh," Lu Xinghe replied indifferently. Seeing this, Sun Dazhu once again took Lu Xinghe's hand. "My dear wife, why not return with me? The children are still unaware if they have eaten." Lu Xinghe replied in a lackluster tone, "Lan Xin can cook. There is nothing to worry about." As Sun Dazhu realized that the children could not sway Lu Xinghe's resolve, his heart sank further. He hurriedly added, "Even if you are unconcerned about the children, could you not spare a thought for me? I have searched high and low for you all afternoon and have yet to have a morsel to eat. You brought this upon yourself." Though she spoke thus, Lu Xinghe's demeanor began to soften. After all, he was the man she had lived with for over a decade, and Sun Dazhu had indeed treated her well in the past. Had it not been for Li Posi's meddling, their household would surely have thrived more than it currently did. Yun Xinghe, witnessing their lingering attachment, felt a pang of envy. All right, you two can indulge in your affection later. As long as the couple shares a good relationship, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Dazhu, do be mindful of your words in the future. You know your wife's character. If she were truly malevolent, she would not allow you to be concerned for your mother's well-being." Sun Dazhu, earnest in his expression, replied, "I won't let it happen again. Thank you, sister-in-law, for sheltering my wife today." Yun Xinghe sighed. What can be done? Once a woman marries and encounters discord with her family, she cannot return home, nor can she go back to her parental house. She must seek refuge here. Upon hearing this, Sun Dazhu felt an even deeper sense of guilt. "My dear wife, I am sorry, it was my fault." Lu Xinghe shot him a glare. "Did you not say you were hungry? Why are you not leaving?" With that, she nodded to Yun Xinghe and exited the courtyard, Sun Dazhu following closely behind. "Hey, are we heading back now, my dear wife? Have you eaten? Shall we dine together when we return?" Lu Xinghe, walking ahead, coldly replied, "I will not eat with you." "My dear, does this mean you have not yet forgiven me? They say a person is made of iron and meals are steel. Even if you are angry with me, you must first fill your belly, no? Are you finished yet?" Watching the couple bicker as they walked away, Yun Xinghe smiled and closed the courtyard door. Chu Yue observed her expression and understood that she must be reminded of the father she had never met, seeing the bond between Sun Dazhu and his wife. "Mother, was father good to you?" Yun Xinghe was momentarily taken aback but nodded. His temperament was unlike Sun Dazhu's. "He was reserved and refined. During our 10 years together, we rarely quarreled." "It sounds as though father treated you exceptionally well." Yun Xinghe sighed. "Well, yes, but he left too early." Chu Yue, at a loss for words, replied, "At least you still have us, and life will surely improve." Yun Xinghe smiled serenely. "Even with regrets in my heart, when I think back now, it does not hurt as it once did. There is no need for you to worry, my dear. I find this life quite satisfactory. Sufficient food, warm clothing, obedient children, and a home of bricks and tiles, things I once dared not even dream of." Chu Yue beamed. "It is wonderful that you can think this way, mother." In the room, Lu Xinghe, engrossed in his studies, could not help but smile at the conversation between the two women. It is often said that a harmonious family brings prosperity. Had his own household been as tumultuous as that of Sun Dazhu's, he would certainly have found it impossible to concentrate on his studies. The peaceful atmosphere of his home was indeed a blessing, allowing him to experience tranquility and serenity. On the third day since Xiaozhu arrived at their home, her condition had markedly improved due to the family's attentive care. Aside from a slight cough, her other symptoms had nearly vanished. With her recovery, her appetite had increased significantly. For the first 3 days, as she lay in bed, Chu Yue, fearing she might suffer from indigestion, prepared only half a bowl of rice porridge for her, adhering to the principle of small, frequent meals. Once she felt better, she joined everyone at the dining table, and if half a bowl was insufficient, she would have another. With a hint of concern, Chu Yue glanced at Zhang Zhang. "Master, is it all right for her to eat this much?" Zhang Zhang shook his head. "Do not worry.
The child has been ill, and her body has endured significant strain. Now that she is recovering, let her eat as she pleases. After all, it is not difficult to digest, just ensure she gets some exercise afterward. Xiao Zhu, overhearing their conversation, put down her bowl of porridge, feeling a bit sensitive.
Am I eating too much? Would her brother-in-law and sister-in-law think less of her for her appetite? Lu Xinghe, ever quick with his tongue, chuckled, with your petite frame, should you not eat a bit more? Xiao Zhu scrunched her nose, appearing aggrieved. Did they think she was too young for such things?
Lu Xinghe, aware of the young girl's sensitive nature, nudged Lu Xinghe gently. Keep your comments to a minimum. You cannot silence your mouth even during meals. Yunsuei had cast a sideways glance at Lu Xinghe and quickly placed Xiao Zhu's utensils back in her hands. No one will fault you for eating more. Your aunt would be delighted if you did. Eating well will help you recover faster. Your sister is merely concerned that overeating might lead to discomfort, so do not misinterpret her intentions. Upon hearing Yunsuei's words, Xiao Zhu took her bowl and began to eat. After finishing her meal, Xiao Zhu instinctively reached for the bowls on the table, intending to clear them away, but Lu Xinghe snatched them up first.
Little one, this is my job. You cannot steal my thunder.
Feeling slightly embarrassed, the little girl lowered her head, her hands awkwardly fidgeting in front of her. Chu Yue, noticing this, approached and gently patted her head, speaking softly. Both your brothers, Xingping and Xing'an, are wonderful. Xingping brother is just concerned for your age and does not wish for you to overexert yourself.
Even though I am young, I can manage these tasks, Xiao Zhu insisted.
Even if you can, it is not your responsibility. Washing the dishes is mine, and even your sister-in-law does not have a part in it, Lu Xingping declared, his expression one of mock pride as he carried the bowl to the water basin to wash. Chu Yue found his demeanor amusing and turned her attention back to Xiao Zhu. Since your sister brought you here, it was previously discussed with your brother-in-law's family. Everyone is very welcoming to your arrival, but since we are still getting to know one another, the initial interactions may feel a bit awkward. Xiao Zhu should understand that they mean you no harm, and now that you have decided to live here with your sister, you must learn to integrate into this family sooner rather than later, understood?
Xiao Zhu, somewhat comprehending, nodded. I understand, sister.
Chu Yue affectionately ruffled her hair again. Go play. Having just eaten so much, take a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion, and if you find yourself restless, you might help sweep the fallen leaves in the yard. Upon hearing this, the little girl beamed with a sweet smile. All right.
Watching Xiao Zhu's retreating figure, a hint of bittersweetness filled Chu Yue's heart.
In just a few months, the once cheerful and innocent girl had become hesitant and timid. Chapter 95. To the Shen residence, Chu Yue scooped some rice from the grain bin, washed it, and soaked it in a bowl before fetching water from the well to irrigate the fields. Just as she finished watering, she noticed a horse-drawn carriage approaching her home. Hastily, she lifted the water bucket and ran back inside, arriving at the door just as the carriage came to a halt. In the next moment, Dr. Zhu emerged from the carriage.
Miss Chu, is your master at home?
Yes, indeed. She was about to call out for someone when Zhang Jiang, having heard the commotion, stepped out of the house.
What do you mean, Miss Chu?
She is now my disciple. You ought to call her junior sister. Senior, Dr. Zhu looked at the youthful girl before him and momentarily struggled to find the words. He pursed his lips and quickly tugged at Zhang Jiang, urging him towards the carriage. Master, I have encountered a particularly challenging case.
I implore you to accompany me to take a look.
You old rascal, do you understand the importance of respecting your teacher? Asking for assistance from your master should not involve such pulling and tugging.
It is utterly unbecoming.
Although Zhang Jiang grumbled, he nonetheless followed Dr. Zhu towards the carriage. Witnessing this, Chu Yue promptly set down her ladle and bucket.
Master, senior brother, may I accompany you?
Upon hearing Chu Yue refer to him as senior brother, Dr. Zhu momentarily froze, casting a bewildered glance at Zhang Jiang.
Master, can we not call each other in such a manner?
Her calling you master is one thing, but I am at least 3 decades her senior. It would not be excessive for me to be addressed as grandfather, and it seems rather absurd for us to refer to one another as siblings. Observing the comical expression on Dr. Zhu's face, Zhang Jiang let out a cold snort.
If she calls me master and you grandfather, then I would also have to refer to you as uncle, wouldn't I?
Ah, realizing his folly, Dr. Zhu sought to defend himself, only to be interrupted by a slap from Zhang Jiang.
Enough of this nonsense.
You thoughtless old fool. Rubbing the back of his head, Dr. Zhu protested. No, master, let me explain. I didn't mean it like that. Are you not concerned for your patient? Are you waiting for me and your junior sister to go fetch his remains? Zhang Jiang retorted, stepping into the carriage. Seeing this, Chu Yue called out to the house and followed Zhang Jiang into the carriage. With Dr. Zhu being the last to board, though his age was comparable to Zhang Jiang's, he was less agile in climbing into the carriage, and it was only with Chu Yue's assistance that he managed to ascend successfully. Once the three were seated, the carriage set off towards the village entrance. Chu Yue gazed after her departing sister and then glanced towards Yunsuei.
Aunt, is my sister quite remarkable now?
Yunsuei, who was busy making cotton clothes for Xiao Tao, smiled.
Indeed. Your sister has always been quite exceptional.
Hearing this, the young girl beamed with pride. How wonderful! The more formidable her sister became, the happier she was.
Aunt, after we finish cleaning, could you teach me how to sew?
My sister is a person of great importance, and I wish to assist her with household tasks. Listening to Chu Wenju's words, Yunsuei felt a wave of warmth.
Little Zhu, there's no rush.
You're still quite young. It would be better to learn sewing when you're around 7 or 8. For now, your primary task is to maintain your health and grow strong. Looking at Yun Sui's gentle demeanor, Chu Yue felt an overwhelming sense of affection, a warmth she seldom saw on her own mother's face. Suddenly, she asked, "Aunt, may I also call you mother like my sister does in the future?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, fearing her aunt might think her presumptuous. However, Yun Sui's face lit up with joy. "Of course, you may, a mother cherishes her little girl." Chu Yue's face broke into a radiant smile as she sweetly called out, "Mother." "Ah." With that simple utterance, the little girl felt a profound sense of security in her heart, and as she resumed sweeping the floor, her spirits lifted even higher. Inside the carriage, Zhang Zhang turned to Dr. Zhu, who sat on his left. "Which family are we attending to this time? What are the patient's symptoms?" Dr. Zhu quickly replied, "It is Lady Chen of the Xin family. She has always been frail, but with regular care, she has managed well. However, not long ago, the youngest son of the Xin family tragically passed away. After the recent funeral, Lady Chen, unable to bear the sorrow of losing her son, fell ill immediately after the burial. Her main symptoms include confusion, snoring, excessive phlegm, hemiplegia, and frequent convulsions. It has been 2 days now." Zhang Zhang glanced at Chu Yue. "Do you think the girl can deduce the nature of the illness?" The symptoms Dr. Zhu described were familiar to Chu Yue, resembling those of a stroke patient. "If I am not mistaken, it should be attributable to an external invasion of wind." Dr. Zhu looked at Chu Yue with surprise. "Oh. How do you know this? Haven't you only been with your master for a couple of months?" Zhang Zhang proudly stroked his beard. "Do you think everyone is like you? Such trivial matters still require my guidance?" This girl possesses remarkable talent. She comprehends things with astonishing ease, which is why he dedicates so much time to teaching her at the Lu residence. Dr. Zhu smiled sheepishly. "As soon as Lady Chen fell ill, the Xin family sought my help. After diagnosing her, I administered a life-sustaining decoction. Under normal circumstances, timely treatment with such a remedy would suffice to alleviate her condition. However, Lady Shen's illness has only worsened, and I find myself at a loss, which is why I have come to seek my master's assistance." Zhang Zhang nodded but remained silent. The carriage soon arrived at the Xin residence. The three disembarked to find the steward waiting outside. "Dr. Zhu, you have finally arrived." Upon noticing Chu Yue, he expressed surprise. "How is it that this young lady has come as well?" Chu Yue smiled gently, nodding in greeting. "Stewardly, it's good to see you again." Having overheard Dr. Zhu mention the Xin family, she had surmised it was the same family that had previously sought to matchmake Xiao Tao with a deceased person's spirit. She was pleasantly surprised to find it indeed was so. Dr. Zhu glanced at Chu Yue and then at Stewardly, contemplating how her network of acquaintances was rather extensive, even reaching the steward of the Xin residence. "Junior sister, you seem to be well acquainted." Chu Yue gracefully acknowledged, "We have met once, but we are not very familiar." Stewardly felt fortunate that he had not truly detained this young lady's sister during their previous encounter. Otherwise, he would have offended the individuals before him, which would have been an unwise decision, given the significance of a physician. He gestured for them to enter. "Please, follow me, my master is waiting in the ladies' courtyard." The trio wasted no time and followed Stewardly into the Xin residence, heading straight for Lady Shen's quarters. In Lady Shen's courtyard, besides the master of the Xin family, there stood several young masters and misses of the Xin family. Upon seeing Stewardly leading the three in, the master of the Xin family rose and bowed to Zhang Zhang. "I presume you are the esteemed master of Dr. Zhu? I trust we can count on your expertise for my wife's ailment." Zhang Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formality, where is the patient?" Chapter 96. The country gentleman. Old Master Shen hurriedly turned to his daughter behind him. "Jishue, please lead the doctors to your mother's room." "Yes." Shen Jishue gestured invitingly towards the main house. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Once Zhang Zhang and the others entered the room, Old Master Shen followed suit, accompanied by several of his children. They all peered through the screen at the patient on the bed as Zhang Zhang stepped forward first to take Madame Shen's pulse. After assessing her condition, he stepped aside for Chu Yue. "Girl, it's your turn." Chu Yue nodded and approached, carefully checking Madame Shen's pulse, then gently opening her eyes and mouth to examine further. "The pulse is taut and slippery, and in addition to the symptoms mentioned by my senior brother, there are also signs of cold extremities, a red tongue, and a greasy yellow coating. I preliminarily deduced that this is due to phlegm heat obstructing the heart orifices, indicating that Madame Shen has been in this state shortly after the onset of her illness, hasn't she?" As she spoke, she glanced in Shen Jishue's direction. At this moment, not only was Dr. Zhu, her senior brother, astonished, but Shen Jishue, who stood by wiping her tears, was also taken aback by Chu Yue's accurate diagnosis. She quickly nodded and said, "What the young lady said is correct, indeed." With that affirmation, Chu Yue felt even more confident in her judgment. "Then that's it." Zhang Zhang stroked his beard with immense satisfaction and said, "Since we have determined the cause of the illness, please share your thoughts." Chu Yue pondered for a moment, using acupuncture and medicinal baths to help Madame Shen regain consciousness as swiftly as possible, followed by administering herbal decoctions to invigorate qi and promote blood circulation, should be the most effective method. "Precisely." Zhang Zhang unwrapped his silver needles at the bedside. "I will name the acupoints, and you shall handle the needling." Chu Yue looked surprised. "Master?" "No need for concern. With your master backing you, proceed boldly." Zhang Zhang bolstered her confidence, taking a deep breath. Chu Yue finally retrieved the first silver needle from the package.
Baitui, Naguan, Sanyinjiu, Susanli, Fenglong. As Zhang Zhang called out the names of the acupoints, although Chu Yue inserted the needle steadily, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead from her first experience with acupuncture. Outside the screen, old Master Shin and the others dared not make a sound, fearing they would disturb the novice doctor administering needles to Madame Shin. After a little more than half an hour, the acupuncture session concluded, and Madame Shin's previously frequent convulsions visibly eased. She is saved. Mother is saved. Shin Jishui exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Dr. Zhu, witnessing this transformation, looked on in astonishment at Chu Yue. Junior sister, you have mastered even the acupuncture techniques that Master excels at. His own lack of insight and timid nature had limited him to performing only simple bloodletting procedures, which is why Master had not invested much effort in his training. No wonder Master could stay in Banpo village for 2 months. He regarded his junior sister as a worthy successor. Although envious, he understood that this girl's talent merited such attention from their master. Zhang Zhang turned to Chu Yue. Prepare a prescription. Chu Yue nodded and approached the ink and paper that the Shin family had already prepared. After carefully contemplating the pharmacology and pathology in her mind, she picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote out 2 prescriptions. One was for the medicinal bath, and the other was for the oral decoction. Though her handwriting could not compare to that of the master's, it was still neat and elegant. I ask for your review, master. Chu Yue presented the 2 prescriptions to Zhang Zhang, who nodded before handing them to Dr. Zhu. As the 3 emerged from the room, old Master Shin hurriedly approached and inquired, Doctors, how is my wife faring? Zhang Zhang pointed to the prescription in Dr. Zhu's hand. Follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. The medicinal bath should be administered twice daily for a 5-day course. Once Madame Shin awakens, she can take the herbal decoction as usual. Additionally, acupuncture must continue for a month. Given Madame Shin's condition, with proper care, she should make a full recovery in 3 to 6 months. Upon hearing this, old Master Shin sighed in relief. As long as she can recover, that is all that matters. Chu Yue glanced at the 7 or 8 children behind him. Aside from Shin Jishui and another adult male, the others showed little change in expression upon hearing that Madame Shin's illness could be treated, their demeanor more one of impatience. She understood then that in a family as affluent as the Shins, there would likely be more than just Madame Shin in the household, and the others were probably not born of her. Old Master Shin bowed to Chu Yue and inquired, This young lady, you must be a local, am I correct? Chu Yue nodded, Yes, I hail from Banpo village. You appear to be of similar age to my daughters Jishui and Jixia, yet your skills are remarkable. Old Master Shin praised wholeheartedly. Dr. Zhu's master was clearly not from this area. Such an esteemed individual would undoubtedly be elusive. However, this young lady was different. Being a local, she would not easily depart. In the future, should his family encounter any ailments, they would inevitably seek her out. In these times, finding a truly capable doctor is no easy task. Chu Yue humbly acknowledged old Master Shin's compliment. You flatter me, old Master Shin. Old Master Shin chuckled heartily and instructed his servants to fetch the medicine, then gestured toward the courtyard outside Madame Shin's room. It is already mealtime. Please, gentlemen, join us for lunch at the estate. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes and wine. I sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence, and afterward, I shall have the carriage driver take you home. Upon hearing that there would be food and drink, Zhang Zhang raised an eyebrow and followed old Master Shin out of the courtyard. Chu Yue and Dr. Zhu had no say in the matter and could only follow closely behind. She felt somewhat puzzled, unsure of old Master Shin's true standing, as the Shin residence appeared even more imposing than that of the wealthy Huang family. Senior brother, do you know what kind of background old Master Shin has? Dr. Zhu whispered, he is a country gentleman from this area. Previously, he served as a clerk in the county office and is said to hold the status of a jiren. However, as he aged and after years of fluctuating in the political arena without attaining a higher position, he returned home to live as a gentleman, enjoying a leisurely life. Chu Yue nodded, understanding now that he was indeed a person of some standing in Nanping town. The group followed old Master Shin to the dining hall, each taking their seats at the table. As it was Chu Yue's first time dining in such a setting, she felt somewhat constrained. The dishes at the Shin residence were plentiful and delicious. After their meal, they settled the consultation fees and departed from the Shin family. Once in the carriage, Chu Yue handed over the 50 taels of silver notes towards Zhang Zhang. Master, this should still go to you. Zhang Zhang glanced at the notes in her hand before closing his eyes once more. Today, the one who exerted the most effort was you. There is still a month of acupuncture ahead, keep the silver for yourself. Chu Yue felt a bit embarrassed. Master, if you hadn't been present today, I certainly wouldn't have had the courage to treat Madame Shin. This money rightfully belongs to you. Zhang Zhang snorted, a mere 50 taels is nothing to me. If I wish to make money, I could simply beckon, and there would be plenty of silver offered to me. Do you believe that? Take it, if you feel guilty, just treat me to a fried chicken tomorrow to satisfy my cravings. Chapter 97, Do not be deceived by present riches. How can a single fried chicken be worth 50 taels of silver? Even without the incident involving the Shin family, it is only right for me to treat master to fried chicken, murmured Chu Yue, yet she did not press the issue further. Instead, she carefully folded the banknote and tucked it into her sleeve. Dr. Zhu glanced at Zhang Zhang and inquired, Master, will you be visiting the Shin residence tomorrow? Leaning back, Zhang Zhang replied, I shall not go tomorrow. I will revisit Madame Shin after 7 days. With this girl here, I find myself at ease. Master is quite at ease, Zhu responded, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he leaned closer to Zhang Zhang's ear. Master, as her senior, could you spare me some face? Very well, considering your advanced age, I shall indeed grant you a little leniency. Upon hearing Zhang Zhang's dismissive tone, Chu felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could walk home instead of riding in the carriage that was currently making its way to Banpo village. 15 minutes later, the carriage arrived at their doorstep. Chu Yue leaped down and assisted Zhang Zhang in disembarking. She waved at the carriage, saying, "Senior brother, travel safely." "Ah, indeed," Dr. Zhu waved back, and the carriage soon disappeared into the distance. Upon seeing the master and disciple enter the house, Yun Sueha hurriedly inquired, "Yaya, did you and Dr. Zhang have a meal? There is still food left in the pot for you." Chu Yue smiled and replied, "Mother, we dined at the Shen residence before returning. Let us save what is in the pot for dinner." "Very well, I shall fetch it from the pot right away," Yun Sueha said, heading towards the kitchen. Hearing Chu Yue had returned home, Xiao Zhu excitedly ran out holding a piece of rope. "Sister, will you play the flower rope with me? Mother just taught me this morning." Taken aback by Xiao Zhu's address to Yun Sueha, Chu Yue quickly approached her with a smile. "Of course." She spent some time in the courtyard playing with Xiao Zhu before pulling Yun Sueha aside and discreetly placing the 50-tael banknote into her hand. "Mother, the funds for our house construction came from you not long ago, so you must not have much left, right? This 50-tael banknote is my earnings from today's consultation. Please use it to support our household." "Is it truly this much?" Yun Sueha expressed her surprise. Chu Yue whispered, "It is only because master was generous. Without him, I would not have dared to charge such a high consultation fee. A novice doctor like her could only muster some confidence by following her master." "Shouldn't this money go to Dr. Zhan?" Chu Yue lowered her voice again. "Master refuses to accept it. You know how he is, he only cares about a meal." Holding the banknote, Yun Sueha sighed, "Alas, with the year being poor, even to secure a meal, one does not know where to turn." Chu Yue consoled her, "Mother, do not fret. After all, master has not made any demands for the next month. I must go to town daily to treat Madame Shen. Tomorrow morning, please kill a chicken to marinate, and I will prepare it when I return at noon." "Very well," Yun Sueha replied, heading inside to put away the money. As soon as Chu Yue turned around, she spotted Lu Xinghe approaching the courtyard briskly. "Grandfather is here." Ah, Lu Xinghe entered the courtyard, glanced at the chicken coop, then at the well, before heading towards the room where the mule was tethered. "You have taken good care of this mule," Chu Yue remarked with a smile. "Fortunately, we still have some food, or we would be in a bind." Lu Xinghe grunted in acknowledgement, then asked after a moment, "Whose cart came today?" "It belongs to the Shen family from town. Madame Shen is gravely ill, and Dr. Zhu came to invite master to provide treatment," Chu Yue responded truthfully. Understanding dawned on Lu Xinghe. It is beneficial to be acquainted with affluent families, but do not be blinded by their present wealth. "You are a clever child, you should heed my words." Chu Yue recognized that his caution was well-intentioned, and she nodded earnestly. "Granddaughter shall remember." Yun Sueha emerged from the house, busily bringing a chair from the hall. "Father, come sit inside for a while." Lu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, turning towards the courtyard entrance. "No need. I am merely wandering about out of boredom. You all go about your business. I will visit the eldest and second families." Chu Yue watched Lu Xinghe's retreating figure and smiled at Yun Sueha. "Mother, doesn't grandfather resemble an official patrolling the town?" Yun Sueha burst into laughter. "You child, you are even teasing your grandfather now. Isn't it true? Just look at him, his demeanor is that of an official." "Ah, you dare to speak." In the house, Lu Xinghe, engrossed in reading, lifted his head at the sounds of laughter outside. Upon seeing the bright smile of the little girl, his lips involuntarily curled into a grin. After exchanging a few more words with Yun Sueha, Chu Yue recalled the rice she had soaked early in the morning and hurried to the kitchen. She pinched the rice and noticed it crumbled easily, so she drained the water from the bowl, then took a stone mortar, dividing the rice into 3 portions and grinding them into a fine powder. Xiao Zhu stood on a low stool by the stove, her hands resting on the countertop, chin propped up, her little head bobbing in rhythm with Chu Yue's movements, utterly bemused. "Sister, what are you making?" she asked, tilting her head. Chu Yue smiled at her. "I want to try making rice cake by myself. I'm not certain if it will turn out well." The little one beamed brightly. "Sister, you will definitely succeed." After grinding the rice, Chu Yue retrieved the remaining red dates from the basket. After washing them, she popped one into Xiao Zhu's mouth, then diced the remaining ones. After removing the pits. She fetched a square steaming tray, lining it with washed osmanthus leaves. First, she sprinkled a layer of crushed rice flour, followed by a thin layer of diced dates, and then a layer of brown sugar. Repeating this process twice, she evenly topped it with the remaining rice flour before placing it in the steamer. The rice cake, enriched with red dates and brown sugar, emitted an enticing aroma as it steamed. The kitchen, once filled with one little head, now buzzed with 3. Lu Xinghe crouched behind the stove tending the fire, while Lu Xinghe and Xiao Zhu stood at the side playing with the flour rope. Before long, the rice cake was ready. Chu Yue inverted it from the tray, cutting it into small pieces and placing them in a dish. "Come and taste." Eagerly waiting, Lu Xinghe first placed a piece in a small bowl in front of Xiao Zhu to cool before shoving a piece into his mouth, only to wince at the heat. Seeing this, Chu Yue swiftly poured him a cup of cold water. "Take it slowly, there is plenty." She took 2 small plates, placing 3 to 5 pieces for Zhang Zhang and Lu Xinghe, along with 2 cups of green plum tea, and delivered them to their respective rooms. Afterward, she carried the remaining rice cake to the courtyard to enjoy with Yun Sueha. "To be honest, this rice cake I steamed myself is quite good. It's truly fragrant," Yun Sueha remarked as she ate. Chu Yue nodded, looking around.
I just wonder where I might find osmanthus flowers. If I could get some, I could try making osmanthus cake as well. Chapter 98. Riding the mule. Upon hearing the mention of osmanthus, Lu Xinghe, who had been diligently writing inside the room, paused his actions. He recalled that there had once been an osmanthus tree adjacent to the academy he attended. Every year, during the blooming season of August and September, its fragrance lingered for over 2 months, provided it had not been felled. Now, in early October, the tree should still be adorned with petals. If it still stood the following day, Chu Yue rose early, and after finishing her breakfast, she prepared to set off to the town to administer acupuncture to Madame Shen. Lu Xinghe, concerned for her safety, voluntarily accompanied her. He led the mule from the house, secured a simple saddle upon it, and then lifted Chu Yue onto its back before mounting himself behind her. This was Chu Yue's first experience riding a mule, and her face radiated excitement. "Darling, this mule isn't slow at all," she exclaimed. Lu Xinghe replied with a nod. "It's significantly faster than a donkey, though it cannot compare to a horse in speed. However, its endurance is commendable and it requires relatively less feed." Chu Yue glanced back. "But I must go to the town for acupuncture for Madame Shen for an entire month. If you accompany me every day, won't that waste a considerable amount of your time?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "Not at all. Tomorrow, I shall bring some books. While waiting for you, I can read or explore the town to observe the changes brought about by the year of famine." The journey that would typically take an hour on foot was reduced to a mere quarter hour thanks to the mule. Lu Xinghe dismounted and led the mule into Nanping town, heading straight for the Shen residence. Upon arrival, he gently lifted Chu Yue down from the mule. "You go attend to Madame Shen. I shall take the mule for a stroll and return to fetch you shortly." Chu Yue nodded and made her way towards the gates of the Shen estate, where Shen Jishue was waiting for her. Upon seeing her approach, she quickly smiled and stepped forward to link arms with her. "Miss Chu, was that person earlier your family?" Chu Yue smiled. "He is my husband." Shen Jishue expressed mild surprise. "You married quite early, haven't you?" Chu Yue, slightly embarrassed, withdrew her arm from Shen Jishue's grasp. "My family is poor. When someone is willing to marry, one naturally accepts." "Then you are quite fortunate. A husband who is both handsome and considerate is rare," Shen Jishue remarked, her tone laced with envy. Chu Yue chose not to delve further into that topic and inquired, "Did Madame Shen have her medicinal bath yesterday?" Shen Jishue replied promptly, "Yes, she had one yesterday afternoon and another this morning, each lasting for a quarter of an hour." Chu Yue nodded. "If the duration proves too taxing, it can be shortened slightly." "Understood, I will remember that." The two soon arrived at Madame Shen's courtyard. Today, Shen's complexion appeared considerably better than yesterday, and the twitching symptoms had notably improved. However, she remained unconscious. Chu Yue first took her pulse to ascertain her condition before retrieving the silver needle pouch that Zhang Zhang had entrusted to her. The acupuncture session proceeded smoothly, lasting roughly half an hour. When Shen Jishue escorted her out of the estate, she found Lu Xinghe waiting at the entrance. His tall stature and handsome features, coupled with the scholarly aura gained from days of rigorous study, made him a striking figure, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Upon seeing him, Chu Yue turned to Shen Jishue. "Miss Shen, please hold on. Since Madame Shen will require acupuncture for the next 20 days or so, you may have a servant guide me to her courtyard in the future. You need not wait here for me, the weather is growing cooler, do take care not to catch a chill." Shen Jishue, slightly taken aback, cast a glance in Lu Xinghe's direction before nodding slightly. "Then, Miss Chu, do take care." The two exchanged polite bows, and Chu Yue hurried over to Lu Xinghe. "Darling, let us be off." Lu Xinghe smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Why the rush? Be careful not to trip." He then turned the mule around. "It's still early, do you need to bring anything back from the town?" Chu Yue pondered for a moment. "Let us stop by the general store. We are running low on spices at home, I wonder if they are expensive now?" Lu Xinghe led the mule with one hand while holding Chu Yue's hand with the other. "We shall see." As they walked, Chu Yue suddenly sniffed the air. "Oh? I think I can smell osmanthus." Lu Xinghe glanced at the small cloth bag tied to the mule. "While you were busy at the Shen residence, I collected some from near the school." "Did you not say you wished to make osmanthus cake?" Chu Yue smiled, swaying his hand back and forth. "Once I make the osmanthus cake, you shall be the first to taste it." Lu Xinghe's lips curled slightly. "As you wish." When they arrived at the general store, the atmosphere was far less bustling than anticipated. A long line formed at the rice shop next door, while the general store seemed deserted. Noticing Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe approaching, the shopkeeper hurried out to inquire, "What spices are you two looking for?" "I can offer you a discount today." Chu Yue glanced at the adjacent grain and oil shop. "It really is starkly different from next door." The shopkeeper sighed. "Indeed, during these years of famine, grain prices have soared to 12-1. People can barely afford to eat, let alone spare any money for spices." Chu Yue considered his words and agreed with his reasoning. "Please weigh me a pound of salt, a jar of sugar, a barrel of rice vinegar, 2 pounds of red dates, 2 pounds of peanuts, and some ginger." Since the prices were lower today, she decided to stock up. After all, they needed provisions at home. The shopkeeper measured out her requested items, and after applying a discount, the total came to 295 won. After some haggling, he rounded it down by 5 won. Chu Yue paid 291, and together with Lu Xinghe, they exited Nanping town, then mounted the mule to head home. On the way, Lu Xinghe looked down at the little lady in his arms. "Once the mule cart is ready in a few days, our journeys will be much easier." Chu Yue gazed at the scenery passing by, smiling. "For now, this is quite pleasant." Lu Xinghe chuckled softly and quickened their pace. Upon arriving home, they found that lunch was just beginning to be prepared. Lu Xinghe had gently set Chu Yue down from the mule, and she carried the jars and containers into the house.
Mother, we're back. Yunsuya exclaimed, "Ah, you're back.
I was just wondering how you made that batter. The chicken has been marinating all morning and should be flavorful by now."
"I'll handle it," Chu Yue replied, placing the items on the table.
"Mother, please help organize the purchases. I will prepare the batter for frying the chicken."
Yunsuya handed her apron to Chu Yue. "Alright, you fry the chicken, and I'll tidy up."
As Chu Yue tied the apron around her waist, she called out, "Xingping, go wash 2 radishes. We can make some radish balls with the extra batter."
Chapter 99 If we cannot win, let us weep. Alright then, Lu Xingping replied promptly, hastily retrieving 2 radishes from the basket in the kitchen and darting outside.
Xiao Zhu, eager to lend a hand, observed Lu Xingping clutching the radishes as he rushed towards the water vat, and quickly stepped forward to fetch water from the vat into a basin to wash the radishes for him.
Lu Xingping smiled at the little girl before him, saying, "You're quite restless, aren't you, little one?"
With a barely audible voice, Xiao Zhu replied, "It's not restlessness, it's merely a habit." Upon hearing her response, the smile on Lu Xingping's face abruptly faltered, and his tone softened. "In our household, there rests no need for such caution. We have plenty of family, no one will mind if a little child does not lend a hand from now on. You can call me second brother, while Xinghen is third brother. If anyone dares to bully you, just come home and tell us, and we shall ensure they are thoroughly dealt with."
Xiao Zhu blinked at Lu Xingping, "But you are all just children too. Can you really fight?"
"You underestimate us too much. Our elder brother once told us that even if we cannot win, we can outsmart them," Lu Xingping huffed. "In that case, the 3 of us shall just weep together, and that will surely annoy them to no end."
"Ha!
Pfft, ha ha," the little girl laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. I in the house, Lu Xinghen, hearing the commotion outside, stretched his neck and remarked, "Lu Xingping, stop embarrassing yourself in front of Xiao Zhu. If you want to cry, do it on your own, I cannot afford such shame."
Lu Xingping rolled his eyes. "This is not embarrassing, it's a strategy, do you understand?"
"I do not," Lu Xinghen retorted instantly.
"Moreover, do not mention that our elder brother taught you such things.
He cannot afford to lose face either, so don't drag him down with you."
With a huff, Lu Xingping ignored Lu Xinghen.
"Little one, let us not stoop to his level.
He is quite unpleasant."
The little girl nodded earnestly, her small shoulders heaving, clearly feeling vexed. Chu Yue exchanged a glance with Yunsuya, both stifling laughter. Xingping truly was the joy of the household. As she carefully placed the battered chicken into the hot oil, she inquired, "Mother, have our little chicks hatched yet?" "Not yet, but it should be soon. Tomorrow marks the 20th, Yunsuya replied. "Then they should arrive in the next couple of days." Yunsuya nodded. "Of the 20 chickens we bought last time, 12 remain. They should last us for a while. By the time we finish this food, the chicks will have grown." With that, she resumed slicing the radishes in her hands. At noon, they fried the chicken in radish balls, and set aside a small bowl of the sweet and sour radishes they had soaked previously. The family then gathered around the table for their meal. The crispy, greasy fried chicken paired with the refreshing, tangy radishes was simply a match made in heaven. Zhang Zhang, while eating, praised, "The flavor of your pickled radishes is distinctly different from others. It's delicious." He suddenly felt that it was a pity this girl did not open a restaurant, for her culinary skills and creativity were truly remarkable. Chu Yue smiled, "I'm glad you like it. I've soaked 3 jars of radishes, we have enough to last us a while." Initially uncertain of how the pickled radishes would taste, she now saw that everyone enjoyed them, and once the radishes in their new garden matured, she could certainly prepare more. This was Xiao Zhu's first experience with fried chicken. She clung to Yunsuya as she gnawed on the chicken leg that was torn for her mouth smeared with grease. However, after just one piece, she felt full, having only managed to consume half a bowl of porridge when usually she could have finished 1.5. "Is the child all right?" Yunsuya asked, casting a slightly uncertain glance towards Chu Yue. "Xiao Zhu usually eats light meals. It's normal for her to feel full quickly after having something rich and oily. Do not worry, mother." As she spoke, Chu Yue poured the remainder of Xiao Zhu's half bowl of porridge into her own bowl. With brown rice now selling for 12 coins, and white rice likely over 15, it was too precious to waste. Listening to Chu Yue's words, Yunsuya felt reassured. After the meal, Chu Yue spread out the osmanthus flowers that Lu Xinghe had gathered in town that morning on a bamboo tray. After picking out the impurities, she placed them in the yard to dry. Once dried, they could be sealed in a jar for storage, ensuring they would last through the winter. Having completed these tasks, she went to the main room to report to Zhang Zhang about the pulse diagnosis and changes in Lady Shen's condition, listening attentively to his analysis and explanations regarding the connections between the human meridians and acupoints, until Yunsuya called them for dinner, prompting her to rise and head to the kitchen. "Mother, why did you not call me to help with the cooking?" "I can lend a hand too," she said. Yunsuya smiled. "You are busy learning from Dr. Zhang. It wouldn't be good to delay your studies. With Xingping, Xinghen, and Xiao Zhu here to assist, preparing a meal is not a difficult task." After the family finished their meal, they relaxed in the yard for a while before washing up and heading to bed. In the following 5 days, Chu Yue continued to visit town to provide acupuncture for Lady Shen. By the 4th day, Lady Shen had regained consciousness, though her body remained somewhat stiff. During these days, Shen Jishue had not returned to greet Chu Yue at the Shen residence. However, each time Chu Yue treated Lady Shen, Shen Jishue would bring a cup of tea for Lu Xinghe, but without engaging in conversation, she would simply deliver the tea and leave.
Lu Xinghe found this rather perplexing. He had never drunk the tea offered by Chu Yue, preferring the tea prepared by stewardly. One day, upon returning home, Lu Xinghe led his mule towards Sanmao's house. Sanmao, whose surname was Sun and was the third child in his family, was commonly referred to as Sun San, a name that had stuck since childhood due to his sparse hair.
Sanmao, have you finished my mule cart? Xinghe.
The cart was completed early this morning. I was just thinking of delivering it to you, Sun San said, hurrying to open the door and welcome Lu Xinghe inside. The cart was rather large, and since it had not rained that day, he left it in the yard. However, while busy with other tasks throughout the morning, he would occasionally glance towards the yard, for the wood used for the cart had cost a hefty 1,800 coins. If it were to be stolen, he would have a difficult time explaining. After inspecting the cart and confirming everything was in order, Lu Xinghe paid Sun San 200 coins for his labor, hitched the cart to the mule, and set off for home. Upon arriving home, the three children surrounded the mule cart, their faces alight with curiosity.
Elder brother, is our mule cart sturdy?
Of course it is sturdy, that is why I brought it back.
Can we sit on it to try?
Lu Xingping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Xinghe looked at the little ones before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. He then recalled that Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe had yet to visit Nanping town, so he said, "Today, I have already taken the mule to the barn. Tomorrow, when your sister-in-law goes to town for her consultations, you three should accompany her." Lu Xingping leaped about in excitement, nearly knocking over the little Xiao Zhu beside him. Chapter 100. In times of adversity, one should cultivate oneself. At the break of dawn the following day, after having breakfast, Lu Xinghe hastily set off with a mule cart, accompanied by Chu Yue, Zhang Jiang, and the three children towards the town. Once aboard the cart, the children were filled with curiosity. They would occasionally lift the small window beside the cart to gaze outside or pull back the curtain at the front to observe how Lu Xinghe drove the mule. Eventually, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe settled beside Lu Xinghe. "Brother, why don't you teach us how to drive the mule cart? In the future, if you're busy, we can take sister-in-law to town," proposed Lu Xingping. Lu Xinghe glanced at them and replied, "You are still young. It is better to learn when you are around 11 or 12." Lu Xingping, refusing to relent, tugged at Lu Xinghe's sleeve and began to plead, "Brother, let me just have a try. Can't you just sit beside me and watch as I drive?" Lu Xinghe remained impassive, his calm gaze fixed on the corner of his attire. Seeing this, Lu Xingping quickly released his grip, a silly grin spreading across his face as he smoothed out the wrinkled fabric. "Hee, I was just joking. You don't need to worry about me, brother. A true gentleman must be adaptable," and Lu Xingping was well aware of the wisdom his brother had imparted to him in Xing'an. Here. In the end, Lu Xinghe handed the reins to Lu Xingping, instructing him on how to drive the mule cart. However, once the reins were in Lu Xingping's hands, the cart's pace noticeably slowed. Observing the clearly visible ants moving along the roadside, Lu Xinghe remarked with a serene expression, "Lu Xingping, do you believe those ants might reach the town before us?" Lu Xingping quickly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. My speed is not slow at all." Lu Xinghe promptly jumped off the cart and started walking alongside it, occasionally glancing in Lu Xingping's direction, speaking in a monotone, "Am I walking too fast?" Lu Xingping bit his lip, "I'm just worried about going too fast. It's not safe, you know." "What, are you afraid the mule will trip?" Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes, took a few steps back, and leaped back onto the cart. "I am fine, just make sure you don't delay sister-in-law and Dr. Zhang's business." Upon hearing this, Lu Xingping hastily returned the reins to Lu Xinghe. "Brother, you take over." A smile tugged at Lu Xinghe's lips as he shook the reins and urged the mule cart to speed up once more. Inside the cart, Xiao Zhu, though curious, maintained a quiet demeanor befitting a girl, sitting quietly beside Chu Yue and occasionally peeping out of the window. Hearing the commotion outside, the three in the cart wore smiles on their faces. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, Chu Yue and Zhang Jiang disembarked from the cart. Due to the presence of the three children, Lu Xinghe refrained from entering the Shen residence. Instead, he parked the cart securely and took the children for a stroll around the town. It was now mid-October, and the town was even more crowded than usual. Concerned about the possibility of losing the children, Lu Xinghe held one by each hand, while Lu Xinghe kept a firm grip on Xiao Zhu. Given Lu Xingping's nature, it was a relief that he himself was not lost, and it was unrealistic to expect him to keep an eye on a child along the roadside. Beggars appeared every few meters, most of them in tattered clothing and emaciated, predominantly elderly, with a fair number of children among them. Lu Xingping looked at these individuals with a twinge of sympathy. "Brother, these people are so pitiful. Is there anything we can do to help them?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "One must support the world when prosperous, and when in adversity, one should cultivate oneself. It is commendable to have a kind heart, but we have only just achieved a state of basic sustenance. Without substantial means or authority, we should not court trouble, lest we bring calamity upon ourselves." Lu Xinghe surveyed the area and lowered his voice. "Among these people, some are truly impoverished, while others may have more land than us. They are merely here begging due to this year's poor harvest." "Ah," Lu Xingping exclaimed, astonished. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Xing'an is correct. I recognize three familiar faces among them, but I assure you, there are certainly more pretending to be beggars here seeking sympathy." Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Xingping abandoned his previous thoughts. Due to the large crowd in the town, Lu Xinghe did not linger outside for too long, purchasing some snacks before leading them back to the cart to wait. Meanwhile, Chu Yue and Zhang Jiang entered the Shen residence, where stewardly promptly guided them to Madame Shen's courtyard, presumably timing their arrival. As soon as Chu Yue stepped into the courtyard, Shen Jishua appeared with a maid carrying tea. "Stewardly, did that young Master Lu not come today?" Stewardly bowed and replied, "Third miss." Young Master Lu escorted Miss Chu and her master to the entrance before departing. The little maid behind Shen Jishua stretched her neck to peek outside the gate, her face filled with surprise. He didn't come into the residence. Our young lady even specially prepared tea for him. Huxiang, hearing Shen Jishue's voice, Huxiang quickly fell silent. Stewardly bowed once more to Shen Jishue. In truth, miss, there was no need for such courtesy. Young Master Lu visits daily, and I always prepare tea for him. Moreover, he has never drunk the tea prepared by you, so there is no need for you to go to such trouble that he has never drunk it even once. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shen Jishue's face. I understand, I won't send it anymore. After saying this, she led the maid away. Huxiang hurried to catch up with Shen Jishue. Miss, that young Master Lu truly does not regard you highly. He hasn't even tasted the fine tea you sent. Shen Jishue appeared indifferent, not angered by Lu Xinghe's refusal to drink her tea out. If he doesn't want to drink it, then so be it. I shall not send it in the future. Are you certain that someone as proud as young Master Lu would have offered you assistance in the past? Shen Jishue shook her head, her expression resolute. There is no mistake. Back then, when I was pushed to the ground and verbally humiliated, it was he and another young master who stood up for me. Although he has grown into adulthood now, his appearance remains strikingly similar to how it was before. I recognized him at first sight, but I never expected. Her words trailed off, a hint of regret shadowing her features. After a moment, she shook her head. Never mind, I had no ulterior motives. I merely wished to repay a kindness. Let us go to the Shilin garden to see mother. I wonder how the doctor's follow-up examination went today. Huxiang acknowledged her and accompanied Shen Jishue towards the Shilin garden. Upon their arrival, they found Zhang Zheng taking Madame Shen's pulse, while Chu Yue watched attentively by the side. Shen Jishue chose not to disturb them, instructing Huxiang to wait outside, as she softly stepped into the room, quietly standing by. Before long, Zhang Zheng withdrew his hand, prompting Chu Yue to swiftly assist in tucking Madame Shen's hand beneath the covers. Doctor, how is my mother? The voice of Shen Jishue resonated at the opportune moment.